Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A modern city appeared. He hated the world. A tear flowed from the boy's eye. Suddenly, his face began to blur sharply. He was abandoned as soon as he was born, treated like an animal. The boy was lying on the floor. Smiling people appeared. There was no reason for him to love this world, so he did not trust people. A man with a bloody eye looked straight ahead. No matter what happened, two men looked at the boy angrily. The man opened his mouth wide. The hero hit the man with the club in the face with his fist. Then he turned around and sharply struck the second. The main character put on his hood, looking away. He was always alone. It seemed like two guys were lying on the ground in an alley. On January 1st, 2020, the world turned into a game. Dungeons and monsters coming out of them suddenly began to appear everywhere. Due to the city's permission, many died. Along with the monsters, divine beings began to appear, who were called Shining Ones. The giant extended his hand forward. They transferred their power to a small group of people. A huge crowd of people appeared. Only they could destroy dungeons and turn into players with these abilities. A notification popped up that he had turned into a player. The man stood with an axe on a monster. People believed that players with special powers would save the world, while players, taking advantage of this chaos, were only busy satisfying their selfish goals. There was a lot of talk among people about the approaching end of the world. However, for him this world was still a place in which he did not trust anyone. The guy noticed a knight from a huge crowd of people and said that at least until he met him. The guy looked away through the crowd. He was one of the first 7 players, a warrior, an heir to the sacred light, and the strongest player in the whole world. Carl stood on the corpses of monsters. He selflessly helped the weak, protecting them from monsters. And for the sake of saving the world, the guy flew up to the monster. He frowned and looked away. He made a sharp swing of his sword. A bright beam appeared, and like a hero from the legend of King Arthur, he pulled the sword out of the stone. Carl looked at the monster carefully. The creature opened its mouth wide and screamed. Turning around, the guy said that he would destroy the very last boss in the game. The protagonist looked straight ahead and heard that he would put an end to all of this. Slightly tilting his head, Carl said that this is how he would save the world. The protagonist frowned slightly and looked straight ahead. The coat of arms of the Order of the Messiah appeared. The brave men who wanted to save the world gathered around the player one by one. This was the first time. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, swung his sword. The girl, looking straight ahead, fired her bow. The monsters screamed and fell from the blows. The players fought the monsters. For the first time in his life, he met people he could trust and who he could follow. Gray smoke formed, the players stood, and the corpses of the monsters lay on the ground. Carl looked away, slightly opening his mouth. The hero smiled and looked straight ahead. The man laughed and held a mug in his hand. The girl angrily yelled at him. Together with them, all the players stood in a circle near the fire. The hero smiled, looking down, and said that he thought he could change the world. Approaching the huge gate, Austin turned to the leader and said that the last battle remained. Gritting his teeth, Carl repeated the phrase. Looking at the main character, he said that yes, perhaps it would be the last, to which the hero was surprised. He said the name of the main character and said that it was him. Austin's eyes widened. The player abruptly thrust his sword into the main character. Standing next to him, he said that he was a good guy. Austin clenched his teeth tightly, and Carl said that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this. The main character fell to his knees. A notification appeared that he had been cursed by Bauman. Resistance power was reduced by 90%, defense was reduced by 90%. Frowning, the protagonist said that he really was. Austin clenched his hand and asked if he was planning this. Then he raised his head and asked, "But why?" The man began to approach and asked what why did he still not understand. Reaching out, the girl said that when the game ends, everything will disappear: real power, items, dungeons, monsters. She put her hand on the player's shoulder and said that the reason to read them will disappear. Austin said the name Julia, and she leaned towards him and said that they can't even. Approaching the hero's ear, she whispered that they will take over this world. The hero's eyes widened in surprise and then looked up. The hero was sitting on his knees, and images of players appeared in his head. Lowering his head, the protagonist shouted the player's name. A notification appeared that he had been poisoned by a poisonous snake. The protagonist spat out his blood. A pool of blood lay near the hero's feet. Gray smoke began to emit from it. Looking at this, the girl said that Bauman's curse only caused poisoning. He really is very cool. Smiling widely, Julia said that the thing is that others only needed poison to die. Raising his head, the protagonist asked how it was for others. A crowd of players appeared in the hero's head and he said in surprise, "Really?" The protagonist lowered his head down. Clenching his fist tightly, he said that he believed them and wanted to save this world, and the so-called colleagues with whom they risked their lives together. Opening his mouth wide, the hero furiously shouted that it was happening. Now he was in the way, so they decided to get him out of the way. Spreading her arms to the sides, the girl said that yes, that's right, and he thinks quickly. Frowning, the protagonist heard that the Dragon Slayer, the Thunderstorm, and even the King of the Immortals, he got rid of them all, and now, turning around, the girl asked, don't they have the right to rule this world as they please? The guy turned his head, hearing his name. The hero furiously shouted that he should try to come up with an excuse for his actions with his filthy vain mouth. The players began to leave, and the hero said the guy's name again. Lowering his head, he said, oh shit. Falling to the ground, he said that no one in this world can be trusted. The hero lay unconscious on the ground in blood. That's how he died. Notifications appeared that the game was starting. The man asked about what was happening in Paju today. Damn, did he think that monsters began to appear too often? And the other answered that he should stop complaining. Thanks to this, they would earn a lot of money today. A bright light appeared in the distance. Someone said, damn, their lives are at stake. Hopefully they will be paid more. The car was driving quickly along the road. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he thought about what was happening. Holding his stomach, he thought that it was definitely cut. Looking at his hands, the hero thought about the fact that he eventually died. The men were sitting next to the protagonist. He thought about whether this was a dream. The car was driving straight, and the hero's head was filled with the thought of this place. The driver looked straight ahead in surprise and abruptly pressed the pedal. The car skidded to the side. The man's eyes widened in fear, thinking. It seemed like monsters were standing among the smoke and burning cars. Hitting the wall, he said that there was a crowd of orcs in front of them. Everyone to arms and get out. The men quickly got out of the car with weapons in their hands. One of the monsters turned his head towards them. A whole horde of orcs ran forward furiously. Looking back, the driver asked to move in fear. The guy heard the man address them in fear. Looking to the side, the man said that they did not have enough bullets, so they should pull the trigger only when they were sure. All the people turned around in surprise and asked who it was. The monster fell from a well-aimed shot to the head. The protagonist stood with a weapon, and someone addressed him. The enraged monsters were approaching them. The protagonist began to shoot. Shots flew at the heads of the monsters. The cartridges fell near the hero's feet. The orc grabbed the club tightly. He hit the ground in front of the hero. He flew to the side. Austin looked down. He fired shots at the charging orcs. Landing on the ground, he slid. The hero stood in the gray smoke. The orc looked at him. The monster opened his mouth wide and screamed. He fell sharply to the ground, bleeding. All the people looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked who it was. The man asked if it was even possible to do it alone. Looking at his hand, the protagonist wondered what that feeling was. He lowered his head and thought that it was too real to be a dream. The man started walking towards the protagonist. The guy lowered his head and the soldier turned to him. Pointing his finger forward, he called him an idiot and asked if he wanted to kill them all. Standing in front of the man, he thought that it was not a dream. The hero walked past him and he turned around and addressed the protagonist, to which the protagonist thought that he had returned to the past. Looking at the protagonist's back, the man told him to answer when spoken to. The people looked at him and asked what was wrong. Austin leaned on his knee. Holding his head, he sighed heavily. He looked forward furiously, and the images of players appeared in his head. The guy heard a strange sound. He opened his eyes wide, looking down. A notification popped up that he had become a player. A blue glow appeared. He opened his eyes wide. Standing up, he looked at the windows with the inscription that these halos would help him. Yes, that day he became a player. Frowning, he looked up and said that compared to the past, now he had 3 choices. Looking at the sign with a skeleton, he asked what the representative of the dark world. A snake appeared. It was written that the roles give the ability to control curses of different types. Skeletons appeared and it was said that either using the dead as material to create a tight army. A hand with a red glow appeared above the man. Unlike other roles, this one gave cheating abilities. Therefore, one player could master all the skills. The so-called King of Immortals, John was the most powerful player who received the favor of the Dark World representative and all the abilities. The skeletons walked towards the player, and the hero thought that if Carl was a hero, then he was a monster. Taking a step forward, the hero said that he was too. Raising his finger up, he added that in order to find this monster, the hero clicked on the icon of the Dark World representative and said that he analyzed and researched his aura. Smiling widely, Austin said that now he would become this monster. A portrait of the player and a bright glow appeared in front of the hero, and he turned to him and said that they would begin to hunt them. A flag appeared. The guild is a commercial organization for uniting players. Of all of them, the Phoenix Guild could get money and power in any way, so it became the second guild in Korea. The guild emblem appeared. Against the backdrop of corruption in the Phoenix Guild, the Messiah Guild looks even more perfect. The headquarters of the Phoenix Guild appeared. Putting his hand on the paper, the man said that this is a contract for joining the Phoenix Guild. The man, sitting in front of the guy, said that each dungeon clearing entails additional costs. Looking at the documents, Austin thought that this is not enough to buy an item, but nothing can be done. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked how he can prove his qualifications as a player. The man put his hand under his jacket and heard that the status window can only be seen by the player himself, and there is no way for others to see it. Putting the item on the table, the man said that these are unique skill pages of representatives of the dark world. Let him choose one of them and tear the paper. Smiling, he said that if he is a player. Taking his glasses, the man added that he can check everything with his own eyes, right? The hero looked at Lai and asked if this was it. Looking at the paper, the hero had a question about hematoxin in his head. Looking down, Austin thought that he didn't think he could get it here. Blood was flowing from his finger. This skill turns blood into a potent poison that is very difficult to resist. The skill itself is very simple. A huge monster appeared on which blood was flowing, but with a blood golem the effect increases, so it is a very useful ability. The hero took hold of the sheet of paper. Tearing it, he said that he chooses this skill page. The hero began to glow purple. He acquired the hematoxin skill. Walking through the forest, one of the people asked why he was chosen as a bloodhound. The girl looked up and asked that the role he was not suitable for this role, to which the man replied that of course it was. The man quietly said that because in the entire guild his character is the most dog-like, to which the girl asked again in surprise. Looking at her, the player said that he would stay with him for a little while longer and see for himself how bad his character was. The guy shouted that they were approaching. All the players frowned, and he added that they should prepare for battle, to which they grabbed their weapons. The man held his hand near the phone. Looking down, the protagonist said that he died once and was reborn, but he still dreams of his past life. Then he said that he returned to the past, so he thinks they are still alive, asked how soon he can meet them. Wangman's Sports Park appeared. The man raised his hand and asked that everyone came early. Folding her hands, the girl said that today is their first hunt, they just have to trust him, right? Spreading his hands, the man said that this is already his 4th trip, let them just trust and follow him. Pointing his finger forward, he asked, by the way, when will the last participant arrive? All the people turned around in surprise. They watched as the car quickly approached them. Frowning, the guy said that this was his first time, but he was so slow, this newbie needs to be more disciplined. The hooded man got out of the car. The girl looked away with disdain and said that it was true, he should be grateful that they let him join, what a terrible machine. Smiling widely, the man said that judging by the way he looked, it seemed like he didn't even get the guild equipment. Looking at the guy, the player said that it seemed like he decided to focus on survival on his first operation. Turning around, the player said to forget about him, let them go. Walking straight, the man said okay, suggested pretending that they were missing one member, he had just acquired a new weapon. The guy watched the players leave, and then his mouth fell open. Information about the Goblin Cave appeared, and the man said that the briefing on the dungeons was over, the things he didn't mention didn't matter. The main thing was to remember their goal and the conditions in which it needed to be accomplished. He said to check everything again. The guy nervously wiped his face with a handkerchief and said that if they had any questions or if anyone wanted to refuse. Pointing to the board, he added that they should say no. If there weren't any, he asked to check their inventory again. The player looked at his inventory in surprise. The bald man laughed, looking at him. The guy lay down on the table laughing, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand. Tapping his finger on the table, the hero thought about the fact that he didn't know anyone here. Grinning, he thought about what it meant, he wouldn't have to worry about them. They heard that they could enter the dungeons. All the players were standing in front of the glowing portal. Putting her hand to her face, the girl was surprised and said that it was the first time she saw him so close, to which the man said that she would be even more surprised when she went inside. The protagonist took off his hood and said nothing. The player walked out of the portal in surprise. The protagonist stood on the other side, looking at them. The girl put her hand to her mouth and was surprised. While in the forest, she asked that this was a completely different world. Looking up, the guy said that it was as if he had ended up in a game. Looking at him, the man asked again and said that this was reality. Looking at the players, the man said that everyone should remain alert, everyone had only one life. The protagonist turned around and then looked at the scratched trees and thought that judging by the tracks, there were a lot of goblins here. Smiling, the man looked at him and asked what the hero's name was. The whole squad looked at the protagonist, and the man asked if he could look around while they were setting up camp. Frowning, the hero said yes, of course. Looking at the main character leaving, the guy said that he thought he would be clingy, but he was so easy to get. Smiling widely, the player said that he did not know how dangerous it was, so stupid. Turning around, the man said that they should prepare for the hunt, now all the items will be theirs. Putting his hand to his face, Austin looked up and asked if he was going to use him as bait. The hero smiled widely and said that as he expected. A tall building appeared. The woman, looking down, said, well, everyone is here. All the people were sitting at a round table, and she added that let her introduce a new participant for this mission. The man with scars asked again. The door opened, the shadow of a man appeared. The man from the guild frowned and thought that such an arrogant bastard, seriously. Holding the item in his hands, the man said that he was pleased to meet you. Looking at the players, he said that there were so many familiar faces, so there was no need to introduce himself, right? The man smiled and said that he had great ambitions, however. The guy, looking forward, said that he was pleased to meet you, he was Carl. The man asked, well, what should he do? The man slammed his hand on the table. Leaning on the table, he angrily said that he was a bastard, how dare he talk to the boss in such a tone. The man looked away in thought. The master archer and swordsman were sitting at the table and heard the question of why they called this bastard. Looking at him, the man said that he really should only, to which the player asked why. He was crazy. Hitting the man on the finger, he asked what was irritating him with his intonation, was it because of the last time? Nate, looking away, asked that there was still a residue. The guild member thought that this idiot again, and the man shouted that he said, this bastard, well, today he is finished. They both turned around sharply, hearing that they should stop. Nate stood there frowning. The man clenched his teeth tightly and turned around. Putting his hand on the table, Joe thought that hell, if not for the last time. Sitting at the table, he thought about how soon he would beat all his arrogance out of him. Biting his lips, the girl suggested finishing with greetings. Julia, looking away, said that the work indicated earlier, asked how much longer they should wait. The man held the object in his hand and thought. Looking ahead, he said that if it was only about finding the location of the material, then 3 days. Looking ahead, Carl repeated about 3 days and said that it was not bad. The forest appeared. The man was holding onto a scratched tree, sitting on a branch. The protagonist thought that apparently the rumors about this dungeon were not lying, and then smirked slightly. Putting his hand on the tree, Austin thought that now it was not even funny, this type of reconnaissance and fighting style, he taught me all this. The man, looking at the tree, said that each trace carries information and this will help him survive in the dungeon, to which the hero replied that information is important, but in order to survive. Turning around, Austin asked if it was not enough to just become stronger. Folding his arms, Nate said that no matter how strong he is, he will always have a weakness. Frowning, the hero looked straight ahead and thought that his words would be a lesson for him, but he turned out to be for the Messiah. Jumping down, the hero had a thought that he not only killed for the Messiah, but also became their faithful dog. Frowning, Austin thought that now this knowledge would turn into a knife in his back. The stone flew straight ahead. It flew into a tree near the hero. Goblins appeared, and the hero thought it was funny. He raised his hand up and blue particles appeared. Smiling, the protagonist looked at his weapon. Then he ran his hand over it. Cutting his hand, Austin said that until recently he was hiding from goblins in 7-story dungeons, but now they are just targets for my hemotoxin. The monster began to approach the protagonist. Opening his mouth wide, he swung his club. The hero abruptly struck him. The blade pierced the monster's hand. Gray smoke appeared. The goblin began to fall to the ground. It was written that goblins are vulnerable to blood poisoning. The monster clenched his teeth. He abruptly hit the hero with a club, which he dodged. Squinting his eyes, the hero thought that he was poisoned, but he was still moving. Apparently the poison was not that strong. The monster suddenly jumped up, swinging his weapon. They hit the ground, and the protagonist flew to the side. Austin sharply spun the weapon in his hands. The sword flew at the monster's head, on which he fell. The remaining monster looked forward in fear. Grinning, the protagonist thought that the goblin's strategy was easy to predict, so these bastards would be easy to deal with. Looking at the horde of monsters, the protagonist thought that if he dragged out time, they would only continue to accumulate. A bright blue glow appeared. The protagonist grabbed the rope. The protagonist looked at the horde of monsters and the effect of the Goblin King's whip was activated. All the goblins stood with their mouths wide open. Everyone became more afraid. Smiling, the hero said that it was good that he had prepared it in advance. The characteristics of the whip were shown. The players walked along a forest path. The trees suddenly leaned to the side. The girl turned around at the sound and thought. Then she opened her eyes wide and was surprised. The monsters began to run forward rapidly. The girl looked at them in fear. The troll suddenly jumped on her and swung his club. Blood dripped onto the girl's face. She slightly opened her eyes. The man stood, and in front of him was a pool of blood. Holding a sword in his hand, the man angrily asked what he was doing. There was no need to be afraid of ordinary goblins. The girl with tears in her eyes turned to him. The players laughed and joyfully shouted his name. The man said that she should concentrate. She did not need to be afraid of these weaklings. He smiled and thought that it was good that he had prepared the long sword. Goblins appeared and he thought that goblins were just bags of meat. The player looked down in surprise and asked what. He grabbed it tightly and thought about why. The man opened his eyes and mouth wide. The monster hit the player's head sharply. The player fell to the ground sharply. The players looked at him and shouted his name. Lying on the ground, he opened one eye. His whole head was covered in blood. He stretched his hand forward and asked for help. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and the guy clenched his teeth tightly. You could hear them standing and watching. The player opened his mouth wide and shouted. The two guys ran forward at a rapid pace. The forest appeared and screams were heard. The monster winced in pain. Marks from the attack appeared on him. The goblin fell to the ground and the others looked at him. The monster looked up. The hero frowned and smiled broadly. The goblin started to run away screaming in fear. Austin swung his whip sharply. The monster was hit and winced in pain. He clenched his teeth tightly, and then he suddenly fell to his knees. A bright glow appeared around the hero. His level was increased. A notification popped up that a representative from the dark world was interested in him. An achievement that attracted attention was received. Smiling, Austin said that they were weaker than he thought. There were many corpses of monsters on the ground, and the hero said that he even attracted attention with so many. Looking at the whip, the protagonist said that only fools wave heavy swords. The whip of the Goblin King is enough. There is no point in wasting time here. Sitting on the ground, the player, looking down, cursed. The guy, squinting his eyes, asked what happened to the new guy. The man lowered his head and said that he was probably dead since there was no news from him. The guy shouted, "Damn it, it would be better if someone else was with them." He did as he said. "What is it?" And the man asked what the hell, to which he replied, "That's exactly it." He told them to believe them. All the heroes opened their eyes in fear. The man rose abruptly and asked, "Can't be," again. The mountains appeared behind the forest. The main character stood in front of the goblin corpses. It was written that the representative of the dark world admired his abilities. He acquired the skill of the skeleton warrior. The hero looked ahead in surprise, and then stretched out his hand forward and said about the reference book. Looking at the book, Austin said about the skeleton warrior. Holding the paper in his hand, Otis said that he could not believe that he already had all this skill. John, the immortal king who could control the army of the dead with his own hands, one of his strongest skills, but on the other hand, this skill was not perfect. Its flaw was fatal, which allowed him to kill him. Only monsters killed directly by the hands of the caster could be sacrificed, and there were huge restrictions. Smiling, Austin tore the paper and said, well, at least he would save some time. A notification appeared that he had acquired the skill Skeleton Warrior. Walking towards the dead goblins, the hero said that it would be easier to distract the enemy and hunt. The protagonist brought his hand to the monster's head. Bright particles began to reach his palm. Particles of the goblin's body began to reach up. Then the skeleton of the monster appeared. The hero looked down carefully. The skeleton grabbed the ground tightly. It began to rise, and the hero, looking at it, thought. The skeleton's eyes lit up and he said that this guy, he likes the shine of his eyes. In the distance, a forested mountain was visible. The hero looked at the skeleton. The guy put his hand to his chin, thought it was not as strong as he expected. The skeleton looked at Austin. The guy thought, his magic power indicators are too low. Is there really nothing that can be done about it? The soldier looked straight at him. The hero put his hand on his head. Using him as a weapon would be difficult. He looked up, stopped. This is what he was thinking about. He saw the hanged people on the tree, thought, the remains of the players, their rotting bodies hanging like puppets. One similarity between monsters, from the weakest goblins to the strongest dragons, is the desire to harm people. Unfortunately, most beginners do not take this into account. The guy headed for the cave, thought that now he had no reason to be merciful to these monsters. Night, the group was sitting in the forest by the fire. Mark said with irritation, "They are just goblins." The girl wiped her tears with her hand. The archer turned to Mark, asking what they should do now. He sat with his head down, saying that they had definitely underestimated this dungeon. Mark said in a trembling voice that he couldn't die like this. He frowned, saying that he wouldn't lose to these goblins. He stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, shouted that they couldn't die here. The archer looked at him in surprise. The witch looked up. The knight timidly turned to Mark. He leaned forward, shouted what was wrong with them. It was difficult, but they could still cope if they tried. The archer pointed, said that he didn't mean that. Mark looked up, asked, "What do you mean, not that?" The archer stood up, said that he had something above his head. The archer asked what he was talking about. What was above his head? Mark opened his mouth in surprise. He saw the glowing inscription "Level Up." He frowned, asked, "Level up? He's not even in battle. What's going on?" He remembered that the level only goes up then. He froze, said, "When someone from the team fights." He exclaimed, "That's it, the newbie is still alive." The guy was holding a torch in his hand. A dead goblin lay nearby. The passage to the cave was blocked by logs. Austin decided that the most effective way to kill a crowd of goblins. He grinned evilly, exclaimed, "Do it like this." The guy threw the torch. It fell next to the logs. There was an explosion. A black cloud of smoke rose up. The goblin sniffed the air. He looked back, raised a scream. Another monster pointed at the smoke. They grabbed their throats. They began to choke, fell to the ground. The goblin continued to point at the exit, screamed in fear. Everyone was alarmed. They rushed to the exit. The hero looked at the blazing fire. The monsters began to knock out the logs. The guy frowned. They tried to break free with furious screams, stretching their hands. The goblin screamed, saliva dripping from his sharp fangs. Austin looked at them calmly. He smirked and suggested at least burying the dead players with them. The flames flared up stronger. The monsters were burning in the fire. A fire was raging in the forest. A dialogue box appeared with a message. The representative of the dark world was pleased with the cruelty of the hero. The skeleton looked at the dying fire. The guy lowered his eyes. He looked up, thought, so strange. He took the whip. He thought it would help to see at least the face of the main monster. Austin was about to leave. He thought that this was a little unpleasant. Maybe he was hiding somewhere. The skeleton went after the hero, but he was interrupted by an unexpected movement at the side of the fire. He looked back. A huge goblin appeared from the ground. Pieces of wood flew at the dead man. The leader of the monsters bared his teeth. The guy hit him with the whip, said, finally. He was already starting to get tired of this place. He said sullenly, thank you for showing yourself. The boss goblin stood in front of him with burning eyes. Austin said that before the Messiah Guild intervened, millions of newbies died in this dungeon, all because of this monster. He moved his hand to the side. A glow appeared. In a dungeon with goblins of level 1, meeting the hidden goblin king is equal to meeting death. He waved his hand, however. A sword appeared in his hand. He thought that he would not allow this monster to take lives any longer. The skeleton looked at the weapon. He took a step forward. Austin noticed this. He asked him, is he so eager to fight? The warrior stopped, looked at the guy. The hero tilted his head to the side, said, look at him. He noticed that even his gaze had changed. The guy leaned his back against the tree. The dead man was holding a sword in his hands. The goblin looked down at his opponent. The skeleton stood. Suddenly, he broke away. He ran at the monster. He furiously rushed forward. The warrior ran under his feet. He was behind him, hit his foot with his sword. Austin raised an eyebrow, surprised. He remembered the giant dragon that attacked the villagers. The knight screamed, and how they should kill him. The hero exclaimed, attack his legs. He took out his sword, said if they knocked him down, there would be a better chance of winning. He frowned, struck the dragon's leg, swung a few more times. The guy froze in amazement, thought, these movements, exactly. The goblin dropped to one knee. The skeleton rushed to the enemy, ran around him. Austin opened his eyes wide, thought, this fighting style, he would recognize it among 100. He remembered that he had the same one. The dead man hit the monster in the head. The guy thought, the fighting power of the skeleton servant. He put his finger to his mouth. He knew that his power would affect him, but he smiled evilly. He would never have thought that he would copy his style. The skeleton stuck his sword into the ground. The guy walked up to him, said that before he returned to the past, he could handle almost any weapon in existence. Even in the guild there were only a few people who could fight him one-on-one. The dead man looked at him questioningly. The guy added that at this rate, the skeleton frowned. He would have to reconsider his plan. Austin raised an eyebrow. He reached his finger to the glowing screen in front of him. The dialogue box said that a representative of the dark world appreciated his achievements and sent him a legendary skill page as a reward for his efforts. The guy held a sheet in his hand, shouted, legendary shooting gallery. He smiled, said that he did not expect to receive it here. The man from the tower shouted that the dungeon was cleared. The guy in glasses stood up abruptly, exclaimed in fear that he ran out of the construction trailer. He opened his eyes wide. He saw a portal open nearby, from which people were coming out. They were the returning players. He opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe that the dungeon was cleared. Only a day had passed. How could this be possible? Medics were helping the players. The guy ran to them, shouted that he was glad that everyone had returned alive. He adjusted his glasses, asked why there were only 4 of them. Where was Mr. Austin? The participants lowered their eyes. The man was very excited. He said that he understood. He must be. Suddenly, someone shouted that someone else was coming out. He turned around abruptly. Bob pointed. Austin came out of the portal. The guy in glasses looked at him in surprise. The hero was walking in the other direction and did not pay attention to the group. The guy waved his hand, ran after him, shouted for him to wait. Bob did not take his eyes off him, said that, as he thought, this impudent man remained alive. What dirty tricks did he use to clear the dungeon? The man in glasses caught up with the guy. They were talking about something. Bob looked at him angrily, thought, he really is. He thought, and who is he? The newspaper headlines about the continuous negative growth, the Union of Guilds in Europe, the United States, the player regulation law. Someone asked, will they just continue to listen to the players' demands? A billboard on a high-rise building. The news anchor reported that around the world, the greed of players is increasing every day, according to analysis. The dungeons can only be cleared by players, so they try to abuse their power. But even at this time, the Korean Guild Messiah cleared a 5-story dungeon without any conditions. The news announcer said that Carl saved the world again. The man watched the broadcast. They reported that after successfully clearing the 5-story dungeon, the guild's sponsor, Hansung Corporation, recorded an increase in stock price. He typed something on his phone. He was angry at the people from Messiah. He threw the phone on the table angrily. All the news is only about them. Bob sat at the bar, lowered his head, exclaimed, "Because of them they look like they do everything only for money." The man sitting next to him told him to forget about it. It was not the first time. He raised an eyebrow, asked, "Anyway, what happened in the dungeon?" Bob sighed, asked him not to talk about it. "This Austin, because of him they almost died." The man asked why, what happened. Bob pointed at the bandage, asked if he could see it. It was because of that newbie. The man was surprised, so the rumors were true. Bob covered his face with his hand, said yes, that newbie joined. He wanted the new item so much that he even ran into the crowd of goblins. He took a glass, said that in order to save it, he ran too. Then this happened. The man waved his hand, exclaimed, "Shouldn't the guild punish him?" Bob grinned, "Let him forget about it. It seems he really needed that money." The man screamed, no matter how much he needed the money, it was wrong, said he would talk to his friends so he couldn't do something like this anywhere else. The guy reached for the newspaper clipping with the photo. He touched his chin with his hand, said he shouldn't meet Carl like he did before. He decided he had to get stronger so she would be interested in him. There were many diagrams and photos on the wall, newspaper clippings. He tore one of them down, decided he had to start from the most forgotten corner of his life. Morning, an office building, the man exclaimed, "The Orc Hunter Dungeon." The hero was sitting at a table. Opposite was a man in a suit. An employee was standing next to him. The employee told the guy that if he was trying to eliminate this rumor spreading through the guild and try to solve everything now, Austin asked, "A rumor?" Said he hadn't heard any rumors, he just needed some money. The director folded his arms, asked, "Is it all about the money?" He seriously remarked, "Life is priceless." Asked the guy, "Money is also important, but isn't he worried about his life?" Austin raised his hand. The man added that if they are really urgently needed, the guild can lend. The guy replied that everything is fine, asked to just set a date, he will do the rest himself. He thought that this inappropriate and unpleasant rumor was now like a welcome gift for him, a good argument to go alone. A little later, in the office, the director was looking out the window. The man in glasses standing behind him said that he thought the rumors about Austin were not lie. He answered that rumors were rumors, but he did not even know his place, asked what the status of the dungeon was, which he wanted to go to. The guy in glasses reported with concern that another group had recently gone there, where they were killed. Since then no one had applied for a month. The director looked back at him, asked who he was. The employee answered that a rising star from the group, Michael. From the window, the director saw that the hero was heading to the car. The man asked what they should do. He was trying to get into the dungeon that specialist Michael had not mastered. Austin looked at his phone. The director said that he would not live long. The guy turned around. The man added that they would still support him to some extent, just in case. Austin smirked and said that in order to kill the hero, he needs to befriend the villain. There was an article about Michael in his phone. Night, Chuncheon City Hall. When the hero got out of the car, a man in a suit ran up to him and called out to him. He asked excitedly if he really came alone. The guy looked away, kept silent. The man thought that maybe he couldn't find partners because of his greed for money. He waved his hand, suggested going straight to the dungeon. He glanced at Austin, thought that he was crazy. He really was going to go alone. And yet, why does he care? It's none of his business whether he dies or not. The open portal was among the sharp rocks. The hero moved. He stood in front of the glowing screen. The dialogue box contained information about the Orc Hunter. The guy thought, clearing the dungeon is impossible according to his level if he goes alone. He pulled out his sword, but if he could use the orc as a skeleton warrior, everything would change. The huge orc appeared behind the guy, about to strike from behind. Austin glared at him. He slipped under the monster's feet. He dropped his hand to the ground, turned around. He hit him in the leg with his sword. The guy stopped in confusion. He thought it was a normal orc, but his skin was thicker. His attack left a small scratch. The monster raised his club. The guy grinned, thought, and with such strength, he would die from one blow. He stood in front of the orc, thinking that if only he could kill him and summon him as a skeleton warrior, then he would have a chance to clear the dungeon alone. He made a sharp move to the side. The orc looked down. He hit the ground. The guy dodged. A shard cut his face. He found himself behind the monster. He stopped. He dashed forward. He wanted to hit the same place. He chopped at the leg. He struck many times. The monster turned. The hero ran away. The orc trembled. Blood gushed from the wounds on his legs. Austin lowered his weapon, said, "A predator without legs." The monster fell to the ground. The guy raised his sword, exclaimed, "I'm not scary anymore." A pool of blood spread around the orc's head. A message appeared that a skeleton warrior had been summoned. An office building with signs. Two men were sitting opposite each other. Bob grinned, said, "This thing, interesting." Jack moved his hand towards him, asked what he was staring at, again trying to choose some strange item for his business. The man continued to grin. He threw the folder on the table, told him to take a look since he was so curious. The guy looked down. He took the document, exclaimed what it was. He wondered if the newbie, who had recently awakened, had cleared the dungeon himself. Bob replied that they said he had just entered the second cave, and this time he was alone from the start, asked if he thought this guy was arrogant for someone who had just acquired his powers. Jack pointed to the folder, said that couldn't be true, nonsense, even he had had difficulties at first. He asked if he really trusted some piece of paper with an unknown source. A girl in heels approached them. Jack added that he didn't think he was so naive. She glared angrily, asked if there were any problems with her report. Jack looked at her with fear. He pointed to the sheet of paper, started making excuses since she had provided it. No wonder, it seemed perfect to him, asked how she had gotten such accurate information. The girl slammed the tray on the table, replied that it was her job. Bob took the glass, noted that this information was 100% reliable because it had been collected by Kate's secretary. He asked, if they can't trust her, who should they trust? Suddenly he saw instant coffee bags on the tray. He jumped up from his seat and shouted angrily that he told her not to buy instant coffee. He hated it. Kate calmly brought the glass to her mouth. He shouted, so why did she buy it? The girl opened her eyes. She pointed at the coffee, said that it was left over from a meeting with the Phoenix Guild, which was last week, and this report was prepared on the back of used paper. Bob exclaimed happily, how delicious, the best instant coffee. He glowed with calm, exclaimed, of course, if they can't trust Kate's secretary, then who else in the world can they trust? Jack thought, such stinginess. He looked at the man's bald head, thought, that's why, at such an age. There was an empty coffee cup on the table. Bob waved his hand towards Kate, asked how things were going with the purchase of the dungeon. The girl looked ahead, answered that there were some good dungeons, but the price was too high, so she continues to search. Jack thought about buying a dungeon. He looked seriously at Bob, asked him if there were no dungeons left from those he had recently purchased. The man with a grim grin asked what he meant. If he started going into dungeons, they would not have enough. The guy pointed at himself, shouted, what was he hinting at? He just came back from the dungeon yesterday. Didn't he deserve a little rest? Bob waved his hand, said that if a person rests often, he will soon become lazy. Workaholics like him are prone to illness. He does it for his own good. The guy was indignant, this old man. Kate sighed. The orc opened his mouth, let out a terrifying roar. He hit the skeleton. It flew into pieces. The skull fell to the ground. Austin sat on the dead orc, said gloomily that, due to the low skill level, the durability is quite weak. He jumped down, touched the monster with his hand, said that John George, the king of the immortals, with whom he fought in his past life, told him one thing. A glow appeared at the place of touch. The orcs were surprised. A message appeared that a skeleton warrior was summoned. A hand burst out of the lying body. The skeleton warrior had sharp fangs. He stood behind the guy. Austin's eyes glowed white. He said that as long as his magic power allows, he will have as many skeleton warriors. Behind him lay the defeated orcs. How many victims fell on this battlefield? The monsters were perplexed. When the battle was over, messages appeared that the hero's level increased, all skill points will increase, the blood poison skill reached level 2. The glowing screen appeared in front of Austin. He asked, and that was it? Trying to level up in this dungeon would be hard. Decided he needed to stop fighting regular orcs and find an orc hunter instead. He put his hand to his chin. With a stick he drew a diagram on the ground, like a creature hunting alone. He thought he would lead a pack. The guy frowned, but it looked like he didn't hang out with a group. He thought there was only one place left. He turned his attention to the warrior, thought it was him. He was sitting next to him, looking at his drawing in surprise. The guy thought he knew something, that's why he was looking like that. He scratched his head with a branch, thought, that can't be, it doesn't matter, a place where an orc hunter might be. He stood up. If he was in this place, there wouldn't be any useful monsters there for him to use as sacrifices. The only useful one would be a skeleton warrior. He hit the skeleton on the head with the branch. This guy. They left together. Austin decided that he needed to come up with something better. The crows were sitting on the bones. The orc growled dully. The birds took off. One of the monsters was dragging another along the ground. The other had wounds on his face and chipped fangs. A streak of blood stretched behind him. The monster was eating a man. He bit the skin with his large teeth. When suddenly, he heard sounds. Austin looked at what was happening. He had a bow in his hands. He thought that the boss of the dungeon was stronger than the others and it would be stupid to engage in battle with him without preparation. The guy understood that he could pierce the body only with an arrow with poisoned blood on the end. In front of him was a skeleton. In his hands he had a sword. The monster with red eyes turned around. His mouth opened. Seeing him, he ran. The skeleton also ran at him with two swords in his hands. He swung. The weapons touched. The fight began. The monster with red eyes was very angry with him. Suddenly, he began to bite the bones of the skeleton. Austin took aim at him. He understood that his glowing blood-red eyes could tell that he was the orc hunter. The guy began to aim because it was necessary to avoid thick skin. He shot in such a way as to hit the weak spot. The skeleton and the orc were still fighting. The arrow flew straight at the orc. It hit his red eye, that was the weakest spot. The orc almost fell from the blow, but he still stayed on his feet but moved back a little. He held onto the ground with one hand. The orc tried to remove the arrow from his eye. He managed to pull it out and threw it on the ground. It was covered in blood. It was clear that he was feeling bad. After all, the poisonous blood had affected him. The weaker the hit point, the faster the poison spreads. The orc screamed, and the main character rejoiced. Because of the poisonous blood skill, the orc's health will gradually decrease. The monster's eyes looked up. The second level of the poisonous blood skill does not increase the chance of death. But this effect was enough. The orc was holding his head, drooling from his mouth. The skeleton raised his sword to make his final blow to the orc. He killed him, and the protagonist watched. He received a notification that he destroyed the orc and cleared the dungeon, which caused his level to increase. The protagonist looked at what was in his stomach. He was wondering if there was a party member inside, and he also hit one of the skeletons. A sound was emitted. He looked at them. One of the skeletons caught his attention. After all, it had an unusual cut in the ribs. It could not have been done by an orc. From the appearance, one could say that he was attacked from behind by someone who was used to killing in dungeons, Austin thought. It was not clear whether the murder was intentional, but if they were members of a group in the Phoenix Guild, then in principle, someone could have committed the murder because of money and items. The guy sighed because he had little time left to stay in the dungeon. He thought about how he would be able to find traces of the guy. It was night, the moon was bright. Austin wanted to get closer to Michael. Something was shining brightly from the dungeon. He covered his eyes with his hand a little from the brightness. The protagonist realized that there was a cave here. Only one person could enter this cave. A skeleton was sitting in it with a sword in his hands and in armor. His weapon was clean. The skeleton itself was not badly damaged. Austin thought that while his comrades were dying, this guy ran away and counted the days until he himself died. This act was worthy of the Phoenix Guild. The guy smiled. It turns out that the rising star of the group, Michael, died. The guy gloated and thought that there was no suitable place for the grave of such a person than here. Suddenly, a book fell from the skeleton's hands. Austin wondered what it was. He picked it up. He began to read what was written there. At first he thought it was a diary, but he realized that it was not because there was something important there. The protagonist began to read carefully. It was the blacklist of the Michael group. He smiled sarcastically, closing the book, because he was lucky. This list will find a great use, Austin said. The representative of the Dark World congratulated the protagonist on the achievement and sent the legendary skill page as a gift. He smiled fiercely because in such a place it was difficult to get such a thing. In his hands he held a piece of paper where the Eye of Anubis was written. Now the guy could look into the past of the dead. He tore this paper. No matter what luck he had in his past life, now everything changed. He received a notification that he had received a new skill. They said that the dead cannot speak. Austin tried to touch the skeleton. He took his skull with his hands. For him, those words did not mean anything. His eyes turned blue. There was a storm in his eyes. Blue smoke came out of his eye. The new skill of the Eye of Anubis was activated. He aimed at the eyes of the skull and a spark came out. Even the skeleton from the street saw this bright light. The guy saw a man asking for help from the orcs, but the guy saw this and just ran away, namely into that rock. He held his head in his hands, not understanding what to do. He shouldn't die, the guy told himself. Human hunting. It was a crime. There was nothing terrible as long as he stood behind it. The guy was talking about someone who could become the owner of the Phoenix Guild. The guy was sitting on the couch with red eyes. Austin's eyes still had black waves. They glowed the same bright blue, just like the skeleton's. The skull fell from the corpse. Austin took his eyes, which had become completely black. He realized that everything he saw was the memories of a dead man. He had a terrible past. The protagonist spent more magic power than he wanted. Now his preparation was complete. If he used this information and the list he found, he would approach him. He didn't care how careful he could be. There was a cottage, the sun was shining. His hand was covered in blood from beatings. The guard was shouting why the guy let another player take over the dungeon. The guy was bleeding from his mouth and nose. He apologized and said that he would take care of him. The man said that the dungeon he couldn't handle was cleared by a newbie. The guy was silent, which the man didn't like. He called the secretary. Kate apologized and said that she would start now. The guy screamed that he didn't need to be killed and that he needed to be given another chance. The guards took him out. The door slammed shut. The man continued reading the newspaper about the newbie capturing the dungeon alone. He asked if he had a good reputation. Kate replied that she was fine. It turns out that Austin abandoned his partners in the first dungeon. There were also rumors that he left the entire reward, but this was not confirmed. There was also a problem that if his reputation in the guild was bad, it would be difficult to move on, because he would not always be able to walk alone. He received a phone call. He picked up the phone. The protagonist asked to meet the man. Austin never ceased to amaze him. The results of the applications for the single story A+ rank dungeon, 20 spots were allocated to the Phoenix Guild. 3 guilds were currently vying for the remaining 20 spots. There was also a large one. What if they divided each faction into 6 spots? There would still be 2 spots left. The man asked why there were 2 spots left if there were 3 factions. The guy said that was why they couldn't find a compromise. And since it was in a plus rank dungeon, the drop rate of rare items was higher, and what's more, since it was a single story dungeon, the efficiency was also good. The man said that they would most likely not give in to each other because they were filled with self-confidence. He pulled at his tie because they were like a splinter. Then he asked if there was anyone who was not part of a faction but applied for the remaining 2 spots. The guy said no. The man understood them because you never know what might happen when you enter without a group. His phone rang. It was Michael calling. He said that the situation was complicated. The man's eyes widened at the news. He was talking about Austin. The guy started thinking about him. It turned out that the protagonist wanted to take the remaining 2 spots without the other factions knowing. If it was really him, then the rumors were true since he always went alone, so the other groups would not worry. The guy asked if Austin wanted to be part of the faction. The man said he didn't know yet, but maybe they would use him in the dungeon anyway and then get rid of him. The guy asked again what would happen to the remaining spot. If so, the other factions might start fighting for it. The man said that they would give in to the other factions if they put the protagonist. Also Michael an amazing strategist because he has an ace hidden like Austin. In fact, it is better to retreat in order to get the greatest benefit later. He was wondering how Austin met Michael. Kate asked why he accepted the request from the protagonist. He replied that it was funny to watch him fight his way here to bring the thing. Michael said that he could manipulate him and then get rid of him at any time. An hour later, the man showed the notebook and asked if he knew what it was. Austin answered in the affirmative. Michael asked why he came then. He smiled and asked if he thought blackmail would work on him. The protagonist replied that he came here with an offer, not with blackmail. A 1-story dungeon of rank A+, everyone was talking about it and he would like to get into it. Michael asked again, and smiled. Suddenly he laughed, saying that he was funny. He also asked if he understood what kind of dungeon this was. Austin answered yes, because it is a dungeon that the Phoenix and Messiah guilds compete for, because there is a limited number of places in it. Michael asked that a person who knows this wants to go there. He threw the notebook on the table and said that he was crazy. He accepted his offer, but with one condition: Kenbu University. There was an event. The guy sat and listened. The man said that they probably know the contents of the dungeon report. There are more than 1,000 orcs in this dungeon. The dungeon level was the first. The task was to track down thousands of orcs and an orc warrior, and the entry condition was no more than level 20. The guy sighed. People survived in previous attacks. About 70 people, and almost half of the participants died. Only elite players of each guild gathered at this meeting. It was impossible to take into account that all the deaths were related to the fight against monsters. Austin was forced to turn a blind eye to this due to lack of evidence. There was a high chance that the murders occurred among the players, because this would be a good opportunity to get rid of rivals and steal items. Austin began to leave the event. In this dungeon, you could get different rewards. The reward for killing an orc warrior, a fang of the orc clan. In the end, the prize was given to the Messiah Guild for their enormous contribution. The protagonist did not know anything, but thinking at the moment he understands that this was very strange. Carl may have been engaged in corruption. Austin left the hall. He thought that if Michael was behind this incident, there was a chance that the Messiah Guild had nothing to do with it. And instead, they had planted a spy in other guilds. If the protagonist needed to predict the next move, the guy walked down the corridor. There was a portal that people entered. Players entered the dungeon. There were many different people from different guilds. The Messiah Guild, the Phoenix Guild, also the Lion and Skull Guild. Austin was on his own, the first one to enter the portal as well. He wanted to rip the orc clan's fang right out of his hands. A light appeared in the middle of the forest. The girl and the guy couldn't find their guild because there were a lot of people. The man shouted for the Messiah Guild to line up. People began to come out, quickly lining up. The guy was shocked because this could only be expected from the Messiah Guild. The man with red hair said that if they were the first to act, it didn't mean anything because there were thousands of orcs. Suddenly, someone shouted that there was an orc. He was big with red eyes. One man stepped towards him. He said that the Messiah would deal with him. The skill of a tenacious fighter, the provocation was successful. The man began his attack. The orc noticed this and turned around. He began to attack the fighter. He hit the shield with one hand. The guy tried to hold on. It was hard for him. The monster screamed. The guy asked if that was all. The girl helped him. She used her skills, namely, the master of the source of wisdom. The restraint was successful. She stood behind the guy while the orc was dying. He screamed, trying to get out. A loud sound was heard from the forest. People turned around to see what happened. They thought there was an earthquake. The man said that it was not an earthquake, but on the contrary, there was something behind the forest. They approached the forest. The guys were tense. Suddenly, orcs started running out of the forest. One of them tried to hit the guy with his fist, but he cut his hand. People started fighting them, some fought with a sword, some with a bow. The orcs were stronger, which is why many started dying. Suddenly, some orcs rose up along with the ground. This was done by magicians who cast spells. One of the factions decided to fight. They ran forward. One of the orcs was killed in the back. Austin watched this from the tree. He realized that no one noticed his absence. It was his turn. The guy understood that the enemies would not be able to push the players back to such an extent. He decided to take advantage of the situation and locate the orc warrior. According to the task, it was necessary to get rid of the orc warrior and 1,000 more orcs. The guilds will first try to reduce the number of orcs in order to minimize losses. Austin jumped from the tree. He flew and thought that after destroying 1,000 orcs, the players will start looking for the orc warrior. The guy smiled. He had to have time to get the fang of the orc warrior. It was night, there was a big moon. The main orc was sitting in the rocks. He had blue eyes. One of the monsters was bleeding from the mouth. His head was cut off, and it flew straight to the main one. The other monsters watched this. The orc warrior tried to get up. After he got up, he raised his axe. He shouted very loudly. All the orcs went to the players. The main one also held the axe while Austin watched them. He realized that the main one was the orc champion. The monster sent his minions to fight. While the rest were fighting on the front lines, the orc sat back on his throne. Austin realized that he could get closer to the orc warrior, who was now alone. The guy smiled. He wanted to hit him first. It was not difficult to fight the orcs. The man with the beard said that there were fewer orcs here than he expected. Probably the main force was elsewhere. Suddenly, a guy ran up to him. He said that many orcs were heading their way. About 900 or 1,000 orcs, apparently this was their main force. The man said that it was better to stop here today. They needed more equipment to go against the main force of the orc army. The players shouted at him not to give orders. After all, they were not the dogs of the Messiah. The Lion Guild would continue the attack. The man shouted again that many orcs were heading this way, so competition between guilds was important, but if they did not work together, after all, they could die in this dungeon. The Lion faction did not listen to them anyway. They also asked why they were not confident in their strength. The man replied that they should not have entered the dungeon. The Lion faction went into the forest. The man said that they needed to find a safe place to rest and prepare for the next battle. The skeletons had glowing eyes. Austin was standing in the middle. The main orc was in shock. He got up from his chair. The skeletons were screaming, and the main character was getting ready to shoot. Suddenly, the skeletons started running towards the monster. His orc warrior fang activated. The orc looked at him. It was glowing blue. He tried to say something. One of the skeletons died. Austin was in shock. He didn't believe it. The monster was screaming at the surviving enemy. The skeleton looked at him angrily. The orc made his powerful blow. The skeleton dodged. Its eyes were glowing. The monster's eyes were also glowing blue. The skeleton was running very fast. Austin understood that his ally wouldn't last long. There was blood on the arrow. The guy understood that he only had one chance. He aimed his bow. The main character had to attack right now, while the last remaining skeleton was distracting him. The skeleton had been dodging the monster's blows so far. Suddenly, Austin fired. The monster was in complete shock. He managed to dodge the main character's blow. The guy didn't understand how he managed to dodge. The skeleton was also running around the monster. Suddenly, he decided to strike at his leg. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The sword broke. Austin was shocked by this situation. Suddenly, the orc tried to kill the skeleton. The skeleton's bones scattered across the ground. The guy understood that killing the orc wouldn't be easy. The monster looked at him with an angry look. The main character decided to act according to a different plan. It was useless to fight because the orc warrior's fang was in his possession. Austin's magic was not enough, so it was best to retreat. The main character ran. The guy wondered why he wasn't chasing him. The orc turned his head. Chasing a retreating enemy was too much of a hassle for him. This was quite expected from a rank A+ dungeon boss. For Austin, this was good because he could run away. The guy ran away. He knew that when he returned, the monster would regret letting him go. The main character jumped high, which is why the players saw him. One of them understood that someone other than the Lion Guild had also escaped. One of them suggested that perhaps he had found the orc warrior faster than they did. The guy said that they did not know for sure because it was not a fact that he was returning from the orc warrior. He said that items dropped by the dungeon boss of rank A+ should belong to the Lion Guild no matter what. One of the players began to fall. The guy with red hair noticed this because many of his army had fallen. He was in complete shock. After all, he did not understand what was happening here. Perhaps there were other monsters here besides the orcs. The guy looked from side to side so as not to be attacked. He shouted for the monster to come out because after that he would not be safe. Someone shouted very loudly. It was night. The players made a halt. Austin walked next to them. All had fires. He was glad because there were no factions interested in him. The protagonist did not understand because it was as if he was at a funeral. Walking a little further, he saw many graves. Austin understood that something was wrong here because even though soldiers had gathered here and they were all well prepared, he asked himself if the battle between the guilds had begun. One of the guys asked if his comrade had overdone it despite his abilities. Another asked the same question. The player answered, why would he say that? Because their guild was more alive than all the living. And judging by what he heard, the Lion Guild suffered the greatest losses. One of their groups went into the forest to get items, but disappeared. Another asked if such a thing was possible. The player replied that it was quite possible, because the bodies were so mutilated that it was impossible to recognize them. After all, orcs eat people. For one of them, it was terrifying, because he did not want to become food for monsters. The player told him not to say that, because it could become reality. And if this were a normal quest, then of course there would be dead and mortally wounded people. Human life should be put above objects and the like, and considering that they were in a rank A+ dungeon, this could very well happen, and the chances of so many groups being destroyed in one day are not that high. Austin sat by the fire and thought. After all, there was definitely something behind this. His plan could fail if the soldiers became weaker. From the next day, he decided to work harder. Morning began. There was a forest around. The orcs were walking towards the players. There were a lot of them. The players were shocked because there were a lot of them. One said that it would never end. The man asked him to shut his mouth. Orcs and humans were on the same battlefield. The monsters were screaming. They had big fangs. A very strong battle began. Austin was looking at his inventory when it all started. He assumed that with his items he would not be able to deal a fatal blow to the orc warrior, and using skeleton warriors as bait would also not work because of their non-survivability. The guy began to think, can skeleton warriors shoot a bow? He summoned a skeleton warrior. The protagonist went with him to the main monster. He saw that the orc warrior was not so worried. He started the second round with him. The orc warrior's fang immediately activated on his neck. The monster stood up. His talisman was glowing. He jumped very hard. There was a lot of dust. He tried to attack Austin. The orc screamed. His eyes glowed blue. The skeleton tried to hit with an arrow, but the orc parried the blow with an axe. He stood in a pose so that they could not hit him in the face. He was breathing heavily. The skeletons were standing with bows and looking at him. Suddenly, the monster swung. The stone fell on the place where the skeletons were, but they ran away. While they were running, they shot arrows at him. The orc was able to reflect them. Austin thought that skeleton warriors also knew how to shoot a bow. Everything was going according to his plan. He jumped. He was not far from the orc. The protagonist was able to tear his talisman. The rope was torn. The monster was in shock. Austin picked up the fang of the orc horde. Everything around him glowed blue. The orc warrior was weakened. Also, strength and defense were reduced. The orc tried to hit Austin, but he was able to run away to a safe distance. The skeleton shot at the monster and he was poisoned by the toxin in his blood. Two skeletons looked at him. Now the guy had a fang and his attacks would be able to get the orc. The Orc Lord's Fang was legendary. It gave stamina by 30% during use, the attack power increased, and also the power of physical defense. Now the guy had one goal that he had to do. He got the achievement, the owner of the Orc Lord's Fang. Austin wanted to get a weapon, which could cut off his head. The orc at that time was chasing the skeletons. They, in turn, were shooting at him. The monster was very angry. He tried to protect himself from the shots. His eyes were full of hatred. He was poisoned again by the toxin in his blood. Austin ran near him. The orc turned around to see who it was. Seeing him, he tried to hit. The protagonist jumped up and climbed on his axe. He tried to hit him with his sword. The guy somersaulted, and at the same moment he tried to kill the orc with his sword. Austin tried to push the sword deeper. The monster was poisoned again by the toxin in his blood. The orc noticed him, and tried to remove it from his hand. At that moment his axe fell. Austin looked at the axe. It flew very far. The main character was standing on the ground. There was an axe near the skeleton. He decided to take it in his hands. He looked at it. He threw the bow on the ground. Austin understood that it must be the perfect weapon to cut off his head. One of the guys in the tree heard a scream. He understood that this was not the scream that ordinary orcs make. He assumed that someone was fighting an orc warrior. He did not understand who this guy was. He decided to figure out the situation himself and report to the guild as quickly as possible. When suddenly he jumped and started running. He jumped also high, landed on a rock. He was shocked. After all, Austin was fighting with two skeletons against an orc. He did not feel the presence of other players. The guy realized that he was fighting against the orc champion alone. He decided to report this to the guild, and quickly ran to make it. The protagonist understood what was happening. The guy jumped. Suddenly an arrow flew at him. His face immediately changed from pain. He fell to the ground on his back. The guy did not understand what could have happened and who could have attacked. Initially he thought it was Austin so that he would not blab. Suddenly he saw a blue light. A young man in a mask was standing. His hair was on the side. The guy understood that apparently he did it. This player was from the Skull Guild. Suddenly the guy was killed, blood flowed. A player from the Skull Guild stood next to his corpse with a sword. The guy was lying in his own pool of blood. Someone crossed out a picture of a man and said that there were only 5 people left. There were many other crossed out pictures in the book when he laughed and asked if the guy knew what made the fight against the orc better, then explained that it was killing one player during that fight. The man was sitting on a tree branch when he asked the newbie to remember to divide the items of the guy he killed, since half of them belonged to the guild, to which he replied that he asked his comrade not to worry. The guy with bangs looked away and asked if he was really going to kill the guy. The man sitting on the tree replied that he was not on the list, but he would get rid of him and take the reward if the opportunity presented itself. Then the newbie asked if it was not dangerous, since he was a monster going against an orc champion alone. The man with gray hair looked down when he asked if it was true that he would be pretty tired after the fight, adding that getting rid of him would be as easy as taking candy from a child. The man jumped down from the branch when he added that he would leave the rest to the newbie, and then told him to follow him. Then the guy standing on the ground asked if there was anything else to do. He grabbed the dead man by the clothes. The newbie dragged the body, leaving a bloody trail, when he said that the orcs would do their job skillfully if he threw the body to them. Someone was standing behind the tree. The protagonist silently looked out from behind the trunk. Trees and rocks were visible. Warriors with weapons were standing near the orcs' bodies. The man in red armor smirked when he thought that they were doing it faster than he expected. Then the boy next to him turned to the master and exclaimed that they would finish this dungeon very quickly if they continued like this. He turned around and said that it was true, however, from now on, they would not be overzealous and would return to the rear at the first opportunity. Then the boy said that he understood what the master meant. The man with the beard opened his mouth when he thought about how the infantry was almost done hunting and that by tomorrow everyone would be preparing to attack the orc champion, and then said that they should start preparing for the main event. A glow appeared above the crowd of people. The man looked forward carefully. System notifications appeared above the people present. The guild master looked at the system window above him, which said that he had killed the orc champion, and asked about it. People started to gather in groups, discussing what kind of nonsense this was, and if they heard it right, and wondering who did this. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he thought about how this could happen, since the main groups of each guild should have been busy fighting the orcs. A guy with gray hair approached him and asked the master about what was going on, and if this meant that the missing people from the Lion Guild were still alive, and the man replied that he was not sure. He looked away, thinking that he thought the people from the Lion Guild were bluffing. Blood was dripping from the blade. A huge skeleton stood in front of the protagonist. System notifications appeared, stating that his level had been increased, and that the Orc Hunter Champion achievement had been obtained, and a catalog would be given as a reward. Austin tore something up while thinking that it would be nice if the new catalog gave him a useful skill. The guy widened his eyes. A glow appeared in front of him. A system window popped up, saying that the E-rank Grim Reaper's book contains the power of Osiris and can store 5 living dead, and that weakened spirits sealed in the Grim Reaper's book can gain the power of Osiris, which increases all abilities by 5%. The protagonist frowned and looked down as he thought about how this catalog was like an inventory that could store dead people, and that there was an increase in abilities when they were placed in it. The book began to glow as the guy decided it was worth a try. A black aura enveloped the skeleton. Dark energy rushed towards the book. A bright flash occurred. Some kind of symbol appeared. Lightning flashed. Austin spread his legs wide, holding the book in his hands as he said that it was unexpected. The cover of the catalog said orc skeletons when the boy realized that there would be no need to use his hands to deal damage to monsters, and that instead he would simply summon skeleton soldiers once he entered the dungeon. The protagonist smiled when he thought about how with this book, the biggest drawback of the skeleton soldier summoning skill would be gone. Trees flashed by. The warriors ran after the master when they asked him where he was going, since the orc champion had already been defeated. The man opened his mouth wide and asked his subordinates if they thought he didn't know, then the boy asked why he was going there. Edward gritted his teeth when he called the boy a fool, explaining that he needed to at least see what happened to come up with an excuse, and then asked what the subordinate was going to tell Mr. Michael when they got out of there. The guild members looked forward in fear when they realized what the master was talking about. They ran, kicking up dust. The masked man stood behind a tree as he said that the orc champion had been taken down faster than they had expected. The black-robed men stood next to each other as he added that there had been a change of plans, and that they would leave the guy who had killed the orc champion alone and take out the remaining targets first. The man looked away as he asked what had happened to the newbie who had stayed behind to clean up the mess. The gray-haired man looked ahead as he replied that he had told him to follow him once he was done, adding that he would teach him a lesson again when it was over. The dark-haired man looked away as he said that if their identities were to be discovered here, the higher-ups would be very concerned, so they should prevent that at all costs, then added that if the worst-case scenario came to pass, they should be prepared to commit suicide. The man held his hand out as he said that they didn't have any more time and that they should move as stealthily as possible. The man's pupils narrowed as he exclaimed that someone was approaching. A man was running towards them as someone asked why the newbie was running towards them with such a noise. Two skeletons appeared behind him. The gray-haired boy frowned as he asked if they were skeleton warriors, thinking that it couldn't be, and assumed that he had gone and provoked the boy. The skeletons approached the crowd of people in black robes. The blonde boy widened his eyes and asked if the newbie had gone crazy and what they should do now that he had led them to them. The boy next to him had his eyes glittering as he turned to the master and asked what they should do since their location had been exposed because of the newbie. The masked man looked ahead and thought about whether the boy knew anything since he was attacking them, and that if the battle continued it would attract the attention of the other guilds, and if that happened it would be all over for them. He then gripped the handle of his weapon and decided that even if he had to leave the mission unfinished, he had to get rid of this guy and destroy the traces. The man turned around and asked if everyone was ready. The newbie attacked all the people at once. The boy with blonde hair fell to the ground. The dark-haired man fell on his back. Skeletons approached the bodies. The man looked away when he thought about what just happened and whether the newbie had betrayed them. The protagonist threw back his cloak. His mouth dropped when the man recognized him. Dark energy emanated from his eye. Austin stood in front of the boy when he realized whose fault it was in the past that only half of the people survived. The boy with bangs had a blank look in his eyes as the protagonist thought about how he couldn't find any information related to the Messiah Guild in this newbie's memories. He looked down. Austin looked at the body lying on the ground and realized that even in the past, this boy was listed as missing. He picked up the mask. Austin brought his hand to his face as he decided that it seemed like it was time to visit the Skull Guild master. He walked through the trees, thinking about how lucky he was to find a connection between the Skull Guild and the Messiah Guild, and how he needed to finish off the Orc champion first. The masked man looked away as he wondered who he was and where he came from. The two boys were sitting on the ground. Skeletons were approaching them as they shouted for them to go away. The protagonist looked away, thinking that luck was on his side since all the guys from the rookie's memories were gathered there. Austin walked towards the man lying on the ground. The skeleton swung his axe. The blonde guy looked up in horror and asked to wait. Blood splattered. Austin stood in front of the Skull Guild master, who thought about how the boy killed without any hesitation and that it meant that he had definitely killed before. The man looked askance as he said that he didn't know who he was, but he definitely wouldn't find out anything from him. The man put his hand under his clothes, thinking that even if he got out of there alive, he would only be a hindrance to the leader. His hand clenched the hilt of his blade as he realized that there was only one way. Blood stained everything. The protagonist looked forward as he asked if this was suicide. A skeleton stood next to Austin as he said that he had gone ahead and done something completely useless. The man lay in a pool of blood as the boy wondered if maybe he should be grateful to him since he had just proven that he had information. A system notification appeared, indicating that the Eye of Anubis had been activated. Water was pouring out of the device as someone said that these great changes that were opening up to the world would give Japan an opportunity to advance. The doors were opened in the house as the man added that they would be working with Carl of the Messiah Guild to lay the foundation and then spread their influence. The two men sat across from each other as one of them addressed Byron and told him to go to Korea to become a member of the Skull Guild and dedicate himself to serving his home country. The upper part of the man's face was covered in shadow as he added that if they could obtain the dungeons and items in Japan, including everything that appeared in Korea, they would recreate an empire even more powerful than before. Byron looked at the man in front of him as the man said that the empire would be called the Yamato State. Two silhouettes appeared outside the doors as the man addressed Byron and asked to be introduced to the people who would guide him on his own path, adding that they were representatives of Japan's elite who would help found the Yamato nation. The man's pupils narrowed as he asked if it was them. Two people entered the room and stood in front of Byron, who exclaimed that it was a great honor to meet them. The man leaned over the floor, thinking that he never dreamed of meeting a master archer and a master swordsman. The man took off his mask as he said that there was a guy who needed to be gotten rid of when the A+ rank dungeon opened. Then he was asked who that guy was. Byron looked at the subordinate as he explained that he was a Korean dungeon broker who was a good guy, but apparently he got in the way of their Japanese brokers, so they had to get rid of him no matter what. The blonde youth looked ahead as he asked that there was a talented broker in Korea as well, and what his name was. Then Byron said his name. A man's body fell in front of the protagonist as he said that he had hoped for something else, but it seemed to be out of vanity, adding that it disgusted him. Austin gritted his teeth as he said that even in the worst of times, they trusted each other and fought together. The Master Swordsman and Master Archer stood next to each other as the boy realized that they were traitors too. The protagonist remembered his mouth opening wide as he thought about how he had conquered many dungeons with them before he returned. He imagined standing in front of a dragon's body as he thought about how they always went forward to save the world and that he wanted to be like them. Austin then remembered someone reaching out to him, adding that they were not only his teachers, but also his moral support. The outstretched palm was reflected in his eyes as he thought about how they were dear comrades that he could trust his life to even in the harshest of battles. The protagonist imagined them shaking hands, summing up what he had thought before. Austin looked down silently as he realized that they were no different from Carl. The boy frowned as he decided that he couldn't let them do what they had planned this time, and remembered that they had named their next target. The protagonist propped his chin up as he spoke of the dungeon broker, and guessed that he must be pretty talented to be on the blacklist. Byron's body lay in front of him as he thought about how the fact that he wasn't in his memories meant that the assassination had been successful, and how if the people from Yamato took his place, Carl would benefit from it. The boy imagined a burning candle as he thought about how as long as he remained on the blacklist, the attempts to get rid of the boy would never stop, and how they would find him like moths finding a light, after which Austin thought about how he might be able to find a way to weaken their group. There were trees behind the protagonist when he said that he also needed a broker who could find a dungeon for him, so everything was going well. Then he added that he had finished his business, so he should start preparing to enter the dungeon. The car's headlights were on when someone asked if it was always so quiet at the gate. The man put his hands behind his head when he answered that there was no chance of monsters coming out of the gate, so there could only be silence, adding that once they cleared the dungeon, chaos would begin, so it was worth resting until then. Then the driver said that once they cleared the dungeon, everyone would interview the players. The man opened one eye when he answered that it was not because of that, but because the players would fight each other for items. The driver looked at the passenger in shock and asked again, to which the passenger replied that except for the Messiah Guild, everyone would be trying to get at least one extra item. But in any case, nothing had started yet, after which he suggested that his partner should sleep because they would not be able to rest anytime soon. The driver pointed his finger forward when he addressed his partner. The man looked at the guy with displeasure and called him names, asking why he was so annoying. Then the driver said about the gate. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist, clutching his wound, was walking forward when someone shouted that the player had returned. Doctors rushed to the guy, while the others shouted that the A+ dungeon had been cleared and that they needed to take care of the wounded first. Austin was lying on the ground when someone shouted that the players were about to start coming out of the gate, adding that they needed to hurry up and carry the stretcher. The men pointed at each other with their mouths wide open when the driver said there was a problem, and his partner replied that it was worse than before. The headlines on the news sites said there were 31 casualties, that the Skull Guild members had not returned, and who had defeated the Orc champion. The newspaper showed a fight under the headline that the reward for the dungeon had gone missing. Someone crumpled the newspaper. Michael looked down and cursed, asking how they couldn't find the bastard who had defeated the Orc champion. There was a newspaper on the table when someone asked if they really wanted him to believe that. Edward opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was sorry, adding that it had happened very suddenly and that he would do everything in his power to make sure it didn't happen again. Michael looked down and wondered how they were going to compensate him for the time and resources he had spent, as well as the disappointment he was feeling now. The man was sitting at the table when he explained that this was not a charity business where he could give endless chances to insects like them. Michael gritted his teeth when he ordered that they give him back 5 times what he had invested in a week, adding that it would be better if they did it while he was giving them a chance. In the fenced mansion, someone asked again about 5 times. A girl was standing by the table when Michael asked if Austin was being treated in the hospital, to which Kate answered yes, explaining that he had gotten injured in the dungeon. The scarred man looked away when he said that there were no useful guys left, and that he had only gotten injured in a 1-story dungeon. The girl was holding a folder when she said that the guy mentioned that he wasn't hurt by a monster. Then Michael asked if she was sure about that, since that meant he was attacked by members of another guild. Kate looked ahead, saying that the truth might be hidden over time, so she thought it would be better for them to hear the story directly from him. The girl ran after the man, who agreed with her, adding that he would go to the hospital, and asking if the guy would stupidly talk about it to other people. Then Kate said that she took care of it. At the hospital building, someone asked Austin to take care of himself. The man bowed in the hallway as he said that if he accidentally remembered anything, he should contact the guild. The man with glasses touched his head as he said that it was too bad that he didn't remember anything and wondered what to tell his superiors. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. The man looked up, wondering if this was how things were supposed to happen. Then why did Michael's faction ask for Austin to be included in the team? The man with the scar looked away. He and Kate stopped at the door as he said that judging by the expression on the face of the man they had just passed, the protagonist definitely hadn't told him anything. Austin looked away. Michael entered the room, asking how the boy was feeling and adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then the boy thought about him coming. A drop of liquid rushed into the solution. The man sat down next to the boy's bed and said that he didn't have much information on the Skull Guild, but it made him suspicious. The protagonist remembered peeking out from behind a tree when he said that he saw them attacking the orc champion. The boy then remembered the huge monster and the skeletons attacking it. Austin frowned when he said that the fact that they were all destroyed meant that the items were stolen by another group. The boy imagined himself attacking the Skull Guild members and Byron's bloody body. The protagonist then remembered the man sitting in front of the boy, wounded by an arrow, and added that the last thing he saw was them using the silent hunter skill sneak. Kate was standing next to Michael when he replied that he knew about the sneak skill and that it allows the one who uses it to completely hide, concluding that it was now clear that those guys were targeting the orc champion, as well as the players. Austin looked down as he said that if it weren't for the blood poison skill, he would have died right there and then, and that if the one who attacked him hadn't been exposed to the blood he spilled, then he might have been dead. Next to the bed was a chair where Michael was sitting, and he was saying that it was because the protagonist was lucky, and that since all the guys from the Skull Guild were wiped out, no one else was there to witness it. Austin then replied that it was true, but he thought he should be careful for a while and asked if the Phoenix Guild had managed to get anything. The scarred man gritted his teeth as he said that he got angry every time he thought about it, and that he had already lost so much because of the guys from the Skull Guild. Michael touched his chin as he thought about how he couldn't just leave this like this and how he needed to find out more information about the Skull Guild to reduce his losses. Then he realized that what Austin said was much more useful than he expected. He placed his palm on the armrest as he replied that he understood and asked the boy what he wanted. Michael stood next to the bed as the protagonist asked what he meant. Then the man suggested that he stop acting so innocent. Michael looked away in displeasure as he said that maybe the boy was spying on the players because of their deal with him, but didn't he come to him in the first place because he wanted something? The boy covered his mouth and replied that if the man insisted, then he needed to find a person. Austin placed his hands on the blanket as he was asked who he was talking about. Then the boy asked if the man knew a broker who was famous in his field, adding that he couldn't find him due to his limited connections. Michael opened his mouth and asked how he knew him, adding that he had some advice for the guy, which was to pick up the phone if he received a call from an unknown number. The man and Kate walked to the door when Michael added that the broker was an arrogant person who picked up his own clients, but he was definitely a professional. The man looked at the protagonist when he said that he would tell him again just in case, that he should remember to keep what happened a secret, and that if rumors spread, the situation would only become more dangerous for him. Austin looked away and said that he knew it. The door slammed shut as they said goodbye to the young man. He put his feet in his slippers, thinking that everything was going according to plan, although Michael did not trust him completely. Something was visible near the white wall when the protagonist realized that the man did not know anything about the connection between the Messiah Guild and the Skull Guild. Austin stood by the window, thinking that once he started looking for information about them, Carl and either the Master Swordsman or the Master Archer would turn their attention to Michael. He smiled as he thought about how the man who didn't know that he had inflicted these injuries on himself would have to suffer a bit, and that while Carl and Michael were competing to see who was more nervous, he could focus on improving his strength. The car was driving down the road when someone said that even though the Skull Guild was quite large, they didn't have any sponsors, and that could only mean one thing. Michael had his phone in his hand as he explained that they made money by selling items overseas. He imagined the globe as he said that they needed to look into the black markets outside of Korea so that he could meet the merchants who did business with these guys. The scarred man smirked and said that he felt like he and these merchants were a lot alike. Austin stood in front of the hospital building, thinking that he should have been contacted by now. The guy looked at his phone, thinking that it was very timely. He brought the device to his ear. When someone said that they heard something and asked if he wanted to make a deal with him, then the protagonist realized that it was the same broker and answered that he needed to find more dungeons. Behind the young man were multi-story buildings, when he was told that the deal could take place after he saw his skills, adding that he would send the details later. Then Austin asked again. He held the phone in front of his face, not understanding what happened. There was a message on the display that said there was a one-story dungeon with a difficulty of C+ and a capacity of up to 4 people. The condition to enter was level 20 or lower, and the condition to clear the dungeon was to kill 100 kobolds. Then the protagonist said that it was indeed true that he was looking for clients, and that even though it was 1 story and a C+ rank, he was using this dungeon as a test. Then Austin added that it would be useful if he could make a deal with him. There were many colorful signs hanging on the building. Jack pointed his finger forward and asked who the unfortunate person was this time, to which he was told that it was, as usual, a new contender for the title of buyer, and that he had received his contact information from Michael. The blonde guy closed his eyes as he exclaimed that it had not been long since the last incident, and then asked what would happen if it was someone trying to kill him. Bob smirked and said he didn't care and that they could have a truckload of these guys and they would still be useless. Jack then said he didn't like the fact that he worked for Michael, to which he was told that if he really worked for him he would have contacted him directly. The man opened the box, adding that he was useless anyway if he failed the test and that it was okay if he tried to kill him as long as he had the skills. Bob smiled as he explained that if he was that capable then one day they would be able to destroy all the dungeons and end the game. There were a bunch of phones in the box as he concluded that they needed these types of guys. Jack smiled brightly, asking how he could say that. If this is the type of guy he was looking for, he was right here. Bob stopped next to him and replied that he still had a long way to go. Then the blonde boy asked what was wrong with him, to which the man replied that he couldn't even clear the dungeon alone. The bearded man looked down, adding that he had sent him to the kobold dungeon anyway, and then offered to see what would happen. Jack opened one eye and asked if it seemed too much to him, to which Bob replied that he hadn't forced him to do anything, and that the boy could give up if he wanted. The blonde boy put his hands behind his head and said that Bob really didn't think about business in such cases, and then asked if he had forgotten that he had a high metabolism, and that's why he was very hungry. Then the man asked about what he had just said, because the boy had ordered and eaten tons of food just a few moments ago. A car drove up to the crater. The protagonist closed the car door. Austin looked away and asked if the broker didn't plan to make money since he chose the kobold dungeon, and then said that it seemed like the test wouldn't be easy since it was a dungeon that wasn't easy for a normal player to pass. The boy started to descend into the crater, thinking that this only applied to those who didn't know how to defeat the kobolds. Someone was looking through binoculars when they reported that they were near the dungeon in Songpo and Ilsen. The girl was holding a walkie-talkie in her hand when she reported that Austin was approaching the dungeon. Bob looked at the walkie-talkie and asked if the boy was already there when he was asked if he should start the timer right now. The bearded man smiled and called him hasty, and then asked if he had prepared anything. Bob stopped smiling and said that he didn't know if it was recklessness or stupidity when he was told that the boy didn't bring anything special with him. Jack looked at the man and assumed that the guy was just crazy. He then smirked and added that who could know, maybe he hadn't prepared anything because he was too overconfident. Bob opened his mouth and replied that it was possible, and then thought about what would happen if this confidence wasn't a bluff. The sign on the building was glowing when someone said that considering they still didn't fully understand the current situation, the Messiah wasn't a big deal. There were shoes by the door when the guy asked him not to say that and calm his anger. The blonde boy from the Messiah Guild smiled when he said that they knew how difficult it was to predict what could happen in the dungeon due to the many interfering factors, adding that it was a pity that they didn't come back empty-handed. But at least the damage wasn't that bad. Then he was asked again. The mustachioed man frowned and asked if he was saying that the damage wasn't that bad even though 5 of his students had died. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he replied that he wasn't trying to say anything like that. The scarred man's mouth dropped open as he suggested that Carl most likely knew about their connection to the Skull Guild as well, and then asked if that wasn't why he offered the job of working on the A+ rank dungeon to them first. The boy looked forward in fear as he realized he had said the wrong thing, and someone said that as he had said, no one could know about the things that could happen in the dungeon. The swordsman master looked forward angrily and asked if the boy was trying to tell him that their people had been wiped out along with the orcs. The boy's eyes widened as he was told that such a thing couldn't be ignored. He bowed his head to the men and exclaimed that he apologized and that he should have thought twice before saying such inappropriate things, then added that if they gave him some time, he would investigate again. The master swordsman smirked and said that there was no need for that since they had already started investigating on their side, so there was no need to worry, and then the man offered the boy something to drink. The blonde boy looked forward in shock. He was holding a cup in his hands when he was asked if it was true that despite the current state of things, they were allies. The man looked askance as he added that he just wanted the boy to understand how deeply they were offended. The drink began to spill over the rim of the mug. The master swordsman looked forward as he said that if there were any disagreements between comrades, a glass of alcohol would help smooth things over. The hands holding the mug began to tremble. The men were standing behind the boy when one of them said that this would happen if they were truly comrades. Then the boy from the Messiah Guild replied that it was true. The door slammed shut. The blonde boy gritted his teeth when he thought about how he had underestimated the master archer and the master swordsman, and how he needed to quickly come up with another plan right now. The men approached the car when one of them asked on the phone if they had figured it out, and what about the losses on their side. The man with the beard held the device to his ear when he said that he understood everything. They were sitting in the car when the master swordsman asked if everything was as the master archer predicted, to which he answered in the affirmative, saying that the guys on the kill list had nothing to do with it, and that it meant that someone with not so good skills did it. The boy was lying in a pool of blood when someone said that their next target was the Phoenix Guild and that they were the only ones left. The scarred man and the bearded man opened their mouths as they summed up that if it was someone not on the hit list who could have hidden their powers on purpose, then it was probably another faction that they didn't know about yet. The lights were out in the multi-story building near the cobbled dungeon in Sangpo-dong. There were 2 people on the roof, one of whom asked if they could rest for a few days since the player had just entered today, then the other asked him what he was talking about since the boy had gone in there all alone. The man crossed his arms as he said that he didn't think he had ever seen a sane player anyway and that the guy would die pretty soon, which would probably activate the gate again. A pillar of light appeared behind him as he started talking about how it could happen at any moment. The man turned around when his partner exclaimed that he was right, to which he replied that it wasn't them. They were looking towards the crater when the man exclaimed that this is what happens when a dungeon is cleared, to which his partner asked again. The man began looking through binoculars when he said that this wasn't a dungeon that could be completed even by a crowd. The guy with black hair pointed ahead and said that he thought they had found him when his partner asked what he was doing, since they had to find the guy who cleared the dungeon. A car was driving down the highway when he said that he was there. The car's headlights were shining brightly when they realized that they were doomed. A voice came from the building with the colored signs, asking if they were saying that they had missed him. Bob opened his mouth wide as he exclaimed that if they were getting paid then they had to earn it and asked if they weren't supposed to do a good job taking his money. The girl sitting at the desk looked at the man. She opened her mouth and addressed the boss. The man bared his sharp teeth and asked what she wanted, so the girl replied that she hadn't paid them. She looked at Bob and asked if he hadn't said that they were from his hometown, so the man asked if they hadn't decided to pay them, to which she replied that they hadn't at all and that they had come to help him. Bob crossed his arms over his chest as he asked if that was true, so the girl replied that she had, adding that he had said he would take them out for a drink instead. The man in the black suit looked up as he said that was too bad because he had decided to quit drinking from today on. The girl walked past him and said that if it was Austin then he had nothing to worry about, adding that she had to go. Bob then asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that he would be in touch soon if he planned on working with them. The man looked away and said that was a very cool answer when he thought about how it was around the same time he first met her. Bob remembered the girl sitting on the ground. Jack came in and asked if the secretary was okay, explaining that he had offered her something to eat and then go, and she simply ignored him and left. The man then asked to leave her, suggesting that she might have some business today. Bob looked away when he said that it didn't matter since Austin had cleared the dungeon in just half a day and that he had lived up to his expectations. Jack stood in front of the man with a huge bag of food. He asked him about how much he bought in this 24-hour store, then the guy asked him not to be such a bore. Bob asked him about whether he really wanted to die, and then asked him to go and return everything back. Then the young man asked the boss not to be so greedy when it comes to his digestion. The car stopped in front of a road sign. The protagonist sat silently behind the wheel. He remembered how he stood near the crater. On the hood of the car, he saw a walkie-talkie and a note. He looked at them, picked them up, and asked what it was. Next to him on the seat lay a walkie-talkie when he wondered if they were planning to make a deal with him. The walkie-talkie lay on a note, which said that if he returned from the dungeon, he needed to contact them. It also indicated the working hours and a request to stick to these times. Then Austin said that the guy was funny. The red car stopped near the black car. The guy in the tie gritted his teeth as he realized he couldn't face the master in this state. He remembered the man with the sparkling eyes and the words about whether he should ask him to help him. His phone vibrated. Lawrence put the device to his ear and said it was him, asking what was going on. The headlights of the car lit up as he asked again about the Skull Guild, adding that he understood and that he was on his way there. Michael smirked as he said that it would be great if they handled this quietly as usual and asked if he needed to explain why. Vincent was sitting in front of him, who said that he understood, asking if the man had spoken to the person he was supposed to protect, to which Michael said that he hadn't yet, but he would talk to him after they finished their conversation. There was a lamp on the table between the men as Vincent said that he would also explain the situation to his subordinates then, to which the second man replied that in any case, he just needed to not let him die and help him get out, and he would take care of the rest himself. On the second floor, there was a man watching them. He looked down and asked what Michael was up to, adding that he was curious about how much he knew about the Skull Guild. A man appeared behind him, saying that he was also curious and that Michael might be quite influential, but he was unlikely to know about the Skull Guild. The man with glasses smirked as he added that, under the guise of his business, he told him that he wanted to know more about the Skull Guild, but he also said something strange. He remembered how they were sitting across from each other when he said that it would be a bit difficult for him to share information about the Skull Guild even with Mr. Michael, to which he replied that he was more cautious than usual. The scarred man then smiled and asked what would happen if he told him that he knew the secret of the guys from the Skull Guild who died in this A+ rank dungeon. Lawrence opened his mouth wide and wondered if he really said that. Sweat began to appear on his face as he thought about how if it was true, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone, and how he would get into trouble if he reported it to the master. The men stood near the railing and looked down when Lawrence asked who Michael was talking to which he was told that it was Vincent, who he often cooperated with. The gray-haired man smirked as the bespectacled man added that he was a mercenary who was not a member of any guild and would do whatever he was told as long as he was paid. Vincent bowed as Michael left as Lawrence thanked the man for helping the Messiah Guild and providing him with information, and he replied that he was indebted to the Messiah anyway. The boy frowned. He walked up to the man sitting at the table and asked if they could talk. Vincent looked askance when he realized that it was Lawrence from the Messiah Guild. The boy folded his arms in front of him as he said that he didn't know what Michael had told him, but he had a proposition for him. The blonde-haired boy looked ahead sternly as he added that it was something that involved working with the Messiah Guild. Vincent chuckled and asked him what he meant and if he could speak more simply. Lawrence frowned when he said he was talking about something that would make him a lot of money, but he still didn't get it, then added that it would take longer than he thought. The cars were parked in front of a crosswalk. Michael was sitting behind Kate, who said that she had managed to take over the public dungeon like he had told her to do, asking if he didn't usually use other methods. The girl turned around when she asked if it wouldn't complicate things if they intervened directly. The man was holding a phone in his hand when he said that the Skull Guild should take action since he was asking everyone about them, adding that he assumed they would do it one by one. Austin's name came up on the display when Michael asked if they should set the stage for the main character now that the location and supporting cast had been chosen. Lawrence was sitting alone at the table. He bit his finger as he thought about what Michael was planning. He remembered Vincent sitting in front of him, saying that since he asked 5 of them including him to protect this man, he must be an important guy, and then called his name. The display showed Austin's name, who was level 16 and a member of the Phoenix Guild. Lawrence looked at the phone, thinking that his name was on the participant list for this A+ rank dungeon, but there was no way he would go against the veterans of the Skull Guild alone. He then realized that this was too obvious a bait, and he didn't know whether he should take it or not. The yellow car stopped in front of the mansion. The protagonist was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands as he assumed that he had definitely passed the test, to which he was told yes, adding that he had finished faster than Bob had expected, and then asked about Austin hiding his true skills. The protagonist put the radio to his mouth when the broker said that he did not suspect him of anything and that it was just curiosity. Then the guy replied that he showed him his skills only because he asked him to. He had the radio in his hand when it asked if it was true what he said about wanting to buy a dungeon, and then explained that he put the list of dungeons he managed to protect in the 19th box at Ilson Station, adding that if the guy needed anything after viewing it, he could contact the broker. The protagonist got out of the car when he replied that he understood, but now he had a few things to do, so he would call him in a few days. Bob had the radio in his hand when he said he would wait. Jack opened his mouth and asked the boss if he was really going to make a deal with him, adding that he just had a gut feeling that this guy was dangerous. Bob smiled when Jack asked if his gut feeling had ever been right and if being a broker wasn't a risky business in itself. Austin was sitting across from Michael when he said it could be a little dangerous and then asked if the man wanted him to be bait, to which Michael replied that he did. He tilted his head to the side when he added that he didn't know what rumors were spreading about what they had talked about, but it was only a matter of time before they reached the Skull Guild. While Michael thought that the guy seemed scared now, but it was none of his business. Austin looked down sadly when he was asked if he wouldn't lose his life if he just sat there and did nothing. The scarred man said with a predatory smile that he had hired a couple of experienced guys especially for him and asked if the boy would trust him and go into the dungeon with them. The protagonist looked ahead confidently as he replied that his life was on the line after all, and then asked if there was any reason why they should do it this way. Michael opened his mouth and said that he was sorry, but he had several debts to these guys, and that he was the type of person who could not stand being in debt to someone. The guy opened his mouth and replied that he understood, and that there was nothing he could do about it, but instead, he would like to increase his payment. Michael grinned, thinking that he had fallen for it. Austin smirked when he realized that the man believed him. Someone snapped their fingers and said okay. Kate walked up to the table as she told the protagonist that the boss had prepared something for him. Then Michael added that if he became stronger than he was now, his survival rating would also increase. There was a piece of paper on the table when Austin thought about it being a skill page. The boy stood by the fence, thinking about how ridiculous it was that he said he was sorry, and how Michael had met with the Yamato faction before he returned to the past. The protagonist walked up to the car and looked up as he added that he ended up going down the path of betrayal, and that it was truly an opportunistic option. He smiled, holding the page in his hands, as he thought about how he never imagined that he would give it to him as a gift, and how he had been more useful than the boy had expected. A group of people were walking between the rocks when someone asked why they were so pathetic, since with such a rating, he would end up paying off his debts for the rest of his life. Edward opened his mouth wide and told him to shut up and just go. He crossed his arms over his chest as he said that the scoundrel Michael abandoned them here, and one of his subordinates responded that it was still unfair. The black-haired guy looked forward furiously and shouted that it wasn't even their fault and that they didn't know who did it, then asked about how long they had to stay in this dungeon. The people continued walking between the rocks when someone told him that they didn't know and advised him to kill more monsters if he had time to whine. The masked man's eyes flashed. The bridge towered above the ground. The man on the phone said that the preparations were complete and that yes, it will be done. He hung up. Then he smiled and said that, simply put, they just need to hand over the protagonist to them. He was told that everything is correct. He then continued with a smile that however he felt that he was giving them too little and that considering they were losing an important client, shouldn't he compensate them a little more? The man raised his hand and replied that if it was money he could always give him more after he finished the job, and he could also find him another client if he wanted. Vincent frowned and said that he would like to make a deal with the Messiah instead, and that if he could arrange it he didn't think there would be any extra payment. The man in the suit replied that he couldn't arrange it because it was a personal request and had nothing to do with the guild. They said okay. A bunch of people bowed as the car drove away. Vincent looked straight ahead and said that they had struck gold and when this was over they would all be rich. Someone replied that he didn't think there was anyone like him in the Messiah's guild. He smirked and said that after all, they were humans, not all like Carl. He then turned around and continued that what did they care, and that they should just use this opportunity and enjoy life after they got the money. A huge blast wave shone in the air. The dungeon was cleared. Everyone from the Skull Guild survived. In his mind was the question of what happened to their Phoenix Guild members, and that they were all dead. And that these were humans, they were all professionals from Michael's faction. The man turned around at the voice to wait for him. He walked up to the car and asked if they knew what happened to their guild members. Then he asked if they could at least give him an explanation. What can he tell the families of the dead? Moments later, he added about these guys. Henry's eyes flashed and he replied that he tore them apart until they were completely unrecognizable. The guy looked at the car driving away in shock. The guy in the car asked if he remembered what the master had said and to be careful not to make noise. The man said he understood. Ron said on the phone that it was him and that they had just finished work, but what about the next task? The voice shouted that he had found the target. He was going to enter the dungeon as soon as the day was over and for them to come right now. He was answered on the phone why they should listen to him, and the driver said that they didn't have time. If they missed this opportunity, they would tell the master. He was told that okay, they would talk when they got there. Ron looked at the message on his phone. It said that the hunt was for a lizard warrior, dungeon levels 2, dungeon difficulty D+, capacity 10 people, entry condition below level 29, clearing condition, defeat the lizard warriors. The setting sun illuminated the space. Michael looked out the window and thought that there was a foreign faction in Korea. It would be a good opportunity as long as he used the Skull Guild effectively. He frowned and continued thinking that he always knew that working only in Korea was a waste of time for him. Anyway, even if things didn't go as planned and Austin died, at least he would have information about the Skull Guild. The man looked at the time and thought that now it was almost time. The man stood in front of a group of people. The protagonist frowned. Someone called him and told him to come here. The man then introduced himself and said it was nice to meet him. The protagonist bowed and introduced himself. The man continued that they should do their best to clear the dungeon. Another team should be coming, but it seemed like they were late. A moment later, a car appeared behind them. Vincent said with a smile that it was them. 4 people were walking towards them. Austin turned around. He looked down and asked where the restroom was. The man asked again and said that he was going there too and that they could go together. They walked up to the restroom. Vincent folded his arms over his chest and said that so it was him, the man they were supposed to accompany. Austin replied that he was the man Mr. Michael was talking about. The man smirked and said that they were leaving soon and they would talk on the way back. They walked and Vincent said that the others didn't know that they were on the same side, so first of all, they shouldn't be seen together inside the dungeon. The protagonist asked that he was suggesting that he move alone, and the man replied that he shouldn't worry, they wouldn't be far from him and that he would also have someone following him. He continued that it was very likely that they would be ambushed on the 2nd level. If they started killing each other from the start, it would be hard to clear the dungeon. Austin thought about it. The man looked at him and told him not to worry so much. They knew what they were doing and that he should just trust them and enter the dungeon. The protagonist looked up and said okay, then he should do as he said. Vincent said great, then he would enter the dungeon first. It would be too suspicious if they went together. He watched the protagonist leave. He then smirked and thought that it would be easier than he thought. The sun was shining through the treetops. People were walking towards each other. There was a warning on the board that in order to move on to the next level they had to get rid of the goblin that was hiding to avoid meeting large groups. A voice said that it seemed like the first level was more about exploration. Vincent shouted that the clearing condition was not that hard, so let them split up here and move one by one. Then he waved at the protagonist and said that before him, it seemed like he had come here alone, so they would lend him someone to keep him company. Harry said that he would go with this guy. The man agreed. Then he said furiously that now they did not have much time and that they should quickly kill this goblin and move on to the 2nd level. The teams went in different directions. Vincent lowered his head. Austin looked after him. Then he looked away. He looked at the team and thought that the real fight would be on the second level. Ron closed his eyes and asked why they did not go after the protagonist now, and that it would not be troublesome if he died. Lawrence looked at him and replied that the guys he hired would accompany him, no problem, and that it would not be more troublesome if things did not go well. Looking at the guy, he continued that Austin would run away. Ron replied that what he had just said. Narrowing his eyes, he continued that he was trying to say that he didn't trust their skills and that was why he came crawling here. The man frowned and said that there was no need to be so offended, it wasn't like that. He then thought that he came here just to get rid of Vincent and his guys once this was over. Vincent was sitting on a tree root and asked what Austin was doing right now. Someone answered that he was hunting orcs. He was skilled enough, he used the poison blood skill to catch them. The man thought about it and repeated the poison blood skill and asked if there was anything else. The guy asked if he was too worried. The man next to him said furiously that he didn't think they could control this guy. Vincent said no, right now he was worried about how easy everything was going. Looking at them, he continued that Michael and Lawrence weren't the kind of people who would spend large amounts of money for nothing, then asked if Harry was still following him. The guy answered yes and asked that he was going to them. Vincent looked at them and said that he would trust them even more if they were there and that the moment he let his guard down they would grab him. A group of people were walking down the road. The guy opened his mouth and said that he was just here, maybe he went somewhere. Vincent answered angrily that if that was the case then he should have left some kind of trace. He then continued that judging by the smell of blood he was sure that this was the right place, but why didn't the protagonist show up? There was a monster lying on the ground and a voice said that he wondered what happened. The man looked up and said that something was wrong here. A moment later the man screamed, pointing to a flash over there. Harry was lying on the ground and there was a pool of blood under him. The protagonist was lying nearby in the same position. Vincent said to check Harry first. The others would check the area while Chuck treated Harry. The people headed in different directions. The man's eyes widened in shock. Blood was coming out of Harry's mouth. Chuck said that it was bad, his neck was hurt. He then put his hand on his neck and told him not to move and that he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding as long as he talked or moved in that state. Harry clenched his teeth in pain. The man looked up at the protagonist. He then yelled that they should have handed him over anyway. It didn't matter and who cared about the client, he had to live. Vincent looked at them and asked why, what happened and how Harry was. Chuck turned around and yelled that he was in serious condition and that Harry could die at this rate. Vincent grinned and thought about what had happened and that it couldn't be that they were fighting each other because they knew they were on the same side. Then he thought for everyone to wait. An image of a man and a voice appeared in his head, that this was about the Messiah, so he should be careful and make sure no one found out about this. Vincent's eyes widened and he thought that he was planning on killing them too. The man was healing Harry and a voice screamed at him to get rid of it. Harry was bleeding. A skeleton appeared behind the man and he said his magic wouldn't help him. He then turned around abruptly. The skeleton was swinging at him angrily. Blood spurted. The man looked at his bloody hands. The man called out to Chuck. Vincent angrily thought that they hurt Harry because they wanted to get to their healer. Chuck, they got rid of their healer on purpose. It was done by someone who was used to PK. Vincent grinned and said that he thought the man had tricked them and that he should have known because the request was so strange. The skeletons walked towards the humans. The man frowned and told them to hold on and conserve their energy. Henry put his foot on the monster and said that these monsters, they know he's a hottie, they just keep stepping on him. The man looked at him and said that it wasn't that and that it was probably because of his horrible smell and that he could tone down his cologne next time he went into the dungeon. Henry sniffed himself and asked how he could say that. He knew how much that cologne cost. The man pointed at him and told him to listen, and how many times had he told him there were many monsters that were sensitive to smells and to look that more of his fans were coming. The monsters ran towards the guy. He said that it was okay as long as he was doing good fan service and that there was some problem. The monster started drooling. A hand stopped him. The man picked him up. His eyes flashed red. A moment later he tore the monster in two. The other beast stopped. He swung his paw. Henry hit him in the face. The monster fell to the ground from the blow. The man turned his gaze. The third monster was looking at him. The sun was shining through the trees. Vincent grinned and called someone a bastard, and how dare he betray them. Austin stood in front of him and said that he said betray, and that for a dying man he was not very honest. He then frowned and continued that he was not even surprised anymore when he saw players using their power only for their own benefit, but his greed exceeded all limits. The protagonist looked at the man and said that didn't he say that each person's value is measured differently? Vincent called him a bastard again. The voice asked why someone from the Messiah was here. The lamp was shining on the table and the voice asked what was special about this guy, Austin, considering how Michael and the man were interested in him. Vincent said with a smile that he told him to keep the protagonist alive. Did he want to ask him something? He was told that if they can't kill him, the man will not be able to enjoy his hobby. Vincent showed his hand and said that he meant it. He can fill it next time. There are many people to hunt. The guy pointed at his hand and said that he did kill many. This one was from last time when 3 people begged for their lives. He then went on to say that it would be nice if they got more requests like this, since they made more money by killing 3 players rather than defending dungeons. Vincent asked with a smile what he thought. All people's lives are equal, and that everything has its value. The voice then said, shouldn't they kill in a way that suits the price? The protagonist sat at the next table while the people left. Austin took out his wand and said that he was getting curious. Vincent grinned evilly. The protagonist continued that his life was worth so much. Austin struck him sharply. Then he turned away and thought that it was worth so much. The clearing was surrounded by trees. Austin said that he was hiding in the same place as when he conquered this dungeon in his past life. He looked at the monster and continued that now it was time for him to move on to the next level. Austin smirked and said that since the guys from the skull were waiting for him. Blood spurted. He was assigned to the first level of the dungeon. A bright flash hit the sky. A voice asked that the first level was cleared and how it happened. Lawrence turned around and thought that Vincent was supposed to wait and send him a signal in case he found a goblin. Ron closed his eyes and said that judging by the reaction, apparently, everything is not going according to his plan. He continued that the first level was cleared so suddenly and that they were probably going to move to the second level and wait for them to appear so they could kill them. He then said that it was too obvious. The 4 guys ran towards the flash. The man frowned and thought that they realized what the real plan was, only to think that he would be the first to be stabbed in the back by them. Austin was standing next to the shockwave. He then put his hand on it. He pointed both hands at the doors. The protagonist looked through the crack, moving to the second level. The sun was shining on the house and the voice asked about the items and that most people don't buy them before they enter the dungeon. The man asked what the problem was. Kate replied that he purchased a flask to collect the liquid and that seemed strange to her. She then continued that she knew that blood, body fluids, monster skin and more sell for high prices, but in the dungeons there would be no items for him to sell, so she reports this to him. Michael frowned and said that buying a flask despite the fact that his life was in danger, and what was this Austin thinking? The team approached the huge doors. Ron said that he thought those guys reached the second level first and that they could wait in ambush. Let them remember that when they went up. Henry said angrily that thanks to someone he would be able to have even more fun during the hunt, and shouldn't he show his gratitude? Lawrence thought Vincent, he would make him pay for humiliating him. All the guys were holding weapons in their hands, moving to the second level. The huge doors were shining in the space. Someone's eye was closed. After a moment it opened. Ron asked what it was, and that he thought they would immediately attack them, but it seemed he was wrong. Henry said that instead of that, aren't they just hiding in fear? Then he frowned. Several arrows flew towards them. Henry and Ron dodged. Something broke, blood splattered. The guys dodged arrows. The man asked confusedly what it was, and that it was blood. Blood spilled on the ground and the man said that it was a flask for collecting liquid and what was going on. Then it flashed through his head that he did not understand. This was a good chance to attack them. They looked at the flasks and Henry said that the smell was so stinky. The protagonist with a smile said that he apologized for this. He thought that this stench suited them. The man thought Austin and said that he had fooled around, where was Vincent, and that he really thought they would be safe after betraying them. Austin thought that as he expected, this guy thinks he is on the same side as Vincent. The protagonist smiled and asked what they meant by fooling around and that he knew they were planning on killing Vincent and his crew after that and that he didn't think they would follow them all the way here. Lawrence from the Messiah Guild. He looked at them and said that by the way, he didn't think it was a good time for useless chatter. Ron frowned and thought that this and it was coming here. A moment later, a huge monster jumped out at them. The guy looked up in fear. The monster's eyes were glowing. Henry's eyes widened. Lawrence turned around. The protagonist looked at what was happening. Ron said angrily that this bastard, what did he do? The protagonist held a flask in his hand and said that the liquid on them belonged to a goblin. He smirked and continued that it was also the lizard warrior's favorite snack. Since he spilled so much of his favorite sauce on them, wouldn't they all make a great meal for the lizard warrior? Ron angrily shouted that he would kill him. He rushed towards the protagonist in anger. Henry shouted at Ron that he was an idiot and that he couldn't leave them like that. Ron and Austin clashed in a fight. Ron angrily said that he would scratch his eyes out alive. The protagonist replied with a smile that it was all bark and no bite. Then his eyes widened. He looked at his weapon and thought it was a master sword. Austin said that he thought he was a simple guy when he ran here, but it seems he is an apprentice of a master swordsman. Ron asked again in confusion. Then he asked how he knew. Lawrence thought fearfully that where are Vincent's guys, Austin is not the main problem here. He looked at the monster and continued to think that the 4 of them would have no trouble clearing this dungeon even if they were alone. Henry called Lawrence and asked what he was doing. He turned his gaze to him and shouted that he should not just stand there, let him help him. Lawrence frowned and thought that if Vincent showed up here with his guys at this moment, when all their forces were scattered. The lizard stood up and looked at them. Lawrence continued to think that they would end up dead. The swords clashed in a blow. Ron asked him in confusion. The protagonist smirked and said that his suit must be losing its grip, and to think that someone like him would be his apprentice. Ron furiously told him to shut up and made a blow. Austin thought that he was glad that he gave in to his provocations, but he was definitely experienced and it would be difficult to defeat him with a sword. The guy pressed his lips together in thought, but the man was about to strike again. The protagonist swung and jumped. Ron frowned. Blood spurted out of the protagonist's mouth. It flew straight into the man's face. Ron leaned down to the ground. He wiped his face and said that how dare he spit blood into his face. He was poisoned by hematokin, his stamina would decrease. The man thought angrily that since he was working with poison, a long fight would put him at a disadvantage, and that he would not waste time and finish him off right now. He clenched the sword in his hands. Then he began to output shock waves in space. The protagonist thought in shock that this was possible. People's faces appeared before his eyes and he continued to think that this was an attack skill that was only available to those who were chosen by the Halo, the Executioner of Holy Light. Ron frowned. Then he spun the weapon in the air. The skill Executioner of Holy Light, Blade of Destruction, was activated. The protagonist looked in shock ahead. He hit the man and dust rose up. Ron closed his eyes and thought that the poison was starting to affect his body. He tightened his grip on the weapon and thought that he should have brought it back. Then his eyes widened and thought that he was alive. He turned to the protagonist and continued to think that how did he dodge the Blade of Destruction. He thought in confusion that how. Ron widened his eyes. A memory of how the blow knocked down several pillars appeared in his head. He was sitting on one knee and thought that finally he could use the Blade of Destruction like his teacher, but he could only use it once. The man looked at him and said that he was good at imitating him. Then he continued that it was still too difficult for him to use in a real fight and that his arm was in such a state after he had only used the Blade of Destruction once. The man pointed at him and said that this move had great power, but he should refrain from using it on an enemy who knew of his weakness. Ron turned his head to look at him. The man continued that if he met a monster that remained unharmed even after he used the Blade of Destruction, then he would be caught and killed by that monster. An image of the protagonist appeared in front of his eyes. Ron thought to his teacher that he had met this monster today. Gurney shouted the man's name. A huge shockwave cut through the air. Henry was thrown back. He screamed in rage. Lawrence looked at him and thought that they were all reveling in being the students of a master swordsman, but they were all useless, damn it. Then he thought that on top of that, Vincent and his guys never showed up. There was no way he was going to win now. He shouted at the protagonist to call it a truce and that they didn't have to fight each other. Austin looked at the man and he continued that he was asking for a truce and that they conquer the dungeon together first, otherwise, at this rate, they would just become food for the monsters. The protagonist smiled and said that he didn't need to worry about it. Lawrence asked again, puzzled, and the protagonist replied that by killing them, the guys, it would be easier for him to clear the dungeon, after all. Lawrence asked fearfully what he meant. A skeleton's hand appeared from the ground. Skeletons began to crawl out of the ground. Skeleton soldiers were summoned. Austin said with a smile that, besides, how could he trust him after he tried to finish him off a few moments ago? The man's eyes widened and said that it was not only the blood poisoning skill. He began to turn away in fear. A huge lizard rushed towards him. The man fell to the ground. Something was spinning around him. In an instant, everything froze. The ground vibrated beneath him. Lawrence looked at what was happening. Gurney hit the ground with an axe. Then he called him the dog of the Messiah. Henry said angrily that he had been asking for help for ages, but he was just standing there and begging for mercy. Something flew around Henry. He threw his head back with a wheeze. A huge lizard grabbed him, then brought him closer to his eye. Henry angrily told him to take his stinking head away. What did he smell? He would choke on this smell, and called him a stupid lizard. The monster squeezed Henry's body tighter and Lawrence looked at them in fear. He looked up and thought that if he wanted to get out of here alive, this was the only option left. Frowning, Lawrence thought that damn, he himself would not cope with it, if so. Looking at the monster, he thought that he should escape from here first and, sharply turning around, the thought arose in his head that he should hide until the other guys conquered this dungeon. The guy began to run away quickly, looking back and thinking that he would deal with the rest later. The most important thing was to survive. He could not die so miserably here. Something flew past the boy. He looked back and asked himself in his head what had just passed by. The skeleton stabbed the monster with its sword and the boy thought about it. A notification appeared saying that the lizard warrior had been affected by the poison blood skill. He looked up and thought that he didn't think that a skeleton soldier could move like that. It was almost like a high-level player moving. The skeletons were approaching the lizard and Lawrence thought that besides that, there wasn't just one skeleton soldier, there were 5. No wait, if Austin was that strong. The monster glared at the skeleton and the boy thought that if that meant that it had gotten rid of the team, that would explain why they hadn't appeared yet. The monster opened its mouth and approached the skeleton and the player thought about how the Skull Guild members were killed in the A+ rank dungeon. The skeleton watched as the lizard swung its tail and the boy thought that now he understood. His eyes widened in fear. A thought came to his mind that he just needed to get out of there and report this. The monster began to chase the guy, and he thought, but why? The skeleton swung his hand towards the lizard. 2 beams appeared near his leg. The monster opened his eyes and looked away, and the guy added why the lizard warrior ignored the skeletons and only chased him. Gray smoke appeared. The lizard suddenly fell to the ground. A notification appeared that due to the poison blood skill, the lizard warrior's strength continued to decrease. Looking to the side, the masked guy asked in surprise that they defeated him. The monster suddenly stood up in front of him. The lizard looked away. Looking at it, the guy thought that not yet, a lousy monster. With his eyes widened in fear, Lawrence thought that it could not be. Why was she only following him, as if the skeleton soldiers were invisible? The protagonist watched the events and said that now that he was distracting the lizard warrior, it became easier for him. The player, looking away, heard that perhaps he did not quite understand the current situation. Frowning, the hero said that because of the time when people could only rely on their level and items when clearing dungeons. The man held a lump of dirt in his hand. Looking at him, the girl asked why she would apply this to her body, to which the man replied that he himself did not know the details, but he heard that the lizard warrior did not have very good eyesight. Smiling widely, the man said, so by applying this to themselves, aren't they trying to disguise themselves? Turning around, he asked the hero if he was right. Looking back, Austin said that it was not that. Grinning, the guy said that he wondered if everything was okay with these guys now. The guy quickly ran away from the enraged monster. Frowning, he thought about how he couldn't run away from him forever. Looking at the hero with the skeleton, the player thought about how he didn't know why, but it seemed like the lizard warrior was only targeting players. The player quickly turned around. Approaching the main character, he thought about how he shouldn't suffer alone. This guy would also take part in this. The hero frowned and looked at him. Suddenly, a huge skeleton appeared, swinging its weapon. The guy jumped up. Flying forward, he said that how dare a skeleton soldier like him block his path. The player jumped over the skeleton. Looking down, Lawrence was surprised and thought that there was another one. The skeleton swung its sword towards the guy. He suddenly fell to the ground. The player looked down with frightened eyes. His mask was removed. He looked up. An oncoming skeleton and the player's fallen mask appeared. He sat on the ground and looked straight ahead. The lizard was rapidly approaching him. The monster fell to the ground, and the guy flew to the side. The hero pressed his lips together and thoughtfully looked straight ahead. Lying on the ground, the guy screamed and said about his leg. Then he turned his head to the side. The skeletons were standing on the fallen monster. With his eyes wide open, the player thought about how they had killed him. Now he would be able to get out of here alive. Taking a few steps forward, the protagonist said that he thanked him for distracting the lizard warrior on his behalf. Walking towards the guy, Austin said that it was time to wrap up, to which he asked what he meant, wrap up. With his mouth wide open, the player screamed that he wanted to talk. What he wanted, let him just help him get out of the dungeon. Pointing his finger straight ahead, the hero thought for a moment, and then said that he thought that guy over there should handle his request for salvation instead of him. The player looked back and asked with wide eyes what. The monster started to raise its head from the ground, and the protagonist said that it must be wondering why it was only chasing him. The monster's eyes appeared, and the protagonist added that its eyes worked as heat sensors. The player's silhouette appeared, and Austin said that of course he had no interest in cold skeletons. Lawrence looked up in fear. The lizard's eyes lit up and it headed towards him. An email came in saying that a 2-level plus rank dungeon had been discovered. News surfaced that the dungeon's boss monster was a tailed lizard. A press conference of the Phoenix Guild appeared, where it was announced that it refused to enter the dungeon. The woman and man watched the news. Kate lowered her head and said that to think that such a problem would arise at a time when he was planning to conquer a 6-level dungeon was the worst thing he could imagine. Looking at the tablet, the secretary said that as she predicted, the public opinion of the Phoenix Guild was terrible. The man frowned and said that listening to weaklings was a waste of time. Now they should concentrate exclusively on the 6-level dungeon. Breaking news appeared that the Messiah Guild had announced its objection. The Messiah Guild made an official statement that if this was an issue of extreme importance, they had enough time to prepare to conquer the dungeon. Comments appeared in support of the Messiah Guild. The man, looking at them, said that even the Messiah Guild had postponed their entry. The guy with his mouth full said that it was obviously not for nothing that it was called the Snake of Death. France, America, Japan. 2 years have passed since it first appeared in these countries, but they still do not know much about this monster. While putting the food to his mouth, the guy said that not a single player had ever returned alive from hunting this monster. There was no point in even discussing the difficulty when it came to the monster. Putting his hand to his face, the man thought about how to imagine that such a dangerous monster had appeared in a country with no information about it. Narrowing his eyes, he added that the people accepted the Messiah Guild's decision without any doubt, but the Messiah Guild really just announced it without any ulterior motives. Tapping the tablet, he asked for a wait and said that it couldn't be. Smiling, the man said that look at these bastards. Sitting in front of the guy, he asked what he thought would happen if all the guilds delayed entering the dungeon, to which he asked if it wasn't obvious, only the fearless would gather together, although it might be difficult to clear the dungeon. The guy put some food in his mouth and added that as time went on, the government would also want to get rid of this dungeon, other countries would also open the dungeon. Holding the tablet in his hands, the man replied that this was true. In other words, the dungeon would be conquered on a larger scale, but what if at that moment someone appeared and defeated the tailed lizard? To which the guy replied that then they would become quite famous or, surprised, the guy asked him to stop and asked, he says that then the guys from the Messiah Guild are deliberately trying to get more time. The graphs appeared and the man replied that he was not sure, but if you think about their skills. Pointing to the tablet, the man said that there must be a reason why they are in no hurry to enter the dungeon. The longer it is delayed, given the growing fear, the more unclaimed items will be in the dungeon. Then he added that when these guys defeat the tailed lizard, they will be able to get both fame and fortune. A message appeared that he had received the achievement of the Lizard Warrior Hunter. He had received a catalog as a reward. His level had been increased. The skeletons were on the dead lizard. It was written that the rank of the skill of the Scent Blood had increased. The rank of the skill of the Skeleton Soldier had increased. The messenger of the underworld grants him favor. The monster's eyes appeared, and Austin said that everything ended faster than he expected, thanks to the fact that the skeleton soldiers do not have body temperature. The hero narrowed his eyes and said that since he had contacted the guys who have connections with the Messiah Guild, the hero's reflection appeared in the monster's eye, and he added that it would be difficult for him to move freely. The skeleton, slightly bent over, looked towards the main character. Looking at the weapon, the hero thought that that's all. The characteristics of the sword made from the shell of an armored turtle appeared. Looking down, Austin thought that the weapon that the master swordsman used wasn't too bad. Giving it to the skeleton, the protagonist said that now let him use it. The skeleton looked at the weapon in surprise. He saw his eyes and its reflection. Looking at the lying girl, the protagonist asked that they should talk, right. The Eye of Anubis was activated. A bright blue beam appeared from the sky. The dungeon was cleared. Running up to the protagonist, the man said that great job. But where are the others? To which Austin replied that everyone was killed except him. Closing his eyes, the man asked about yes, what does he mean? Could he explain everything in detail? He needs to write a report and provide it to the guild. Walking to a small house, the protagonist said that he can write that the lizard warrior was stronger than they assumed and wished him luck, to which the man turned to him. The door slammed shut, and the guy said that yes, he did it, as they said. Holding the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that everything was as the Mr. predicted. One of the guys who aimed at him used a sword of a unique rank that used to belong to a master swordsman. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that as far as he knew, the master was an important member of the Messiah Guild, and also the head of the Yamato faction, the Japanese Yamato faction. He was sure that they were the main branch of the Skull Guild. Frowning, the protagonist looked to the side. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that other than that, he could not find anything. However, he would be able to get more information if he looked into it better. Yes, then he would contact him later. The protagonist opened the front door slightly. A bug appeared behind the TV. The protagonist walked down the street, looking straight ahead. Then he turned around and grinned. Ron seemed to say that the bug, they don't trust it, to which the other replied that no, of course not. They took special precautions because he would be interacting with a person the guild was monitoring. Ron adjusted his mask and heard that he had installed it behind the TV so that he would be aware, to which he said okay. Smiling, the hero thought about the bastards from the skull. They would fall into their own trap, and now he was wondering how the Skull Guild would deal with him. The hero put his hands in his jacket pocket. Looking at him, the main character said, "Speak of the devil." Michael, holding the phone in his hand, said that he heard what happened. That is, everyone was killed except him, and this time luck was with him, so he has something for him. Looking down, Austin said that he hadn't been able to find anything else because he was focused on survival, but he thought he knew where the Skull Guild's main branch was. Opening the car door, the hero heard that it was good to come to his house tomorrow. He wanted to hear the details, to which he replied that he wouldn't see you tomorrow. The guy turned the key in the ignition. A station appeared, and the hero thought that it was the 19th cell, Ilson Station. Looking at the boxes, the hero thought that Bob was a pretty careful broker. Opening the cell, a thought occurred to him that he wondered if he knew that he was also a target. The hero looked into the container that contained the list of dungeons and thought that he hoped that the list would not be too disappointing. The car was parked under the streetlights, and someone said that it was impossible to imagine that he would be to such an extent. Looking down, Austin said that it was no wonder that the Messiah Guild considered him a nuisance. Opening the folder, the hero thought that its contents and qualities were excellent, recalling the dungeons he conquered as a member of the Messiah Guild. Looking at the papers, the hero added that he finally understood where they got them from, and then said that the man was not targeted for nothing. The hero's eyes widened and thought about what it was. Looking at the dungeons with the albino lizard egg, he thought about how he didn't think he would have this dungeon. A glowing egg appeared, and the hero thought about how there wasn't much information about it, even he couldn't find the source or variants. Putting his hand to his face, Austin wondered what was inside the egg. Frowning, he said that he believed he could only find out directly. Grabbing the radio, the protagonist thought that only the man had this knowledge, a clue for him to get closer to the truth. Looking at the radio, he thought that this was a dungeon. No matter what, he had to be the one to clear it. A sound came from the radio. The man looked straight ahead and heard a question asking if he could hear him. It was Austin. Smiling widely, Bob thought that Austin, it was finally time for their deal. The car was parked near a modern house. Looking at the papers, Michael said that he wanted to say that the group and the guys from the Skull Guild died fighting each other, to which the protagonist replied that yes, one of them was much stronger than the other Skull Guild members. Looking at the man, Austin said that judging by their sword skills and equipment, there was no doubt that they were related to Japan. Frowning, the man thought about Japan and then said that some factions have quite a lot of influence in Japan too. Putting the paper on the table, Michael added that once this dungeon was cleared, he would have to deal with this problem. It was written that Michael of the Phoenix Guild was challenging the 6th level dungeon. Whether the Phoenix Guild would conquer the 19th 6th level dungeon, the president would negotiate with the man. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had come out alive from the dungeon in which all the members of the Skull Guild were destroyed twice in a row. They would start to monitor him. He snapped his finger, adding that he should refrain from unauthorized actions until he cleared the dungeon and returned, and then turned to the secretary. Looking at him, Kate said that the money had been transferred to the protagonist's bank account, to which the man asked if he had heard her. This was his compensation. The protagonist bowed, hearing that he would contact you after clearing the dungeon, to which he thanked him. The protagonist walked out of the mansion. Smiling, he said that when he returned from the dungeon, a memory of the bug that had been planted appeared, and the hero thought that now that these bastards knew that Michael was supporting him behind their backs, they would rather focus their attention on the man than on him. The hero began to get into the car and thought that he could not wait for Michael's reaction when they met again. Putting his hand on the folder, Austin said that he had finished with all the urgent matters, so whether he should go against Michael's warning not to act alone or not. A small dwelling for workers appeared. The girl, holding a phone in her hand, said that the preparations were complete, but she did not know if Mr. would accept. Turning around, she added that this situation. Smiling, Bob said that he should not worry about it. If a problem arose, he would talk to him. The protagonist walked to the house, and the girl replied that she understood. Putting his hand on the door handle, the hero heard Jack being addressed. The boss told him to get ready, to which he replied that didn't he tell her not to call him Mr. when he was outside. The protagonist's shadow appeared. It was heard that how many times should he repeat that he doesn't like it when she calls him Mr. Jack, because it sounds like Mrs. Whoever hears it might think that he is a woman. Looking down, Austin thought about the guy, that he is from the Phoenix Guild. It can't really be that guy. The hero entered the room. A guy was sitting at the table and a girl was standing next to him. Frowning, the hero looked straight ahead. The girl said that the examiner would accompany him because he did not choose a dungeon that matches his level. The hero looked at the smiling guy and heard that if he agrees, then let him sign this contract. He can ask her any questions he is interested in. And the protagonist thought that the immortal Jack, a player who cannot be killed. The boy looked away, and the hero thought about how when he was a tracker for the Messiah Guild, he had slipped away from him twice. Although he wouldn't give him a third chance, he didn't think he would be involved with a man. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that this was the first time he heard that he needed an examiner. Anyway, she said that they should enter the dungeon together. With this man, no, with Mrs. looking away angrily. Jack said that didn't he hear what he said to the secretary. Grinning, the hero apologized and asked, he prefers Mr. Right. The boy furiously shouted that he was laughing. That is, he did hear, the bastard. He just looked down on him. Yes, and the hero thought that as usual, he was quite hot-tempered. Frowning slightly, the protagonist said that okay. He asked, he can talk to Mr. The secretary looked at him and said yes, he could use the radio. Taking the radio in his hands, the hero asked if he could hear him. Bob smiled and said yes. What was the matter? Maybe he was unhappy with the examiner who would enter with him. The hero said that it was not that. The guy sat with his arms folded, and the protagonist asked what would happen if the examiner died while clearing the dungeon. After all, he did not know what would happen in the dungeon. Frowning, the guy thought about this bastard. He was threatening him like that. The man laughed and said that he should not worry about it. He was experienced enough to protect himself. He would not need to worry about him. Looking away, the hero said that he understood and grinned. The guy with glowing eyes stood next to the protagonist. He abruptly snatched the radio from the hero. He said that he thought their new client was a crazy idiot. If they entered the dungeon and he wasn't what they expected, he would just get rid of him. Okay. The man asked furiously what okay meant, and hadn't he told him to eat more modestly at the service station, to which the guy replied that he couldn't expect to be full after one udon. He needed to consume at least 10,000 calories a day. Shouts were heard from the radio that he should then buy himself some vegetable oil and drink it. After all, 1 liter of oil contains 9,000 calories. He should turn off the radio or the battery would die. Putting her hand to her face, the secretary said that she thought the conversation was over. He should take them to the entrance of the dungeon, to which the answer was heard that yes. Looking at the protagonist, Jack told him not to even try to be cunning or anything. He does not spare people who bare their fangs against him in the dungeon. The guy said furiously that he did not let any of them go unpunished, to which the hero thought that he was not bluffing, judging by the memories. Grinning, the hero thought that to think that he would meet the immortal Jack here, isn't he a lucky man? He will be useful. The secretary looked through the curtains and said that yes, they just left, but everything will really be fine. Looking at them, the girl added that if Mr. Jack does not return. Frowning, Bob replied that then Austin will not return either, in which case he will become their enemy. A bright blue light appeared in the distance of the forest. A warning appeared that in order to go to the next floor, you need to defeat 111 direwolves. The boy asked if he wasn't glad he pissed him off, he would try his best to ignore him. Smiling widely, Jack asked, 111 direwolves. See if he could catch them all by himself, he would sit here and watch until he prayed to save him. Sitting down on a rock, the boy said that's it, go ahead. The hero frowned, looking straight ahead. Opening his inventory, the boy said that he was looking at him now and he felt sorry for him. Why? It was too hard to handle on his own. Bringing food to his mouth, he said that his kindness had become a problem. Looking away, Jack smiled and said that he should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. If he wanted him to help him, then maybe he would lend him a hand. Looking down, the hero thought that he probably received the blessing of the river Styx. Only people whose halo is a stern fighter for life can receive this legendary skill, even if their head is cut off or their heart is torn out. Ancient people appeared, and the hero added that he becomes immortal, who simply cannot die. Looking back, Austin thought that he probably thinks that he is very lucky to have an immortal body, but if he met him, a message appeared that the skeleton soldier was summoned. The guy widened his eyes when he saw this. A skeleton appeared in front of the protagonist. Looking back, the hero smiled and thought that he would make him understand that this was all just his obsession. A forest appeared, strange sounds were heard. The skeleton stood in front of the fallen beast. Sitting on a stone, the guy said that his cute friend fights well. What is his name? Skeleton, to which the hero remained silent. Jack smiled and said that he had always wondered, but now he understood. The hero stood and looked at the many animal corpses, and the guy added that he had cleared dungeons alone. The guy tilted his head, thinking that he still couldn't believe it, even after seeing it with his own eyes. A skeleton appeared, and he added that the skeleton was fragile. He thought it would be a hindrance. The skeleton swung its sword, and Jack thought that, nevertheless, it could swing a sword like a high-level player. Besides, with increasing level, the number of skeletons that he could summon increases. Looking away, the player thought that this bastard was dangerous to be his enemy. The back of the protagonist appeared, and he added that, as expected, he was not an ordinary person. The hero turned around and asked the guy how he was, to which he thought that he would have to tell the man when he returned. Looking straight at him, Jack replied that it was fine, he didn't think he needed his help anymore. Raising his hand, the guy said that he would tell Bob about him after they were done, to which the hero agreed. The guy frowned and asked again. Standing up slightly, he asked if he was wrong. He had just suddenly spoken to him informally. He stood up from the rock, black particles began to appear. He turned around sharply, looking at them. The skeleton warrior had been summoned. A circle of skeletons formed around the player. Smirking, he looked away and said that he thought they suddenly became a little more aggressive, which he did, and then thought about the fact that there were 5 skeletons here. Putting a hand to his face, Austin asked what he said there. Didn't he say that he would just sit and watch until he got tired of begging him? Scratching his head, Jack asked what he was talking about. Of course it was a joke. He closed his eyes and added that of course he was just joking. It was his fault, he didn't mean to insult him. He took a small step forward. He jumped up from the ground abruptly and said that he was saying the same. Approaching the hero, he shouted furiously that it was his fault. The hero smirked slightly. They grabbed each other and began to fall down. A bright sky appeared. Looking up, the player asked again. The protagonist looked at him and said that trying to attack the summoner himself first instead of the skeletons was a good try. Sitting on the ground, Jack thought about how he was moving as if he had foreseen all this. Yes, this bastard had hidden his skills until now. For what purpose did he turn to them? Because of him or because of Bob? Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he didn't know what he wanted, but he wouldn't get anything from him. He knew how to keep secrets. The skeletons approached him, and the hero said, yes, interesting, it didn't seem like it. Really, anyway, it didn't matter. The swords approached the boy. They were at his throat, and he clenched his teeth. His hands were tied, and he shouted for him to untie him right now. The boy was hanging from a tree. He asked, his mouth wide open, how long he had been hanging like that. The hero looked at the player and heard that he should give him food. He was going to starve him. The hero swung his sword and cut the rope. The guy fell to the ground abruptly. Smiling, Austin said that it was fine, he would give him a chance, let him get ready. Looking at him, the guy asked again, and the hero replied that he had shown him his skills, so now it was his turn, to which he asked what the hell he was talking about. Standing in front of the player, the protagonist said that he should be bait so that the skeleton warriors could easily attack, then he would forgive him, to which he asked what he thought. He would follow his orders. Grabbing the rope, the protagonist asked, really, he would not do this. Looking at the player, Austin asked if he should hang him again, to which the guy thought he was just crazy. Smiling, the guy said that he was right, he had no objections, because he was the best tank. Jack ran quickly past the animal's corpse. He thrust his fist forward, red particles appeared. The enraged beasts rushed forward. They began to attack the guy, and he screamed. Gritting his teeth, he said that there were too many of them. A huge flock of beasts pounced on him. The player's hand stretched upward. One of the beasts stood separately. He looked up. Then he turned around and looked at the skeleton. The skeleton raised its sword upward. The skeletons began to attack the beasts. One of them crashed into a tree from the blow. The other fell sharply to the ground. Blood splashes appeared. The guy abruptly put his hands out to the sides. All the monsters flew apart. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought. Standing on the tree, he watched as the animal flew along it. Gray smoke formed. The guy bent down slightly. His whole hand was covered in blood. He lowered his hands down from fatigue and exhaled. The guy's whole face was covered in blood. He looked away. His level increased. He turned his attention to the hero standing on the branch. Austin smirked, thinking that it was not like before, but he was still not that easy to kill. Looking at the player, the hero thought that he would be a nice acquisition in the future. The forest appeared in the night. The man ran straight ahead at a fast pace. Covering one eye, Jack said that this was madness. A pack of animals ran in the same direction. Looking at them, the guy said that he did not even give him a rest. The player hit the monster's head with his fist. The skeleton jumped up and swung his sword. The skeletons struck the animals. They flew apart in different directions. The guy opened his mouth wide and sighed. Then he wiped the blood from his face. Looking ahead, Jack asked what it was. There was one more left. The beast bit the guy's leg. Throwing it aside, the guy told the skeleton that it was his. The skeleton gritted his teeth and looked down. A message appeared that he had cleared the first level of the dungeon. Looking at the skeleton, Jack said that they were overworked here because they had met the wrong master, you know. Standing in front of them, the guy said that they worked hard, unlike others. Raising his hand, the player said that so let him give him a high five. The skeleton looked at him in surprise. The skeleton turned around, and the player was furious. He angrily shouted that how dare he ignore him. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what. He dodged, maybe something other than staring at him. The protagonist leaned against a tree and listened to him say that let him attack, they should decide their ranks today. Bowing his head, the protagonist thought that he really was not the same as he remembered. The hero watched the boy ask if he wanted to be touched, then thought about how a powerful man with an immortal body who fought against the Messiah Guild, Jack was one of the strongest people he had ever acknowledged. An angry man showed up, and Austin thought about using his immortality. He uses a fighting method that affects bones but not flesh. He was unable to quickly get to him because of this destructive method. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that looking at him now, he does not see the same malice that was in him before. Surely there must be a trigger that changed him. The hero thought about how he has no memories of the man, but it seems that they were very close in the past. Perhaps his death awakened Jack. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this meant that if Bob survived, there was a high probability that the Messiah Guild would be excluded from the blueprint for the future. The hero watched the guy. Turning around, the player thought that he did not know his intentions, but it seemed like the hero was running from the monsters, and the guy added that this guy lured them here just enough for him to cope without dying, not just a coincidence, continuously, just during his recovery. The image of the protagonist appeared, and the guy thought that this was not just an analysis of monsters and dungeons, but something that can only be done by someone who has an absolute understanding of what is happening. This kind of feeling is not just a high-level ability. Frowning, a thought arose in the guy's head that he did not want to admit it, but he surpassed him in all aspects. Walking towards the player, the hero said that he did a great job, moving to the second level, to which Jack asked again. Looking down, Austin said that the second level would be much better than here. A bright blue beam appeared in the distance. putting his hand on his hair, the guy said that he was so tired he thought he would die. Looking at the hero, he asked, he worked all day, can he at least take a break now? The man was moving flasks from the inventory. Looking at them, Jack said that they did not look like elixirs. What is this? To which the hero asked, he runs well. Surprised, the guy asked, runs? Why so suddenly? The flask fell to the ground and broke. Surprised, looking straight ahead, the guy asked what the hell he was doing. Grinning, the main character said that he better start running away right now. Strange sounds were heard behind the guy. He turned around abruptly. A huge monster appeared from the forest. A lizard with glowing eyes looked at him. Gritting his teeth, the player said that he can't even relax, now everything will become even more tense. A newspaper with news appeared. Looking at it, Bob said that they predicted that this would happen since the Messiah Guild refused to participate in this, but looking straight ahead, the man asked how long the foreign guilds list would be. The secretary said that they finished compiling the list this morning, it remained to compare and analyze it, to which the man replied that it was good, there was still time before Jack returned, they should hurry. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if the guy would be okay. The player ran straight ahead at a rapid pace. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought about how the lizard was chasing the guy, and he added how come they were only hunting him. The skeletons looked ahead furiously. Looking away, Jack thought about the fact that he didn't know for what reason, but it seemed that this time he needed to act as bait. The guy stopped abruptly, sliding on the ground. The lizard smiled, looking at him. Looking up, the guy asked how it was better here than on the first level, said that he should wait until they got out of here and he would kill him. The guy stopped the monster's attack, squeezing its jaw. The hero watched the gray smoke that formed. Looking down, he thought. A huge column of smoke formed. The man slid along the ground. He stubbornly held the monster's jaw. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that they would not delay any longer. The skeleton suddenly jumped from behind the monster. Smiling, the guy added that they would finish this. The skeleton approached the monster with a sword in his hands. Having stuck it into the lizard's back, a notification appeared that the albino lizard had been subjected to the blood poisoning skill. 3 skeletons stood on the monster with their weapons stuck, the blood poisoning skill activated to the maximum. Frowning, the boy thought that these skeleton warriors, it looked like they were individually trained to such a high level, if it were anyone else, the skeleton warriors would be called in for support or to stall for time. Due to the use of the blood poisoning skill, the albino lizard's health decreased. The lizard raised its head up, its mouth wide open. It swung its tail at the skeleton, which it dodged. The lizard looked up, and the skeletons continued to attack it. The monster's eyes glowed red and it looked at the skeleton. Then, widening its eyes, it turned its gaze to the side. The skeletons were looking forward with fury. The lizard turned its head from them to the boy. Jack asked in surprise that she couldn't see the skeleton warriors, so she was only chasing him. Looking at the tree, the boy wondered what kind of magic the protagonist possessed. A memory of the protagonist saying that he better start running away right now appeared. Looking up, the boy thought about how he had planned all this from the very beginning. The player was suddenly hit in the back. He winced in pain and wheezed. A huge beam appeared, cutting the tree. The guy flew into the tree, it cracked. The hero watched the fallen tree. A bunch of gray smoke appeared. The man, coming out of it, took a step forward. He clenched his teeth tightly and looked down. The skill blessing of the river Styx was activated. A red outline appeared on the guy, he wiped the blood from his face. Smiling widely, the hero thought that, as expected, he instantly recovered after receiving so much damage. Jack looked at the monster standing in the smoke. Saliva flowed from the lizard's mouth, he looked down. The guy clenched his teeth tightly and said, what a waste of his calories. Blue particles formed on the guy's hands. Gloves appeared on his hands, he looked straight ahead menacingly. Jumping sharply, he rushed straight. Finding himself in front of the monster, he slid along the ground. He tightly clenched his hand in the glove. Then he swung and struck, purple lightning appeared. The monster opened its eyes wide in surprise. Then it began to slowly fall down. The skeletons quickly ran near the lizard's tail. The furious monster looked at the player. Gritting his teeth, Jack thought about how these bastards were using him as bait, just like their master. The skeleton sharply thrust its sword into the monster. Another skeleton struck the lizard. The monster raised its head up and screamed. The blood poisoning skill spread throughout the albino lizard's body. The skeleton swung its sword in the air and flew towards the lizard's head. Upon landing, it stabbed it into the monster's body. The lizard was defeated, the player watched it. Looking straight ahead, the guy exhaled and his level increased. The hero jumped off the tree, he earned the albino lizard hunter achievement. As a reward he will receive a catalog. The rank of the poison blood skill increased. The rank of the skeleton warrior skill increased. The messenger of the underworld was impressed by his endurance. The messenger of the underworld bestows his favor on him. The hero grinned slightly. A monster appeared, his mouth wide open. He abruptly hit the skeleton. Waving his arms to the sides, he defended himself from the attackers. The skeleton flew into him and they began to fall to the ground. The monster fell down, only his leg was visible. Several skeletons struck the monster. The guy in the hood said that the stupid skeleton warriors, if they continue to move back and forth like this, they will fall one after another. He needs to summon more. 50 trolls were defeated, his level increased. He earned the achievement of Troll Hunter. He is still not developed enough to get the attention of the messenger of the underworld. The guy raised his head up. Looking straight ahead, he thought about how he had killed 50 trolls by himself but still couldn't get his attention. This bad guy who was favored by the halo. Who was he? The protagonist stood with his sword in his hands and looked straight ahead. Jack thought about how this idiot was starving to death, what was he doing there now, and then turned to the hero and suggested that they get out of there if they were done. Austin turned around and heard a question, or was there anything left? Smiling, the hero said yes, the most important thing. The man ran his hand over the monster's body. The guy watched as the hero walked near the lizard. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what was somewhere here, to which the guy remained silent. The hero made a sharp swing of his sword across the lizard's body. A small beam of light appeared. Reaching forward, Austin said that it was finally in his hands. He found an albino lizard egg and held it in his hand. He had cleared the dungeon. Looking at the egg, the hero thought that the Messiah Guild had come a long way for what was in this egg, and right now he would find out what it was. The guy asked in surprise that the condition for clearing this dungeon was to protect the item, right? Gritting his teeth, Jack said that he forgot about it since he was running around all day, no matter what he was going to do with this item. The hero broke the egg with his sword. Looking at this, the guy asked in amazement what the hell he was doing, said that they did not know what it was capable of, so there was no need to break it. The eggshell fell to the ground. A bright glow appeared from the egg, and the hero said what it was. There was paper inside, and the hero thought that this was a skill page. Clutching the paper tightly in his hand, he said that for this, and the player said that he could not believe it, the skill page was inside. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought. On the paper, it was written about the power of Apophis. The required condition is the messenger of the underworld. The required level is higher than the first. The effect is resistance to any kind of poison. The hero thought about how this guy's skill could be here. The king of deadly poison appeared. He dealt with all kinds of poisons, but did not receive damage from any of them thanks to the skill. People were lying on the ground. It was said about a scoundrel who uses his power to take what he needs from people and brutally kills them with poison. The guild crest appeared. At the peak of his crimes, the Messiah Guild declared that they will judge the king of deadly poison. Blood spatter appeared. The Messiah Guild declared that they will judge the king of deadly poison. Many lost their lives in the process. The protagonist thought that even now he still remembered every single one of his comrades who died from that brat's poison, the albino lizard egg. He knew nothing about it except that it was owned by the Messiah Guild. Looking at the paper, Austin thought that he had never heard of this skill, but the deadly poison king couldn't steal it. Frowning, the hero thought that the only option was that the Messiah Guild gave it to the Deadly Poison King. They intentionally created him as a villain to look like the savior. Clenching the paper, the hero thought that Carl, he once again made him realize that their comrades' deaths were in vain. Tearing the paper, the hero thought that if he had mastered this skill, their senseless deaths would never happen again. A message appeared saying that he had acquired the power of Apophis. He became resistant to any kind of poison. A portrait of the guy appeared, and the hero thought that, however, Carl, he is absolutely right. The hero looked forward furiously and added that he would kill him with his own hands. Looking down, Austin said that they would be getting ready, and Jack wondered why he was in such a bad mood. Even though he kept the reward for himself, they were not at all alike. A bright blue beam appeared. The protagonist and the guy entered the room. Putting his hands in the bag, the guy said that, as expected, Bob is a sensible person. Joyfully looking down, he added that he was so hungry. Looking at the contents of the bag, the guy furiously said that a stupid rich man. What the hell? 2 bottles of mineral water. The man scratched his ear. Looking at the radio, Bob said that he wondered who was talking about him now. His ears were itchy. Looking away, the man smiled and said that faster than he thought. Taking the walkie-talkie in his hands, Bob said that they had finished the dungeon in less than 3 days, although it was not a low level of difficulty, and then asked how it went, to which he was told that it was not bad. Moreover, something was happening outside. The man took the mouse in his hands. Looking at the screen, he said that there was no news about the girl's side who went into the dungeon yet, but there was a problem with foreigners. The Great Guild and the Border Guild, which belonged to the 5 leading world guilds, united. Looking at the walkie-talkie, the hero heard that, and also, the dragon hunter caught a golden dragon in a 5-level dungeon. And Austin thought about the golden dragon. When the first golden dragon appeared, people were only interested in the skin. The dragon's skin was shown. The hero thought that the skin was durable and could withstand high temperatures. They thought that armor made from this skin would open a new world for the players. The armor was shown, and the hero added that it was the golden dragon's stomach acid that changed history, not its skin. A flask of liquid was shown. The hero thought that he was not sure how to use it since he was banished. A rune surrounded by blue particles was shown, and Austin added that it was later discovered that it helps in removing seals and curses. A memory of Carl stabbing the hero surfaced, and he thought that the seal on the guy's bombing was also removed using the golden dragon's stomach acid. The hero was lying unconscious on the ground. The juice's value exceeded all expectations. A glowing sword was shown, and the thought arose in his head that he must get it before people find out about it. The radio said that these were the only significant events in recent days. Did he want to know anything else? To which the hero replied that no, that was all. The guy held his head, and the man said that okay, then the examiner would tell him the details. He would give him a regular phone to contact in the future. Holding the phone in his hand, the hero heard that their connection would not be traced, so it was much safer, turning to the guy so that he would not run away anywhere and return straight to the office now. Looking at the protagonist, Jack turned to the man furiously and asked if he would not let him rest first. Whose fault was he working so much? From the radio, it was heard that if so, then he would give him one dish, so let him head straight here. Leaving, the guy said that he really was putting pressure on the people around him. One dish was not enough for him, let him give him at least 10. The guy opened the door a little. Looking to the side, he thought that they should just not tell him that he would have to hang around with this bastard in the future. The hero looked to the side in bewilderment. Austin looked at the slammed door. The office appeared. Sitting on the couch, Jack said that he couldn't rest. Why did he call him so early? Didn't he submit his report yesterday? To which the man replied that he called him because of his report. He needed to speed up his plan. Putting the paper on the table, Bob told him to read it, to which Jack replied that it was so important that he had to call him before breakfast. The guy widened his eyes and asked what. It was written about hunting a tailed lizard, and the guy asked, "Is this not a joke?" Yes. He says that he will go in there alone. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he was talking about. Who would send there alone? Of course he should go there with someone who has skills. Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked who has skills. Who is it? A dragon hunter, an agent? Let him not tell him that it is a hero. But his level is too high, he will not be able to enter a 2-level dungeon. Is there someone else besides him, with skills in a level below 35? Smiling, the man asked why he didn't take the hero into account. The guy repeated his name in fear and said that he didn't want to work with this man anymore. Jack said furiously that he told him yesterday. Despite his skills, this guy is sick. People should at least have a sense of camaraderie. This guy has personality problems. He made him pray for the monster. Closing his eyes, the guy added that if he had to work with this man again, he would go on a hunger strike, to which the man replied, well, he would be glad if he went on a hunger strike. A recording turned on, where the guy said that he needed a partner who would not interfere during the battle. Then he let it slip that he didn't care about his personality. Monsters attack people with personality problems. No, only skills are important. If there is someone suitable, let him call him, although they will not be stronger than him, to which the guy confusedly asked to wait. Smiling widely, Bob asked, does he remember? Right. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said when he recorded it, how could he keep a video like that all this time? How cheap. Looking straight ahead, the man said that anyway, he had already registered both of them. He had given them a great bait. Opening his mouth wide, Jack asked, he had already finished registering, but first, what did he mean by bait? The man smiled slyly. The abandoned outskirts of Seoul appeared. The hero was standing near the machine. He was polishing his sword. Looking at it, the hero thought that the blade was seriously damaged. He thought he should take it to the workshop. Turning his head to the side, he thought about what first. The protagonist reached out to the case. Opening it, he thought that the man even had such an item. Since he wanted to kill those guys from the Skull Guild, things are getting more interesting. He wants to try using this item when he meets them. A modern office appeared. Sitting in front of the man, the guy said okay, there was still poison left in the tailed lizard dungeon. He knew that the government had already allowed a foreign guild to participate. The girl was going up the stairs. It was heard that she shouldn't worry about it. He and the secretary had prepared everything in advance. Snapping his finger, Jack asked, but first, wouldn't it be too difficult for him and the hero to participate in this in the remaining positions, spending a lot of money this time? The door opened slightly. Looking to the side, Bob asked why he would spend a lot of money. Looking at the girl, he asked that she had already returned, had already completed all the work. Holding a container in her hands, the secretary answered that yes, the Moscow Russian Guild had finished the bidding. She also brought the item he had prepared for the hero. Here are the masks he asked for. A question about Russia was heard. Smiling, the man said that this was great. The news about the participation of 41 foreign players appeared. A blue portal was visible among the construction. A door appeared with the inscription, Russia, Moscow Guild. Holding his face, the guy said, damn, a stupid mask. The guy shook his leg and said that it was so uncomfortable to eat in it. Jack asked if the hero was okay, to which he replied that he kept eating and eating. He was worried. The guy asked again furiously, and then said that he had never been worried since he was born. Shaking his leg vigorously, the guy repeated that he never had, and then thought, damn, no one had ever returned alive from the dungeon of the tailed lizard, so why was this bastard so calm? Looking at the main character, the guy said that he spoke as if he was not worried. Was he scared? To which he replied that of course. Looking at the screen, the hero heard that it was true, let him not worry too much, just believe in him, and the hero thought that this was why he could not, never thought that he would get to this thing. Holding food in his hand, the guy said that he should not forget to buy him meat for the last attack, and after they finish this one, anyway, in this dungeon they should fight together. Looking away, Jack added that this is why he cannot do that weird thing again like last time. The mask of the Grim Reaper appeared, with which you can control and bind yourself to the undead, and the hero had a thought that he did not think that the man would have such an item. The phone rang. It was heard that he heard about his great performance in the dungeon, so did he think about participating in the dungeon of the tailed lizard? Looking down, Austin said that he did not know yet, even just entering there is quite dangerous. The man laughed and said that as he thought, he didn't like the idea, he knew, asked if he was good at dealing with skeleton warriors. The protagonist's ear appeared. Looking at the container, he heard that he had prepared a suitable legendary rank item for him. The guy widened his eyes and thought that the undead king, although the man dreamed of it, he couldn't get it, but now it was in his hands. Looking down, the hero thought that he had never seen this guy use it before, so he had no idea what effect it had. However, he heard a call to the hero and asked if he was listening. Smiling, the hero thought that his plan to destroy the Messiah would be realized much faster. The man entered the office and told them to get ready. The guy put his hand on his knee. Walking straight, the hero thought that the mask of the Grim Reaper, he needed to test it at the first level. A notification came that they should live for 5 days to move on to the next level. All the players looked at him in surprise and asked, what? A survival quest? Damn, what could be worse? Looking straight ahead, the man heard a curse. Clutching his head, the player asked what kind of nonsense. The man said that the quest was a survival quest. It might seem easy as long as they survived and weren't killed within the allotted time, but the guy said that it would be pretty hard to survive here alone. There could be countless monsters. The guy asked what they were going to do, to which the hero replied that they would first conduct a test. His eyes widened, he thought about the test. A memory of the beast attack surfaced and he thought that they shouldn't tell him. Tired, Jack stood and looked away, and then thought about having to do it again. The guy asked confusedly, he didn't hear what he said in the waiting room, he would do it again, the test. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he had just received a new item. It was normal, check its action correctly, to which the guy said that the item, he was right, it needed to be checked. Looking to the side, Austin suggested finding him a quiet place. A dark forest appeared. The skeleton warrior was summoned. Looking at the skeleton, Jack said that he was glad to see him. Smiling widely, he added that he should look who had prepared the armor here. Swinging his hand, the guy asked how he would avoid him, and this was just the beginning. The hero took out a mask from his inventory. The protagonist put on the Grim Reaper mask. Its characteristics were shown. He received the achievement Grim Reaper mask. Looking straight ahead, Austin thought that increasing magical power was not so bad, and then asked this. A long blue beam appeared. Looking at the skeleton, he thought about the thread. Putting his hand forward, the hero thought about how to control it. He lowered his hand, the line curved. It appeared as if she was passing through his hand. The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. A message appeared that he had joined. He opened his eyes in surprise. Many lightning bolts appeared, flying towards the beam. A guy stood in front of him and he said that he was caught. Smiling widely, Jack put his hand on the skeleton's head and asked why he was acting so strangely. Looking at him, the skeleton told him to remove his hands. Pointing at him in fear, the guy said that the skeleton was talking. The skeleton swung his hand. Looking at him, Jack asked why he was moving so strangely. The skeleton suddenly fell to the ground. Looking at him in fear, the guy asked if he was dead. He lightly kicked him with his foot. The protagonist told him to remove his foot. Looking down, the hero thought that controlling the skeleton warrior was more difficult than he thought. The players stood in a circle, and one of them asked what they would do, stay here or search the area around. James said that they did not know what kind of monsters could appear here, so they needed to act slowly. Looking to the side, he added that they would observe what was happening for a couple of days. As he saw, everyone else had also gathered here. If necessary, it would be wise to combine their forces to survive. A player who had been standing to the side appeared, and the guy asked if they had gathered here with the same thought. Adjusting his glasses, the guy thought that in any case, no one here had such influence as the Messiah Guild. Being with the crowd in this situation would be advantageous. They needed to convince the rest of the guys so that their guild could focus on hunting. A dark forest appeared. Swinging his fist, Jack spoke about the blow of the injection of etiquette. The guy struck the troll. The boy smiled widely and thought about what it was. He was worried about the survival quest, but there were only a lot of weak monsters, or maybe he had become stronger. He looked at the monsters in surprise as they defeated the skeleton. The skeleton slowly turned around to look at them. The boy looked straight ahead in fear. Looking back, he thought that although this brat was a real monster, it seemed like the skeleton was moving its legs, and the boy thought that at first, walking was difficult for him. The skeleton fell to the ground, and Jack thought that he still sometimes falls. It seemed like the skeleton swung its sword at the monsters, and the boy added that they should see how it runs now. The protagonist clenched his fingers, and the boy thought that summoned skeleton warriors were no joke, but now he can control them directly, it's a bit too much, huh? Gritting his teeth, the guy said, "Damn, is this fair? And someone fights dangerous monsters like a tank, head on, and he at this time hides in a safe place with his mask, a parasite." Jack looked away in surprise. Skeletons appeared behind him, emitting smoke. The skeleton warrior was summoned. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it could not be. Looking at the huge skeleton, the player thought about how he could use the summoning skill, being in such a state. The hero, being in the mask, thought about how he was able to use the summoning skill, being connected with the skeleton warrior, but this spends his magic power in triple size, does not think that he will be able to use the poison blood skill. The skeleton looked at the guy and asked how he was. Folding his hands, Jack said that he knows that good manners are to look the interlocutor in the face when you talk to him. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy said angrily that it was a strange feeling that even ordinary bones seemed to ignore him. Let him not say that he also needed an injection of etiquette. The protagonist asked, "Is that so?" To which the guy frowned and looked away. Looking at the guy's back, Austin asked if he liked it better this way. Turning sharply at him, Jack called him names and said that he scared him, to which the hero asked, "So what is his current state?" Waving his hand, the guy said that he knows, now he feels better when he taught a lesson to those who have not heard of manners, but not in the sense that he does not have manners, he means monsters, and grinned. Holding the mask in his hand, the hero said that this is great, asked, "Then they are leaving here." The guy asked confusedly about what kind of nonsense. He fought like a madman all this time, why do they need to leave here? Standing in front of the hero, he asked what about those orcs. Putting the mask on his face, Austin said that this was just the beginning. The guy repeated it fearfully, and then asked him to stop, said that if you think about it, his body doesn't feel very well. The guy smiled, and then said that he has, you know, this thing, anemia, he has anemia. Holding his head, he sighed and asked why he suddenly felt dizzy. The sword touched the guy. Jack asked fearfully what he was doing, looking at the skeleton. Looking up, the skeleton said that he had anemia, he would give him iron. Frowning, the guy asked again, he was just poking him with a sword. Standing in front of the guy, the skeleton said that the iron would still get into his body, right? To which he fearfully asked what he was talking about. And the hero said that it seemed like he had gotten much better since he was screaming like that. Turning around, the hero said to follow him. They needed to get ready. Jack frowned in anger, thinking that he was crazy and that he couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Trees appeared in the forest. A tree branch cracked. The tree suddenly fell to the ground. The protagonist struck it, trying to cut it down. Looking away, Jack thought about the hero's name and what he was thinking. Since they entered the dungeon, he had only been chopping down trees, not monsters. Dungeon, Day 2. The orc opened his mouth in fear. The players ran forward, and one of them shouted for them to focus on the center. The guy swung his sword. The man crouched slightly, hitting the sword, causing the monsters to fly in different directions. Dungeon, Day 3. Mountains appeared, far from the forest. A man with a shield stood in front of a lying monster. Harry turned around slightly and asked why it was so boring. It was originally a survival quest, but it shouldn't be like this, right? To which he was told that something was wrong. Even the monsters were too few. James looked away and said that the survival quest was in a plus rank dungeon, but they were all together here and too relaxed. This wouldn't do. They had to explore the area around even if it was risky. A tall wooden fence appeared. A message appeared that his level had increased. The messenger of the underworld had taken a liking to his incredible essence. He would receive a catalog as a reward. Sitting on the fence, the protagonist looked at the paper and grinned. It said about the skill of the skeleton warrior, the required condition is the messenger of the underworld. The required level is 20th and above, and the effects that increase the strength of the skeleton warriors and the number of summoned skeleton warriors, the effects will multiply along with the increase in the rank of the skill. The hero grinned slightly. Black lightning appeared. He acquired the skill of a skeleton warrior. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that they were moving on, to which Jack asked why now. Hitting a tree, the guy said that they could use all of this, so why should they move on? They worked so hard yesterday to create it. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that the situation had changed. He had revised their plan, to which Jack asked what the situation was because the number of monsters had increased. Austin took off his mask and smiled. He looked at the monster lying on the ground. Putting his hand on it, he summoned skeleton warriors. The guy watched this in surprise. More skeletons began to emerge from the ground, and the guy asked in surprise what. Looking at the hero, Jack asked that he could only summon 5 skeletons. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist replied that yes, before. Looking to the side, he smiled and said that now everything has changed. Something quickly rushed past the trees. James' eyes widened. Looking at the huge pile of orc corpses, he shouted for everyone to look at it. A dead monster appeared, and the guy asked about the orcs. Looking around, he clarified how many of them were there. Adjusting his glasses, the guy thought that it looked more like a massacre than a battle. What kind of person is capable of this? He thought that he gathered all the talented guys. He missed someone. The man pointed his hand to the side and asked the guy to look, said that there were more on this side. James slowly turned his head to the side. Peeking out from behind a bush, he asked what more meant. He widened his eyes, looking straight ahead. A huge maze opened up in front of him. Looking at it, the guy asked in confusion if this was a maze. The man quickly ran along the fence. Looking down, James saw a large number of dead orcs. Looking down in fear, he thought that the maze was made of wood to lure monsters and drive them into a trap. Looking straight ahead, the thought arose in my head that there were even more corpses there. Wooden spikes appeared, and the player thought that this was nothing compared to the inside of the labyrinth. Monsters appeared, running into the spikes, and the guy thought what the man was thinking when he planned all this, so different from all the battles he had seen before. Adjusting his glasses, James thought that this was why they could relax. Despite this being a survival quest, he made the wrong judgment. They needed to gather all the remaining players. Frowning, Jack said that it was none of his business. Well, why were they still moving around? They worked so hard to build all this. Raising his fist in the air, the guy added that they wouldn't make things like this again. Yeah, to which the hero replied not to worry, they didn't need them anymore. Placing his hand on the skeleton's head, Austin said that now that their human strength had increased, traps and labyrinths would just be a waste of time. There was an army of skeletons behind the hero, and he added that it would be faster to just track them down. Clenching his fist, Jack said that it was better. This time he would show him his skills. The player grabbed the glowing sword tightly. Raising his hands up, the guy asked in fear why he was jabbing him with this sword. He got rid of anemia. Turning his head back, the hero said that because he would lead, to which the guy laughed. Banging his fists, Jack said that then he would give it his all and would not care about anything except the clumsy guy running in front of him. Opening his mouth wide, the guy closed one eye. Leaning on his knees, the guy asked him to wait for him. Raising his head, he asked if they could rest for a while. The skeleton took a few steps towards him. The guy looked at him. The skeleton shook its head from side to side a few times. Then it turned and started to walk away. The guy yelled furiously at him to come here, laughing at him. Why shouldn't he come here? Jack leaned forward and yelled loudly at the skeleton. Clutching his head, the guy thought, damn, Austin, what a bastard. His stamina is abnormal. No, that's not it. His fighting style is completely different from his. It seemed like the guy was attacking the orc, and he thought about how he was attacking the orc with his bare hands from the front, and his stamina was quickly running out, while this guy was attacking his opponent from behind and easily avoiding damage. The protagonist dealt many cuts to the monster, and the guy thought about how this was an effective fighting style. Frowning, the player looked straight ahead angrily. It seemed like the hero looked away, and the guy added that it was sad, but he also wanted to learn this style. Turning around to look at the player, Austin asked what was the matter. Didn't he say that he was going to show him his skills? Wiping his face with his hand, the boy thought about why he still remembered this, and then said that he was just about to. The boy began to quickly run towards the beasts. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that okay, he would do it even if he had to die again. Looking at the boy fighting, the protagonist thought that if it were the Jack he knew, he would definitely use the moves he showed him. The beast jumped on the boy, and he sent a whirlwind forward. The hero thought that until now no one could direct him. The monster waved his hand near the player, and the hero thought that this is why he only believes in his immortal body and thoughtlessly rushes into attack. This isn't an effective fighting style. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that well, after a while he will become more useful. And then he smiled and thought that no, he guesses he will have to make him useful. The story takes us to the dungeon. On the 5th day, sunlight enveloped the forest. On the ground lay the corpse of a hyena. A message popped up that there were 24 hours left until the end of the quest. Sweat was running down Jack's face. He mentally wondered why he was taking the survival quest so seriously. A notification appeared that his level had increased. A projection appeared in front of Austin. He saw a message that the messenger of the underworld had taken a liking to his impetuous nature and he would receive a catalog as a reward. Enraged, Jack asked if this was too much for one person, noting that he had worked for 8 hours straight. The protagonist replied that it was time to rest. Joyfully, Jack asked where they would sit. He began to eat candy. He suddenly looked at the skeleton. Jack gave him a candy and asked if he wanted a snack. He looked at the skeleton and asked him to come to him. The skeleton extended its hand. Smiling, Jack asked if the skeleton was opening for him now. Looking at Austin, he said that this was called companionship. Jack happily said that there was something inexplicable about it. He turned his gaze and asked if Austin was hungry. The protagonist took the candy from the skeleton. Dumbfounded, Jack asked if Austin was controlling the skeleton. Bringing the candy to his mouth, the protagonist remarked that he wanted to know what the so-called companionship tasted like. Pointing his finger, Jack cried out that the protagonist said he did a good job, but instead of buying him food, he was stealing it. Austin bit into the candy. He turned around. Jack asked with a serious expression if it was a distress signal and how much time was left until the end of the quest. Jack looked up and asked if there were any more monsters. Austin replied that it was not a distress signal. Turning his gaze, Jack asked what it was then. Taking off the mask, the protagonist said that after the survival quest on the first level, they were moving to the second level, and so they were gathering the players to decide what order they would hunt the spiny snake. Jack crossed his arms and asked if it was not enough for them to join forces, so they were also deciding what order to hunt, noting that they were too arrogant. Austin, standing in front of him, said that they had let them relax for the past 5 days, of course they would be confident. A blue projection appeared in front of the protagonist. He said that they would check this catalog and move there. Jack was taken aback by this. Pointing his finger, he asked if this was the gold catalog. A smile appeared on Austin's face. He saw a message that dead body explosion was a skill that required an underworld messenger and level 30 or higher. If the protagonist injected mana into the monster's body, it would explode at any time. A crowd of people stood in the forest. James asked for attention with a serious expression. Spreading his arms, he assumed that all the survivors had gathered. Standing in front of the people, he stated that in a few minutes, the survival quest would be completed and they would move on to the next level. The Alliance, including the Hattie Guild, would try to attack the spiny snake first. Austin and Jack were standing in the crowd. Jack smiled and asked if they were really deciding in what order. Raising his hand, James noted that if there were no objections, he was warning them of one thing: they should not interfere with their hunt. Frowning, James said that if they interfered, he would immediately kill them. Holding his hand to his mouth, Jack clarified what they would do now. The man pushed him. He asked Jack with an enraged look if he understood what he said. Frowning, Jack mentally wondered if this guy was crazy and could not speak Korean. Austin grabbed his hand. Jack turned around. The protagonist raised his hands and wished them luck. The man turned around and started to walk away. Jack asked Austin with a displeased look why he had stopped him. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he would deal with everyone. Looking at the crowd, Austin noticed that the red ribbon on their forearms showed that they were on the same team, but Jack had not noticed it yet. He saw many ribbons on people's arms. Jack said with a smile that he could not help but notice. He said with a serious look that everyone there had these ribbons and asked if this meant that they had no chance against them. Austin smirked and asked if Jack thought so. The snake was crawling through the forest. People were hiding behind the trees. Its eyes were shining brightly. The guys were scared. It was crawling loudly further through the forest. People were hiding in the forest. Frowning, Jack ordered them to start. People began to attack the snake. It began to scream. There was an explosion. Looking at the protagonist, Jack asked if they would just stand there and watch, adding that at this rate they would catch the spiny snake. Austin, with a calm face, said that it was impossible. Frowning, the guy asked why it was impossible and if that many people were not enough. Austin held out his hand and asked what he did first when he encountered a monster. The guy replied that he would try to attack it and strike it, since he did not know what it was capable of, and it was hard to deal with an unexpected turn of events if you showed everything you could do at the very beginning. Austin pointed his finger and said that then they would move on to the creature. There was an explosion. The guy was surprised. He looked dumbfounded and said that it was better to get rid of it right away. Austin asked why no one had conquered this dungeon yet if it was such a simple quest. People were shooting at the monster. The stranger was watching the monster. He cried out with a serious expression that they were moving in this direction. The monster jumped out of the smoke cloud. The monster flew past the guys. The dumbfounded man said that the snake was running. The guy smirked and thought that if things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before they caught it. He would be the first player to kill the needle snake. The snake's eyes glowed red. The monster was suddenly taken aback. Stone blocks appeared in front of it. A message popped up that the skill master of the source of knowledge, Rift, had been activated. A large cloud of dust rose. The monster was trying to escape. It was destroying the area. The dumbfounded guy assumed that they had prepared everything and even predicted that the needle snake would escape. Austin said with a calm face that it was starting. The guy said that it looked like it would be over very quickly. Austin squinted and said that it wasn't, noting that the spiny snake never attacked properly, and that it had some kind of needles on its body. Frowning, the guy yelled at them to keep attacking and focus on its head. Multiple projectiles were flying at the snake. Magic blows were flying at its body. The guy suddenly turned his gaze. He saw the tail of the monster. The snake had destroyed the forest. It was looking at the people. The monster suddenly stopped. Clouds of dust surrounded the guy. The man turned around and ordered them to gather, adding that they had to continue the attack and that they were assigned to protect this territory. Sweat was running down the guy's face. The warriors attacked the monster. The guy grabbed the ground with his hand. He stood up and said that the man was right and they would end this. There was an explosion. A dumbfounded James cried out that the snake's movements had slowed down and that the battle line needed to be attacked. A crowd of people were running towards the snake. Its eyes were visible through the thick smoke. The snake shot up. James was taken aback by this. He saw many spikes on it. A dumbfounded James ordered to stop the attack and stay in their positions. The snake released its spikes at them. Dust rose around the warriors. The spikes flew at them. The snake began to scream. Austin watched it from the hill. He noted with a serious expression that he suspected that the needles were covered with deadly poison. He knew that these were not just spikes. The surprised man noted that this was a strong attack. The snake was in the middle of the forest. Clouds of smoke rose around James. He asked with a surprised expression what happened. Looking at the warriors, he thought that he knew the snake would have some kind of trick up its sleeve, but it was only a long-range attack, which was not such a problem. The man was sitting on one knee. He was suddenly taken aback. He broke off a piece of the needle and remarked that he did not think that these needles broke so easily. He examined the needle and said that they were also empty inside. James saw the snake. He cried out with a dumbfounded look that now the needle snake had no needles. He looked at the warriors and said that they would attack before the needles were restored. The crowd of people ran to attack. The warriors were heading towards the monster. Adjusting his glasses, James noted that they could just leave it to them. The warriors held their weapons in front of them. The man called out to the boy. He ran up to him and asked him to stop fooling around. Blood began to flow from the man's mouth. He fell to the ground. The warrior was taken aback by this. The guy was sitting on his knee. He fell to the ground. People started falling over. The man put his hand to his mouth and asked what was going on. He saw a message that he had been poisoned by a spiny snake. People started falling and screaming that it was poison. The stranger turned around and told James that the damage was severe and most of them would not be able to push forward. James, dumbfounded, asked if it was poison. He wondered how this happened, noting that there was no indication that they had been exposed to poison. Looking at the spikes, he asked if they were laced with poison. James stood still and thought that all the tanks had fallen, meaning the poison was deadly. The skeleton watched what was happening. Austin squinted and thought that it was disgusting. The dumbfounded guy asked what was going on. Austin explained that because of the spiny snake's poison, their plan had failed and they were retreating. The surprised guy asked if it was poisonous and if the things that came out of its body were spikes. Frowning, he asked if Austin meant that the spikes were laced with poison from the start. Austin looked at him and said that was not the case, and before the massive attack, the damage dealers and the rearguard had already taken damage, and if the spikes were laced with poison, the dealers would have taken damage first, not the tanks with high health. The guy was taken aback and asked what happened then. He remembered how the snake looked at the warriors and noted that their attack was too smooth, and it was not for nothing that this snake was called deadly. Looking at Austin, he asked if they should join those people. Austin calmly stated that now that they had found the hidden cards, it was their turn to make a move. Austin began to leave with the skeleton army. The guy asked if he wanted to go there. As Austin left, he said that he would go to the spiny snake alone anyway and that the guy should just wait and prepare. As the guy watched him go, he noted that he was not there to follow his orders. Austin turned around and said that in that case, the guy could go to the spiny snake. The dumbfounded guy started saying that he did not mean that and that he meant that he would intentionally stay there and follow his orders. There were gusts of wind around the snake. Austin was hiding behind a tree. As he watched the monster, he thought that without color or smell, the poison had no smell and was easy to miss. The players must have let their guard down, and now he understood why all the attacking groups were defeated so quickly. As he looked at the many corpses, Austin thought that they had already suffered irreparable damage by the time they noticed the poison, but it was different from them. He grabbed his mask. He imagined the poison dripping down his body. The message popped up that Apophyse's power had been activated. He was resistant to the poison of the spiny snake. The poison of the spiny snake had improved the skill of poison blood. Austin smirked and pointed out that when Apophyse's power was activated, even the poison blood skill would improve. He shifted his gaze. Austin looked at the spear. A light projection appeared in front of him. Looking at the inventory, he asked how about the spear. Holding his hand to her chin, he noted that with such a physique, her skin must also be quite thick, rather than cutting them off one by one. Smiling, he said that it would be more effective to deal with her this way. James punched the tree. He thought with a sad expression that he had completely let down his guard and that all the blame for what happened lay on him. He looked at the poisoned people and asked how many people had escaped. The dumbfounded guy replied that he didn't know, noting that when he ran away he saw about 30 people, but now they were all scattered. Standing by the tree, James said that they should stand there and gather the remaining people again. Adjusting his glasses, he assumed that those who remained there were already dead. The dumbfounded guy cried out and asked if James didn't understand that with the remaining people they wouldn't be able to attack again, and they especially didn't have enough tanks. James stood opposite and said that they would only lose more people if they looked for the dead, and he would rather reorganize the attack squad and try again. He noted that he no longer expected victory, but going back there was the same as killing himself. The guy was taken aback by these words. He grabbed his head. Looking at the guys, he said that he was sure that some of them were still alive. The man grabbed his head. James's hand began to shake. He thought that even if they regrouped and rushed into battle again, the outcome was obvious. Fighting without tanks was like rushing into battle without a shield, but at times like these, he had to keep a cool head. The boys suddenly looked into the depths of the forest. The frightened stranger asked if the snake was going there. A shell flew into a tree. James ordered to confirm the location of the spiny snake. The boy jumped onto a branch. He was surprised. The boy saw a crowd of people below him. The dumbfounded boy began to shout that they would not believe it. But at the moment the spiny snake was fighting a player. James was taken aback by this. The surprised boy asked to tell more about this. Pointing with his hand, he said that someone was currently fighting the spiny snake, and if they did not believe it, they could go up there and take a look. Frowning, James mentally noted that someone could breathe. Taken aback, the boy asked if this was really happening. James thought with a serious expression that the spiny snake could not be approached because of its venom. He saw the snake fighting a man. Taken aback, he assumed that the venom had worn off. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that even so, there might still be survivors. Standing on the branch, he cried out that they should go. The surprised boy asked if James was asking to go there again and if he hadn't said that it was the same as suicide. James cried out with a disgruntled look that the poison of the spiny snake had disappeared. He thought that this was the perfect opportunity to correct their previous mistake. He began to shout that since they were gathered there, it was unknown if they would have another chance to catch the spiny snake. The snake's eyes were shining brightly. Several shots flew at it. The snake saw the skeletons. The archers were shooting at it. Austin squinted and said that as he thought, the arrow could not pierce its thick skin. Austin began to run along its body and thought that however there was an easy way to bypass this defense, he could simply poison it. The skeletons continued to shoot at it. The snake was furious. The skeletons were taken aback by this. It rushed at the undead. The skeletons dodged its attack. The monster began to crawl through the forest. Austin advanced towards its head. He swung his spear at it. Austin stabbed 2 spears into its body. A message popped up saying that the spiny snake had been poisoned. The snake noticed Austin. A projection appeared next to him. He stated that the spines were gone, replaced by a multitude of holes. He stood in front of the hole and remarked that they were like human pores and must have been extremely painful. Poison was dripping from the snake's fangs. Austin smiled and asked if she had pretended to escape last time, but that was because she was trying to get people to come to her. The snake headed towards him. Austin said that those guys had no idea that she was lying to them. He swung his spear and emphasized the fact that the point was that the insignificant spines were deliberately flying out of her body to leave behind holes from which a huge amount of poisonous gas was released. Austin threw the spear at her. The snake was taken aback by this. The spear flew into her head. Another message popped up saying that the spiny snake had been poisoned. She started to fall. Austin ran through the trees. Turning around, he said that she was making a lot of noise for her size. He wondered what it was like to be the most poisoned. The monster fell to the ground. Looking around, the guy noted that Austin had told him to hide as much as possible, but he himself was pushing forward. Frowning, he asked who would want to collect dead monsters there. He asked if Austin treated a talented person like him too badly. The furious guy cried out that this was driving him crazy. Putting his hands behind his back, he asked how long he had been there. Austin clarified if he had prepared everything he asked for. Closing his eyes, he asked if the spiny snake was serious about crawling there and how he knew it would move in that direction. The skeleton, looking furious, replied that there was no time to explain and that the guy needed to finish quickly. Austin, looking serious, assumed that all the preparations were complete. He ran through the forest. The skeleton was stabbing the snake. He suddenly turned around. His eyes glowed blue. The skeleton dropped his blade. He saw many spears. The undead grabbed the spear. He rushed into battle. The skeleton ran at the snake. He jumped up. The monster pushed off the trees. The undead stabbed the spears into the snake. It screamed in pain. Another message appeared that the spiny snake was poisoned. She looked at the skeleton. The skeleton's eyes stopped glowing. The snake was about to devour him. Another monster jumped away from her body. He flew at her head. The skeleton controlled by Austin pierced her body again. The skeleton stabbed her head with spears. He said with a serious look that he would make her live up to her name. The skeleton stabbed her orifice. He continued stabbing her. Notifications popped up that the snake was poisoned and its stats were down. The snake started screaming. The skeleton watched her. Holding a spear in his hand, he said that due to her size, the poison's effect took longer than he expected. He threw the spear at her. The monster ran along the snake's body. He saw the spear flying. The skeleton jumped to catch the spear. He managed to grab it. The monster swung the spear. He stabbed it into her body. There were messages that her stats had dropped again and her resistance had decreased. The snake was furious. The skeletons held onto their spears to keep from falling. The needle snake squirmed through the forest. The monster jumped off of her. Holding onto a branch, Austin noted that now that she couldn't handle the poison, she was running away. A slight smile appeared on Austin's face. The snake advanced through the forest. It was moving quickly towards the monsters. There was a message that the skill messenger of the underworld, Blast of the Dead, had been activated. A powerful explosion was heard. The flames enveloped the snake. Its eyes glowed red. It began to crawl away. Austin thought that there was no point in running in the other direction. The snake was crawling towards a pile of corpses. It crawled over the corpses. The snake suddenly turned its gaze. Another explosion was heard. The man put the newspaper on the table. Bob said with a satisfied look that this was the end of the elite troops that Michael had gathered with all their might, and it was getting more and more interesting. The appearance of a 6th-level dungeon could hurt his pride. Sitting on the couch, Bob asked Kate to rent a car and send it to the entrance of the Spiny Snake's dungeon. Kate clarified if they were not supposed to leave until a week later. Bob smirked and said that he had spent so much money for a reason and told him to focus on showing his skills, not paying attention to the surroundings. Peeking out from behind the monitor, Kate noted that then they should not rent a car from a junkyard like usual since they were undercover as Russians. She got up from the table and announced that she would prepare a car for the diplomats to take them away from any possible chaos. Bob wondered how much it would cost in his mind. He asked her to wait. Bob, taken aback, asked if diplomats drove small cars. Kate slammed the door and said that they didn't. Explosions were heard in the forest. The boy, surprised, thought that this fool had not only foreseen the direction in which the snake would try to escape, but had also deliberately set off explosions to drive it into a certain corner. Austin walked toward it and noticed that it had finally curled up and calmed down. Black smoke was coming from the snake's head. A notification popped up that the poison was spreading through the body of the spiny snake. Austin smirked and said that as far as he could tell, she should be in a state of panic now, but it was too late. The skeleton shot at her. The snake looked at him. The skeleton shot an arrow at her. The snake opened its mouth. A shot flew into it. Austin started to walk towards it and noted that there was no point in avoiding the attacks. The poison had already spread and over time its health would also decrease. It was only making things worse. The people ran deeper into the forest. James moved between the trees and thought that these screams had been going on for some time. He was sure that he had attracted most of the players who entered the dungeon. Frowning, he wondered who this guy was. A message appeared that the spiny snake had been defeated. The people stopped and asked again. The happy guys began to say that they would be able to leave the dungeon alive. The stranger said that they would do everything right if they managed to steal the skin of the spiny snake. Stunned, James asked if he really killed the spiny snake. Turning around, the man asked him to go that way. James started to run and noted that they could not leave the dungeon empty-handed. He pointed out with an angry expression that he should at least see his face. Austin saw a message that he had obtained the achievement First Spiny Snake Hunter and the messenger of the underworld liked him. Austin smiled. He saw how his stats increased. A beam of white energy was glowing behind him. He saw a message that he had to extract the magic yellow pearl of the yellow dragon from the body of the spiny snake. Looking at the snake's corpse, Austin noted that it was troublesome. The man stood in front of James. He began to shout at them not to come closer. They stood in front of the guy and said that they were not there to cause trouble. James stretched out his hands and said that they just wanted to look around. He noted with a smile on his face that they were not bad people. There were huge skeletons standing near the guy. James looked at the undead and thought that the skeleton warriors were immune to the poison gas and therefore effective against the spiny snake, but something was bothering him. Frightened, James mentally noted that the attack that had failed against them simply could not have been successfully carried out by just these ridiculous soldiers and dozens of players trying to attack the spiny snake. Looking up at the sky, he emphasized the fact that as he thought, they needed to see the corpse of the spiny snake to be sure. The guys were taken aback by what they saw. James frowned. The guy was surprised. The skeleton of the snake flew up. Frightened, James asked if this was the spiny snake. He wondered if Austin was trying to summon it like those warriors. James started to run. He ran towards the guy and thought that he should at least see his face. He ran past the guy. A fist flew towards him. The guy caught it. James was surprised. The guy threw him to the ground. Lying on the ground, he asked what was wrong with the guy. Frowning, the boy noted that he had told them to leave. Furious, James said that they needed to get out of this dungeon and asked them to remember the boy's face. The snake skeleton rose into the sky. Austin saw a golden sphere. Smiling, he noted that it was wonderful and he didn't even have to look for it. He saw a message that the skill rank was too low and he was unable to summon the needle snake as a skeleton warrior. The snake skeleton began to fall to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from its fall. Austin stood in a thick cloud. He saw a notification that he would receive a yellow dragon magic sphere. He held the sphere in his hands. He saw the characteristics of the yellow dragon magic sphere. It gives plus 50 to mana and greatly increases the speed of mana recovery. The car was parked outside. Looking at the screen, the boy said that they had been there for a week already, but they had not received any news yet. The man clutched his head and said that no one expected this expedition to be a success to begin with. The man noted that even if it was, it would be amazing if it was. The man went to bed and said that he just wanted it to be over quickly. He suggested that he should just quit his job as a reporter. They heard a scream that the dungeon had been cleared. The boys got out of the car. The man looked around and asked what was going on. They saw a lot of reporters. The boy walked down the street and asked where the Heidi Guild support team was. The enraged boy ordered the Russians to be stopped, noting that these guys had killed the spiny snake and couldn't be allowed to leave. The man pointed and said that those guys were over there. Austin walked past a crowd of people. James was trying to get through the crowd, shouting that they needed to be stopped. He stood in the crowd. The car drove away. James saw the license plate and noted that they couldn't start a fight with the embassy car. Crossing his arms, the guy asked if Bob had spent a decent amount, noting that the seat was soft and he could now relax. Taking off his mask, Jack inquired about that project. He noted with a displeased look that Austin should at least say what kind of object it was, noting that he had not toiled for nothing on it. The protagonist put the phone to his ear and said that he had just come out of the dungeon. Smiling, Bob asked Austin how the role of the hero was. The protagonist replied that he was not sure and clarified what the press was saying. Looking at the newspapers, Bob said that all the media outlets were currently only about Austin. Bob emphasized that it would be unwise not to take advantage of his current situation. He asked with a satisfied look what the protagonist thought if they added weight to this name and he could play on the big stage. Austin thought seriously that this name would definitely come in handy to gain authority and enter a special dungeon, and at first he wanted to express this idea. But it was much easier, Bob asked himself. He replied that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Bob took the documents from Kate and noted that something interesting happened while they were in the dungeon. Bob asked if Austin knew Michael's bodyguard. He introduced the girl with the blade and told her that she led a team into a 4-level dungeon. But no one survived, and it is not unusual for a player to die in a dungeon, so it did not seem like something special happened, but he checked some information. Bob looked at the documents and assumed that there was a spy from the Skull Guild in her team, and he received information about the players sponsored by the Yamato faction. Bob studied the list and reported that, as the protagonist could guess, the Skull Guild made the right conclusions. Austin frowned and asked why Bob was telling him that. Bob said that there was no point in hiding it from him, adding that he was well aware of the protagonist's relationship with Michael and the Skull Guild. Austin remembered talking on the phone and wondered if the wiretap had started working on Michael. The car pulled up to a gas station. Getting out of the car, the protagonist suggested that they get out of there. Smiling, Jack asked if Bob had said he would feed them for their work. He noted that even if he hadn't, he would really like some udon with fried tofu. Austin walked up to the car and said that they would be moving. Jack was dumbfounded. Enraged, Jack started yelling that Bob had said he would leave them an expensive car. He started yelling that the car was too dirty and no one drove cars like that these days. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was his car. Jack started laughing and noted that compact cars were the best in the country because they needed very little gas. Looking at it, Austin said that it reminded him that he had a food allowance in his glove compartment. Looking at the glove compartment, the protagonist noted that Jack could take it if he wanted. Joyfully, Jack took the envelope and asked if it was really food money. Jack poured the coins into his hand. He sat with a dissatisfied face. Every newspaper was discussing Austin. An interview with James, a participant in the hunt for a spiny snake, appeared in the world news. People on the internet were discussing that a Russian guy had captured a dungeon. Studying the news, Kate said that the mood in the press had changed from curiosity to hatred, especially the interview with James made things worse. She clarified whether she should do what Bob ordered her to do now. Bob, with a smirk on his face, said that it was so and they needed to answer them. An interview with the protagonist appeared on the internet. People wrote that they did not think this guy was that bad. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought that Bob impressed him, and it was not just changing public opinion, and now that this statement was made, the Messiah Guild could not stay away. Standing in the warehouse, Austin thought that they could try to recruit him or at least win his favor. The protagonist emphasized the fact that he never thought that he would use public opinion to lure the Messiah Guild. Looking at the blades, Austin said that he needed to prepare thoroughly before the Messiah contacted him. He stared at the phone screen. A message popped up that Michael had cleared a 6-level dungeon. The protagonist said with a smile that it finally happened. Michael stood in front of the reporters. He waved his hand at them. Kate whispered to him that Jean's team, who went into the dungeon, was completely destroyed. Michael frowned at this. He beckoned the guys with his hand towards him. The man, looking dumbfounded, said that the press conference was over and that Michael needed to go to the hospital for a medical checkup. As Michael walked away from the press, He said that Kate would fill him in on the details in the car. The car was driving down the street. Kate looked at him and said that an anonymous transformer had sent them an account statement to the office a few days ago. Michael asked if they could believe it. Holding her chin, Kate said that she didn't know the reason why they sent them this information, but it seemed to be partially true, and according to the investigation team's report, most of the team died from stab wounds, so it was possible that they weren't killed by monsters. Kate imagined many corpses lying on the ground. Kate said that Jean's team was the only one that went into the dungeon, so the other guilds couldn't be involved. An enraged Michael asked if Kate was telling him that there was a traitor among his royal guards. He noticed that the Skull Guild had deceived them. The plot takes us to the Messiah Guild. The night sky enveloped a tall building. People were sitting at a table discussing what to do with Michael. Julia said with a serious expression that she would leave him to the mercy of public opinion. The guy sat at the table and said that he was currently working with the Skull Guild and trying to get rid of this mess. Julia slammed the table and noted that this was not the time for rash actions. She asked what happened to the last Lizard Warrior dungeon. Looking at the empty chair, she noted that if he was going to do something, he should do it right. Frowning, Joe thought that he didn't even have much skill, but he had already been mentioned many times. Julia crossed her arms and said that they could no longer work with the Skull Guild. The boy slammed the table and yelled that he couldn't stop, noting that the guild leader wasn't even there and they couldn't obey her order. Julia leaned on the table and assumed that the boy didn't understand that it was the leader's decision. The boy's face was serious. The man looked away. They were walking down the street. The boy walked to the car and asked what Ethan thought about this. The boy's eyes began to glow. He asked if they couldn't take it anymore. Ethan replied that it was true and it was time for them to part ways with the Messiah Guild. Sunlight enveloped the building. The boy stood in front of Michael and asked if Jean's team was highly skilled, adding that he never thought something like this could happen. Michael frowned and said that, to be honest, he wanted to create a business with those fools from the Skull to make a profit, but everything changed and now it is better to destroy them. Austin stood in front of him silently. The protagonist's face was serious. He imagined Michael and in his mind noted that he was more ambitious than anyone else, and in a few years, he would sell all sorts of items to Japan and go into exile. He presented a map and emphasized that people who did not know the truth called Michael a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because he was afraid that the Messiah Guild would take away everything he had created. An image of Michael running away with a bag appeared in his mind. Austin seriously said that he would become his bodyguard. Standing in front of him, the protagonist assumed that Michael wanted to use him to deal with them, but he did not want to be thrown away after he was no longer of use to him. Michael mentally asked if this fool would become his bodyguard. Michael started tapping his fingers on the table and thought that he didn't think Austin would have such an idea, and he planned to win him over even if he had to threaten him. Michael wondered what now. He slammed his fingers on the table and stated that he didn't care about the protagonist's opinion as long as he could get rid of the Skull Guild. Michael extended his hand and asked if the protagonist was saying that he would destroy the Skull Guild for him in exchange for his protection. Austin looked at him and noted that he also had something to repay the Skull Guild for. Michael smirked and thought that he expected this answer. The protagonist left the building. Austin thought that from now on, all responsibility for his actions lay with Mile. The protagonist had a smirk on his face. He noted that he was sincerely grateful. The sun's rays illuminated the tall building. The man sat at the table and said that the terms of the contract would be changed to the highest level. Austin stood up from the table and said that he would be under their supervision. He left the office. Adjusting his glasses, the stranger asked how Austin became Michael's royal guard and whether he joined the guild less than 6 months ago. The dumbfounded man said that he had built up a pretty good reputation working there, but he didn't think it was enough to get into the royal guards. The stranger replied that he wasn't sure, but it must be due to something they didn't know about. He said that Michael wasn't the type to make decisions without reason. Austin was going down in the elevator. People were discussing how the traitor was one of Michael's royal guards. They were asking how he managed to get there. The protagonist was eavesdropping on their conversations in the elevator. The guys got out of the elevator and asked what they were jealous of. After all, he had to work to get to the top. Looking at the phone, the protagonist thought that it was undeniable that he was lucky, but it did not matter. He said that the hunt had just begun. Austin was calling on the phone. Bob answered him. He assumed that they were calling him on an urgent matter because the protagonist had a busy schedule. When suddenly his look immediately changed. He was told about the fake documents. The young guy was indignant and asked what he had come up with again. The man was also talking on the phone and said that it was difficult to manipulate the people who ran the guild and were responsible for the dungeon. Hanging up, he said that Austin wanted to use fake documents to enter the dungeon. The guy said that he did not know more details, so why help him at all? He also asked if he trusted Austin. Bob answered with a smile on his face that he did not believe in people. He was just trying to understand in which direction he was holding the sword to determine whether he was with them or not. After all, human desires do not lie. A white car was driving. The guy asked if Austin was going to destroy the Skull Guild. The man said it was likely. They were set for a full-scale war against the Skull Guild. Most of the Skull Guild members were entering the dungeon today. They also couldn't rule out the fact that the protagonist could have used fake documents or created a team. The guy said he didn't care. He just wanted the protagonist to enter the dungeon. 2 cars were driving along the road. It was dark, the lights were shining, illuminating the road. The guy walked up to the counter where 2 people were. They asked his name, he answered. The man asked if he had come here alone and asked him to sign. They also didn't give a briefing on the dungeon, instead they offered to read it. The dungeon was level D, it held 61 people, it was necessary to defeat a 2-headed dog. For Austin, this dungeon was a trap. The guy turned his attention to the street. Several people were getting out of the cars. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face. Bob read the list of those who would go to the dungeon and saw Joe. He asked why his name was there. The secretary replied that he had joined the dungeon with another alias. The man asked if this was the same dungeon where the protagonist was going. The white-haired guy asked who Joe was. Bob replied that he was a troublesome newbie, level below 50, one of the Knights of the Round Throne. Joe stood there very sternly and angrily. Austin didn't think that the Messiah Guild would send him away so soon. The Knights of the Round Throne are a group of players who own legendary items related to the legend of King Arthur, as well as those under their command. The Knights of the Round Table took up arms on behalf of the fallen government to protect the suffering, just like the Messiah Guild. Austin learned a little later that this was planned. The Knights of the Round Table were weakened by the King of Deadly Poison. Many knights fell victim to it. The protagonist thought that Gawain's necklace, which Joe now had, might have been taken from one of them. If it was the knights, it would not be difficult for them to do something similar if there were any left. However, it is still a dangerous item. Despite its owner, there is no need to conserve strength. The Mastery Stone was used for the skeleton's war mastery. It strengthened the abilities and increased the number of summoned skeleton warriors. The effect increased as the skill rank increased. People shouted that they needed to enter the dungeon. Austin got out of the car. He received a notification that he needed to get rid of 3,000 monsters to move on to the next level. The people were in one location. It was easier for Austin to kill 1 or 2 stronger monsters because it was much easier. One of the guys understood that 3,000 monsters were not particularly dangerous, but it could take some time. Joe said that in the midst of this chaos, it would be easier to stab the protagonist in the back, pretending that it was an accident. He ordered his men to find him. One of the guys pointed at other people. The Skull Guild was standing behind him. Joe didn't understand why they came dressed like that, because their guild was in a deplorable state. The Skull Guild was talking to each other. They were not able to deal with the situation on their own, but they continued to ruin everything around them. Joe was sure that they were warned not to interfere in this personally, and how dare they disobey the leader. He wanted to kill them after he got out of the dungeon. He asked his men to ignore the Skull Guild guys, because they were here to do their job and no matter what happened, they had to deal with Austin themselves. Joe put his sword on the ground, and began to tell them to report to him when they found him. He also said that they can kill anyone who gets in the way. He will take responsibility for this. There was a tree in the middle of the forest. One of the guys was running. In his mind, he didn't think that they would attack the Skull Guild right away on the first level, and Austin was a bad person. He stopped near a tree. He quietly looked behind the tree. He asked himself if the royal guards had entered here. The guy was in complete shock. After all, he saw the skeletons of warriors and it looked like one of the team members had brought a Necromancer with him. The guy didn't understand why he hadn't seen the main character yet. He looked back. Austin ran up to him from behind. The guy tried to hit him. He was wounded. He was afraid and asked why he did it, because he had nothing in common with the Skull Guild. The main character raised his finger up and asked to look up. The guy looked. There was a dead man from the Skull Guild. He understood that the dead man couldn't tell him. He remembered how they had discussed in life that everything that happened in the dungeon should be told to the leader. In the dungeon, the guy claimed that he had never seen him. Austin put him face down on the ground. The guy still claimed that he knew nothing. The protagonist replied that they could only be trusted when they were dead. The eye of Anubis opened. Bob said that he knew that as a player he was stronger than him. The guy threw the pizza because after such words he lost his appetite. The man asked. This was said by the one who ate 5 boxes of pizza. The guy started getting angry and asked why he couldn't eat his pizza, which he bought with his own money. Bob said he understood. He also asked what he meant about Austin. The guy answered that he was the most cunning. After all, he would never enter into an unequal fight. If there was no chance of winning, he would not fight. There was a black line on the sand. The man was shocked. The skeleton warriors were activated. It was a bit early, but he summoned all his skeletons. Joe continued to say in front of the fire that they now knew what to do if they found a corpse, and he was even more worried about the whereabouts of the guys from the Skull Guild. They did not know what was waiting ahead. They wanted to meet them as soon as possible. Morning came. The players ran and did not understand why they still had not seen Austin, because he also moved to the second level. Joe was also running. Suddenly, he was shot, but he dodged. The guy was standing with a sword in his hands. Two started fighting. They were near the skeletons. The guy with long hair said that he finally showed up. The other said that maybe there was a necromancer among his companions. Austin came out from behind a tree. Joe asked if he was going to use the warrior skeletons to fight the players. The main character stroked the skeleton's skull. Joe said that if he had continued to hide, he would not have gotten it. The skeletons ran. They ran straight to Joe. He had a smile on his face. He swung his sword to attack the enemy, but the skeletons dodged the blow. The man was very angry. He also said that he had never seen skeletons move like that. Austin ran up, stopped near Joe. The main character's face was serious. He tried to attack the man. The guy was calm. They started fighting with swords. Austin called him a bastard and he knew that he was strong, but he also turned out to be fast. The guy turned the sword and made his blow. Joe asked what he was doing. After all, Austin had made him wait for a very long time. He tried to put his sword down, but Austin stepped back. The guy knew that he was a strong opponent and it was not easy to fight him. Unlike his previous enemies, he could not fight him, save his strength and remain cool at the same time. The immortal fighter was interested in this fight. Joe smiled and asked if the notification came from the patron. The messenger of the dungeon was also interested in the fight. The man said that he only receives such notifications when he fights worthy opponents. Austin was more than serious. It would be difficult for him if things continued like this. Bob said that he asked the guy to eat properly. He replied that it was not such a big problem. The man asked, "What did you mean, not such a big problem?" The guy asked if he was thinking about Austin. The protagonist's face was black, just like the skeletons. Joe asked if his companion had summoned them. There were several of them. He also asked if he was saving his strength to fight him. The protagonist began to attack. The man really liked it. They began their battle. Skeletons were running behind. Joe, smiling, said that everyone should come because he would deal with everyone. One of the skeletons ran past him. The man turned around. He said that he didn't need him. Joe turned around. His men were fighting the skeletons. They were shouting for the commander to help because they couldn't cope. The man thought that they were useless. He also asked Austin what kind of cowardly actions this was. The protagonist asked if it was a dog that barked, or maybe a puppy barked. Joe was getting angrier. With an angry face, he said that he had messed with the wrong person. Activation of the effect of the necklace of Gawain, activation of hearts. The decoration on his neck began to glow. Joe grinned. It was completely glowing. Austin was glad that he finally used it. Monsters were running near the man. He smiled. The skeletons jumped. The man killed them. The bones scattered on the ground. Austin thought that the Gawain necklace belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. Its effect was amazing. Now that Joe used it, the next stage can begin. The protagonist shouted the word retreat. The man did not understand what he meant. His people from the guild were fighting the skeletons, but suddenly they retreated. Joe thought that he was trying to cope again because he believed that he could not win in an open fight. Austin began to run. The man told his comrades that he would run after him, so let them deal with the skeletons. There was a forest through which the guy was running. The protagonist understood that Joe had not changed at all because he also did not care about his subordinates, and the necklace would not help him. It was gold, like the pendant itself. This item increased all the characteristics of the owner, but since the man had no idea how to use it correctly, then in his hands this pearl looks like a pig's, the guy smiled. Joe tried to catch up with him. The protagonist also understood that there was a difference in the characteristics and it was difficult not to notice. The man told himself that no matter how far he ran, he would still catch him. After all, he would not be able to escape from him after using the blessing of the sun. The effect of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of corpses, was activated. Joe began to burn. There was a huge explosion. Even his guild could see the explosion. The guy wanted to understand what kind of explosion it was. The other one told them not to worry because their team was difficult to defeat. They needed to get rid of the skeletons and join in as soon as possible. Before the guy could say anything, he was shot. His allies were in complete shock. He was exposed to poison blood. It was the skeleton that was nearby that shot him. The guy said that these pawns should not be underestimated because they are great at stalling for time. Joe screamed in the smoke. He asked them not to run away from him, but to come out to him. Austin took off his mask, and he also replied that he would probably lose in an open fight, and if he still wanted to win, he needed to run faster. Joe said that when he caught him, he would tear him apart with his bare hands. He was running after the main character, trying to catch up. The immortal fighter effect was activated. Joe caught up with the guy and tried to hit him. Austin looked at him. The man wished him dead. Suddenly, he started falling down. The ground was collapsing. He was in complete shock. Joe was falling down. It was clear from his gaze that he did not understand. There were monsters below. There was a big explosion. There was a big hole in the middle of the field. Joe asked to stop playing like that. Austin replied that he still did not understand what strategy was and he was not playing with him. After all, developing a strategy based on the enemy's weaknesses, topography, taking into account all possible options for the development of events, these are the basics of battle. And people like Joe are violent and useless leaders who rely only on their strength and do not bring their comrades anything but harm. Suddenly, Joe remembered. They said that he was famous from the Messiah Guild, also the only one who survived the last few times. The man told everyone to shut up, and if they have something to say, they need to say it to his face so that he can destroy them. One of the guys expressed his opinion that judging by the way he speaks, he does not spare his subordinates. And this was not surprising, because instead of brains, he has muscles that are not capable of emotions. When Joe heard these words, he immediately ran into him. The guy's eyes were confident, and he was able to dodge him. He also tripped him. The man fell next to him. Getting up, he tried to explain that the members of his group died because they were weak. The guy replied that he was the one who killed everyone. After all, he is a useless leader who brings nothing but harm to his comrades. Joe remembered that Austin's tactics resembled another guy. He assumed that perhaps this was why he had difficulty enduring. He wanted to kill the main character with his own hands. Austin said that the time had come. The man was on his knees. The protagonist continued that he didn't need to give commands to his skeleton warriors out loud, which meant he didn't need to yell at them to retreat. Joe called him a bastard. He assumed he'd lured him here on purpose. The guy realized that he must have realized it and also asked if his sun blessing had ended. There were 30 seconds of sun blessing left. Joe didn't understand how he knew how long this skill lasted. He screamed, "Who the hell was he?" The protagonist replied that he was pathetic. The man was confused and stood up from his kneeling position. The sun blessing effect had ended. He looked at the talisman, which was gradually disappearing. Gawain's necklace had been deactivated. Austin replied that it looked like the man's necklace's effect had ended. He was glad he'd fallen for it. And it looked like the skeletons had finished their work too. Joe heard footsteps from behind. They were the skeletons standing near the pit. With an evil smile, the protagonist explained to him that the man was focused only on Austin, that he hadn't even noticed where he was. And actually, it was quite close to where he first encountered him because they were just running in circles. Thanks to this, his skeletons killed his allies and were able to quickly get to him. He was stroking the head of one of the skeletons. Joe was shocked because his subordinates were destroyed. He became very angry and asked how dare he look down on him. The man stood up. His immortal fighter skill was activated, namely speed. Suddenly, there was dust all around. Joe jumped with a sword at Austin. The guy just looked at it. The man was angry. He tried to hit, but the skeleton interfered. Austin smiled and asked him not to get excited. A car was driving. The guy was driving and asked if he was overloading him with work. And why should he check him? Bob said that he needed to go to the dungeon of the two-headed dogs. The guy asked why he needed to go there. The man said that it would be calmer if he was shown around. Jack was indignant and said that he did not need to be checked because he would come out alive anyway. Bob said that they needed to make sure of something to come up with the next plan. Austin was not a stupid guy and therefore would want to know their goals, as well as the reason why they created a fake name or about the relationship between the Skull Guild and the faction. And for what reason do they continue to help Austin, knowing that the Messiah Guild is behind all this, and this is only part of a larger plan to eliminate this guild. Even if the protagonist kills Joe, it will still be difficult to understand his true intentions, but they need to get at least confirmation of whether he will continue to cooperate with them after or not. Cars drove along the highway in the dark. It was also dark in the forest. Dead skeletons lay on the ground. Joe realized that his body was becoming slower due to the effect of poisoned blood. Blood was flowing from his head and there were many skeletons. One of them swung at him. He hit Joe, but he was able to fight back. He held on with all his might, when suddenly something caught his attention. A skeleton was also hitting him from behind. He screamed in pain and blood came out of his mouth. The poisoned blood spread throughout his body. The man bared his teeth. Dew tried to strike, but the skeleton dodged. He was at a loss. His legs gave out, he knelt down. Austin was a little surprised. After all, he had withstood 12 skeleton warriors, and there were still 2 left. It would have been worse if he hadn't increased the number of skeleton warriors with the skill stone. Now that Joe was completely under the influence of the poisoned blood, he would not come to entertain him. The man shouted at him to fight him. He also shouted at him to stop just standing there and start fighting. Joe fell, but still told him to fight him. After all, he could still fight. His eyes turned completely white. His hand fell to the ground. The messenger of the underworld smiled at this easy victory and also shared some of his influence. The rank of the skeleton warrior skill increased. Austin stood next to Joe. He read the notifications. In his hands was holding the necklace of Gawain. It could be used from the 22nd rank. This was his first item that belonged to the Knights of the Round Table. If it was someone like Joe, he had to show himself. The Eye of Anubis was opening. The guy said he bet and it wasn't easy to get here with his brains. Of course, he meant his subordinates, not Joe. The man said he was heading to the master, so he would let him go this time, but the next time he saw him, he would break his jaw. The guy said he would wait impatiently. Joe came and said he was a new member of the round table and it was an honor to meet the great hero. Carl looked at him. Austin bared his teeth and said that he had finally shown his face. The Messiah Guild would not let this go easily when they found out that Joe was dead, and everyone who supported the protagonist's ambitions instead of justice. He would make him pay for this. The monsters lay there. The guy wondered how much longer he had to wait. The other one said that you can't catch a two-headed dog by acting rashly, and when he starts eating, we all need to attack together, and then we can catch him without losses. The two-headed dog was defeated. Everyone received a notification about it. The dungeon was cleared. Austin came out of the portal and walked. His face was absolutely calm. Jack was waiting for him near the car. The protagonist asked what he was doing here. The guy answered that he was running errands and decided to come here because he heard something interesting, and he needed to give him an envelope. They got into the car and drove off. Jack gave him the envelope and said that Bob wanted them to enter another dungeon. He also asked how everything went with Joe. Austin thought he expected this. Judging by Joe's memories, he went out under a fake ID and a pseudonym. That is, the guy knew why he asked for a fake identity and still agreed. Jack asked if he fought Bob and how he liked him. The protagonist answered after thinking that Joe was stronger than him. The guy started screaming that he was like a power level meter, and how could he know about his real skills? Austin explained that Joe had taken out 10 skeleton warriors on his own when he faced 12. He also said that if he wanted to show off his strength, he didn't have to, he would check anyway. Jack became nervous and said that a real man shouldn't brag about his strength. He asked to move on to really important things and talk about work. Austin read the piece of paper that was in the envelope. It said that there had been 12 failed attempts in the dungeon of the Horned Fox in Butchin. Jack said that he would skip the explanation since he already knew everything, because it should be obvious, but he would go there again in the guise of a different person and maybe he already knew why. The protagonist thought that if he was sent to this dungeon after Joe's victory, then it must mean something. He agreed. Austin left. Jack was standing outside. He called and explained that he had broken up with the protagonist and there was nothing to worry about because he never chose a losing option. The man asked about the offer on the phone. The guy replied that he had agreed instantly and already knew the characteristics of the dungeon. Bob replied that it was a great relief, and from that moment on, Jack had to make a final choice for himself. Since Austin had accepted their offers, there was no turning back. He thought that he could not trust him completely, but if they wanted to oppose the Messiah Guild, they needed to act now. They had 2 years left, maybe even 3. If a group capable of containing the Messiah Guild did not appear during this time, they would not hesitate to reveal their appearance. It was night. Austin arrived. He stood and looked at his phone. Remembering the past, the protagonist realized that this happened after he cleared the Horned Fox dungeon. The girl came up and said that she had been watching him in the dungeon and his skills were excellent. He also asked why he should not join the Messiah Guild. Austin replied that if they wanted to recruit him, they should let their master do it personally. Carl got out of the car, liking his audacity. He said that they needed his power to save the world. He extended his hand and asked if he would become their ally. Austin received a notification on his phone. His candidacy was approved and the dungeon raid was in 2 days. He thought that the guys from the Messiah Guild would be there too. The protagonist closed his phone. He wanted to show off his skills in a way that would make people's hair stand on end. Austin poked the skin of the needle snake with his finger. He thought that he would be very busy later, so he needed to finish the preparations in time. The item he poked his finger at appeared. He had already cleared dungeons, and this would be the perfect place to show himself. Butchin Sports Stadium. The loudspeakers were heard telling the players to get ready because the entrance to the dungeon was coming soon. The guys asked each other if they were ready. Chuck said that he was the guy who conquered the Spiny Snake dungeon when everyone thought it was impossible. For him, dungeons were like pieces of cake. He teleported to the dungeon and said that he didn't think he could eat this piece because he was frozen. They shouted that they were changing their clothes to winter ones. Especially mages with low health and priests should take care of themselves. The girl said that if they fell behind because they couldn't take care of themselves, then instead of helping, they would become an obstacle. Austin said that she knew what she was talking about because sometimes natural conditions are scarier than monsters. Behind him, the guy was shivering from the cold. He told the guy that they needed to go already. Austin immediately ran. The guy tried to catch up. It was light. There was snow on the ground. The guy asked if it wouldn't be better to move with the Messiah Guild, because acting alone in such weather conditions is not very good. Austin asked if he was one of those people who couldn't use their powers in the cold. Chuck said that was nonsense. His nickname was the Siberian Brown Bear and this temperature was like a light breeze. He felt good because his sweat dried right away. The protagonist said that was great and he should know because this dungeon would be harder than the spiny snake. Chuck was shocked and asked how much harder. Austin said he would find out soon. He was wearing the Gawain necklace and felt warm in the cold. He also had a Grim Reaper mask on and could connect with summoned monsters. He suggested that they move since it was so cold here and that they would warm up. Chuck agreed, and asked if he would feed him properly. Jack, confused, began to ask the hero what his plan was for this dungeon. The guy asked about building a fortress like last time. The hero calmly answered that there was no need for that. The system window showed that the skeleton warriors had been summoned. Jack looked away in confusion. The skeleton looked forward angrily. Jack looked at the warriors in fear, asking why all the skeletons were dressed up. The man shouted loudly and said that since he was spending a lot of money, he could have tried harder. Jack shouted angrily that despite the fact that they worked hard, he took the needle skin for himself. Austin, confused, asked about the fact that his share was supposed to be delivered to the office. Screams were heard from the street. One of the men stood to the side, scratching his ear. The heroine, looking away, began to think about the fact that 2 people were missing. A group of people were asking each other if anyone knew where Isaac and his companion had gone. The man apologized to the boss, answering that they were building a camp. The heroine, lost in thought, wondered if he should clear the dungeon. The girl was leaving, asking her guys to finish the camp before he returned, and then to guard. Mary turned around and answered that everything was fine, you just need to whistle if something happens, so that the heroine could understand how professional they were. The wolves growled loudly. The skeletons threw them in different directions. Jack did the same. The monsters quickly flew away to the sides. The skeletons screamed, taking out their weapons. Mary, in confusion, asked what it was. The heroine responded in fear that the skeleton warrior was very different from all the summoning skills that she had seen, of a completely different level. The hero looked at the boss, asking if they should help. Mary gritted her teeth, realizing that they would only interfere if they interfered. Her hands clenched into fists, and the girl herself answered that, as expected of the player, he needed to report this to the guild so that they could recruit and attract him to their side. The guy shouted in confusion that it was a whistle. Mary looked away, realizing that it was a long whistle asking for help. It meant that something had happened in the camp. Austin looked away. The monsters were running in different directions. The heroes, angry, could not understand why there were so many of them. Snow was falling. Wolves were running at the hero, who was in the sky. Everything was quickly collapsing. The boss stood on the ground in cracks. Mary looked at her people, telling them not to wander and take up their defense. The people stood in groups and said that they would protect the sloth and slowly move forward. One of the beasts screamed loudly, looking up. The voice was heard throughout the entire territory. The earth shook. The heroes looked around in confusion. One of the guys stood on a branch, wondering what that sound was. The wave of monsters ran quickly towards the people. Mary thought with fear that their wave had already been broken. The heroes looked at the wolves from the cliff. Jack looked at Austin with confusion, asking if he was going down. The hero was holding a phone from which a voice was heard, answering that it had caught him a little by surprise, suddenly asking for a skill page. The system window showed data on the aura field and said that the guy had received it. Austin looked around, answering that he would finally no longer have to cast it on him. A group of people stood next to the wolves. Mary gritted her teeth, answering that she should have guessed, but she was too careless since they were still at level 1. An explosion swept through the area. The heroes were surprised to think that it could be reinforcements, but Mary denied it. The girl looked away, thinking about something. Her hand was holding a wolf. The animal was flying down from the cliff. Austin looked at it confidently. The system window showed that the skills were activated. The hero looked away with interest, thinking about it. Smoke. The hero quickly ran to the side. The skeletons confidently killed the monsters, squeezing their heads. The fighters quickly and in a circle killed each one. The system window showed that the activation had begun. Austin continued to look away confidently. The eyes were filled with magic, quickly changing. The skeleton confidently screamed in front. The eyes were filled with power. The monster stood, looking forward. The eyes were watching something. The skeleton opened its mouth wide. Jack looked away in confusion, wondering what kind of crazy aura this was. The guy looked at everyone and replied that he had never seen skeletons act like this. The hero looked away with disdain, replying that they had taken steroids and were going nuts. The monsters continued to fill with magic. One of the skeletons looked ahead confidently. The monster decided everything he saw by quickly running to the side. Jack looked ahead in fear, not understanding what they were using for power. The hero was standing on a cliff. It was not suppression, and one could simply imagine hunting a large number of monsters. Instead of using the buff alone, it was activated in the aura field, which allowed the same effect to be used. Austin looked away. All the skeletons and monsters quickly flew away in different directions. The hero was looking at something. The system window began to show the skill that was activated. Explosions were all over the area. Mary looked ahead with confidence, realizing that the true ability of the hunter was a spiny snake. The girl looked at the guys, shouting that the wave had stopped and now it was their chance. Voices came from the city that they would help the Messiah Guild avoid arrest. One of the men smiled, shouting that everyone was being transported as heroes, and besides, due to public pressure, the Messiah would be forced to reward his rescuers. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kate looked at the computer, answering that the Messiah Guild had many players in this level range and they all had different skills, so for the plan to work, players and skills were needed that were far superior. The man smiled, answering that he was even ready to give Austin money or just lend him money. His hands were typing quickly. The heroine, in confusion, asked the guy if he really appreciated him. The hero laughed and looked away, answering that they all should make an effort to keep their identities from being revealed and then they could profit from hiding behind the mask for as long as possible. The laser continued to go. A group of people tiredly talked about how they finally succeeded and it was all over. One of the heroes held his head, answering that if it weren't for the Russians, they would have had a lot of trouble. Mary reached out to Austin, answering that thanks to him, they hadn't lost a single member of their guild. The girl began to look at something in fear. The heroines and Austin began to be separated. Jack looked at the hero with incomprehension, saying that they should just get out. The main hero looked away, answering that when they demonstrated their skills, they couldn't laugh and say that they had cleaned up that place with all their might, especially since that place had become a place for pumping. Jack screamed, saying that they couldn't do anything as they had done last time. The lips spread into a smile. Night was coming. The guy looked away with incomprehension, answering that he had gone crazy, teaming up with him. The team stood opposite each other. Austin answered from the corner that they could not destroy the target. The system window said that the skill rank had increased by 1. Hands touched something. The system window showed everything about the demonic. The main character, looking at the drink, answered that the man needed dark blood to be spilt. One of the guys asked why such a face. Austin calmly answered that everything was fine and before they went to the 2nd level, they had to do something together. Jack looked at the guy with fear, who answered that they needed to have a snack since the 2nd level requires energy. The chicken was fried. The guy ate the meat, answering that he finally felt like a team. Austin stood next to the hero, answering that even an immortal feels pain. The hero smiled widely. Austin stood next to Jack, asking him how long he could stand being pierced by a fox's horn. The man, smiling, asked if he had done something wrong. The hero asked if he should start begging for forgiveness. The 2nd level of the dungeon. The heroes stood by the cliff, armed with weapons. The heroes looked at something with confusion, answering that she was too fast. Her feet stood confidently on the snow, still not understanding how they were supposed to open it. One of the heroes began to notice something to the side. The guy looked at something in fear. The man saw a person in the snow and understood that he also needed to figure out what to do. Mary looked at the floor, screaming about a way to slow down the horned fox. Her feet stood confidently on the snow. The heroine confidently looked away. The guy stood with his back, screaming loudly that he would find and kill the boss. The hero looked at the girl with confusion, and everyone could not understand what the hero was doing. Mary screamed at the hero with confusion that they had achieved nothing and that it was just a collapse forward without a plan. There was hope in her eyes. There was a beast standing on the cliff above. Its teeth began to growl. Snow rushed everywhere. Jack began to look at all this with fear. His hands covered his face. The guy was standing next to the snow. Jack fought back, realizing that this was not the first time. His legs were approaching the monster. The guy's eyes looked confidently to the side. The wolf jumped on Jack. The guy fell with the wolf. The hero screamed loudly, answering that the horned fox's attacks were not too dangerous and the real problem was its speed. Austin looked at the guy carefully, answering that the skeleton warrior would have broken right away, so this option was not suitable and the trap of wooden fences would take too much time. Jack watched the guy, asking what he wanted for all movement to stop. Austin's face was smiling, asking if it could handle it. Jack looked ahead carefully. The hero was clenching his hands tightly. His legs were quickly running to the side. Snow was flying down quickly. The system window began to show the activation of the skill. Jack gritted his teeth, answering that it hurt, but he caught everyone. The hero was standing near the animal. Mary watched all this and said that she could not believe that he stopped the horned fox by grabbing its head. The heroine understood that he could not stand like that forever. The spear was flying to the side. Jack continued to just stand. The fox growled angrily. Its eyes were filled with power. The system window showed that the horned fox was exposed to dark blood. Mary looked at Austin, who aimed the arrow. The skeletons began to run towards Jack. Mary began to look at all this with confusion. The heroine began to think that their levels were below 40. The heroes continued to fight. Mary looked away in fear, answering that they were just monsters compared to them. After a while, the system window said that they had successfully defeated the horned fox. The laser flew high into the sky. Crowds of people shouted loudly and asked about who would clear the dungeon. The car drove along the road and kept saying that Isaac was in it. The hand held a fang. Austin held the phone in his hands, asking to publish his statement. The hero held the fang, answering that everyone should know that the Messiah Guild was eager to get it. The hero calmly answered that they were ready to sacrifice the horned fox's horn. Jack shouted and asked why, if they had gone through so much to get it. The man on the phone line smiled, answering that Austin had a serious plan. The hero looked away calmly, answering to emphasize the part about the Messiah who was eager to get him. The car flew forward quickly. After a while, all the news was published about the fox. Austin looked at the phone, answering that they did everything pretty quickly as he asked. The guy saw that someone called him home. The hand held the remote control and listened to the news about Isaac. The hero looked at the TV with displeasure, answering that lately they only talk about him. Michael laughed, answering that he copes with things better than anyone else. The hero smiled, answering that these people are their Skull Guild, who completely folded all their operations in Korea and returned to Japan. The hero snaps his hand, answering that a reward is needed for this. The man shouted not to get cocky and continue working, since there is a huge amount of it. Something began to be put on the table near the main character. It was a paper with information about the bloody fog. Michael smiled and looked at the guy and answered that he could become even better if he joined the squad. The hero looked at the news with surprise, which said that the Messiah Guild had published an official statement that they were grateful to Isaac, but were only willing to accept words, and instead of all this, they would send a modest gift as gratitude for saving the lives of the guild members. The hero answered with displeasure that they were simply protecting their pride and nothing more. The phone also showed the news. Austin looked at the phone, realizing that if he remained silent, they would try to steal the horn by influencing public opinion, but this only works against those people whom the Messiah Guild considered enemies. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, understood that they would not call him an enemy after everything he had done to them. The hero looked away, answering that the losses would depend on what they rewarded them with. The hero looked at the level 40 page that was given for leveling up. Austin asked calmly if they would give him some dungeons to level up in. Michael looked at him, saying he could buy some through a broker and send them to his account. Austin thanked him. The news said that the Messiah Guild was planning to send Isaac a gift as thanks, and that the guild generously rewarded those who risked their lives to save the world. The guy looked at his phone with displeasure, saying that Austin had thought of everything so he could get a gift and keep the horn for himself. The hero asked with interest what they would send him, to which the man replied that it would be a golem summoning skill. The hero asked in confusion how he knew that. The man laughed, saying that it didn't matter what the gift was, since it would always be better to give it before the press found out, and then they offered the golem summoning skill so they would immediately agree. The hands opened the food. The hero pointed at himself with displeasure, asking why he hadn't received anything despite working hard too. The hero gave the guy a large number of boxes of breadcrumbs. The man answered the guy with a smile on his face that he loved food. The hero said that he had saved them on purpose. The hero pointed at the boxes with displeasure, answering that they were gifts sent by people who thought they were Russian, and that he also wanted a skill or an item. An open box. The hero ate, asking why he was staring for so long. The man answered that he had received a request to purchase a dungeon. The guy asked with confusion that wasn't he going to end the partnership because he had sworn at Michael. The hero calmly looked at the paper, answering that the guy wanted to purchase several dungeons for his new elite soldier. The guy asked who this elite soldier was, to which the man replied that it was someone he knew very well. The guy angrily replied that they were real scammers. The man gritted his teeth, asking Austin to teach him. The hand touched the paper, answering that it looked good. The hero leaned against the sofa with displeasure and began to say that dungeons were quite rare, so he should be able to make good money. All data on earnings. The guy pointed at the man, answering that surviving 7 days in a dungeon seemed like an ideal place to level up with a risk to life. The hero asked to pass it on. The guy heard them answer him to level up with a smile on his face. The hero laughed, answering that he was finally starting to understand dungeons. Street. The hero looked at the floor with displeasure, thinking about the next dungeon. Austin looked back with a smile on his face, saying that they would start an easy walk. Hansen Group. The #1 financial company in South Korea, which became the most influential company in the world by sponsoring the Messiah Guild. Two people were talking to each other about the hero being alive. The man on the chair asked in confusion about why he had to do something he was not asked to do. The heroine looked down, saying that all this was not so easy to find in the guild. First, there were the frequent failures of the Skull Guild, which did not turn out to be anything serious. But with all this, a small spark turned into a flame, creating tension between them and the Master Swordsman and Master Archer. The alliance that seemed ideal began to fray at the seams. The source of the problems was Michael. The heroine remembered him, answering that when his strength increased, he needed to act gradually. The girl looked away, asking about what happened to Austin. The man answered that they were doing everything possible to get rid of him, but he was protected, which made it all the more difficult. The heroine showed her hand, answering for everyone to shut up and not make excuses. The girl looked at the man, asking him to tell her the plan to eliminate the hero. The assistant answered that they had already created a team to catch him. The heroine asked with a calm face where everyone was now, to which the girl heard that at the moment they were fully prepared in the city. The system window said that the level had increased. The card showed that they had reached level 40. Austin looked at the paper with a smile on his face, answering that he would finally be able to use the gifts he had received. The guy looked at him with anger, answering that only he could pump up his level so quickly and with such ease. Setting traps after studying the territory is more important than it seems at first glance, and the hero knows not only the type of monsters and their number depending on the dungeon. In addition, the hero has information on the most effective methods. The hero looked away, saying that it was as if all this had happened to him before. Austin laughed, answering that now he would be able to get out of even their tiger's den unharmed. The system windows showed that the guy had received 2 new skills. The guy tiredly answered that they had achieved their goal, so now they could calmly and leisurely clear the dungeon. The hero smiled, answering that it was the other way around, because he had received new skills that needed to be applied, and thus they would be able to understand how much offensive power they could actually possess. The hero came out of the portal. The guy crawled on all fours. Kate ran up in fear, asking if everything was okay. The heroine looked and asked if he was injured. The guy looked at the girl with fear. Austin asked her if he could talk to the boss. The heroine gave him the phone, answering that he would be able to contact through this. The guy held the phone, answering that he wanted to go somewhere. Bob looked at the phone and thought that of all the possible options, it should be Kisung, and what was he thinking about? After the gate appeared, isolated North Korea opened a small door so that the rest of the world had a chance to help it. It became a special city of Kisung, free entry for everyone, and if you destroy the dungeon, getting absolute permissiveness. As a result, Kisung became a haven for players who committed crimes, and over time it was completely consumed by the thirst for profit. Kisung, the bus was driving along a snowy road. The man's legs were shaking. A man came up to him and said that he was seeing him for the first time he was a porter. The guy asked again, and he continued that he was a house donkey so that they could take as many percentages as possible from the dungeon. The guy closed his eyes and said that was not true. The man said that it was obvious to everyone here that he was new here. He smirked and went on to say that he did not look like he was wanted for a serious crime and that he had tricked someone, told him not to worry so much. They were all in the same boat. He stood next to the guy and said that although he might not be with them, most of these guys were rapists and murderers. The reason they were not touched was because they were gamblers. He smiled and said that was nice, really, and that they could come back anytime if they found a way to get money. Great solution. Then he asked how he ended up here. The guy linked his hands and said that he had been betrayed by someone he trusted. The man sat down on the seat and said that the story was about betrayal. He had no idea who the traitor was, but he bet he worked hard enough and he would make him pay. The guy kept quiet and the man said that if he needed to, he could call. The guy adjusted his glasses and thought that it was true for betraying the whole world. Carl appeared before his eyes and he thought that he would make him pay. The guy received a message asking how the situation was, and he answered that nothing was suspicious. They were suitable as expendable material. There should be no problems. The bus was driving through the snow. Then they drove up to the gate and the voice said that they were there and to get out. After examining the area, someone said that Kisung was in North Korea. Jack said that he seriously went there, completely lost his mind. The most notorious bastards gather there, and what was he looking for that made him go to this criminal world? Bob looked at the paper and said that he was crazy. Then he shouted that here he was, an idiot, showing up here in the evening to suck all the juices out of him. Jack put his finger up and said he just remembered the protagonist talking about the skin of a spiny snake or something. The man replied that anyway, he had no idea why Austin went to Kisung. The guy said he was changing the subject because he had something to hide. Bob closed his eyes and said what a bad time. That guy was also in Kisung now. Jack asked about that guy again and asked who he was talking about. The man replied that there was one monster stronger than the protagonist. Bob thought about it and said he thought he was around level 50 now. No one could compare to him at that rank right now, and thought he hoped he was wrong. He didn't want those two to clash. It was not the time yet. Jack opened his mouth and said no way, there was a person stronger than the protagonist. If he existed, he would know, and asked his name. Bob replied that he had probably heard his name. Nate, the Messiah Guild's hunting dog, was on the phone and said he understood and would begin preparations. Someone asked him what was wrong and he said the Queen wanted them to maintain the same leveling rate because of the next target. A voice asked who their next target was and people were getting off the bus and the voice said Austin. The man asked again and said he had never heard of him and the protagonist was getting off the bus. Someone said that since she wanted them to be on guard, this was no ordinary guy and they said it didn't matter and they should just follow orders. Nate tiredly said that since the new target was known, They needed to clear this dungeon quickly and begin investigating and asked what was up with the porters. The guy said they had gotten a message from the guy they had left in charge saying everything was fine and he thought they could continue with the plan, and the man said okay, have them prepare them. The protagonist looked at him and thought that Nate didn't think that they would meet like this. Just a few days ago he avoided him like no one else. A hunting dog that would tear anyone to pieces for the Messiah Guild. Having barely reached level 100, he was limited in his actions because this level was too high. For this reason, Messiah had to raise a new dog to work in the shadows. He found out about all this later, but if things weren't like this bastard wouldn't have come looking for him personally. Still, don't underestimate Nate. Besides, he probably already got Lancelot's ring. If he didn't deal with him now, there would be no stopping this monster. He thought that he should nip it in the bud while he still could. A voice shouted that they were entering a dungeon. The notification said that they needed to defeat a red orc to move on to the next level. Blood spurted. The men stood around the body and a voice asked what it was. Someone answered that one of the porters had just killed one of their men and escaped. The man was kneeling in front of the body. The boy asked the captain what they should do and that they should go after him. The captain looked down sadly and thought that he had killed him. Without hesitation, delivering a single precise blow to the vital places. He touched the man's head and continued the thought that he had killed before. The captain began to stand up and said that their plans were changing. Let them take care of the remaining porters. The boy said that it was accepted. Someone picked up a sword. Another man also held a sword. Someone held an axe. Everyone stood up with weapons in their hands. The boy asked with a smile what was going on and that the porters, did not even have weapons in their inventory and let them cool down. Then he continued that besides, he had a separate contract. Two men ran at him with a blow. Blood spurted and the boys looked at what was happening in shock. The man opened his mouth and screamed that they needed to run. Blood sprayed in the air. A deafening scream was heard. The man was lying in a pool of blood. The man came up and said that they did as he said and that they should split up and find him. The man looked down and said that he ran away after killing only one guy because he was buying time. He himself was most likely planning to eliminate them one by one when they split up and whether they should follow his plans. He then told the people that finding information about the victim was a priority. He then looked away. A huge monster stood in front of him and a voice questioningly said that it was a golem. Nate said that so his patron was the messenger of the underworld. He then thought that since he couldn't use the rest of the summoning skills without making a sacrifice, the golem was obviously just a distraction to buy time, which meant he then said that there was a change of plans. They needed to chase after him, but first they would deal with this golem. The guardian of the fountain of knowledge conclusion skill was used. The man raised his hand with a magic shield. The golem ran at them angrily. The guys ran at the monster and a voice shouted that golems have high resistance to cutting weapons and that attention, you need to use impact weapons. The man struck and the voice continued that they are not so dangerous if you first cut off their legs. The people hit him from all sides. The man thought that they are able to change weapons without an order and work well in a team and also know where to aim first. Stones fell from the monster. A moment later, his legs disappeared. The man ran into him with a blow. A devastating explosion raised dust. Smoke rose from the ground. The guy's eyes widened and wondered what that sound was. A bright flash illuminated the space. The man looked at the light in shock. Bright rays appeared near the warriors. Arrows fell to the ground. The guy stuttered and turned to the captain. He lowered his head and said that he should not underestimate him just because he was alone. Then he thought that he was aiming right at the healer while the others were busy with the golem. Looking at the arrows, he continued to think that not only did he know what the healer looked like, he must have incredibly good skills, and that he was capable of long-range attacks and summoning monsters. Who was this guy? A voice shouted that there was another attack. Nate turned around abruptly. Looking at the explosion, the voice asked what this was, that these were players, and where did they come from? Weren't they the only ones who entered this dungeon? The archer pulled back the bowstring and shouted that he would buy some time. Let them line up. The arrow flew straight ahead at a rapid pace. The silent hunter's skill, multiple shot, was used. Multiple arrows flew straight ahead. They flew forward at a tremendous speed. The shots passed through. The guy thought in shock that the shots passed through and who these guys were. Something was rushing forward at a rapid pace. A huge skeleton warrior rushed at the man. He quickly dodged. Then it swung at the guy again. The guy, wiping away the blood, wondered if he was too agile for a skeleton warrior. There were several skeletons around him. The man parried the blows and thought that the damned freaks did not stop, because they did not need to worry about injuries. Grinning in pain, the man thought that he had never heard of skeleton warriors who fought using their minds. The Holy Light Executioner's skill, Slash, was used. With one blow the man cut the skeleton, thinking that the skeleton warriors were copying their master's movements. Nate narrowed his eyes. He watched the battle and thought that it was giving him an idea of their summoner's abilities. The warriors were fighting the skeleton and the boy thought that nothing good would come of it. Nate cut the skeleton in half. The boy fearfully called out to the captain. The captain shouted furiously that they shouldn't relax, thinking that these were just skeleton warriors and to treat them like veteran players and use all their power. Then he turned to the boy and continued to aim for the unprotected areas of the armor. The boy replied that it was accepted. The warrior ran forward and shouted that everyone heard it. They need to focus on the gaps in the armor. The boy chopped off the skeleton's leg. Then 2 warriors chopped another skeleton. Nate ran forward and thought that he felt him hiding somewhere around here. He turned around and thought, what if he could handle the owner? He stopped and thought he had found it. Nate grabbed the ground. Someone in a cloak stood in front of him. Nate ran up to him. A bright blow pierced the space. He cut the cloak in half. The man's eyes widened. Then he struck again. There was a man behind the cloak. Nate looked at him and thought that the mask was in the shape of a skull. He frowned and wondered if he could be a spiny snake hunter. The skull shattered into pieces. The guy gritted his teeth, looked ahead, then said that there were only 2 skeleton warriors left. There was a guy in a mask standing in front of him. Looking at him, he said that it was a blonde guy with a skull mask, a spiny snake hunter. Looking ahead, he wondered again if he had an unfriendly relationship with their guild. Why was he here? Suddenly, the hunter turned around and the boy thought that it was time to put the second part of the plan into action. The blonde man and the skeletons rushed to the side. The captain, looking at them, frowned and thought that he was retreating. He just wanted to wear them out. If they gave him time, they would lose their advantage. The soldier, looking ahead, shouted that they had lost 4 and that they must definitely catch him, to which the captain replied that no, until they found out his intentions, they would wait. The soldier rushed from the spot, shouting that they did not have time for this. It was clear that he was weakened, then thought that if they had acted according to the rules, then when he lost his puppets, they should have chased him. He saw the blonde man jump behind a tree, and then thought again that suddenly he had more than just summoning skills. Turning around, he shouted loudly for them to go back, because this was a trap. A second later, a bright explosion occurred, throwing the soldiers back. A dusty, high speed rushed forward, and a system message appeared that the skill of the messenger of the underworld, the explosion of corpses, was used. The soldiers, looking ahead, shouted in fear, what was this ominous smoke? The captain, turning around, shouted in displeasure to be ready. They did not know what would happen next. The smoke began to dissipate, and a human silhouette appeared in it. The soldier, gritting his teeth, grabbed his wounded hand, and then apologized, saying that he lost his composure. A system message appeared in front of him that he was poisoned. Then he spat out blood. Looking down in fear, he thought that his blood was black. After a while, a doctor began to run to him, shouting for him to stay where he was. He would heal him now. But the captain raised his hand, replied that no, because the color of his blood had completely changed. It was too late. The soldier fell to his knees. His body was shaking and blood was dripping from everywhere. He whispered that it was just poison. He was still okay. Let them help him quickly. Then he took off and started running forward, shouting that he did not want to die here. The captain swung his katana. Then he cut the soldier's torso. He fell to the ground. The captain thought that there was no indication that the hunter was using poison, but he still used it, and it was so deadly that his subordinate died instantly. Frowning, the bronze one continued to think that why did not he use it from the beginning? Then it dawned on him. He turned around menacingly. He saw many soldiers were injured and blood was flowing from their body parts. The captain, looking ahead, saw his ring glow. His subordinate said that because of the explosion, he did not notice, but why did this dark red mist not disappear? He turned around menacingly. A system message appeared in front of him that Lancelot's ring activated high resistance to blood poisoning. He shouted that it was poison. Let everyone move away from the dark fog. The soldier looked ahead in fear. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked what poison meant. He did not feel any. A second later, the captain watched as all his subordinates began to cough violently and fall to the ground. A system message appeared that they were poisoned. Their health will gradually decrease due to the effect of the poison. Looking at them, he thought that everyone was poisoned, so this is what he wanted. He wanted the poison fog to deprive him and his subordinates of protection. Suddenly, a huge red skeleton appeared behind him. The captain turned around menacingly. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, thinking that no, his target was not him, but his subordinates. A hunter appeared behind him. He thought that this would help him. A second later, their swords clashed. The captain was able to push the hunters aside. Looking menacingly ahead, a system message appeared in front of him that the executioner of the Holy Light was interested in this battle. He thought that this was a notification from the patron. The hunter looked at his wounded hand. A system message appeared that the messenger of the underworld was interested in this battle. A second later, the hunter's talisman lit up. He thought that, as he expected, his level was very different from the others. He wanted to distract him and kill him with one blow. If he was not careful, he himself could die. A system message appeared that the necklace skill of the Blessing of the Sun was activated. We are transferred to the city. The girl approaches her boss and says that she managed to track the location of the one they were looking for. As he predicted, he went to the dungeon. The man, sitting in a chair, replied that he really went there to get rid of his rivals. He furrowed his brows and tilted his head, thinking that if that was the case, then he was aiming for the messy guild, and he would be a great ally to them if he returned from there alive. The girl, looking ahead, asked what they should do, to which her boss replied that he thought it was time. He furrowed his brows and added that what the secretary had been working on for months was true, the power of the pharaoh. We are being transported back to the battlefield. The captain could skeleton. He looked at the hunter, saying that only the two of them remained. He had finished with his tricks. Blood was coming out of the hunter's mouth. He thought that even though he had used all the effects of the sun's blessing on himself, such a huge difference between them, he was much stronger than he remembered. His leg was injured. Kneeling on one knee, he continued to think that he was too overconfident when he thought he was ready to face him. The captain, looking ahead, said that he was the first one he had to deal with. He admits it. He thinks he already understood it, but he lost too much blood. He doesn't have much time left. 2 system messages appeared that he was poisoned. Vanzelot's ring activates high resistance to blood poisoning. The captain raised his hand and looked at the ring, answering that if it weren't for it, he would already be dead, like his subordinates. Stepping forward, he thought that he was very tired. If he lost any more blood, he would die. Swinging his sword at the hunter, he said goodbye. He, frowning, looked up. We are transported to a man with a scar on his nose. He says that because his blood is poisonous due to what runs through his veins, they will not be able to provide him with proper surgery or a transfusion if he is fatally wounded. Therefore, the girl, looking at the guy, said that the boss prepared this especially for him. He replied that she might seem useless when he becomes stronger, but until then, she must save his life at least once. After which she pulled out an envelope. The hunter looked menacingly in front of him, wondering what the skill page he gave him was. At the last second before the blow, he jumped forward, putting his hands in front of him. Looking at him, the captain clenched his teeth, thinking that this bastard was fighting to the last. The hunter hit the captain in the stomach with all his strength. A system message appeared that the skill of the messenger of the underworld, blood absorption, was used. He looked in fear in front of himself as a dark aura appeared in front of his stomach. A second later, he was thrown back and he dropped his sword, and not rolled head over heels on the ground. The captain, lying on the floor, barely breathing, a system message appeared that there was profuse bleeding. All his characteristics sharply decreased. The hunter was breathing heavily, his head down. A system message appeared that he had restored 5% of his health. His bleeding was getting worse. Approaching the captain, he said that someone like him should know the true nature, so why was he still obeying this bastard? Smiling widely, the captain laughed and replied that this was his reason to attack them. Everyone says that the world is going crazy, but this is far from true. He added to his opponent in a trembling voice that for those who have the power, for them, the players, to rule the world, this is justice. Ending the game is stupid, trying to ignore the signs of nature. Then the hunter took the captain's ring off. A system message with his characteristics appeared in front of him. The hunter, menacingly looking ahead, said that justice is the laws of nature. He is stronger than him, and therefore he should easily accept death at his hands. A second later, a desperate cry was heard over the forest, and a system message appeared that the Eye of Anubis was opening. A large purple portal appeared in the sky. The man saw it and frowned, looking ahead. There were 2 military trucks behind him. He picked up the radio and said that he had been waiting for him. Let him take this radio. The guy with glasses grabbed the radio. He heard someone tell him that this was incredible. He actually beat that guy. He wasn't going to talk nonsense about not knowing who he was killing. He replied that what's the problem with him killing Messi's chained dog. The man stared ahead for a few seconds in silence. He smiled and replied that he had no problem, but he didn't think he would be so much trouble. At first he thought he was just an eccentric customer. In any case, he understood his message loud and clear. The guy was silent for a few seconds. A voice came over the radio and said that, frankly, they were wondering what he was going to do next, so when he got back, would he like to meet up and discuss things? The guy took off his glasses, and the man continued to say that this was an important issue that they should discuss in person. How long could they communicate through these things? The guy, frowning menacingly, replied that everything suited him, and he saw no reason to refuse. If they wanted to talk about destroying Messi, then he was with them, and that was the end of the first season. Season 2 begins with blades of grass with dew dripping down them. A girl walks up to a white box. As she gets closer, she lowers her eyes and raises her hand. There is a picture of her with a guy in the box. She purses her lips. Then she quickly moves away from the box. We are transported to a forest where a huge fire is raging. The guy blows his whistle loudly. A frightened knight, looking straight ahead, shouts that this is a signal to retreat. He runs away from the fire with the others. One of the knights stands still. He frowns as he looks into the fire. His ring is shining, and then he says that he wants him to grab that burning thing. He's crazy. A hunter appears in front of him. He says that he is so unsure of himself, he is afraid of getting a small burn having such a body. The guy replies that it is not the matter, he is not afraid, he was just asking if this plan is feasible in principle. The hunter, raising his hand, replies that he just needs to endure 5 seconds for it to remain immobile. He will take care of the rest, and more. He clenches his fist, and a system message appears that he has received Lancelot's ring. The knight looks at it in surprise, and then wonders what it is. The hunter tells him to put it on just in case. The paler warrior says what it is and what to do with it. He respects his preference, but the hunter, turning away, tells him not to talk nonsense and just listen. This is Lancelot's ring. It protects the owner from almost everything except burns. The warrior asks what uses it then, if it cannot protect from simple burns. The hunter, looking at him, smiles and says that if the firefox's flames have negative effects on him, the ring will save his life. He should know that in a rank plus dungeon such risks are inevitable. The warrior looks ahead menacingly, then thinks about how he promised to buy him as much food as he wants. If he can hold off the firefox for 5 seconds, he will regret this decision. A second later, he takes off, heading straight for the firefox, and then grabs it by the throat. He squeezes its body with all his strength. It raises its mouth and screams loudly. Its eyes light up. The warrior begins to feel the flames coming from it. A second later, his entire body catches fire and he screams loudly. A system message appears that the firefox's flames grant him the curse of darkness, and he is blinded. Lancelot's ring activates a powerful resistance to the curse of darkness. He looks at his teeth in front of him, thinking about what he is doing. No matter what, he will eat until his wallet is empty. The flames continue to flare up stronger. The hunter looks at him, and then takes out a magic weapon from the portal. A system message appears that it is a bloody spear. A moment later, he breaks away, rushing towards the bright flames at speed. The fox tries to break free from the grip, opening its mouth wide. It screams loudly, covering everything around with flames. We are transferred to Bobo. He puts a newspaper on the table. It says that the Japanese dungeon of the Firefox of the A rank has passed into the possession of the Messi Guild. He thinks about what if Messi acquired the national treasure of Japan in the dungeon of the Plus rank. Folding his hands, he continues to think about what this means. They have something to blackmail other countries with. Lowering his head, he continues to think that since the appearance of the hunter, the guild's actions have become more aggressive. It is likely that they hold in their hands not only Japan, but also China and America. His secretary comes into his office and then greets him. Bob narrows his eyes and looks at her. He sees traces of dirt and grass on her heels. Coming closer, she says that she is now presenting the report he asked her to make, to give her a minute. Taking the calendar, God says that working hours have not started yet, to take her time. The calendar marks the 8th as the secretary's birthday. He thinks about how he did not notice how quickly time flies. She must have gone there today. You smile, types, thinking about the fact that it is a birthday. You should at least buy something, and then asks how about steak for lunch today. The girl sighs, and then asks what he is paying. Did he get a free coupon somewhere or something like that? Bob discontentedly shouts at her to stop, and apparently that is what she thinks of him. We are transported to the airport. The guy, leaving it with a suitcase, thinks about the fact that if the hunter had not lent him the ring whip, he could already be dead. Looking ahead with displeasure, he continues to think that he did not think that the flame of the firefox would cause such damage, but the hunter calculated everything and came prepared. He remembered how the flame engulfed his body. He thought that he began to catch up with him, but in fact he had a long way to go. Realizing this, he clenched his teeth. The hunter said that they would split up here. The warrior, grabbing his friend by the shoulder, said, "What does this mean? Shouldn't he keep his promise before he leaves?" Turning around, the hunter asks what he is talking about, to which the warrior replied that he said that if he holds the fox for 5 seconds, he will buy him as much food as he wants. Upon hearing this, the hunter replied that he had said so. However, to be precise, he could only hold out for 4.9 seconds. Upon hearing this, the stink gritted his teeth in displeasure and then shouted that he was going to play dirty with the sacred bed of food. At least 5 seconds had passed. 4.9 seconds? What a lie. He then ran after the hunter, shouting that where was he going? Let him admit that he had to. We are transported to the guy. He is looking at the newspaper, reading the ads for the Firefox dungeon. Smiling, he says that he is impressed by the hunter. At first he thought he was just an idiot hanging around nearby. Looking at his friend in the red jacket, he asked that he did not think so. His friend agreed. The secretary came into their office and said that she had something to report. Turning around, the guy frowned, and the girl said that she would come back later since he had a visitor. The president, looking menacingly ahead, replied that everything was fine. She could tell him right now what happened. Coming closer, she lowered her head and said that the hunter they were trying to recruit had joined the messy guild. Hearing this, the president looked ahead with displeasure. The guy in the red jacket lowered his head, and the president continued to say that it seemed that the guild had overtaken them due to its growing influence in Europe. The guy thought that the hunter and the messy guild had already. He remembered that they had started to cooperate much later. Lowering his head, he remembered the captain, thinking about what could have moved the chain of events forward. He needed to figure out the situation and adjust the plan. The president gritted his teeth and replied that he wanted to use the hunter to keep the Messiah in check, but now he had become a threat to them. He folded his arms and added that he would have to come up with a plan B. The guy in the jacket sitting across from him said that if that was the case, then the hunter they had just mentioned. The president looked ahead and replied that that would be fine, but they didn't have any information on how to recruit him. It wouldn't be easy for them. The girl looked at them and replied that there were rumors that the hunter had been appearing on the black market quite often recently to purchase a page of the Skeleton Knight skill. The president replied that he was sure it wouldn't be easy for him, it was quite a rare skill. He furrowed his brows and added that he was trying to find a skeleton knight, then he smiled and said that it seemed like it might be easier than he thought. Hearing this, his comrade also smiled widely. It was night, and there was a skyscraper where the Messiah's guild was located. Julia approached Carl, saying that one of the guys was dead, as were all of his feeders. Carl asked what happened to the base. The girl said that it was destroyed. The guy asked what kind of daredevil decided to provoke them like this. Julia replied that they had information that one of the people was seen in Kisung under a false name. The guy asked how she reacted to this. She replied that she had already done something. They were signing documents, and soon, a reckless attempt to keep the Messiah Guild under control will lead to his death. She also wanted to say something else, that is, that they recruited a person to keep an eye on Austin, a player who shows ambition by spreading his powers throughout Europe. His patron is the messenger of the underworld, and his main skill is a skeleton warrior. No matter how strong the enemy was, presumably no one could stand against such an army. Players who witnessed the superior power called him by his name, namely, the King of Immortals. He was on a horse skeleton, next to him stood a warrior skeleton. He had white hair, there was a scar on his eye. The girl continued, they decided that instead of the mysterious guy it would be easier to deal with another since he does not hide his intentions. Although Austin told the journalists that he was friendly towards their guild, they suffered serious losses because of this man. The guy came up to her and put his hand on her shoulder. He agreed with her, because the bigger their wish, the easier it would be to deal with them. The girl began to worry. He said only 2 words, namely the King of Immortals. Then he said that he liked his name. Carl gave her one last chance. Julia was very worried. Michael got into the car. They drove along the highway. The man sat thoughtfully, which is why Kate asked if the negotiations with the Rubesh Guild failed. He answered that the negotiations went well. It's just that these guys from the Rubesh Guild had long wanted to enter the Korean market, but being rivals of the Messiah, their pride did not allow them to bow. Thus, the deal with Michael was the best option for them. Kate said that a partnership with one of the 5 largest guilds in the world seemed to her an excellent opportunity to keep the Messiah Guild in check. Michael was worried that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He thought that people who were kind to others were probably plotting behind their backs, and if the Frontier Guild was going to cheat him, he would use their fame against them. He asked to call Austin to the guild headquarters in the morning. It was daytime, and the Phoenix Guild was in a skyscraper. The protagonist asked if he should just work with Frontier. Michael replied that he would not work with them, he would just need to get their protection and calmly increase his level. And they also said that they would go to the dungeon in 2 days, so Austin should be ready. The guy went down the elevator to the first floor. He left the building and thought that in order to continue controlling the Messiah, they had to involve third parties, but these actions seemed a little obvious. He held a jacket in his hands, and he was also unsure about cooperating with the American Mega Guild Frontier. There was a good chance that Rubesh and Messiah were working together behind the scenes. Austin was holding a phone in his hands. He thought that relying on guesswork was a bad idea, because he needed more data. It was night. The guys were talking about waiting for a meeting with the Rubesh Guild. One of them said that clearing the dungeon under the supervision of these guys would be cool. He was also glad that he joined Michael's squad. Someone opened the door. A guy came in, who apologized for being late and said that his name was Raymond. He was part of the Rubesh Guild's legal team. He asked everyone to sit down and then he would start bringing everyone up to speed. Raymond said that the Rubesh Guild was doing everything possible to ensure their safety, and as a result, it would be in their interests if they all followed the rules. And from now on, they were forbidden to enter any dungeon without Rubesh's accompaniment. And in the dungeon itself, nothing could be done. His face was serious. The guy stood up and asked what they meant by doing nothing. Who did they even think they were? Raymond explained that they must have made a mistake in the contract, because it stated that they would only provide safety during leveling. So his words were not just a suggestion. Raymond put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that there was not a single word about respecting their rights and freedoms, and if they did not comply with the terms of the contract, both parties would suffer. He asked the guy to sit down and said that he would take care of it, and it would be even better for them not to think about doing anything in the dungeon. They just needed to let the Rubesh Guild feed them like little children with a spoon. Then he asked what complaints they had, and that he himself would convey the news to Michael that the contract was cancelled due to their unwillingness to cooperate. The guys were silent. The man said his last words before leaving, that they were leaving for the dungeon in 30 minutes. Austin understood that they were going to control Michael's people under the guise of fulfilling the terms of the contract. He picked up the phone. Bob was calling him and explained that he needed to change his plans radically, and apparently entering the dungeon wasn't the best idea because after some searching he thought that Frontier and Messiah were in cahoots. After all, Messiah's recent actions looked strange, but he didn't think that they would join forces with one of the strongest guilds in America. Bob needed to look into this issue further to find out for sure whether they were working with the entire guild or just a part of it. Then he asked why he didn't abandon this dungeon. Austin said that he probably underestimated him. After all, to catch a tiger, you need to go into its lair. Bob asked what he was talking about, because going there knowing that they were plotting was reckless. The protagonist replied that if he weren't reckless, they wouldn't be talking now, and he also thought that now that they found out that they were working together, it wasn't the best time to talk. Bob agreed with him, because now they needed to come up with a new plan and as soon as possible. Austin asked for two things. The first was to keep him updated on all the new information about the guys from the Frontier, and the second was to deal with the investigation. Bob remained silent. Then he replied that fine, since he had decided, he needed to do it. He would deal with the consequences of his actions. The area in the forest was glowing very brightly. Their level had increased. There were guys sitting in the area. They were asking each other different questions. One said that this was his third dungeon, but he still couldn't get used to the fact that they were just sitting and doing nothing. Although it wasn't so bad, because they were earning money for it and the cleanups were ending pretty quickly. At this rate, they would soon be able to clear the dungeon with Michael. The other agreed, because he had heard that Michael was preparing for a raid on the 6th level. He had heard that they had already started recruiting elite players there. Austin thought that the Frontier Guild was probably speeding up their cleanups to weaken Michael. After all, it would be much easier to carry out the plan. A notification came that the dungeon was cleared. The guy was stretching and was glad that they were already finished. Sam came up and said that he did not remember allowing him to get up. The guy who was sitting next to Austin said that a notification about clearing the dungeon popped up and they needed to move. He responded to this that they were not here to make friends, so they were forbidden to do anything in the dungeon unless there was an order to do so. Austin looked at this conversation very askance. It was daytime. The centers were standing in the middle of the street. Bob was talking on the phone and said that he apparently felt bad because they did not allow him to do anything, but Michael was very vigilant so that they did not start doing dark deeds behind his back. Although this may end soon, perhaps he is already losing patience because he published a press release much earlier. Austin replied that it was extremely important for him to lay the foundation as soon as possible, so he didn't have much of a choice. Bob said that the moment Michael entered the dungeon, the people from the Frontier would show their true colors, and he was sure that Austin wouldn't be able to figure it out without his help. The protagonist asked about the information he had requested. The man replied that he should have it tomorrow, and he would find it very interesting. The workers outside were looking at the trees. Austin was serious. He thought that a man would come here. Kate replied that a lot of time had passed. Bob thought that he should meet Austin in person at least once. He also asked if the secretary wanted anything. She said that the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow and that she could go instead of him. He asked again. The girl answered in the affirmative. She also apologized to the protagonist because at the last minute the boss had important things to do. She took papers out of her bag. She handed them over and said that the plan would be implemented without any problems. Austin began leafing through the papers, reading them. Suddenly, he was very surprised. After all, there was not only information about the main members of the Messiah, but also about the guilds with which they are in close relations. Kate wanted to drink coffee, but was interrupted. She said that according to this information, the Messiah Guild had infiltrated not only the Frontier, but also the 5 leading guilds of the world. And first, they need to destroy the hands helping the Messiah. One of the workers cut a branch on a tree. Austin asked if she offered to trim the branches. Kate agreed. After all, only then would they be able to see a glimmer of hope. She gave him an envelope with more information. The guy pulled out a sheet of paper. Kate explained that the information contained in this document was priceless because it provided a list of items used by the Messiah Guild, as well as the supposed Messiah rats in the 5 leading guilds. She even included the legendary items that these rats possessed. The guy smiled and said that she was right. This payment was more than enough. Then he started leafing through the papers again. He stopped at one of the guys. Sam had been following Austin before. He had heard his name before, but he was hearing for the first time that he owned a Percival spear. The main character asked him to pass on a message. Kate didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy explained that they should get the same one as last time. It was night, someone was calling Sam. The man asked how many of them would be there today. Also not hearing an answer, he asked why he was disconnecting. The guy apologized and explained that he was thinking and today there would be only one. And it didn't matter whether they would kill or spare the other 4, only one guy needed to be eliminated. The man smiled and said that he thought that he would be the one to drop out because there would be many of them. He was glad that he started working with Sam on a team because he was a lucky guy. The guy agreed. He also heard that other teams had to deal with 4 and 7 people. He also thought that he was lucky until Chief Naomi called. She told him that Michael was in the dungeon, so they had to start today. Sam asked if that was the only reason she called. The girl agreed and asked if he had taken good care of the Percival spear. And Austin has also survived several assassination attempts by other guilds and is at the top of the kill list. They didn't lend Sam a spear for his pretty eyes. The guy started grinning. He kept telling himself that everything had to work out no matter what. They enter the dungeon. The guys were standing in the forest. They received a notification that they needed to hold out for 4 days to move on to the next level. Sam understood that this was a survival quest, and if the guy sensed something was wrong and started running away, then they would have to chase him for 4 days. His eyes turned red. He still thought that if Austin survived and moved on to the second level, then everything would become much more difficult. The protagonist understood that they were planning to make their move on the first level. He smiled. After all, it was time for him to make his move. One of the guys asked Sam when they were starting. He replied that they needed to take him aside and finish him off and make it look like an accident, when suddenly they shouted where the guy was going. Sam looked at what was happening and Austin was leaving. The protagonist smiled. Sam saw it and was a little surprised. They started shouting to catch him. The protagonist started running faster. The guy with the side-swept bangs asked what they were doing because they needed to run after him. One of the guys ran. The others whispered because they did not understand what was happening. One said that the bad air was the least of their problems. They ran. One of the guys called the protagonist names and tried to figure out where he was. The other replied that they must have lost him, and also because of the trees the area was not visible. The other suggested splitting up. The guy replied that this was a survival quest and the area was teeming with monsters. If they split up, they would put themselves in great danger, so it was better to discuss it with Sam. While they were talking, Austin was watching them on a tree branch. Suddenly, he jumped from the tree and landed on the ground. He made a portal into which he stuck his hand. Due to the increased security, the protagonist could not try out the ring's effects. In the dungeon of the Firefox of the rank of Plus, a war trophy was obtained, namely the Ultra Plus ring. The guy began to put it on. Its plus was that when used, the ranks of all skills increased by 1. The main character equipped the Ultra Plus ring. The ranks of all his skills increased by 1. Corpse Explosion, Bloody Weapon, Skeleton Warrior were increased by 1. And the rank of the Skeleton Warrior skill became outstanding. The effect of the skill of the Skeleton Warrior was such that the summoning was due to the sacrifice of the corpses of monsters killed by the owner. The guy smiled because he could now summon a new Skeleton Warrior. Austin was looking at the notifications when monsters approached from behind. He turned around and looked. They were wolves. He wanted to increase his strength. The guys were discussing that everything was not going according to plan. One man said that maybe someone leaked the information and maybe he was among them. Sam replied that if someone had leaked the information, they would have most likely brought reinforcements rather than run away. The guy asked what he was going to do. Sam replied that now they would have to use all the quest's possibilities. They would not kill monsters, but they needed to focus on finding the main character. The guy killed his allies so that everything would not get out of control. Sam understood that so far everything was going according to Chief Naomi's information, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not understand what was happening. While they were running, they saw those same wolves, but already dead. The guy looked back and was very surprised. There was a big explosion. Sam understood that they themselves had become the target. It was a trap, and the guy ordered to prepare for an attack. One of the guys screamed that he was wounded in the arm and asked to heal him. His face changed dramatically because he saw a skeleton warrior. Sam watched as his ally was killed by a skeleton. The man turned around and looked at this. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Sam knew that at this rate they would be eliminated. The Silent Hunter skill was used. Sam hit the ground with his spear. Smoke rose everywhere. He realized that something was happening behind him. There was a skeleton that swung at him. The skeleton hit, but Sam managed to run away. He broke the stick and threw it on the ground. The guy never thought he would use it here. He picked up a spear that glowed blue. This spear would not heal the wound for nothing. Austin thought that the Percival spear was the third item in the Knights of the Round Throne item set, and since it had the effect of enhanced penetration, its blow could not be blocked by unique rank armor. Sam hit the skeleton. The warrior skeleton almost disappeared. Austin watched it all. Sam was surprised. After all, the skeletons began to retreat. A monster came out. The guy was very surprised. It was a wolf skeleton. Sam realized that it was moving very fast. The wolf jumped back and ran. It had a crazy speed. The guy was in complete shock and could not understand how it moved. He was very angry because he had to wait for it to strike. With the spear of the Percival, one blow should have been enough. Sam swung the spear, when suddenly he stopped. The skill of the silent hunter was used. He ran at the wolf and tried to strike, but the wolf dodged him. The guy was in complete shock. Sam flew with an unsuccessful blow. His eyes were completely shocked, when suddenly the wolf skeleton grabbed his hand and began to drag him. The connection between the wolf and Austin was broken. Despite his sharp fangs and claws, the skeleton warrior in the form of a beast was no different in strength from the skeleton in the form of a man. Human-type skeleton warriors who walked on two legs could freely use different types of weapons, such as swords, bows, and axes, while beast-like skeletons were not capable of this. On the other hand, due to the human body structure, human-shaped skeleton warriors did not move as fast as beast-shaped skeleton warriors who did so on four limbs. Sam was lying on the floor while the monster was holding him. The guy did not want to die here. He tried to reach for the spear. He almost got it. His hands were shaking. When suddenly, the protagonist took it and said that no matter how good the spear was, he would not be able to strike. He did not understand why they were aiming at him, but since this was the case, further conversations were pointless. Sam asked him to stop because he was simply following orders. He had no choice. He also said that if he spared him, he would cooperate with him. But if he killed him, he would become an enemy of the entire Rubesh Guild. The protagonist smiled. It was night. The windows from the apartment were lit up. Raymond was shouting that they had a serious problem. Naomi asked what he was talking about. The man gave her a flash drive and said that their agents who were protecting the entrance had been destroyed. The girls were watching a video from a laptop where the guys were shouting. There was a video of two guys shooting, and Sam came and killed them all. Naomi didn't understand what was happening. She didn't believe it, because she had treated him well. Raymond didn't expect Sam to betray them. Naomi understood that if Sam betrayed them, knowing who was behind her, then she was finished. She wanted to get rid of them before they found out. The car parked. The guy said that he had nothing to worry about because the cleanup was over. Then he said that since the current task was over, it was time to move on to the next step. Jack said that if he was going to make so much noise in the Frontier Guild. Austin took off Sam's face mask and said that he knew. Hide in the dungeon, there's no better place to hide. He remembered asking Kate for one thing, namely Sam's mask. Austin said that the right scene for the release from the second level dungeon had appeared just in time. The guy was talking on the phone and they told Jack to get ready. The guy started screaming and asking why him. After all, he didn't even need to hide. Why would he even go to the dungeon? Austin covered his ears so as not to hear him while talking on the phone. He asked how things were going with the Frontier. Bob replied that so far there had been no movement. It seemed that Chief Naomi was trying to finish this case on her own without reporting to her superiors. The protagonist replied that if that was the case, then it could be said that not the entire Frontier Guild was involved. Bob agreed. Since they couldn't be sure yet, she could be an informant for the Messiah Guild they were hunting. Austin thought that it looked like the Messiah's dirty paws hadn't reached the core of the Frontier. Even Sam's memories didn't have any information about the leaders except Naomi. Bob replied that in any case, everything went wrong because Sam betrayed them, which is why Naomi's boss would try to settle the incident on her own before Michael showed up. If Michael found out the truth, it would be a big headache, so it would be better to hide in the dungeon while Bob scared Naomi with Sam's ghost. Austin replied that he was just about to do that. He decided to go to an A+ dungeon in Taiwan. Bob asked why there. After all, that dungeon had 23 unsuccessful cleansings. Jack thought he was crazy. Bob continued that the Messiah had tried to clean it 4 times and none of them were successful. Austin said he knew, and even before the trip to the past, it had not been completely cleared. After that, the number of failed attempts that he remembered was 43. There were endless holes. Most of Taiwan was filled with monsters because no one could close the gates of the dungeon. There was a level limit to enter this dungeon, so Austin, the Messiah, could not do anything. And he could not clear it either if it exceeded level 60. So, if there was anything in this dungeon that could help in the fight against the Messiah, it would pass by him unnoticed. Austin knew that the information he had was not enough to deal with them. Bob said that knowing him, there was no point in trying to stop him because he would still find a way. Jack told the man not to give up and stand his ground. Bob said that they would do something crazy again. Jack did not like it. Austin thought his chances were less than 10%. Bob thought he was talking about the chance of failure. Jack was shocked because he had a 10% chance of returning alive. The protagonist replied that as long as he owned the Percival spear, He had no equal at level 2. Jack did not hear, he was in his own thoughts. Bob replied that he would prepare everything. Austin asked how about requesting Messiah item support through public pressure because they could not handle it. The newspapers wrote about Austin. The news wrote that he was asking for help from the Messiah Guild. Also, that he was challenging a dungeon that the Messiah could not handle. People commented that it was nonsense to ask for help from the guild. People from different countries discussed his actions. After all, they could not miss such an opportunity. The news said that the Messiah Guild would help him. Bob read it. Jack asked what did not bad mean, and how they would even manage with only one unique item, because they should give at least a unique one. Bob replied that it wasn't easy. If things continued like this, Messiah would have to fork out more expensive items if they wanted to save face. More importantly, due to this incident, the cost had definitely dropped. Jack asked him what he meant. Kate came up to them and told him exactly what he said, because the cost of clearing a 2-level plus rank dungeon that Messiah had failed had changed to a unique class item. And now if someone else cleared an even higher dungeon for Messiah, they wouldn't be able to get away with unique items. Jack understood that they could now get legendary items for clearing 3-level and higher dungeons that Messiah had failed. Bob thanked the girl because the guy finally understood. Kate handed him the papers with the details of Sam's fake route and the final expense report. And they also leaked some clues to Rubej to find a false route. It should save them a decent amount of time. Bob replied that it was great work and asked when they were leaving. Jack asked if the secretary was working in the field today. Kate had a suitcase. Bob asked if he was joking. Why would she go? Because he had to go. It was night in Taiwan. Frost Forest of Cruelty was the 2nd level. The maximum number of participants was only 80. Jack said that apparently they were very respected, because he knew that after the Messiah failed, there were no players willing to challenge and clear the dungeon. But they gathered very quickly, Jack said. He was also encouraged by this. He asked what Austin thought. The protagonist replied that most of the players were in guilds that could not carry out the cleanup, but from the outside it might seem that they gathered here to avenge their fallen comrades. But not everyone had good intentions if 23 attempts to clear the dungeon with a maximum of 80 players failed. This meant that there were probably items from about 2,000 players buried there. Among them there must be at least one legendary item. Austin was sure that there were people who cared more about their own gain than about clearing the dungeon. A man came up and said that there was an hour left before the entrance to the dungeon. The protagonist raised his hand. The man asked what he wanted. He started talking to him, while Jack tried to understand what he was going to do. The man was in complete shock. Austin went to the stage. Naomi slammed the table and asked how the traces could disappear. Raymond explained that given all the circumstances, it was clear to them that someone was helping Sam, and taking into account that their intelligence could not determine his location. Naomi started screaming that this was annoying, and let them do everything possible to keep Sam and Austin in one place. If that does not work, then they need to get rid of them, because they shouldn't meet Michael. It was daytime. The man asked what the problem was. Kate replied that she thought it would be better if he saw it himself. Austin was on the video, thanking everyone who took part in the cleanup. It was a great honor for him to be here. He also had one goal: to save the world by finishing the game. He would do everything possible to achieve this goal. He also said that no one should stand in his way. Bob turned off the video. The girl asked what they should do, because this was not in the plans, because the video could not be blocked since it had already spread all over the world. Bob replied that he was not going to mess with those who interfered with him. Austin knew his business. The players were already in the dungeon. Austin and Jack went together. The guys discussed it. One was indignant about not getting in his way. The other replied that he was still the main character, so everything was logical because he was on a different level. The guys looked at them and said that they themselves saw Austin fighting in the Firefox dungeon. The man also looked at it. Jack asked why he did it. Now because of this unnecessary provocation they were staring at them. Austin answered, "Some people are hard to convince in a good way, especially if they are bloodhounds who came to take the items of dead players, and there is only one way to convince such people, namely to show your power." He called a skeleton warrior. The guy stroked the skeleton's skull. There were many of them. Jack was happy. One of the guys thought about these skeletons. He wanted to find the item before the main character. Then he shouted that they were moving out and would search from the other side until dark. It was night. The people made a fire. They discussed Austin and considered him a monster. One was furious when he was told not to touch him, but now he apparently understood why. The man with a mustache asked what happened, because they searched all day, but only found the bodies of 2 players. Mark replied he initially suspected that other guilds could have stolen the items, but after searching for a whole day, he came to a different conclusion. There were many monsters on the 1st level, and he did not notice a single strong one. In other words, he doubted that a level 50 player could die here. After all, the thing they were looking for should be on the 2nd level. The man with the mustache thought that Van Gogh's bracelet should be on the 2nd level then. The guy told him to be quiet. Suddenly, he jumped. He was with a sword, the players were looking at him. He climbed up the tree branch where the skeleton was lying. The guy began to realize that the sounds were coming from here. He kicked the skeleton. Mark asked what happened. The guy apologized. Apparently the skeleton was just making a sound, swaying in the wind. He threw the skeleton into the tree. Mark said that they must find an item for the Kunlun Guild, even if they have to go against Austin. The protagonist left the warrior skeleton there to get useful information. He couldn't remember Van Gogh's bracelet, but if the Chinese guild Kunlun, one of the 5 strongest guilds, sent their people here, it meant something. Austin cut the connection. He took off his mask from his face. The bracelet was not simple. He wasn't sure what items would be in it, but he should definitely find Van Gogh's bracelet. Jack said that it took longer than they expected and also asked if they were the only ones fighting. The protagonist answered that it was true, since more than half of them were hyenas who only wanted the treasures of the dead. Jack was glad that many players had gathered, but apparently they would have to clear the dungeon only. The protagonist said that when they moved to the 2nd level, they would have some time to rest. Jack asked what came over him. The guy remained silent. They entered the 2nd level of the dungeon. There was a strong wind. People tried not to fly away. One of the guys did not like it, because it was colder than he thought. The others were freezing and talking among themselves because their bodies were turning to stone from the frost. Mark understood that the temperature was low, but goosebumps were clearly not only because of it, and also because of the trail of fear left by the monsters. Jack was freezing from the cold and he said that there were no monsters nearby. Austin said it would be harder than he thought. A living creature's body freezes when exposed to a monster's fear. It doesn't last forever, but in a life or death fight, a second's hesitation, it would mean death. It wasn't a dragon, since they were in a 2-level dungeon, but if they were excluded, there weren't many monsters that used fear. Austin wondered how strong it would have to be for it to be felt from that distance. The man said their guild would be the first to inspect the surrounding areas. The guys from his guild said the same. Jack thought they should explore his ass instead, and that was called treasure hunting. He asked the protagonist if he was sure they shouldn't interfere. Austin said they wouldn't be of any use in a fight, it would be better to come up with a plan without their existence. Jack agreed. There were trees in the middle of the forest. The guy said he wasn't there. Mark said the other one wasn't there either and they should move on. They jumped up and left. The man behind the tree was watching them and was angry that they were beaten to it. He asked his allies to search the corpses. They looked through all the corpses. One of them called the captain and wanted to show the items. The other guy also said so. The man was wondering why they left the items untouched. In life, he said that they should leave the corpses because others can find the bracelet faster. Jack was confused. After all, just recently the main character was talking about hyenas, and now he was checking the corpses himself. The Eye of Anubis closed. Austin found a member of the Kunlun Guild and his surviving allies died on the western side. He told Jack to follow him. They ran. Jack tried to understand what he was trying to achieve. They ran again. They reached another corpse and examined it. The Eye of Anubis opened again. The guys were shouting what this monster was doing in a 2-level dungeon. They were shouting for the players to run. One of them was taken by the monster. He squeezed his hand and killed the player. The ring fell out of his hand. It landed on the monster. He threw the player into the tree. The guy landed on the snow. He was stretching his hand because the monster had the bracelet. On the lower part of his body, the Eye of Anubis closed. Austin said that he found out the information. He looked at the corpse, which had no hand. Jack was angry and said that no matter how cool the item was, but why treat the dead so rudely? The protagonist said his name. Jack began to get even angrier and asked what he said wrong, and another guy who likes freebies would not do that. Austin smiled and asked if he was a nice guy. Jack asked again, his face changed. The protagonist was stacking stones on top of each other. He also said that before the battle began, he would explain the plan. There were different lines in the snow. Austin created a wolf skeleton. The saw-toothed wolf was summoned in the form of a warrior skeleton. Jack happily asked if he could ride it. Austin said yes. The guy asked when he managed to prepare such a monster. At that moment the main character was climbing on the icon. Jack thought that he could only summon humanoid skeletons. He had a spear in his hands. The spear of the Percival was legendary, could be used from the 1st level and above, and physical attack 255. Jack asked not to say that his plan was to put him on this bony wolf and make him attack the main monster with this spear. Austin smiled and said that he began to understand him without explanation. The 3 of them went on. Mark was called and told that there was something strange here. The guy showed the stones and asked if this was a grave of players. After all, it did not look like someone from our Kunlun Guild did it, and he also offered to dig it up just in case. Mark remained silent. Then he said that there was no point in wasting time on this if it was not their brother. The grave was already in the snow. Ice spikes appeared. Someone asked about the ogre sitting on the skeleton. Jack asked that it would not be easy. It was not so easy to pierce thick skin with a weapon. To which the hero replied that he was more worried that he had already become a hunter, to which the guy asked what was he talking about. The hero said that he knew that if the dungeon was not cleared, the killed monsters respawned again in the same quantities. The monster raised his hands up, and he added that, however, the surviving monsters become stronger due to the experience of meeting players. The monster looked straight ahead furiously, and the hero said that monsters that had gone through battles were not so common, but there were exceptions. It seemed like the players were standing near the lying people, and the main character said that while the dungeons remained uncleared, the boss monster gained combat experience every time the player failed to complete the task. Looking ahead, Austin said that at some point, he must have noticed that players often gathered around fallen comrades, and it seemed that he began to use them as bait since this monster survived 23 times. Frowning, Jack looked away and said that he should stand still. That is, he is sure that there is an ogre boss, an ogre that inspires fear. How can he be sure of something he has not seen? Walking straight, the protagonist replied that up until this point they were gathering information, to which the guy, smiling, replied that so that's how it is. He thought that the hero was parodying those bloodhounds. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought about something that did not reach him even after he looked at them. Ice cliffs appeared. Smiling, the guy said that he should look here, there are just a ton of corpses. Looking straight, the player shouted about being lucky, what a find. Looking to the side, the man thought that something was wrong. Dead bodies rarely lie next to each other. If other bloodhounds had gathered them nearby, they would have taken the items too. The players looked at the valuables in surprise. Kneeling down, the man put his hand on the ground and thought about this bloody trail, a strange shape. It seemed that the bodies were dragged from somewhere. Looking to the side, the man gritted his teeth and thought that yes, that's it. Running forward abruptly, he asked to stand still and said that it was a trap, to which the guy asked again. Turning around, he addressed the man and said that he had. A notification appeared that his body was enveloped in an unknown fear. A red beam appeared behind his head and the player thought that his body was not moving. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the bloody splashes and thought what it was. The guy in front of him suddenly fell to the ground. The players began to fly up and bleed. The player looked around in fear. He looked to the side, his eyes wide open. The huge monster swung his club. White smoke rose, blood spread across the ground. The monster's eyes glowed brightly red. The player swung his sword. He flew sharply past the terrifying monster. The man frowned, looking forward. He landed on the ground. The monster stood behind him and watched. Looking back, the player thought about how a unique class blade could break so easily. An unknown fear enveloped his body. The player's eyes widened and thought that no, he couldn't die so easily. The protagonist and Jack ran forward at a rapid pace. Blood was pouring down the player. The guy suddenly fell to the ground, leaving bloody splashes behind him. The hero looked out from behind the ice floe, looking straight ahead. Turning around at the guy, he said that they were acting according to plan. Gritting his teeth tightly, Jack thought about wiping his ass with his plan. To hell. He abruptly mounted his horse and shouted forward. Hearing the sound, the monster turned around. Jack was running towards the monster. He looked at the guy furiously. Purple particles appeared. He spread his arms to the sides and shouted. Jack on the horse began to run into the purple area. An unknown fear enveloped his body. Lancelot's ring relieves him of the unknown fear. Looking back, the guy thought that Lancelot's ring, and yet it is not useless. The unpleasant tremor also disappeared, so simple. He clenched his teeth tightly and looked down. Holding onto the bone, he thought about why he does not obey him. The horse headed in the other direction, and the guy thought that he was running wherever he wanted. Looking up in fear, he thought that it was too close. Tilting his head back, he made a face. The monster hit the ground hard. Gray smoke rose. The guy on the horse flew behind the monster. The skeleton said that everything was going according to plan. Let him hold on tighter, to which Jack asked what. He was controlling him. Sharply flying down, the guy said that it was risky. He was trying to kill him. The player on the skeleton abruptly jumped onto the monster's back. A through hole formed in his shoulder. Looking down, the guy thought that he was piercing his skin right through. The ogre's ability to recover was significantly reduced. Looking at the monster, the guy said that yes, a lot of equipment is good, but it will take a long time, right? And asked when the skeletons will appear. Looking ahead, the horse said that he should make 10 more piercing strikes. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would take care of the rest. A huge army of skeletons appeared behind the protagonist. It was written about bloody weapons, about the ability to create weapons using the blood of the caster. The types of weapons can differ depending on the ability of the caster. Ice cliffs appeared in the distance. The guy, hiding from the wind, put his hand to his face. Looking ahead, he thought about whether the fact that such a strong fear was spreading meant that the attack on the monster boss had already begun. The players turned to him and said that they had found him, to which he thought that it happened faster than he expected. He needed to hurry. The corpse of a player appeared, and the guy said for him to look. This is the secret language of their guild Kunlun. It was written that he should meet his brother sleeping in the west and find the property of Kunlun. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that there was nothing to the west, though. Looking at a small mountain covered in snow, he added that it couldn't be. The monster opened its mouth furiously. Looking straight ahead, the ogre's health was significantly reduced. The ogre's resistance was significantly reduced. A whole horde of skeletal warriors lined up around the monster. A blow flew at him, blood began to flow, blood poisoning spread throughout his body. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jack said that Percival's spear was simply amazing, to imagine that it would pierce such thick skin. Looking at the protagonist, he said that no dungeon could withstand the combination of Percival's spear and blood poisoning, to which Austin replied that it was possible if it was only a 2-level dungeon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that, however, in 3-level dungeons, monsters are much stronger, only this combination would not be enough. Besides, the hero's eyes glowed red, and he added that in order to deal with a worse monster, he must become stronger. The ogre was defeated, the achievement of the Hunter of the Frost Forest of Cruelty was obtained, the messenger of the underworld sends him a catalog. The protagonist held a glowing object in his hand and thought what it was, to which the guy asked in surprise about the gold catalog. They again received a gift from the mentor. On the paper was written about the berserk skill. The effect of the skill is that it turns the target into a berserker, giving the following effects: all characteristics plus 20%, over time, life is reduced. Raising his finger up, Jack angrily said that this was too much. What his mentor does, he did all the dirty work, so why did they not give him anything? Discrimination or what? Looking straight ahead furiously, the guy growled and said that he could not even change his mentor. Austin took the bracelet from the ogre's corpse. A notification appeared that he had acquired Van Gogh's bracelet. The car was driving along the road. It was heard that it was clean. The dungeon was so cleared. The hero did it. Austin in this car. Flashes from cameras appeared. Mark and the girl looked ahead carefully. The girl said what to do. They could not take Van Gogh's bracelet to the dungeon. If it fell into the wrong hands, they have problems. Looking to the side, Mark said that for now they can only report everything to the guild and wait, and then thought about finding themselves in a dungeon in a situation where they are close to losing their legendary items. Looking at the passing car, the guy thought about the fact that they, the Kunlun Guild, leave clues in a secret language for the brothers who will come after them. So if he does not know the secret language, it is almost impossible to find Van Gogh's bracelet, but if someone was lucky enough to take it out of the dungeon. And then he added that he hoped it was not the main character, this monster. The man was holding a bracelet in his hand. It was written that it belonged to a great man from the past, Van Gogh. They say that the power of harmony lies in it. Its effects were shown. Smiling, Austin thought that to think that such a thing would be hidden, it was worth it to enter such a dungeon for the last time before going to a 3-level one. A man with glowing accessories appeared. It was written that the maximum number of items that the player can use is 5, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. A hand with rings appeared, and the hero added that even if he wears more, the effects of the items are applied within the established limits. A bracelet appeared on the man's hand. It breaks the existing order. It allows you to use the effects of all the rings worn on 5 fingers. A view of the rings opened before his eyes, and the only downside was that the rings cannot be removed. Initially, rings are such items that can be worn alternately. The man held the bracelet in both hands, and the hero thought that experienced players often prefer to change rings depending on the situation, but now he must carefully choose which ring to wear. Jack turned to the hero and asked where such a serious face came from. Something was wrong. Looking away, Austin replied that no, he was just thinking. Putting the phone to his ear, he said that he was listening. Let them talk. A question was heard about how he was doing, whether he could return to the base right now. Grinning, the hero said that yes, no problem, asked what was the matter, to which he was told that he had just returned. Looking at the screen, Bob said that Taiwan and Korea were sowing discord right now. The headlines switched to the hero and his return. The screen said that Mako had successfully cleared the 6th floor of the dungeon for the 2nd time, and the hero asked that by him he meant a man, to which Bob replied that yes, he was right. Mako's reputation would also change. Looking down, the hero said that it was good. They were moving out right now, and then thought that as Michael's reputation grew, so did his defense. Rubbing his hands, Jack thought and said that since they were in Taiwan, what would they eat? Noodle soup and beef, or maybe something else? To which the hero, looking at him, replied that they were flying to Korea right now. The guy asked him what he said, his eyes widening in surprise. A plane taking off appeared, and the guy said that they had come all this way and could not eat a single Taiwanese dish. And what was it called? To which Austin replied that he would eat on the plane. A luxurious mansion appeared. The man frowned and looked straight ahead. Leaning on the table, Michael asked if the Frontier Guild dared to deceive him, to which he was told that they did. Looking down, the protagonist said that he himself barely survived, but was wounded and could not move. Besides this, He did not know who to trust, so he hid and waited for the mister to return from the dungeon. The man held the photos in his face. The secretary handed him the documents and said that these were the materials confirmed by the investigation team sent on the day of the incident based on the testimony of the protagonist. Although there was little evidence left in the dungeon itself due to the fire, judging by the statements of the other players who entered another dungeon. Wounded people appeared, and the girl added that the Frontier Guild was the instigator of this provocation and attacked first, despite the fact that they pretended to be innocent and pretended that it was a simple accident. The man frowned, looking down, and thought that the damned bastards did all this while he was gone. Looking straight at the hero, Michael said that given the circumstances, it was clear that they were trying to find out the size of their forces, to which Austin asked what he was going to do now. Pointing his finger forward, the man said that they would pay for encroaching on him, so there was only one thing he wanted to do. The secretary placed the case on the table in front of the hero. Bob smiled widely. Putting his hand to his head, Jack asked how much he had earned. Why was he smiling like that this morning? To which the man replied that he had thrown off as much as he could. After all, it was him. Throwing his hands behind his head, the guy said that he was Michael, how he was going to get his skill page back. No matter how much he loved money, had he forgotten how hard it had been to get that skeleton knight skill. Bob folded his arms and looked at the guy and said that he shouldn't worry about it. The person who would return their items was already in Michael's office, to which the guy asked what he meant. Jack said that it couldn't be, his eyes wide. The man smiled widely. The door to the room opened slightly. The protagonist was walking down the hallway with a box in his hands. Then he opened his phone. Approaching the car, he said that it was him, to which he was asked how it went. Looking to the side, Austin said that he had just been given a page of the Skeleton Knight skill. He said to give it to the hero personally. The news that Michael would help the main character appeared. Looking at the screen, the man thought that Michael was flirting with the publications, of course. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was unexpected. Holding the mouse in his hand, the president thought about how if Michael became a favorite of the public, it would complicate their work in the future. The woman sat on her knees in front of him, and he said that since this happened, she should take responsibility. She did not think so. Looking down, Naomi spoke indistinctly. Holding the newspaper in her hands, it was heard that they would return to this issue after he discussed it with the boss. Holding the phone in her hand, the secretary thanked her for her efforts, and the man asked about the fact that it was Austin. Turning around, the girl said that yes, he said that he handed over the skill page entrusted to him to the Russian side, asked what further instructions there would be, how they would answer him. Looking at the newspaper, the director said that the next step, and he is not stupid, now that there is a Russian, he must have felt the instability of his position. Grinning, Michael added that he still worked hard, so as a gesture of politeness, they will let him die in a 3-level dungeon. Ranks he should be enough. Let him and a few others go to a suitable place. Slightly raising his head, the man said that if he was given normal support, he would calm down and leave. The secretary looked at him in surprise, hearing that if not, he would have to surprise him. The training center appeared. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what the guy's name was. The man in the suit said Austin, to which the girl replied that Austin says, one name is enough to understand that he is weak. The guy raised his finger and asked that according to rumors, he had excellent skills, didn't he? Said that it seemed like he joined the director's subordinate group by emptying one of the unclean dungeons. Amanda folded her arms and said that if he had excellent skills, he would have gone there himself, but that was not the case since they were asking them to accompany him in a 3-level dungeon. The girl kicked the ground and said that she didn't like it, to which the guy replied that it was the guild master's order, they couldn't do anything about it, let him calm down. Amanda gritted her teeth and said that okay, Michael, since he became the guild master, there was too much politics around. Honestly, she was already thinking about joining the Messiah Guild. No matter, asked that what kind of patrons and abilities did this brat have. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that it seemed that his patron was an envoy of the underworld, and his main ability was the poison blood skill. But since this skill could be dangerous for allies, he had been traveling alone until now without an escort. Amanda asked what? Poison blood. That is, he cannot summon skeletons like the Russian, to which the guy said that no one had seen him use other skills, and she replied that it was so annoying. There was no point in fighting, but what a burden, she was beside herself. The car began to drive up, and the girl asked when he would arrive. Looking straight ahead, the man said, here he is, to which she replied that he was the last to arrive. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at his car, she thought about how old the car was. Pointing her finger to the side, Amanda said that his frugality deserved respect. She would give him a small indulgence, to which the guy thought that he was a cheapskate. A notification appeared that he needed to kill 1,000 monsters to move on to the next level. Looking down, the man thought about the fact that he was being escorted to a C-rank dungeon. Although there were only 3 levels, how generous he was. Michael, he didn't even know how to thank him. Amanda folded her arms and asked him that it was his first time in a 3-level dungeon, so he thought it was a waste of time, but he had no choice. Turning around, the protagonist heard that he was of little use here. Frowning, the girl added that so he should shut up and do what she said, or she would finish him off so that no one would find him. Standing in front of the hero, she said that he should try to kill a couple of monsters first, so that she could see what he was capable of, to which Austin asked what kind and how many monsters he should kill, and by what time. Raising her hand, Amanda thought about the fact that just looking at him, he was already rebelling against her, and then asked what he thought, could do everything exactly as he said, let him just kill as many as he could. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he needed time to prepare, to which she replied that she understood he was on his own. Grinning, Austin thought about what was interesting. An art center appeared. Sitting on the couch, the guy said that he heard Austin went to the dungeon again. He has some kind of unhealthy craving for them or something, to which Bob replied that he himself was lazing around all day. Raising his head, Jack said that he did not want to, offered to relax, at least while he was not here, asked if he knew how hard it was to work with him. Looking away, the director said that he had previously complained about the lack of an experienced partner. Suddenly, they sharply looked at the phone. The secretary also paid attention to the notification. An emergency situation was written that at 1633 an unidentified monster broke out of a nearby dungeon. While the monster continues to attack, destroying buildings and the like, they notify the citizens about. Looking at the phone, the boy asked what guild is watching this dungeon, is it still possible? Looking at the man, he asked that a similar situation happened a few years ago with a dungeon controlled by Messiah, to which the director thought that he was an idiot. The boy grabbed his face in fear. Bob slightly looked to the side. The secretary was sitting at her desk. The man was holding a phone in both hands. A school classroom appeared. A girl was sitting at a desk, leaning on her hand. Her name was written on the desk. Suddenly, the students looked out the window in surprise. A high-rise building suffered an explosion. Suddenly, its upper part began to fall. The girl looked at it in fear. She sharply looked down from the top floor. Then, amazed, at her phone. Sitting up, she said that she would go out for a minute. On the table was a framed photo. The secretary was smiling with her father. The guy grabbed his head in confusion. Scratching his forehead, the director said that he was a fool. He should watch what he said in the presence of the secretary. Raising his hand, Jack said that he didn't do it on purpose. By the way, the man said that he knew her father, what kind of person he was. The man hung his head down. Bob was sitting at the table with her father and asked what he heard. Had he made a decision? Was he sure? To which he replied that he would be lying if he said there were no risks. Raising his glass, the man said that however, what can he do? In Korea, whoever earns his bread always takes risks for his family, right? Clashing glasses, the man added that he must make the world in which his daughter goes to school safe. Bob looked down in fear. Falling to his knees in front of the man's corpse, he said he was, and then added that he was an incredible worker and an easy target when it came to his daughter. The girl was standing on the corpse of an ogre. Looking to the side, she thought about the fact that this was a C-rank dungeon, and therefore there were no particularly strong monsters here. Amanda was thinking that at this rate they should be able to get to the 2nd level by tomorrow without any problems. And the guy ran up to her and turned to her, saying that he thought she should take a look at this bastard, the hero. Turning around, the girl asked why, what happened. He couldn't handle even one monster even after asking for extra time to prepare. Pointing to the side, the player said no, he did it, but he thought it would be better if she took a look herself. Looking straight ahead, Amanda said that he was making noise. Okay, well, let him show the way. The girl's eyes widened and thought about what it was. He said that he needed time to prepare. Spikes were inserted into the trees. Wooden spikes appeared, and the girl thought that all this time he was making traps. Looking at them, the player thought that he tried well, but such traps would not cause much damage, at most they would scratch. Gray smoke formed near the tree, and she added, "What is this Austin thinking about?" Standing on a tree branch, the girl watched the hero's traps. The main character appeared, and she thought, here he is. The hero was quickly running away from a huge monster. The ogre caught on a thorn, blood began to flow. The monster twisted his face in pain. Gritting her teeth tightly, the girl thought that he was sick, he wanted to die or what? What was he trying to achieve, leading a crowd of monsters into such a simple trap? The player looked at the girl and told her to wait, he had a plan. Turning to him, she asked, did he look like someone who had a plan? What would Michael do to them if he died here? Pointing his finger down, the player said, let him see what he was doing. The hero stood on a high log, the monsters stretched out their hands to him. Opening her eyes, the girl thought, damn, he is already surrounded, it is too late to save him. The hero smirked slightly. He spread his arms out to the sides, and red particles appeared around him. The underworld messenger skill Bloody Mist was used. The entire area was covered in black smoke. A dark forest appeared. The orc was poisoned by the poison blood skill. Smoke was spreading everywhere. The monster opened its mouth wide, crawling out of it. Then it suddenly fell to the ground. Looking down, the girl was surprised and thought that combining poison blood with bloody mist. This is what he meant by using poison, and the guy, smiling, said that he had never seen anything like this in his life. Looking down in fear, the player said that he seemed to have put in at least 100 and then thought that Austin was really amazing. The girl's eyes shone and she thought that he deserved Michael's favor. She would lure him to her side at all costs. The flask with liquid fell to the ground. The hero with red eyes stood in the middle of the smoke and looked straight ahead, and then thought that the blood fog absorbed too much blood after all. The messenger of the underworld admired his ability. The rank of the blood fog skill increased by 1. The hero put his hand on the monster's body. The messenger of the underworld's blood absorption skill was used. Looking straight ahead, Austin thought that it was good that he could replenish the reserve with this skill. Turning to the player, Amanda turned to him and told him to go and tell him right now. Turning his attention to the girl, the guy asked what now, what should he tell him, to which she replied that she meant maybe she suggests telling him that he was expelled after this. He passed the test. Something brightly lit up in the distance of the forest. Sitting by the fire, the hero heard someone turn to him and apologize for their behavior. The girl smiled widely and said that his skills were incredible. She never thought that poison blood could be so deadly. If she worked together with him, not only would they advance to 3-tier dungeons, but they would also conquer them. Looking at her, Austin heard that this was why she wanted him to join their team, to which he replied that it was 100,001, the cost of each time he used poison blood. Amanda widened her eyes and asked what the cost. The hero smirked and said that his supply of poison blood was limited, so wouldn't it be logical for the team to pay the player to use the absorption skill during a dungeon raid? The hero then added that, moreover, the side effect of the skill was bleeding. He should receive at least that much, to which the girl, closing her eyes, said that of course she understood they should pay him since he was spilling his precious blood. The girl showed 3 fingers and said okay, 30,001, to which the hero replied that it was too little. Fine, he would give them 1,000 discount, 99,001. Looking straight ahead, the girl said furiously, what about him? Then she would be kind too, 31,001, and the hero replied that it was 98,001, and the girl added that it was 32,000. The protagonist said that it was 97,000, and she said 33. The player nervously clenched his teeth and thought about the fact that he understood why the captain was bargaining, but why Austin was playing along with her. The bright sky appeared. The monster fell to the ground. A notification appeared that he had defeated the Black Troll. Looking down, the protagonist thought about the Phoenix Guild. Their teamwork was better than he thought. The hunting speed had increased thanks to the calculations and the effective use of poisoning, plus her leadership skills. Amanda yelled at them to be careful with the poisoning. It cost 73,000 at a time. Austin thought about how he hoped she wasn't being so open about it. The girl landed on the ground and yelled furiously at the players. They were transported to the next level. A notification came that they had to survive for 6 days. Looking away, the captain said that this is the last level, let them be especially careful because, as they all know, there are a lot of monsters in survival quests. You only need to hold out for 6 days, so let them do everything right and level up. Folding her arms, she looked at the hero and said that since they had unexpected expenses, they will do everything to make sure that they are not paying in vain, to which the hero thought that she is a miser. The player turned to the captain and said that they will go to reconnaissance of the territory and determine the number of monsters, to which she replied that good, let them be careful. The trees in the forest appeared. The players stood on the branches and watched the surroundings. They quickly jumped from tree to tree. One of the guys shrugged in confusion. Putting his hand to his face, the guy thought that something was wrong here. This is a survival quest, but there are too few monsters. Besides, he is worried about the small size of this dungeon. Sharply jumping up, he shouted for them to look at it. Looking at the ground, the guy said in surprise that such huge footprints, he does not know who could have left them, but it is clearly not an ordinary monster. Frowning, the player said that they should not say that this quest is not about fighting many monsters. And then he added that it is more about fighting one monster boss for 6 days, to which the guy asked again in surprise. Standing next to a huge footprint, he said that it was bad. Such quests had a low survival rate due to the difference in difficulty compared to the initial rank of the quest. The players suddenly jumped up and one of them said that they needed to tell the captain as soon as possible. Stone blocks appeared. Bright blue eyes were visible in the cave. Biting her glove, Amanda said that is, of all the possible options, a survival quest. Sitting in front of her, the guy said that yes, and the size of this dungeon is also unusual. Its area is smaller than the area of normal dungeons, more like an island surrounded by rocks. Having drawn a circle on the ground, he added that therefore she needs to be careful when running along the edge. Putting her hand to her face, the captain thought that since they had the poison blood of a hero, they would be able to defeat even the strongest boss. But in order to increase the survivability of individual team members, it was necessary to avoid exhausting battles as much as possible. Looking at the players, the captain shouted that they still do not know the essence of the boss monster, so they will try their best to avoid it and survive at first. The creature stepped on the ground behind the players. The girl opened her eyes wide, turning her head. The protagonist slightly looked to the side. A huge white monster appeared, his mouth wide open. All the players looked at him and asked about the white troll, and the guy thought about where such a monster came from in a C+ dungeon. The girl shouted for everyone to disperse. The players began to run in different directions, and the captain pulled the bow. She released an arrow with a blue effect. The silent hunter skill multiple shot was used. The monster swung his hand, shouting. Several shots flew across his body. Cracks began to appear on it. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that regardless of his ability to regenerate. Looking away, she added that the protagonist's poisoning skill would buy them some time. The arrows bounced off the troll's body. He ran sharply towards the captain. She began to run away quickly. Running forward, she thought about what she thought, at least it would work a little, too little poison. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she saw that the poison was spreading from the place where the arrow hit. The protagonist watched what was happening from a tree branch. Looking down, Austin thought that she was still fulfilling her duties as a commander. Should he intervene a little? After all, it was time to prove his usefulness to Michael. The sun's rays fell on the tree. The girl held a whistle in her hand. Gathering into a crowd, she asked if everything was okay, no one was injured, to which she was answered that no, everyone was safe. Looking forward in surprise, Amanda said good, that's good, asked where Austin was, and then heard that yes, what is it? Standing in front of him, she said that she would like to increase the amount of blood purchased. This is possible, to which the hero replied that yes, he agrees, but on one condition. Looking at the girl, he offered to talk in private, to which she asked, he is not trying to bargain, to which the hero replied that no. The players watched them and asked what they were talking about. The girl said in surprise at this. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he understands that making such a decision is not easy since the lives of the entire team are at stake. So even if she refuses the strategy proposed by him, continues to cooperate, but at this rate the number of victims will be at least more than 4, regardless of whether they fight or run away. Red particles appeared near the hero's fingers. The skill of the messenger of the underworld, bloody weapon, was used. A red arrowhead appeared in the hero's hand. Putting it in a bag, Austin said that this item was made by thickening his blood. It is more effective than the poison blood applied to the arrowhead. The girl said that he is a bastard. Taking the bag in her hands, she added that she would personally finish him off if any of her comrades died because of his strategy. Walking towards the players, Amanda said that they were having a strategy meeting. The men looked straight ahead with attention. Looking at each other, one of them asked if they would be okay, yes, and the other said that they were told to dodge, not block him. If they wanted to increase their mobility, they had no choice. They should trust the captain. The guy saw a white troll behind the trees. Holding shields in their hands, the players shouted that they were starting. The immortal fighter's skill, provocation, was used. The troll began to quickly pursue the players. It opened its mouth furiously. The master's skill, source of knowledge, flame, was used. The two players stretched out their hands forward. The monster began to cover itself in flames. Running away, one of them said that they quickly ran away until he came to his senses. Looking at the captain, the protagonist said get ready. Looking straight ahead, Austin heard about fire magic. Didn't he know that white trolls are immune to fire? To which he replied that he knew that white trolls have some resistance, but he didn't tell them to damage him with fire magic. The players began to quickly run through the flames, and the hero added that they use it to blur his vision. The guy swung his sword towards the monster, and Austin said that all the flames should do is give her comrades a chance to make a cut on his body. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought about what now. The captain fired a shot at the monster. The blow hit him, and the player looking at this thought that is always on target, Captain, she hit before the wound had time to heal. The arrow hit the monster. The white troll is affected by poison blood. Smiling, the captain said that great, that's how it is, and the hero looking at her thought that her skills are not so bad. The troll's wound appeared, and the hero thought about the fact that when the arrowhead hits the wound, it begins to dissolve and be absorbed into the body, so even if the wound is instantly healed, it cannot stop the poison. The players held their shields in front of them and looked straight ahead. The immortal fighter's skill, provocation, was used. The players stretched their hands forward, causing flames. The master of the source of knowledge's skill, flame, was used. The guys ran at the monster with swords in their hands. Grinning, the hero thought that by the time the dumb troll notices that the same attack is repeated over and over again, the monster winced in pain and opened his mouth. He abruptly fell to the ground, forming gray smoke. The achievement, White Troll Hunter, was obtained. The men happily shook hands. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked about whether they really did it without losses. She happily opened the inventory. The achievement of White Troll Hunter was obtained. The messenger of the underworld granted him power. The rank of the skill Poison Blood increased. Looking at the protagonist, Amanda asked why he was really here, to which he replied that they could talk about it outside the dungeon. Raising a finger up, Austin added that before he forgot, They used his poison blood 217 times. He supposes she will pay him back when she leaves the dungeon. The girl widened her eyes and asked again. It sounded like it was clearing the dungeon. The man tapped his fingers on the table. Michael, looking straight ahead, asked if he wanted to compensate for this incident. Then he added that although nothing can replace the dead guild members, he will listen to her. Naomi lowered her head in confusion. The people sitting at the conference raised their hands. The guy said that there were rumors that a white troll appeared out of nowhere in a 3-level C+ dungeon, and he was wondering how he managed to get out without a single loss. Amanda said into the microphone that they achieved this result thanks to the hard work of each team member, and also, I must note that the cleanup would not have been possible without the protagonist's poison blood skill. The man loudly asked about that. That is, she claims that they defeated the white troll thanks to the poison blood skill. Who is this Mr. Austin? You can hear that they want to ask a few more questions. News came out that a hunter using poison is proposing a new strategy. The protagonist's car was parked in the parking lot. He said yes, it was him, asked what news, to which he was told that he learned that the Russian wants to clear the dead forest. They will see what happens. Holding the phone in his hand, the hero heard that he was sure that nothing would happen to him going to an American dungeon, especially as a Russian, to which Austin replied that if he could go there as someone else, they would not have to use Michael. Looking directly, Bob said that as far as he knew, even the Messiah went to the American dungeons only a couple of times. At the moment, this country does not need anyone's help. The US flag appeared, and the man added that since many experienced players emigrated to the States. Looking away, he said that and yet, the fact that they were in such a situation means that this dungeon can be quite difficult to pass. Frowning, the hero replied that he knew. The woman left the office. It seemed like she was yelling at the man, and Bob said that in any case, since Michael caught Naomi by surprise, he thinks the Frontier Guild will go for it. A black car appeared near the entrance. The man said that he was not sure, however, that the other side with the Frontier would allow outside intervention. A black car was leaving the parking lot. Watching it, the hero asked, was he talking about the Great Guild or not? An image of a woman appeared in the guy's head and he thought that he did not know how the Great Guild would react, but everything was working in his favor. Entering the room, he thought that the main thing was that the door would open. The report on the dungeon was placed on the table. Looking at it, Michael asked if he was sure of the reliability of the data. The secretary replied that she had contacted all the players involved in the cleanup. This report contained reliable information. Sitting at the table, the man said that the battle with the white troll is a debut, to which Kate replied that Amanda commanded, but it was said that Austin suggested the strategy. Tapping his fingers on the table, the man asked, which the meek Amanda agreed to. Looking at him, Kate replied that yes, what's more surprising, she paid the hero for the extra expenses for the use of his poison blood. Smiling widely, Michael said that he immediately realized that he was not an ordinary guy, but did not expect him to be so good. Raising his head, the man said that what an interesting person, he should have accepted him earlier. From now on he should be treated with due respect. Looking at the secretary, he asked where the hero was now, to which she replied that he had just arrived and should be up soon. There was a knock at the door, and she added, "Speak of the devil." A huge conference appeared. It was said that the dead forest in which their great guild and the Frontier were fighting together, but still unsuccessfully, and the Russian wanted to clear this dungeon. So, Carrie, folding her hands, asked what they thought about it. The man hurriedly said that how could they trust the clearing of such a difficult dungeon to a stranger, whose country's guild union had also suffered a defeat. This was absurd, their honor was at stake. Looking at the girl, the man said that he was not sure what the Frontier Guild's opinion was on this matter, since they had already given their consent. The government had also begun to inquire about their opinion, but he believed it would be right to oppose this no matter what. Carrie smiled when she heard that didn't the government refuse their offer to clear the dungeon again, and then said why was everyone so worried about it. Standing up from her chair, the girl said that the reason the government forbade them from attempting to clear the dungeon again wasn't because they doubted their ability to do it, but because they were worried about the potential damage to their own country's guild if they failed, of course. Smiling, she added that it was even better this way, since they could now use this reason to gain the government's approval, and since they were here, they would up the ante. The man was surprised to hear that an unknown Russian, a third party, or anyone else could join, to which he asked what she meant. Looking away, the girl said that they would announce a reward that would interest everyone, like King Arthur's ring. The man stood up and shouted that it was out of the question. She had forgotten what it had cost them to get it. Carrie smiled and told him to be quiet. She said she would up the ante and not give it away for free. The car was parked under a street lamp. Looking down, the hero asked what it was. Jack said something about it being a skill. Bob said to give it to him, something about it being good for him. The guy yawned and said that he had told him it wouldn't be good for him since he kept his skeletons in a book of the dead or something, but he had insisted on giving it to the hero. Austin smiled and said that it would come in handy, let him tell him he would definitely use it, and then thought about how the book of the dead could only hold so many skeletons. The hero considered that one day he might meet an opponent with more warriors, and then his position would be at a huge disadvantage. The skill Pharaoh's power appeared. The effect of the skill is that all dead bodies can be used as sacrifices, and Austin thought that he could handle it. Looking forward, the guy turned to the hero and asked if he was listening to him. He asked if he could really clear the Dead Forest, 2 of the 5 largest guilds in the world. This dungeon that Frontier and the Great Guild could not handle together. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face, and he added that in addition, since this is a dead forest, there must be living dead. This is an unfortunate combination for him. No, after all, he can't sacrifice undead to skeletons. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist said that at first he was a little worried about this, but wouldn't he be fighting the undead in the front lines? To which Jack asked again. The phone in the guy's pocket rang. Picking up the phone, he gave his name and asked for the final decision, to which he was told that the American government had agreed, but there was a small problem. Looking away, the hero asked again, to which he was told that it looked like anyone could take part in the cleanup, not just them. And one more thing, as a bonus, they said that they would reward the guild that made the biggest contribution with a legendary item. Looking straight ahead, Austin thought that this way they were sure that their player would receive the prize, and then asked what the reward was. The man answered that King Arthur's ring. News about the cleanup of the dead forest appeared. The plane flew against the sunset. The bridge to San Francisco appeared. A view of the office opened up. It was the door to the waiting room of the Makash Guild. Chewing food, the guy said that it looked like the Great Ones really wanted to clean this dungeon, otherwise they would have offered King Arthur's ring. Looking at the paper, Austin replied that it was not the matter, it was a provocation. They believed that they would take the prize themselves, to which the guy choked. Raising his finger up, Jack asked what. That is, they did not consider him a serious opponent. A smiling guy appeared, and the hero thought that no, the Great Guild understands that you cannot carelessly underestimate your enemies, and they are not so stupid as to just provoke other guilds. Looking down, the hero thought that there must be another reason for their confidence and he must find it. A high-rise building appeared. It was said that all the participants of the raid, including the leader, Ellis, successfully entered the dungeon. Looking at the girl, the guy asked if she really did not care. The man with a mustache said in confusion that he did not doubt Ellis's abilities, but offered King Arthur's ring as a reward. He added that there were rumors, including within the guild itself, about the master's decision, to which Carrie smiled and said that it seemed like they were all missing something. Turning around, the girl said that she had said that she would offer the ring as a reward, but she had not said that she would not use it. The man put the ring on his hand, and a message appeared saying that she had put on King Arthur's ring. Many players were standing in a circle in the middle of the forest. Smiling, the girl said that it seemed like everyone had gathered. Looking straight ahead, she said that her name was Ellis, and that she represented the Great Guild. Spreading her arms, she said that before starting the cleansing, she suggested that all the guilds come to an agreement. Jack, looking at the hero, said that they had just begun. What was there to agree on? She was probably not going to agree on not fighting against each other. Austin tilted his head and said that he wanted to determine the order in which the guilds would try to defeat the boss, and this order would depend on how much the guild contributed to each level of the dungeon. Jack folded his arms and asked what kind of contribution, like who could kill more monsters. Since the main prize was at stake, cooperation could be forgotten. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard that what he would do, according to the original plan, he was going to just watch and not interfere. Looking at the remains, the protagonist said that now this is a competition, so everyone will reveal their cards. There were bones on the ground, and he added that even the Great Guild. The underworld messenger skill, the power of the pharaoh, was used. The monsters killed by others can be used as a sacrifice. The skeleton warrior was summoned. The players stood in a circle. It was heard that everyone seemed to be in a hurry from the very beginning, what they would do. Ellis, looking straight ahead, said that they can't stand still while these brats are running around. The girl put the ring on her hand. A notification appeared that she had put on King Arthur's ring. Taking out the staff from her inventory, a notification popped up that she had used Merlin's item. Merlin's item increases her strength. The hidden condition of King Arthur's legend has been fulfilled. The set of King Arthur's legend items has been activated. King Arthur's ring enhances the effects of the Knights of the Round Table items. Her magic power is overflowing. Bright blue rays appeared. Gray smoke appeared. The skeleton looked straight ahead in surprise. Frowning, Ellis said that she saw no point in dragging things out to the second level. She would explain to them who was in charge here. Fire particles appeared behind the girl, and she added that right now. Holding the mask in his hand, the protagonist thought that this was the Great Guild's trump card. No wonder they were so confident. The items appeared in front of the protagonist's eyes, and he thought that he expected King Arthur's ring to be used in the dungeon, but he did not know that Ellis also had Merlin's item. The protagonist thought that Merlin's item was a legendary item, something like the symbol of the girl who led the Knights of the Round Table, but that did not mean that it belonged to her from the beginning. A red-haired girl appeared behind Ellis. The protagonist thought that the fact that the item passed from Ellis to her meant that there was a direct connection between the Messiah Guild and the Great Guild. Smiling, the protagonist thought that it would be even better if he took possession of the item before it passed into the girl's hands, and then added that the effect would be stronger than any of his attacks against the Messiah. Looking at the hero, Jack asked if he was listening to him, so, at level 1, they would just analyze the forces, right? To which Austin replied no, change of plans. Looking away, the protagonist thought that they could not give priority to the Great Guild, which owns both Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, and then said that they would give it their all from the start. A bright light appeared in the depths of the forest. The man stood and watched the flames. The girl's eyes lit up. She was holding a staff in her hands. The skill of the listener of all creation, summoning the fire spirit, was used. Ellis released the flames straight in front of her. All the monsters began to cover themselves from it. The forest began to fill with fire. Looking away, the player thought that this was amazing. As expected, with such a level of fire power, couldn't they attack the 4th level at once, not just the 3rd? The skeleton took a step forward. The man looked at the hero in surprise and asked if it was him. Austin tilted his head down slightly. The player opened his eyes wide and said that it looked like the path was blocked, and Ellis looked away and thought that they were not the first, he had already gotten here. The underworld messenger skill, the power of the pharaoh, was used. Monsters killed by others can be used as a sacrifice. The skeleton warrior was summoned. A whole horde of skeletons appeared near the main character. The player furiously asked about this bastard feeding his skeleton with monsters that they killed, to which the girl put out her hand and told him to stop. Looking at him, Ellis said that there was no need to fall for stupid provocations, asked what the score was. A table with guild places and the number of kills appeared, and the guy replied that they were in first place. Let him not worry. Smiling, the player said that the hero's skills were not that great compared to rumors. Looking to the side, the girl said that they were maintaining speed. Turning around, she said that they were moving to the next zone immediately, and the hero thought that at this rate, their firepower would outpace them. Turning his head to the side, Austin thought that however, such power did not mean a quick hunt because they did not have the weapons that they had. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy asked what he should do this again. Facing each other, Austin said that they were the only guild that could use this strategy. Of course, this was only possible because he existed. Why? No longer so confident in himself. Pointing his hand to the side, Jack said that he was not sure, then he could not help, because he said this strategy was impossible without him. Rushing forward, the guy said that in exchange for cleaning he would feed him at least this time, good, and the hero remained silent. Then, smiling, he said good, now it was time to speed up. A skeleton appeared, sitting on a horse. It was summoned. The news about the dead forest and its rewards came out. Bob said with a big smile that the crowd's attention was focused here, so the other guilds started betting too. They would win in the end, so the scammers always bet on idiots. The man held the phone in his hand and asked the secretary what the hero's lead was now, to which she replied that it was 3.28, the rest he had to see for himself. Looking at the screen, the girl said that the Great Guild had revealed the characteristics of Ellis Item, who was also in the dungeon, to which the president asked again. Looking at him, the secretary said that it seemed like they had given her Merlin's item and King Arthur's ring, to which the man asked that they had actually given her items that were used to conquer 5 or 6 level dungeons. Bob's eyes widened, asking for a moment and asked that these 2 items give a buff effect. Yes then. Taking hold of the monitors, the man angrily told her to cancel his bets quickly, right now, to which the secretary replied that it was too late, they could not be cancelled. Gritting his teeth tightly, the president said that the Great Guild, cheapskates, they should play fair and square and not count on items. Folding his hands, the man began to appeal to the gods with a request, and the secretary thought that he did not believe in anything except money. A table of guilds by murders appeared. Looking at it, the girl thought that this was incredible. Turning her attention to the hero and the guy, she thought about how they overtook them. This item. No, they could not find something better than Merlin's item or King Arthur's ring. The main character looked straight. Approaching him, the girl said that the rumors were not lying, asked what his secret was, to which he replied that he was just lucky. Looking down, she thought that he was a bastard. The hero smirked and thought that thanks to Jack and his immortal body. The hero thought that no matter how strong the firepower was, after defeating all the monsters in one area, she had no choice but to waste time moving on to the next one. And then added that on the other hand, they were able to focus on the battle because they gathered all the monsters in one area. Would they play with their pride a little? Standing up, the hero asked, by the way, what specific effect does King Arthur's ring give? To which the girl asked again. Looking at her, Austin said that it seemed like it would become his after clearing, so he wanted to know in advance, or maybe give it to him right away. Approaching, the protagonist said that even then they would do their best not to harm the Great Guild in this dungeon, to which Ellis, smiling, replied that he was confident in himself. The man said that wouldn't the chance of winning be higher if the item was in the hands of the strongest. The girl pointed at him and asked if he meant to say that he was stronger than her. The boy grinned and said that he meant that he would gladly give his items to a stronger player to clear them. The girl frowned and said that it seemed like someone had gotten arrogant because of the small lead and that he should curb his pride. She turned away and continued that in the end, they were a great guild and they would clear this dungeon. It flashed through his mind that the race was getting fiercer, and that was good. The man grinned and thought that in this situation, they, the Frontier Guild, would also have new opportunities and that he wouldn't mind destroying them both. Fire was spreading across the ground. The man was fighting a monster. There was a fierce battle. The girl was surrounded by fire. A wave of fire cut through the space. The monster opened its mouth in rage. Waves of fire spread around. Flashes blazed in the space. People surrounded by fire held weapons in their hands. The girl asked how the situation was. The man began to stutter. He uncertainly continued that the results had not changed and the difference with the Makash Guild had only increased. She asked in bewilderment what kind of nonsense he was talking about and if he was sure he understood correctly. The girl widened her eyes and thought that this could not be. The gap was only growing despite the fact that their firepower was working non-stop. She pressed her lips together. A voice shouted that the scout had returned. The girl angrily asked what was going on from the main character's side and what was going on at all. The guy stuttered and answered that it was 50. She asked what 50 meant and that the score had long since exceeded the 10,000 mark. The guy continued in fear that he was not talking about that. There were 50 skeleton warriors. Moreover, the skeleton warrior is stronger than any normal player. Bones fell to the ground. He failed to summon the skeleton warrior. The man thought that this was the limit of his magic power at the moment. The board showed the skeleton warrior mastery. Skill rank A increases the ability of the summoned skeleton warrior with the increase of the skill rank. The effect increases the stats of the skeleton warrior by 50%. Increases the possible number of summoned skeleton warriors per level. He thought that he needed to save his mana to use other skills. His mana was restored by the potion. The man pursed his lips. Behind him stood an entire army of skeleton warriors. They began to run. The man screamed in fear. A huge number of skeletons rushed at them. The protagonist covered his face with a mask and said that this guy had learned to pick the perfect timing. He connected with the skeleton warrior. His eyes lit up. He walked straight ahead, and behind him rode a skeleton on a horse. The protagonist grinned. Deafening explosions were heard. The underworld messenger skill corpse explosion was used. A skeleton on a horse galloped along the ground. He opened his mouth furiously. A monster ran towards him. They connected in a fierce battle. The skeleton with a weapon flew towards the monster. Flashes came from all sides. The underworld messenger skill corpse explosion was used. A huge explosion destroyed the space. Makash increased before our eyes. A moment later, there was silence. He cleared the first level of the dungeon. The scoreboard showed the stats of all teams. Makash was in first place. The girl said angrily that based on the results, further competition was pointless and asked if anyone had any objections to the protagonist trying to fight the boss monster first. People started saying that rules are rules, so they will do it, and that the Messiah Guild also had no objections. It flashed through his head that he did not expect Alice to lose, and that it looked like he would have to change his plan. The man frowned and continued thinking that this was an unexpected situation, but he could not just let King Arthur's ring go. Alice shook the protagonist's hand and said that she underestimated him, and that she would admit that he was in first place. The man thanked her. She continued that there was still the second level, and he should not forget that if he lost, they would be next. Moving to the second level, the board said that you need to kill the land turtle to move on to the next level. A voice shouted what it was and that they couldn't see anything because of the fog. Someone asked that they had to find a monster hiding. He then went on to say that they needed to split up and search the area. The man told the girl why she shouldn't relax. She looked scared. Alice told him to fuck off. She wasn't in the mood for jokes. Jay laughed and told her not to worry. He was here to make her a serious offer and asked what about joining forces. He then went on to say that the Great Guild and the Frontier Guild had worked together before, hadn't they? And that even though that had failed, they couldn't just give their American treasures to that Russian guy. Alice replied that joining forces, and how exactly. Jay said that accidents often happen in dungeons, like a group of monsters attacking from behind while she was fighting a boss monster. Alice asked again and said that the man interrupted her and told her to wake up. This was not a situation where there was room for arguing about what was right and what was wrong. The man continued that if King Arthur's ring floated away from them, she would not be the only one who would be questioned. There was not much time left until the second level was cleared. He smirked and told her to think carefully. Alice opened her mouth and said that he must be joking, and that he really thought she would agree. Jay frowned and asked what she meant by giving the ring to this Russian so easily, and what she would do if he actually managed to clear the dungeon. Alice frowned and replied that if they had priority to fight the boss monster and not him, they guys would try to pull the same trick behind their backs. Jay replied that he wouldn't deny it, but given the current situation, it would be better for them to join forces. The girl replied that she would pretend she didn't hear any of it. He then continued angrily that from now on, if he interfered with them, she would make him regret it. The land turtle was destroyed. The girl's eyes widened in confusion and asked again. Jay turned around angrily. He had cleared the second level. The huge turtle was lying on the ground. The man's mouth opened. He knelt down on one knee with a wheeze. The protagonist asked how he was. The man replied that his ribs were cracked. He then continued angrily that he would have been fine if it had been him. He then continued angrily that they were still alive only because of him. If it had been anyone else, they would have died 1,000 times over. The blessing of the river Styx had been cast. His health had been fully restored. The man was chewing something furiously and saying that during the time he was with him, the blessing of the river Styx had increased by 3 levels, and what he thought he had to go through for the skill rank to increase so much. He was holding his knees and asked where they were rushing to. The first attempt was already theirs, wasn't it? The protagonist smirked and said that they were rushing so that those bastards who were constantly trying to trick them wouldn't have a single chance to catch up. Moving to the next level, huge doors appeared in the clearing. They arrived at the 3rd level. An ominous aura surrounded them. The doors illuminated the space. Someone's eyes began to glow. People were standing in the clearing and someone asked what was going on here and who had dealt with the land turtle. Someone answered that they didn't know either. They hadn't even heard of anyone finding it. The man covered us and thought why it smelled so rotten. The fog here was even worse than on the 2nd level. Alice bared her teeth. Jay frowned. The man looked up. The black fog was slowly absorbing their life force. The power of Apophis had been activated. They could not be poisoned by the black fog. The man looked down at his finger in confusion. Lancelot's ring activated a powerful resistance to the black fog. He looked at the protagonist and thought that he had not thought that this would happen. This simply could not be. The man grabbed his head and said that from the very beginning the poisonous fog was everywhere. This was too much. Alice shouted for everyone to calm down and take the antidote. She drank the liquid and thought that she had expected this and prepared in advance. But this did not mean that the antidote would be enough for everyone, and that for half a day at most, if the circumstances were bad, it could happen that they all lost their life force before the battle. She used the antidote. The poisoning status was removed. The immunity status was temporarily in effect. The man walked straight ahead and said that it was much worse than he thought, that he thought they would last half a day at most, and asked how they were doing. The girl said the same. The man replied that it meant they didn't have much time left. Jay whispered and asked why she didn't think about his offer again. That it was her only chance. She didn't want to wait for the protagonist to make a mistake and then fight with the remaining life force. The voice shouted that Austin was leaving. People watched him go. Alice thought that if he succeeded, she would never see the ring, and even if he lost, they would have a hard time. Then she said that it seemed like she had no choice. They shook hands and the man said okay, that was a wise decision. Jay thought that now their chances of getting King Arthur's ring had increased. Then he continued to think that in fact, the antidote would last them more than half a day. His eyes lit up and he thought that he would last for about a day. Now time was on the side of the Frontier Guild. The horse walked on the ground. Someone's hand appeared from under the ground. The man looked at the silhouette in the distance. The skeleton opened his mouth in rage. He was sitting on a huge horse. Skeletons climbed out of the ground. The man said angrily that such a crowd and he told him to just stand there. The protagonist said that the appearance of the saboteur was inevitable. They just need to pretend that they were hunting. The man asked if they could pretend after they dealt with them. The protagonist said that if they left the front lines, the other guilds would have a chance, and that was exactly what the group that was bothering them wanted. However, Austin smiled and said that as time went on, they were the ones with the advantage in the black fog. Then he thought that he would make them beg to clear this dungeon. There was a sound. Jay frowned and wondered what had started. He turned to the girl. She thought that she had no choice because there was no guarantee that the protagonist would not betray. She bared her teeth and continued the thought that it was for the sake of protecting the others and that they just needed to win and leave here alive. The black fog was slowly absorbing their life force. The flask fell to the ground. She used the antidote. The skeleton grinned angrily. The blow cut through the air. The man struck the skeleton. The protagonist said in bewilderment, "Take it easy." The man angrily told him to shut up and that he thought he could relax now. Birds flew up from the trees. The protagonist's eyes widened. There were several monsters behind him. He smirked and thought that they were here. The underworld messenger skill, Corpse Explosion, was used. A deafening explosion thundered and the man asked what was going on. Explosions appeared from all sides. Jay angrily thought that this couldn't be. He prepared himself. No, the explosion is coming. The smoke from the explosion filled the space. The black fog absorbed their life force. The man frowned and cursed. He was sitting near a tree. The guy was carrying another guy and telling him to hold on a little longer. He couldn't die like this, he couldn't die in vain. The man looked around and said that more and more were dying. The guy called the captain and said that they were at their limit, they didn't have any time left, and that he should make a decision. Alice lowered her head and thought that the reserves of the prepared antidote had run out, now they would have to put up with the fading forces. Then she thought that Jay Jackson was a bastard, and what was he doing there for so long? A voice shouted that it was Austin, he had returned. People were looking at the protagonist and the girl thought that this was great. He had finally given up and returned. Alice said to prepare for battle. Now it was the turn of the Great Guild to demonstrate its power. People were looking straight ahead. The protagonist said that he was leaving it to them, he was returning to the battlefield. Alik opened her mouth and shouted for him to wait, and that he was joking now. She stepped forward and continued that the moment he showed up here, it was their turn, the Great Guild. The girl frowned and said that he had wasted half a day, so he should let them deal with it already. Wasn't saving the lives of everyone present the most important thing? Austin turned to her and said that all he had done was return the wounded of the frontier to safety. Alice thought about the frontier and the wounded. Then he turned to the man lying on the ground. She thought, Jay Jackson, what a bastard, how did he pull this off? The girl said angrily that it didn't change the rules, he had returned, which meant it was their turn, he had left the battlefield, which meant his attempt had failed. She pointed her staff at him and continued that they would do everything quickly. From now on, they, the Great Guild, would act so they would save at least one more person. Austin put his finger to his lips and said to wait for their turn, and that they were still fighting. A bright wave formed behind the protagonist. Alice raised her head and wondered what was going on. The guy smirked and said that even now his partner was still fighting bravely. They didn't have time for useless arguments, he should immediately return to the battlefield to help him. The guy turned to the man standing next to him and asked if the protagonist had any comrades besides that skeleton warrior. The man replied that yes, that big guy. An image of the protagonist's partner appeared in her head and the man said that his name was something. The guy next to him opened his mouth and said that the one who looked like a gorilla. Austin said that it seemed like most of her guild members were poisoned. If they fought in such a state, it would be difficult for them to survive, let alone clean up. Alice said that in that case, he must be having a hard time too, since he couldn't use his power. She frowned and continued that it was not too late, let him give way to them if they were in the same conditions. It would be better if their team entered the battle, because at least they have the resources to do so. Austin spread his arms and replied that he did not at all. Because this fog did not affect him in any way, Alice asked again and said what nonsense. The voices said that the hunter of the needle snake, someone said that yes, it was true, the protagonist defeated the needle snake. The girl thought that if she thought about it, that needle snake was spewing poisonous smoke. The first hunter to defeat the needle snake, Austin. The man frowned and said that if all the guilds had cooperated from the beginning, the current crisis would not have arisen. It was presumptuous to build a cleansing order. Then he told the people that there was still a chance, they just needed to win as quickly as possible, mobilizing all the remaining resources. Alice thought angrily that the bastard, the guy behind her, said that he thought she should stop. The situation was too serious. The man said that the protagonist was right. Instead of competing with each other, they should have fought together from the start, he was told. That their fight for items only made the situation worse. The man said that he agreed, the Great Guild was to blame for everything. People said that shouldn't Alice also be held accountable for her words? What the protagonist did wrong? He spent more time because he brought the wounded to the Frontier Guild. Instead of thanking him for saving her own ass, she starts to quarrel with him. If things go badly, she will make the Great Guild regret it. Alice grinned and thought that this was not good. The value of the life of each player present, that's what she said just now. The protagonist smiled and told her to be careful in her next decisions and to save everyone present. Alice thought that this freak, him. Austin said with a smirk, wouldn't the chance of winning increase if the item was owned by the strongest? Then he continued that he wanted to say that for the cleanup, he would gladly give up his items. Probably, she already knows the answer, everyone present will witness the noble request of the Great Guild. Alice looked at him and was silent. Monsters were crawling out of the ground. The man cursed angrily and said that it would never end. His energy would run out even before he started fighting, and that the protagonist was in no hurry. The man came up and said that he held them back well. The guy turned around and shouted that he was an idiot and where he was. Magic energy was swirling around the protagonist. Merlin's items increased his magic power. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur was fulfilled. The effect of the set of items of the legend of King Arthur was activated. King Arthur's ring strengthens the power of the round table items. Its magical power overflows. The guy shoots an arrow at the approaching protagonist and asks what he was doing and where he got all those items from. The protagonist replies that he got all the prizes in advance, Merlin's items were a bonus. Austin says they will break through and destroy the skeleton. The guy furiously asks what he thinks those two items will make a difference and how he is going to break through the zombie army. Then the protagonist smirks. An explosion thunders. The golem is summoned. People stand and look at the huge monster. The underworld messenger skill Pharaoh's power is used. Monsters killed by non-casters can be sacrificed. Skeletons crawl out of the ground. Skeleton warriors are summoned. Using Gawain's necklace, something on the protagonist's chest catches fire. The hidden condition of the Arthurian legend has been fulfilled. The effect of the Arthurian legend item set has been activated. King Arthur's ring strengthens the power of the round table items. The duration of the Gawain's necklace skill, Blessing of the Sun, has greatly increased. Using the aura field, the skeleton opened its mouth. Hundreds of skeletons were walking on the ground. The protagonist and his partner stood in front of a bunch of monsters. Austin grinned. Then he said that this should be enough, he thought. The skeletons with red eyes looked around. The crowd of monsters suddenly rushed forward. The skeleton ran forward, leaving smoke behind it. A huge crowd of players and skeletons approached the stone monster. Jack, looking ahead in surprise, asked, "What a performance," said that the zombies had piled up on the golem. Austin smiled and replied that yes, it would be ineffective to kill the zombies one by one, then move on according to plan. With their mouths wide open, the crowd of zombies moved straight ahead. Putting out his palm, a healing effect appeared. The man opened his eyes wide. Looking at this, he asked in confusion what was going on. The guy, looking at the man, told him not to move, to lie down, because of the fog. Even if cured, he would not return to his previous state. Looking down furiously, he heard that he was lucky. If not for the hero, he would not have returned alive, and he thought about the fact that the Russian saved him. That's how everything turned out. Through the fog, the player asked if she really thought they could just walk like this. Twisting his head from side to side, the man said that in their current state it would be dangerous to meet a monster that decided to leave the battlefield, to which Ellis furiously replied that she knew. Turning her head to the side, the girl said that he had fooled them and taken Merlin's items, and that they would tell the guild they needed at least some understanding of the situation. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought about the fact that she did not know what the other players would have done if she had not immediately given Merlin's items. People with glowing eyes appeared, and she added that then not only the items, but also the pride of the guild and the lives of its subordinates would be lost. Hero, what a scary person. The player stepped on the edge of the cliff. They watched as a crowd of zombies advanced on the stone monster. With wide eyes, the player said that what a fool. He was surrounded, everyone knew that never. The skeleton warrior made a sharp swing of his sword. The girl said in confusion that no, he was not surrounded. The skeletons fought the crowd, striking them. Looking down, Ellis said that he took a position between the zombie army and the monster, summoning a skeleton warrior and a golem. A rider appeared in the center of the circle, and the girl thought about how to isolate him and hit the target, but if he dragged it out, they would be surrounded and in danger. Why did he do such a reckless act? Sighing heavily, the guy said that it was more difficult than he expected. Clenching his fist tightly, Jack said that he thought it would be easier to deal with one, but he spits icy air that freezes when touched. The eyes of the skeleton with hair glowed with a bright pink light. The energy of the dead increased with the help of an unknown force. Lancelot's ring reflects the energy of the dead. Looking at the rider, the guy laughed and asked, "And yet a bunch of items outweigh," and the hero thought that no, they will not be able to defeat him so easily. Gawain's necklace dilutes the cold with warmth. A sword fell in front of the player, and the protagonist thought about what he had heard from his comrades who had attempted to pass through the dead forest before returning. It appeared as Austin stood in front of the guys, and he added that a furious firepower was needed to defeat the rider. A portrait of the guy appeared, and the hero thought that at that time no one other than Carl possessed such power. It would be less than his, but still. The spear in the hero's hands glowed with blue light. He looked to the side. The use of Percival's spear occurred. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur was fulfilled. The effect of the set of items of the legend of King Arthur was activated. The penetrating ability of Percival's spear increased significantly. A glowing spear flew near the rider. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy thought that it was clear. He pulls an ace out of his sleeve. The brass knuckles in the guy's hand glowed with a bright light. Rushing forward, Jack thought that he still had not done what he could. He abruptly struck the rider with many blows. He began to circle around him. A blue beam appeared. The guy clenched his teeth tightly, swinging his fist. He clenched his fist tightly with a glove. Then he struck, but the rider parried his blow with a sword. The guy's hand began to rapidly cover with ice. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and blew out wind. A bunch of gray smoke formed. The hero flew up to the monster and struck him on the head with a spear. The blue beam began to reflect off the purple barrier. The protagonist's weapon began to cover with ice. Angrily looking forward, Jack thought that it was good that they deprived him of his head. The protagonist's hands also began to cover with ice. A bright flash appeared, and the guy thought that let it not be said that even Percival's spear is not capable of piercing this ice. The hero, clenching his teeth tightly, looked straight ahead. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and looked at him. The bones began to crack slowly, then they finally cracked. There is a devastating blue explosion with a bright flash. The shockwave flutters LL's hair. Alice and the guy cover their faces with their hands. Alice opens her eyes. She looks into the distance, stunned. A pop-up window says that Duplakan has been defeated. The guy asks if it's over. The dead disperse before his eyes. The guy says that the skeleton warriors are disappearing. Austin looks down in horror and realizes. Jack calls Austin by one name, corrects himself, calls him by another name, and asks what he's going to do about it. Austin picks up the ring. Austin thinks it's the Ring of Hercules. The pop-up window states that this is the Ring of Hercules. The rank of this item is legendary. There is no level limit, and the Ring of the great hero Hercules, the principle of its operation is that the more achievements the user collects, the greater the influence of the ring on his characteristics. Effects are also added upon application. An increase in endurance, energy, magic power by 10%, and additional characteristics are opened depending on the number of achievements. Jack asks if he is listening to him at all and asks again what he is going to do with it. Austin insidiously asks what he thinks. The pop-up window states that Duplakan was summoned as a skeleton warrior. Newspapers with headlines about how the dead forest was completed by Austin. He hit the jackpot. Bob glows with happiness. In the news feed, someone writes that they are passing the staff of Merlin to Austin. This is an amazing passage, which corresponds to the reward, and the Great Guild Makash writes that they gave the ring of Arthur Austin and that they kept their promise. Alice clutches the newspaper in her hands. She looks at the floor dejectedly. Alice grins. Notifications say that Austin sends his gratitude to Michael. The skill page given by Michael helped a lot in the battle with Duplakan. Austin said his real name Michael. The guild is Phoenix. Have they entered the path of the Guild of the Messiah or not? A pop-up window says that Michael has found a hero who is ready to save the world. Michael smiles evilly. Michael holds the newspaper in his hands and thinks that, as Austin said, it was a good decision to invest in Isaac, and there are idiots who have already started comparing his guild to the Messiah. A girl comes up to him, and he continues that as Isaac becomes more active, the price of his shares in the guild continue to rise, to which the girl interrupts him and says that he is receiving a call from the Makash Guild. Michael asks again, perplexed. Someone rolls a suitcase. Austin says that he just arrived and they should move on to the next step, and asks if he did what Austin asked. Bob answers yes and asks who he thinks he is and adds that Austin should use it carefully because the durability is still low. Austin's things are loaded into the car, and Bob continues that he threw out bait and will call back soon, to which Austin agrees, and Jack asks if he is not tired at all because they just finished and Austin is already back on business. Jack gets into the car and continues that since they are finished, he will go first because he is so hungry that he will die right now and they will not have lunch anyway. Austin waves his hand and agrees because he tried hard and asks him to drive carefully. Jack gets angry and says that in general, when people are grateful for someone else's work, they usually buy them something. To which Austin agrees and promises to buy Jack something to eat soon, and he will be able to choose whatever he wants from the menu. He will buy everything. Jack asks again, confused, if it's true that everything he wants and anything on the menu is true or not. Jack angrily shouts, asking when soon is, and asks to buy it now. The full moon against the backdrop of a multi-story building. Julia angrily slams her hands on the table and asks again if her interlocutor said that he would not be able to attend, and asks if he does not understand at all what situation they are in now. Julia says that they can no longer postpone the attack on the 7-level dungeon, to which Ethan replies that he also has a problem that he cannot postpone. Ethan looks at her with displeasure and continues that does she know how many of his students have already been killed, and says that until he kills Austin, he will not cooperate with them. Julia insists and says that due to the fact that Isaac, under the protection of Michael, was able to get through the dead forest, all the attention of the public is focused on them, and right now Ethan plans to ruin their business with such a banality, and they should make sacrifices in this case. Ethan asks again with displeasure. Ethan frowns and asks if she thinks he shouldn't take care of that newbie who easily cleared a 3-level dungeon, and if she thinks she's overestimating Isaac's strength. He adds that he agrees with Ethan and that it's a shame to see them worrying about such trivial issues. Julia frowns, and these idiots aren't thinking about that because Isaac isn't the problem, but because all the attention and praise is currently directed towards Isaac. Their guild status is extremely unstable. She grins and continues that another problem is that this Isaac is growing up alarmingly fast, just like her old acquaintance, to which someone interrupts them and asks them to stop. Carl is displeased and says that if they are really that worried about their students, then they should do whatever they want, but they can't give them much time. Julia calls out to the master, puzzled, and says that they can't delay the attack on the 7-level dungeon. Carl turns to Julia. Julia looks away and says that she understands him and that if her master says so, then they should delay the attack. Ethan thanks him for understanding, and his comrade says that they will deviate then. The holograms disappear from the table. The man with the scar smirks and asks if the fame of the Messi is not as good as it used to be. Julia asks the shadow at the table with displeasure, to which the shadow continues that either those rumors were initially exaggerated. Against the background of empty chairs, he continues that before, there were active key participants on each level, but now there is no one. Even the other students are starting to act independently of the guildmaster's will. He smirks and asks if this is really a mess. Julia looks ahead, dumbfounded, and he continues that he is sure that she did not bring him here to show him something like this, and although it is funny to him, she should watch her words. Carl crosses his fingers and asks what he can do. The guy looks at Carl, confused. The newspapers fall on the table. Austin asks why they called him here. Michael smiles grimly and says that thanks to his offer to invest in Isaac, his business has been going well, so he wants to ask him for one more thing. He sits across from Austin and continues that if he can do what Austin asks, he will make sure that he is rewarded well, to which Austin asks what he wants. Michael smiles and says that a player wants to be his partner for a dungeon raid, and it seems that he wants to see Austin's skills. Austin is dumbfounded and asks about the skills again. Michael raises his hand and says yes, all Austin needs to do is make sure he remembers Austin, as he is one of his bodyguards, and said he just needs Austin to come with him. Austin doesn't comment. Austin frowns and says then whoever wants to take him as a partner, who is he? Michael smiles wickedly and says Isaac, he chose him. A flash of light on the roof. Michael asks if the preliminary meeting with Isaac went smoothly, to which Austin says yes and says that he told him about the test trial and showed him the report on the dungeon. Michael says he wants to do it again. Does Austin understand how important this is? No matter what, Austin has to do it. A car pulls up to him and he continues that this will not only benefit him, but Austin as well. Michael turns around and says that he finally showed up. Someone gets out of the car. Isaac gets out and looks around. The person asks him to take care of him. The man in glasses whispers something to Isaac. Isaac says that he does too, to which the man in glasses says that Isaac also asks him to take care of him. Michael suspects something is wrong. Austin calls for them to follow him into the dungeon. Michael watches them go and says that this is a little different from how he imagined it, because he thought he would have a more sinister image. Growth like rocks. Jack takes off his mask and asks how he played, because he himself thinks that it turned out perfectly, and it seems that he was able to deceive Michael. He laughs loudly and continues that he is simply an amazing actor and perhaps he should end his career as a player and devote himself to the stage, to which Austin praises him. Austin says that in the future they should avoid the need to resort to a double. Austin sits opposite, who asks again if he will be there and why he did not say right away. Jack looks at him in confusion and continues that if Michael shows up there, then what should they do? To which Austin says that he will only be at the entrance to the dungeon, and only he and Isaac will go inside. Jack frowned and asked again what about, because Isaac and he should split into two for this, to which Austin continues that he and Isaac. Austin points his finger at Jack and says that both of them. Jack was glad and said that he understood what Austin meant, and then, against the background of bacon, Jack asks if Austin thinks that he will just get off with pork for such tricks and continues that he should order beef for this, to which Austin agrees discontentedly, because he said that he would buy him everything he wants to eat, to which Jack asks again about the lack of restrictions. With a sign saying beware of those who buy beef, for buying beef always has an ulterior motive. People with pure intentions limit themselves to pork. Austin continues that he said he would buy him one meal and will keep that promise, to which Jack asks the chef to serve the beef and encourages him to do it as quickly as possible. Jack looks at Austin and asks how much all this beef costs, for he is curious and adds that as expected Austin is a better comrade, unlike the others. Jack watches as Austin hands over the card and says that if there is anything else Austin wants to entrust. A banner with a phoenix. Jack asks Austin where he got the card from, displeased, to which Austin replies that he got it from Michael for a meeting with Isaac. Jack looks confused and thinks that this all means that he promised to repay him for his hard work with food, but he pays him with a guild card. Jack sees Bob in him and thinks that he reminds him of someone, to which Austin asks him to take care of him. The monster cuts the orc. A fight between the monsters. A skeleton on a horse attacks with a spear. A pop-up window says that the level has been increased. Austin and Jack look around. A pop-up window says that the messenger of the underworld smiles at their overwhelming power and the messenger of the underworld gives them some of his power. Austin says that he thought so, to which Jack is surprised, because during the fight with Duplacan he was not able to see, but now he was able to see something amazing. Austin holds Merlin's staff and thinks that this is the first time he used it correctly and did not take into account the individual capabilities of other people, but even he did not expect that they would have such power. The pop-up window states that this is King Arthur's ring. Its rank is described as legendary and there is no level limit. Also the ring of the King of the Round Table. It contains royal rights and has effects such as increasing all abilities by 15%, as well as attack power, and when worn, it increases the effect of other items of the Knights of the Round Table by 100%. The second pop-up window states that this is Merlin's staff and its rank is legendary. The level limit is also removed, and this is the staff used by the evil wizard Merlin, and it has powerful magical power. There are effects of increasing all attack power and magical power by 20%, also increasing the speed of magic recovery by 30%, and increasing the power of a magical attack proportional to the user's level. Austin looks at the staff and continues that the magical power remains even after using all the skills he has, and it turns out that he will not be able to get the most out of the items since it remains, and in this dungeon he will not be able to test their power to its full potential. Jack smiles and says that thanks to the skeletons the level continues to rise and they can do everything themselves. He doesn't even need to interfere, and he has nothing to catch here. Jack closes his eyes and continues, which means that soon he won't be able to compare in strength even with his skeleton warriors, and notices something. Austin looks at him angrily and thinks why this one is always so frivolous. Jack fearfully waves his hands and asks if he is going to make him do it again, and asks him not to do it. He is Isaac now, and if Austin does this then he will have to say that Austin failed the test. Austin smiles angrily and says that this is great, because in any case he was thinking about failing this test. Everything is swimming before Jack's eyes and he panics and asks Austin to stop. Austin calls someone's phone. Bob picks up the phone and says that they did it faster than he thought, and asks how the test went and if the client is happy, to which Austin replies that everything went so-so, and Bob asks him again and clarifies whether Austin passed his test. Austin frowns and replies that he thought he would figure it out, and asks if something happened while they were in the dungeon. Austin frowns as the Messiah Guild announces that they are postponing their raid on the 7-level dungeon. The exact reason why the attack could not proceed as planned is not disclosed, to which Austin thinks that since they even decided to postpone the raid, it means there is some external problem and it seems that everyone can act independently. But, against the background of 2 men, he continues that there is no one else to be a master archer and a master swordsman. Austin looks ahead and says that he thinks that some internal conflict has arisen in the guild. Bob looks at his phone and replies that he thinks so too, because there have been many unpleasant incidents lately, and the most suspicious of them is the Master Archer, and he is not an original member of the guild, but he has deep ties with it. Bob, in close-up, says that this is just his guess, but before attacking the 7-level dungeon, everyone needs to sort out their personal problems first. Austin thought about it and left without comment. Bob asks what he is going to do. Jack looks at Austin with displeasure, who replies that first of all he needs to finish what he started. Austin goes to the car and says that he will think about everything else after eating, to which Jack asks happily about the food and asks to buy him some too, and asks if he will pay for everything with the same card again. Bob asks what does it mean to finish what he started. Does it mean that Austin has other things to do? Austin looks away and gives a positive answer. He says that he must meet Michael, Phoenix Guild headquarters, and Michael begins his speech. Michael looks displeased and asks if he passed the test, and adds that didn't he tell him that he must pass this test no matter what, and asks again if he is right. Austin lowers his gaze and apologizes. Michael leans back and says that he does not need his apologies and asks him to explain what happened, to which Austin replies that although he recognized the power of his blood poisoning technique. Austin twiddles his fingers and continues that he said that he still lacks skill, and nevertheless asked Austin if he could help him if he suddenly needed help. Michael thinks about the fact that Isaac can ask Austin for help if necessary, which means that Austin is only interested in Isaac in such a case, which is an extremely ambiguous success. Austin looks down and says that, by the way, he overheard Isaac talking to a coworker outside the dungeon, and it looks like they are trying to recruit people from a different guild than Makash. Michael looks on dumbfounded, and Austin asks if that doesn't mean he will be leaving Makash soon, to which Michael thinks that means Isaac will be a free player soon. Michael crosses his fingers and continues that no, they can't be sure just based on that information, and it should only be interpreted as information that they are trying to make the same move they did before, even after creating their own party. Michael smirks and thinks that means he tested Austin for a reason. In a close-up, Michael asks if he ever gets a chance to take his test again. Do you think he can handle it? To which Austin asks again. Austin frowns and replies if they give him another chance. Austin looks straight ahead and asks to trust him and give him a little more strength, and next time he will definitely succeed. A volcano erupts. A pop-up window states that the level has been increased. Shero is standing on a dragon. This is Shero the Dragon Hunter. Someone shouts that the dungeon has been completed. A car drives by and the paparazzi ask for an interview and ask to look in their direction, right there. The man with a mustache says that you just finished the dungeon and apologizes, but there is an urgent request from the Japanese government. Someone reads documents while he continues that a ranked dungeon has been found, continues that the master wanted to ask him for advice, to which the second responds that the boss of this dungeon is a baby dragon. The man with glasses asks what he wants and suggests that Austin recommends players who can complete this dungeon, to which the second responds that this means he already has someone in mind. The man with glasses gives a positive answer and says that it has been a long time since he crossed the 100th level, but he tracks active players who are able to pass the 3-story dungeon. The man twirls his mustache and says that if he recommends someone to the master, what will happen if the player refuses because he finds out that the boss of the dungeon is a dragon. The man with glasses answers that this will definitely not happen, to which he is puzzled by the mustache and asks why he is so confident in that player. The man with glasses adjusts them and gives a positive answer. Newspapers with headlines that Dragon Hunter, if Isaac joins the attack on the dragon dungeon, they will cope. Will Isaac join to kill the dragon? Dragon dungeon. No one volunteered. Confusion of the Japanese government. Society, avoiding the dangerous dungeon. Condemnation of the selfishness of players. Isaac says that he will join the attack on the dungeons, to which the 5 guilds remain silent. A pop-up window says that Isaac is organizing a solo raid on the dragon dungeon. The secretary looks at Michael. Michael smiles and thinks that no one wants to join the performance in which Isaac plays the main role, because the more reckless the challenge, the more noble it is. He touches his hand to the headline that Isaac as a result is passing the dungeon solo. Will everything be okay? To which Michael thinks that it is good that he managed to invest in it. The secretary looks at his phone and says that Austin sent him a message that thanks to the skills that Michael gave him last time, he was able to pass Isaac's test. Michael smiles and says that this is wonderful. Austin asks to trust him and give him a little more strength, and next time he will definitely succeed. Michael hands over a piece of paper and says that he planned to give it to him as a reward for passing the test, but now Austin can consider it an advance payment. Michael leans back in his chair and continues that he will not have another chance, and this time Austin must pass for sure, and if not, then he does not know what he will do with him, to which Austin is perplexed by what it is. Someone presses a button and asks the secretary Ethan to come in. Michael asks to call Isaac and tell him to conduct the test again, to which he receives a question about what to do if he refuses. Michael says with displeasure that she should bribe him, of course, to which she is perplexed as to what he is talking about and immediately receives the answer that the pages of the fire golem and skeleton wizard skills should be sent to Isaac, to which she says that she understands him. Michael smirks and rubs his chin. The secretary continues that, in addition, Isaac would like to go to this dungeon of the baby dragon together with Austin, to which Michael asks again if this is true and understands that it is understandable. Michael knocks on the handle of the chair and thinks that in terms of rank, this is a 3-level dungeon of rank A, exactly the same as the dungeon with the Duplacan, and even though they say that there is a baby dragon there, it is still a dragon. Against the background of the dragon, he continues that these creatures are extremely difficult to attack, so no one really wants to deal with them. However, since he is young and not matured, the chances of a successful attack will increase a little. He hits the handle and thinks that if Isaac is joined by his bodyguard, then the attack will be successful, and for him it is a huge plus. Michael looks away with satisfaction and says that they need to write an article and asks to call and gather journalists. The World News has an article with the headline that the Master of the Phoenix Guild Michael promises full support to Isaac and questions on whether Isaac will become a new member of the Phoenix Guild, and Isaac himself writes that this time he is going to the dungeon with a new comrade. Bob leafs through the news. Bob looks with satisfaction and thinks that, as he expected, Michael did not miss the chance and took advantage of the situation, and even if he later finds out that he was used for their own interests, he will not lose anything from it. Bob asks his secretary if she gave Austin what he asked for, to which he receives a positive answer. The secretary replies that she also checked that there were no problems with the goods. She checks her watch and continues that he should be inside the dungeon around this time, probably in use now. Someone holds Austin's cheek. The blonde says that he didn't think Austin was going to put a mask on a skeleton, but this seems to work, but he complained that it cost him a lot, but it was worth it and even more or less real than just putting on a mask. He deviates to the side and continues that the more he looks, the more surprised he is and asks if he has ever seen a live double. Against the background of a watery entity, the plot talks about the double, that it is a monster with the ability to transform and create a copy of the appearance of other creatures, and it is not easy to find, because it usually hides in the dungeon in the form of other monsters, such as orcs and goblins. Against the background of the diagram, its meaning is explained, that the skin tissue of the double is sold on the black market for a very high price. But using this fabric, you can create an item that can perfectly disguise itself as another person's face or appearance. Austin interrupts him and says that maybe he should stop playing around. If he breaks it, he'll tell the secretary everything and he'll have to pay for all this. The blonde looks at him with displeasure and replies that he understands everything and just needs to put it in his inventory, and it's so amazing that he wants to take a closer look. He closes one eye and asks what else he can do to deal with all the monsters. A pop-up window says that this is a doppelganger's skin fabric. It has no user level limit, and it's an item that can disguise the entire body, can be used to disguise itself as different shapes or forms. Austin gives a negative answer and says that this time he wants to leave the 3rd floor to him. The blonde asks again, puzzled if that's true. Austin takes out his weapon and says that he can handle the first and second floors himself, and he trusts him to deal with the baby dragon. The pop-up window says that they have summoned the skeleton warriors from the Book of the Dead. They have summoned a fire golem and a skeleton mage. Austin and the monster team are preparing to attack. Skeleton rider looks forward. Skeleton mage prepares to attack. Skeleton of a four-legged saber-toothed creature. Pop-up window says that he put on Van Gogh's bracelet and it is made up on the body. Chains surrounded the wrist. Pop-up window says that the number of rings that can be worn is increased. An additional slot for rings appears. Pop-up window says that King Arthur's ring is sealed and can no longer be removed. The Ring of Hercules 2 abilities are added in accordance with the achievements he has achieved. Damage from all attack skills is increased by 10%, and health and mana are increased by 150 units. A beam of light rushes into the sky. Austin says that this is not bad. The blonde looks confused. He stands behind the team and asks what the hell he is going to do. Austin looks back with displeasure and says that there is no need to waste time and urges him to go straight to the third floor. The plot takes us to the third floor of the dungeon. Sunlight enveloped the rocky terrain. Jack and Austin were hiding behind the rocks. Watching the protagonist, Jack thought that he was a monster. He imagined a fire in the forest and noted that Austin said that he would figure it out himself, but in the end he destroyed everything and he even feels sorry for the monsters in this dungeon. A picture of various monsters that belong to Austin appeared in Jack's head. He stated that the protagonist is no longer just a lone player. He has a powerful legion that knows no fatigue and is not afraid of death, and this is his own guild. Jack was hiding behind a rock and noted that now he does not want to stick his head out. Turning around, Austin asked if Jack had anything to say and why he has been looking at him like that lately. A dumbfounded Jack replied that he still didn't quite understand the strategy for attacking the baby dragon that he had explained earlier. Sitting behind a rock, the protagonist asked what was so difficult, adding that when they started, Jack should leave everything else to him and only attack the flanks. Jack said that he remembered that and he needed to prevent the dragon from taking off and escaping. Austin, looking serious, clarified that Jack didn't understand. He asked what the protagonist meant by not overdoing it when it was on the ground and just staying on its back. Austin introduced the dragon and said that the flapping of its folded wings would be twice as hard as when they were unfolded, so the attack wouldn't work at all, and to make it spread its wings, you would need to hit it hard enough for it to sense danger, but in that situation, it was impossible to direct the full force of the attack only to its wings. Amused, Jack asked if he should wait on its back until the right moment came. The protagonist held his finger to his mouth. The dragon grabbed the prey. The beast fell to the ground. Austin watched it. The dragon started eating the animal. Jack looked at the monster. The dragon suddenly turned around. It saw a pile of corpses. The dragon was examining the area. It started screaming. Austin mentally noted that it was a smart creature and immediately noticed the changes in the nest. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he would try, although it was too late. Austin used the corpse explosion. There was a powerful explosion. Rocks began to fall on the dragon. The dragon tried to fly past the rocks. A huge boulder fell on the monster. Jack started running towards the dragon and asked what would happen if the dragon was able to fly away. Turning around, the protagonist said that he could cut its wings if they were open, and Jack's task was to return it from the sky to the ground. Enraged, Jack clarified whether Austin meant that he would fall with him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would trust him with this and called Jack a comrade. They ran towards the dragon. The dragon raised its head. The golem began to fight it. The skeletons began to strike the dragon's back. Frowning, Jack wondered why its scales were so thick. Jack stabbed the spear into it and cried out as he pierced it a little. The dragon began to prepare to breathe fire. It began to emit streams of fire from its mouth. Taken aback, Jack wondered if the wings were the only problem. Looking up, the protagonist asked Jack to focus on the wings, noting that he would handle the rest. Austin saw messages that the underworld messenger skill Pharaoh's power had been used and that the monsters that the caster had not killed could be used as sacrifices. The skeletons ran into battle. A knight on a horse ran towards the dragon. The skeleton's head was shrouded in a blue aura. He held a blade in his hand. The skeleton jumped off his horse. A message appeared that the baby dragon had been poisoned with poisonous blood. The skeleton plunged his sword into its tail. The dragon threw it off. Jack was standing on the back of a huge dragon. Holding a spear in his hand, he asked to stop. The dragon jumped up. Dumbfounded, Austin called out to him. Jack pushed off the ground. He jumped on the dragon. Jack grabbed the spear. The dragon flew into the air. Jack hung on its wing. The protagonist began to shout for Jack to come to his senses and act quickly before he rose even higher. Jack tried to get up and replied that it was easy for Austin to say. Jack cut the dragon's wing and asked if the protagonist thought it was easy. The wing was cut. The dragon began to fall. Jack held onto the dragon's tail and screamed that he was going to die. He and the monster fell to the ground. Smiling, Austin noted in his mind that if it weren't for Jack, he couldn't even imagine such a strategy and he had already done half the job. The dragon's eyes glowed in a cloud of dust. He released a laser from his mouth. The dragon directed a stream of energy at the golem. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even if they succeeded in the plan with the wings, they should not forget that this is a dragon and it is dangerous in itself. Now they need to be vigilant until they completely subdue it. The army of skeletons ran towards the dragon. They began to strike at the monster. The skeletons tried to cut its tail. The skeleton's head was burning with blue flames. He plunged his blade into the tail. The skeletons began to help him. The blade went deeper and deeper. The dragon shifted his gaze. He saw how they were trying to cut his tail. He was preparing for the next volley. The golem grabbed him by the mouth. Yellow energy was coming out of the dragon's body. The golem tried to hold back the flow of mana from the dragon's mouth. The dragon fell to the ground. Austin walked towards the rubble under which Jack lay. A message popped up that the skill blessing of the river Styx was activated. Jack jumped out of the rubble and thanked Austin. The protagonist, smiling, said that it took longer than expected. He asked if Jack had passed out, noting that he had been asleep for a long time and Austin already thought that he had really died. Jack, with a smirk on his face, asked if the protagonist thought that such a trifle could kill him, adding that his stomach was empty, he had no strength, so he decided to rest. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jack asked what was wrong with the dragon. Smiling, Austin replied that while Jack was resting, he played with it a little and thanks to him, he was still able to hunt it. The protagonist extended his hand and said that his partner did a good job. Jack smirked. He took Austin's hand and said that he did everything. Holding the back of his head, Jack asked not to try to pay off with words, noting that as soon as they got out of there, the protagonist should buy him food. Looking at the dragon, Austin noted that they needed to figure this out first. The dragon began to scream. The guy was playing a board game. Sitting at the table, he asked how many days had passed since Isaac and his group entered the dungeon. The man replied that it had been 10 days. He bowed his head and said that he was surprised that Isaac was still alive, but many believed that the chances of success were extremely low. The guy smirked and said that if that was the case, he hoped that they would succeed and then they would be able to take them out themselves. The man was taken aback and asked if he was talking about. Ethan put his hand in the container. His face was serious. The guy was taken aback by this. He was looking at the game board. Ethan's eyes began to glow. He said that they would throw away the small and take the large. Beads of sweat were running down the man's face. He was on his knees and shouting that he would dedicate his life to completing this mission. A message popped up saying that the baby dragon had been defeated and the Dragon Slayer achievement had been earned. Jack was surprised. He stood on the battlefield and shouted that he was a dragon slayer. Jack slapped the skeleton on the head and said that he did a great job. Dumbfounded, Jack noted that Austin had done a good job too. The protagonist's face was sad. Looking at him, Jack asked what was wrong with his face if they were done. Austin said with a serious expression that once they exited the dungeon, he would still die. Dumbfounded, Jack asked what the protagonist was talking about. Looking down, Austin said that once they exited, they would be sent to attack a 4-tier dungeon. Crossing his arms, the protagonist noted that starting from rank 4, dungeons are a stage for high-level players above level 100. Looking at Jack, Austin said that it could be said that this was a group that was at the top of the guilds, and it goes without saying that such people enjoyed enormous political and economic privileges. The protagonist imagined people shaking hands and said that this was not enough for them and that they had created their own cartel to make more profit and had to find each other's territory so as not to be invaded. Austin had a picture in his head of a guy standing on top of a mountain. He noted that those who had immense power and lived peacefully for their own pleasure would one day have uninvited guests on their territory. He imagined pushing the guy off the mountain. The angry guy looked at the top of the mountain. Austin had a smile on his face. The protagonist asked what if Jack saw among the uninvited guests the face that had previously shown itself to be a thorn in the eye. Austin grinned and asked what Jack thought would happen. A crowd of reporters surrounded him and asked him what his secret to successfully passing was. The reporters took pictures of him. The dumbfounded reporter asked to see Isaac's new comrade. Austin in his true form was walking next to him. They started asking him if they had any problems and what he could say about the first playthrough. Turning around, Jack thought that he needed to get out of there faster before anyone noticed that it was a double. Jack hugged the main character. Jack said with a satisfied look that no one could stop them. Raising his hands, he cried out that they were insurmountable. The man stood in the crowd. He put his hand inside his bosom. The man took out a knife. He rushed at Jack and wished him death. Jack was taken aback by this. He tried to punch the man. The stranger ran at him. Surprised, Jack mentally wondered if the man had dodged. The reporters watched the battle. The man switched to Austin's double. A smirk appeared on his face. He punched the double in the stomach. Jack called out to him with a serious look. Blood flowed to the ground. The blood started to smoke. The stunned people started saying that he really hit them and that they needed to move away because the player who had just been hit had poisonous blood magic. The frightened people started running away and screaming that they needed to move away so that they wouldn't get hit. A huge crowd of people started running in different directions. The man rushed at Austin. He swung his knife. The protagonist's face was serious. The man had been stabbed in the back. The guy was holding a katana in his hands. The stunned reporters asked why the master swordsman was there. The guy stood there with a calm face. People started screaming that he needed to be filmed quickly. Jack was sitting over the double. The guy's face was serious. He remembered looking at the man and asking for forgiveness for entrusting him with this. The man started screaming that it was an honor for him to be useful to him even like this. Even if his life was insignificant, he would definitely kill him to calm the souls of his comrades who had passed away earlier. The guy listened to him silently. The man knelt down and thanked the guy for looking after him all this time. The man's corpse was lying on the ground. His gaze was empty. The guy closed his eyes. Jack covered the body of the double with his jacket. He covered his face. The guy stood behind the main character and said that he came there as a representative of the country to congratulate them on their successful completion, and no one knew that something so terrible would happen. Austin looked back. The guy stood in front of him and said that he was sincerely sorry. There were news in the newspapers that Austin died right after completing the dragon dungeon. The news showed the guy. The man stood in front of the microphone and said that the Japanese government said that they were sorry about the situation and they promised to give Isaac's team a free pass to the dungeon. The newspaper was crumpled. Michael smashed the TV. Mary asked him to calm down. Standing at the table, Michael asked how he could calm down in this situation. Mary, with a frightened face, did not know what to answer. Enraged, Michael noted that Mary knew how much money he had invested in Austin, and these fools dared to touch him. Michael hit the table. He broke the table and ordered to find the one behind this and bring them to him. The lanterns were shining brightly. There were many treats on the table. The guy said that he was sorry about the death of their colleague. Jack was taken aback by this. Holding a glass next to him, the guy noted that if he had come a little earlier. Jack looked at Austin. Sitting opposite, the guy noted that such a misfortune would not have happened. The main character with a serious look said that everything was fine, it was inevitable, and death always follows the players. The girl sat behind the guy and whispered Austin's words. The guy grinned and said that it was well said. He put the glass on the table. The guy with a smile on his face noted that it was as if they were comrades. Putting down the glass, the guy said that he had prepared the best drink for them. He asked if they thought there was no point in despairing. Jack frowned at this. He slapped the table. Jack stood up from the table and said that it was disgusting and he couldn't listen to it anymore. Frowning, he asked how the guy could behave like that if his friend, with whom he had gone through the dungeon side by side, had died. Jack started to leave and said that the guy was so dirty that he wanted to hit him. He screamed that if Austin saw them now in heaven, he wouldn't be able to calm down in heaven. The guy's face was serious. Leaving there, Jack emphasized that he thought Isaac was different. Looking back, Jack assumed that he had misunderstood him. Austin, in the form of Isaac, watched the door slam shut. The girl was stunned by this. She began to whisper to the guy. The main character put down his glass and assumed that it was time for them to finish this meal. Holding the envelope in his hands, Austin thanked them for the treat, noting that regarding the dungeon, he would consider the offer as soon as possible. The guy looked at him and replied that he was sorry that they were ending their conversation like this, but a 4-level dungeon was the first. He asked if the protagonist could cope without their help, alone. Getting up from the table, Austin replied that he could not alone, but he smiled and asked them to prepare one gift that would change his comrade's mind. The protagonist went outside. He looked at the screen. The guy was holding a poster in his hands, which asked the Japanese government to apologize. There were rallies outside. Austin was watching the news. A smirk appeared on his face. He held the phone to his ear and asked where Jack was. Holding his chin, the guy mentally noted that no matter how much he thought about it, he was sorry. He asked with a serious look if Sakura was there. She appeared behind him. The guy sat at the table and asked if there was a way to get Isaac to their side. Sakura replied that the situation was not very good from all sides. She imagined chess and noted that everything was fine when they took out Austin. She imagined an angry Jack and noted that he had become hostile to them and it would be difficult to get them to their side. An image of an angry Michael appeared in Sakura's head and she said that because of the death of the main character, Michael was furious and if he lost Isaac too, they would not avoid a confrontation with him. Julia crossed her arms. Sakura stated that in addition, if the Messiah found out that they wanted to get Isaac to their side, Julia would not let it go so easily. Sakura said with a serious look that in the current situation, Isaac switching to their side would do more harm than good. Holding a glass, the guy clarified whether she thought so. He closed his eyes and said that since he was the one they couldn't have. He put down his glass and yelled that in that case it would be better to make it so that no one could. Sitting at the table, he ordered the Nemean lion's skin to be taken to Isaac. Sekura asked again. The boy's eyes began to glow. He said that it was the price for sending his comrade on his final journey to the underworld. He supposed it was cheap enough. The car was parked in an alley. Jack took off his mask and yelled that he was angry. Sitting opposite him, the protagonist clarified if it was because he couldn't eat. Enraged, Jack asked who Austin took him for and if he thought he could just sell himself for food. The protagonist asked seriously if that was true. Crossing his arms, Jack said that he was angry when he saw the faces of those who brazenly extended their hands after pulling such a dirty trick. Austin frowned and replied that he could understand him to some extent and he didn't think they would contact them right after they did it. The protagonist said that anyway, Jack's anger came in handy and he thought that he would be obsessed with food and suddenly the conversation would drag on, so he thought of several scenarios. Jack, taken aback, asked again. He held his head and asked if he could sit a little longer, adding that he only ate sushi and left. Jack could be heard screaming from the car, saying that they looked so delicious. The news showed Isaac and Jack and noted that they had some minor disagreements, but they were comrades forever. All the newspapers had information about them. Bob looked at the newspaper and remarked that it was good that he had prepared in advance, otherwise there would have been a big problem. Austin replied that he didn't think they would make their move so quickly either. Holding the phone to his ear, Bob said that this meant that the protagonist had angered the Yamato Alliance so much. Bob asked how Austin was. Austin replied that everything was fine. Looking at the phone, Bob said that they didn't know what else they could do, so the protagonist should be careful. He asked if they had promised him a reward in the form of an Aegis shield. The protagonist replied that they had. Bob grinned and said that they were funny guys. Austin clarified that Bob was so amused. He narrowed his eyes and replied that the secretary had brought him some very interesting materials. Bob was looking at the report on the failed attack on the dungeon on Mount Fuji. Bob wondered how they were going to give him a reward that they themselves did not have. Austin was taken aback and asked what he was talking about. Standing on the balcony, the protagonist heard that the Aegis shield was now inside the dungeon on Mount Fuji. A portal appeared in the air. There was a white passage outside. The reporter held a microphone to his mouth and said that this was the entrance to a 4-story Hellhound dungeon and that players from different guilds from all over the world were currently entering it. Isaac and Jack entered the portal. The man on TV said that after the player Austin was killed, criticism of the Japanese government had not died down. He asked what their official position was. There was an explosion behind the man. He said that at least the Japanese government had already paid reasonable compensation. He turned around and asked what was going on. He saw people running away from the explosion. The man was scared. Another explosion rang out. The connection with the correspondent was cut off. The reporter tried to call him. A helicopter was flying in the air. The man was filming the explosion. He saw black clouds of smoke. The guy stood in front of the reporter. Holding his shoulder, the guy asked if he could stand up. The guy lifted him up and asked what just happened. The reporter was dumbfounded. They saw a passage into the dungeon. A castle appeared on the portal. The news was full of discussions about the disaster that had occurred. Sunlight enveloped the building. The guy smirked and said that the strategy of isolating them inside the dungeon was not bad. He held the sword in his hands and noted that, however, if it were him, he would have sent 5 or 6 more reliable guys there. Sekura clarified whether it was really necessary. Sekura seriously said that this was their first 4-story dungeon and now they were most likely going through real hell. Sekura looked at him and said that they also tried to clear this dungeon several times and failed. She asked what they could do there together, noting that they did not even want to hunt monsters. Water trickled down the bamboo poles. Sitting opposite, Sekura stated that she never thought that the master would like her prank. Sitting on the floor, she noted that she had placed the Aegis shield as an additional reward, but it was inside the dungeon. Holding her chin, the guy spoke of a prank. Standing up, he asked if she thought it looked like a prank. Taken aback, Sekura asked if it was. Leaving the room, the guy said that lately more and more people were wondering about the whereabouts of the shield, because it was one of the legendary items with incredible power. Leaving the room, he stated that if others found out that even with such an item, they failed in the cleansing, people would become even more wary of this dungeon. Sekura listened to him attentively. The guy emphasized that the better their cleansing went, the lower their reputation would sink. Turning around, the guy said that in the future they would offer the Aegis shield as a reward to anyone who completed the dungeon, and this false information would serve as both bait and a trap. He smirked and said that then the dungeon would forever be a grave for fools who dared to challenge. The guys exited the portal. Jack stood in front of him and asked if they were the only ones who were able to enter. Frowning, he asked how Austin could foresee this and whether he had become a fortune teller. Enraged, Jack asked how he knew there would be an explosion after the passage. The protagonist looked at him silently. He imagined the battle and told that before he returned to the past, the Messiah was dealing with interference right in the dungeon. He imagined the explosion and told that she either dealt with those who were difficult to compete with face to face, isolating them in the dungeon alone, and this is a common thing. Austin bit his lip and stated that this horrible method using explosion was one of the ones his master taught him in the past. Jack frowned and continued to ask how Austin would know. The protagonist asked him to stop talking, saying that it was time to focus on hunting. He said with a serious expression that they needed to hurry if they were going to collect 20,000 pieces. We were transported to a 5-story B+ rank dungeon, Monster Forest. The blue beam was shining brightly. A message appeared that someone had managed to survive for 10 days. The guy climbed onto the corpse. He waved his hand. The warriors began to scatter. He stretched out his hand. The guys held his hand in front of them. The people's eyes were glowing blue. Several messages appeared that a skeleton warrior had been summoned. The blue glow began to spread. The skeletons surrounded the guy. A smirk appeared on his face. He saw a notification that the Book of the Dead had been summoned. Blue mana was coming from his hand. The outline of a book appeared in front of him. The stranger grabbed the book. He was pleased with this. A message appeared that the Book of the Dead is a book containing the power of Osiris, can store 30 undead monsters. The effect of the skill is that the dead sealed in the book receive the power of Osiris, increasing all characteristics by 15%. We are transferred to the 3rd floor of the Hellhound dungeon. Sunlight enveloped the rocks. Jack was lying on the ground. Frowning, he asked if he should have underestimated the opponents. A snake skeleton crawled out of the ground. Austin said that he did not expect Jack to fight so hard. The snake looked at Jack. The protagonist said that players who challenge the 4-story dungeon most often die on the 3rd floor. He clarified if Jack knew the reason why. Enraged, Jack asked how he knew this and what Austin wanted to say. He noted with a displeased look that now was not the time to solve his riddles at all. He saw a huge monster. Jack rushed at it. Jack struck the monster. The monster's eyes glowed red. He struck the ground. Jack frowned. He turned his gaze. The monster punched him. Jack flew to the side. He crashed into the wall. Jack fell to the ground. The snake was sitting on Jack's collar. Austin said that if Jack didn't like the riddle, he had no choice but to tell him the answer right away. The protagonist said that it was because most people tried to save their strength to clear the 4th floor and ended up losing on the 3rd. Looking at Jack, Austin noted that when attacking dungeons, it was very important to properly distribute resources and stamina. Trying to save strength when fighting the boss of the 3rd floor, the ogre, was tantamount to suicide. An angry Jack asked if the protagonist left him there knowing this. He wondered when Austin would bring him the skeleton warriors. The protagonist replied that he had hinted at this when he asked the question, and that he knew for sure that Jack could easily deal with the ogre on his own. Jack was taken aback by this. Austin said that Jack was also wearing the skin of a Nemean lion, so there would definitely be no problems. A yellow aura enveloped Jack's body. He thought that if he thought about it, he had already received several high damage blows, but he had never used the skill blessing of the river Styx. A message popped up that the skin of a Nemean lion was a legendary item. Usable from level 100 and above, it was the skin of a lion worn by the great hero Hercules, and it protected against physical damage from any attacks. The protagonist said that seeing that Jack was having a hard time dealing with him, it seemed he had made a mistake and would now send support. Jack grabbed the snake and asked what the protagonist was talking about, adding that they were acting as usual, so he was just waiting. He noted that he didn't need support and that he could handle it himself. Austin smiled. Jack lowered his head and asked him to leave it to him. The orc stood in front of him. The monster rushed at him. Jack jumped at the orc. They both went on the attack. A powerful blow was heard. The protagonist stood near the skull. He noted with satisfaction that he had finally found it. Austin saw a huge pile of corpses. The protagonist took the samurai's skull. A message popped up that the Eye of Anubis was opening. People discussed whether the master swordsman had borrowed the Aegis shield, adding that then there was nothing to worry about and they would easily pass this dungeon. The samurai held the shield in his hands. Frowning, he said that he should have done everything possible from the beginning and that he had dragged his feet for too long. The orc began to scream. Kneeling down, the boy apologized, noting that if he had not saved his strength, the captain would have. The samurai replied that there was no need to apologize for that and that he had only followed his orders and that it was his mistake. The samurai handed over the shield and asked him to take it with him and kill the hellhound and be sure to return it to the master swordsman. Austin seriously thought that the Aegis shield should be on the 4th floor by now and they had gathered the most elite players and even given them a shield, but in the end, the attack on the dungeon had failed. Holding his chin, the protagonist wondered if there were any other reasons to worry, noting that the Aegis shield was one of the strongest armors in existence. Austin presented the shield and noted that it would definitely be able to block an attack from one hellhound and that they would deal with this problem gradually. The protagonist introduced the guy and emphasized the fact that it would be much more interesting to see the expression of the master swordsman when he exited the dungeon with the Aegis shield. Austin grinned. He noted that he was looking forward to it. A blue projection appeared. Julia was looking at the projection carefully. She was reading the discussion about Isaac. She looked to the side and reported that Austin from the Phoenix Guild had been disposed of by the Master Swordsman, and Isaac's squad was isolated in the dungeon and there was a high probability that they would die there. She looked at the guy and said that public opinion was also changing in their favor. Standing behind the guy, Julia noted that in any case, everything turned out for the better for them. They didn't even need to interfere. The strategy was correct. Smiling, Carl asked if she found this situation funny. Taken aback, Julia asked if there was still a problem. Turning around, Carl explained that it had been 3 years since the gate appeared in the center of Seoul. He asked Julia if she remembered what happened there. Turning around, he stated that there was a guy who wanted him dead, then he must have been sure that he would not be able to get out of the gate alive. Carl introduced the man and stated that he was just as sure as she was now. Julia was taken aback by this. Carl pulled out his chair and noted that as far as she knew, he did not die in the dungeon back then. Sitting at the table, Carl stated that instead of dying, his position had actually strengthened, and sometimes he thought that it was that guy who made him who he is now. Carl placed his hand on the armrest. Sitting on the chair, Carl asked if he should be grateful to him for this, noting that it was really funny. Carl's eyes glowed blue. He began to talk about Isaac. Looking at Isaac's projection, Carl said that he felt like they were alike. Carl asked if Julia thought the same. Julia was scared. Carl said with a serious expression that if Isaac got out of there alive, he would have to meet him in person at least once. A bright light flashed from the cave. The system window showed that the hero had killed the ogre and his level had been increased. The guy looked at the floor, screaming loudly in anger. The hero was sitting next to the body of the dead ogre. Austin looked at the hero, answering that he thought he would finish faster. The main character smiled, answering that he had brought skeletons just in case, but there was no need for that anymore since Jack looked good anyway. The guy answered discontentedly that he had died and returned from the other world. The hero was angry that Austin had left and returned only when everything was over. Austin looked at the hero discontentedly, asking what such a frivolous person was doing. The protagonist looked at the guy, answering that they figured it out and now they need to go up to the 4th floor. Austin had a smile on his face. The system window showed that he had moved to the 4th floor. The man was holding a newspaper in his hands, answering that everything was going as he thought. The heroine asked him with bewilderment about the Hellhound dungeon. The man answered with a smile on his face that everyone assumed that Austin was already dead, but they only wrote about it in the newspapers. Kate asked with bewilderment that the Hellhound dungeon was really that powerful and stronger than the dragon. The man thought about it and answered that the word more powerful can be divided into the word dangerous. The hero calmly answered that the hellfire that erupted from his mouth could not wet the target and incinerate it to ashes. The man answered that among the legendary items there are rare armor with the absolute protection effect. Without the presence of something like that, he would not have dared to attack this dungeon. The hero answered that in addition, the dog's body regenerative capacity is higher than that of trolls and the balance between attack and defense is almost perfect. The hero sat opposite the girl. Kate asked with confusion if everything would be okay with him. The hero sighed, telling the girl not to worry since he just looked like a simple neighbor boy who only thought about food. The man looked at Kate with a smile on his face and said that there are no easy dungeons and you just need to believe that this time everything can work out. The man smiled, answering that there is no need to worry and, as always, everyone will return safe and sound. A cave. A hand touched a mountain. The guy tried to climb it. The hero lay on the mountain with sighs. Austin looked up and said that it took him a while to find it because he was in a problematic place. The hero looked at the thing in his hands and answered that if it were not for the Eye of Anubis, then even if they went into the dungeon, the shield would have remained buried. Jack looked at Austin with anger, answering him to help faster. The monster jumped on Jack. The hero fought the monster, shouting that he was so busy that he was going to die. The hero asked with displeasure why he was being forced to do this. Austin, with a smile on his face, asked the hero what he meant. Jack loudly and angrily shouted at the guy that he was fighting, and Austin was having a comfortable time. The hand grabbed the monster's neck. Jack angrily held the wolf. The man trampled the monster into the ground. The hero looked at Austin with displeasure, answering that it hurt him when he was wounded, and the protagonist from the 3rd floor, he wandered around and did nothing. The protagonist calmly looked away. Jack looked at Austin, answering that he had a good character, so he would just endure. The hero turned around in fear. A long laser was walking next to him. Jack covered his face with his hands, trying to protect it. His eyes were scared. The guy looked at Austin, who was protecting Jack with his shield. The system window began to say that the shield effect was now activating and this item could not be destroyed. Light and magic continued to rush by. One of the monsters created by magic looked at the people. Jack and Austin tried to end it all. The hero looked at his assistant with incomprehension. Austin turned to Jack and with a smile on his face replied that this was the very shield they were looking for. The hero was glad that they were able to find this sword that they had been looking for so long. Austin slowly took the shield, replying that they needed to slowly get out of there. The main character looked away, replying that he should be more careful with the hellish dog. The guy looked at Jack, replying that if she launched her attack, she would immediately knock him out with the first blow. Jack gritted his teeth in anger, answering that they now had a shield and had nothing to worry about. Austin, with a sad look, answered that he had something to say. The guy looked ahead in confusion. The protagonist loudly shouted for his assistant to dodge. An explosion passed through the area. Jack jumped aside in confusion, wondering how the hellhound ended up on the other side. The guys looked around in confusion. One eye looked away in fear. Jack gritted his teeth, not understanding what it was. The monster looked at the guys, and one of the heroes answered that this was the reason why they couldn't get through the dungeon, even with a shield. There were 2 hellhounds and they were all incredibly angry. The hero looked away in fear and confusion. Jack gritted his teeth, answering why there were 2 hellhounds. The hero waited for his friend to answer him. Jack couldn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. The power of the hell wolves spread throughout the area, killing the assistants. Jack stood ahead with anger and confidence. The hero looked at Austin, asking what they should do if they only had 1 shield. The guy looked at the crack, realizing that they couldn't be here next to each other. Jack looked at Austin with anger, answering that he thought he was standing behind, blocking the blow. The guy looked at Jack and said that they would not succeed if they stood next to each other. The main character asked the guy if he could handle one. Jack asked loudly and displeasedly about the other. Austin loudly shouted at the guy to turn around. The guy began to look at something out of the corner of his eye. Magic was heading towards Jack, trying to kill him. Austin looked at this stream of magic in fear. The hero shouted loudly to his friend. The power thickened a little, creating a small smoke. Jack was standing on the ground. The hero noticed something off to the side. Jack was scared and saw fire next to him. The system window showed that he had been struck by an unquenchable flame, hellfire. The guy was screaming, running in different directions and telling Austin to take it all off him. Fire was burning on the armor. Jack looked at it all with confusion, answering that it was hot. The hell wolf was clenching his teeth. Something continued to burn in the cave. Many wolves were running towards the guys. Jack clenched his teeth in confusion and answered that it seemed like they had more work. The monsters were screaming at the guys. Huge hell wolves were standing on all sides. Jack looked at the animals, answering that if this continued, then simply being careful with fire would not work. One of the wolves was jumping on Jack. The hero looked at Austin with displeasure, asking what he was going to do and where he was running. The protagonist quickly waved his weapon in different directions. Austin looked around, answering that the hellhound reminded him of the White Times in the 8-story dungeon that he attacked together with other members of the Messiah. The guy immediately remembered the boss monster Cerberus, who also belonged to the family of hellhounds. Austin looked at the ground. There was a smile on his face from the fact that 23 individuals of hell wolves died at his hands. Home, the man asked discontentedly that the guy was still alive. Kate gave him the letter, saying that everything was written there. The man carefully read it, holding it in his hands, and the girl stood in front of him. There was discontent in the hero's eyes. The letter said that the guy had to fake his death since terrorists continued to threaten him in life. At the end of the letter, it was written that the hero asked for money to cross the border. The man smiled, answering that even if he was thrown out in the middle of the Eastern Ocean, he would still return alive. The hero looked at Kate with displeasure and replied that she should be careful and not let the information leak. The heroine answered with incomprehension that the guy was behaving too suspiciously and strangely, that he had kept everything a secret from them until now. Kate asked the man if he really believed. A smile continued to appear on his face. The hero squeezed the paper and replied that he never believed him and the hero himself was just a tool that was needed to realize his ambitions. The man clenched his teeth and replied that it was good that he was alive, since now the boss would be able to return his investment, and then the hero made him pay in full for deciding to deceive him. The hell wolf opened his mouth wide. Jack began to look at him with incomprehension. The guy was surprised that Austin was fighting and not just going to die. The hero quickly flew in different directions with flames. Jack watched Austin, surprised that he always foresaw the hellhounds in advance. The hero confidently jumped on the hell wolf. Jack looked away in confusion, not understanding how this was possible. The hero looked forward, answering that despite all the power of the hellfire, he simply dodged it without any problems. Austin confidently answered that he was the only one left. The guys stood around with the monsters. The guy looked at the bone weapon, answering that it melted quickly. Austin laughed, answering that it did not matter. Something was flying in the sky. It stuck tightly into the ground. Austin looked forward with a smile on his face, answering that he had prepared enough. The magic dog looked straight ahead furiously. Isaac smiled and said that he had done what he was going to do, and so far everything was going smoothly. Then he put out his spear and added that it was time to wrap things up. Then he turned around, hearing a cry that he needed to wait. The warrior stopped abruptly next to him. Isaac looked at him and asked what happened. Jack lowered his head and noted that he could not continue to be a stowaway. He had pride too. Then he raised his head and asked to leave him the last creature. Isaac strained his gaze. Then he smiled and asked if he was sure he could handle it. Jack gritted his teeth and holding out his shield, replied that of course he could. Then he squeezed the weapon tightly. The warrior turned and noted that he would say that he could not stand the thought of being a burden to someone. Then he squeezed his eyes tightly. The girl leaned against the wall. Bob began to quickly run to the girl and Jack thought that it was because he had people he had to protect. Then he hugged the girl. The girl began to cry heavily and Jack added that this is why he must become stronger than he was now. The warrior stood with his eyes closed and noted in his head that he must become much stronger. A bright sun was shining above the headquarters. The man looked at the prisoners. The military stood next to the headquarters. The man put down the suitcase and noted that here is the payment for the bills. Shakira folded her arms and asked what it was. The man smiled and said it was payment for the request. The soldiers opened fire. The shells fell to the floor. Blood flowed from the corpses and the man added that it was a reward for killing local players near the entrance to the dungeon. Then he opened the case and thanked him for making his business much easier. Shakira counted the bills. Then she threw in the money and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. The man opened his eyes and heard that he was thinking that they were risking their lives for such pennies. The flag fluttered in the sun and the girl added that didn't the director tell him that they only accept skill pages or items. The man leaned on the table and said that he was well aware of the terms of the deal with the Thunderbird Guild, he knew, but lately he had problems with the supply of items. After which he wiped his cheek and added that even with the money he had a hard time on the black market, and the dungeons that remained nearby were only dangerous ones that they could not touch, so even there it was difficult to get something. Sharika stood up and noted that in this lawless zone of the Amazon, the word of their leader was law. Then she grabbed the man and asked since when did bugs like him dare to speak out. Shakira gritted her teeth and noted that if he tried to say another word, he would rip out his tongue and throw it to a wild dog to eat. Then he covered his mouth with his hands. Shakira swung. Then she opened the man's mouth and he said to save him this time, he would do anything. The girl's hand reached for his mouth. A moment later, a powerful lightning struck the man. Ash remained on the floor. Shakira turned around. Then she saw Hugh, who asked that didn't he tell her not to waste her time. After which he took out a note and asked why he was torturing himself and trying to negotiate with insects. Then he put the paper on the table. The paper about the rich summoning skill was burning brightly. Hugh looked at it and noted that it should not be complicated and act more simply. There were sharp rocks in the desert. The magic dog looked straight, after which he hit the sand. The man opened his eyes after blessing the river Styx, after which he flew up and began to wave a spear. Isaac abruptly caught the spear. Jack opened his mouth. The blonde looked at him and told him to stop, let him come to his senses. Jack fell to the ground and asked what happened to the remaining hellhound. While he was lying down, he eventually took care of it. Isaac pointed back. Jack looked at it, after which the blonde noted that he did nothing. Then he smiled and added that he dealt with it himself. Jack smiled hearing that completely, only with his own strength. The man pounded his fingers on the table, after which he looked straight ahead thoughtfully and said that it was not the first time he had surprised him, who knew that he would deceive him too. The guy looked at him silently. Michael looked furiously and said that he really thought that he was dead. The guy looked down and said that, however, they say, if you want to deceive your enemy, first deceive your friends. The man leaned back in his chair and noted that this was reasonable, after which he clenched his teeth. Michael looked furiously and said that from now on he better not try to fool him. Dark magic spread around the room and the man added, because such jokes irritate him so much. The guy looked at him calmly, after which he opened his mouth and replied that he understood him. The man threw the newspaper on the table. It was written about Jack and Isaac. Michael pointed at Jack and said that he was the one he was talking about last time. Lately he was getting on his nerves. The media deliberately create rivalry, constantly write about it. The man grimaced angrily and added that it didn't fit into his plan at all. He just wanted Isaac to shine alone, no need to beat around the bush and explain. Then he clutched the paper angrily and remarked that he meant he needed to somehow convince Isaac to trample him. The boy looked at him and asked what he meant so that Isaac would attract even more attention, and Michael replied that that was right, shouldn't he get the most out of his investment? The kid lowered his head and said that he understood, then let them assign him a formidable and Dari. The boy opened his mouth and asked why formidable. The kid looked at him and replied because that's what Isaac wanted. The boy remembered the rich summoning skill and added because formidable has it. The mannequin was cut in half. His part fell to the floor. The guy wiped his chin. Then he turned and asked what Isaac asked for the Ring of Solomon instead of the Aegis shield. The warrior lowered his head and said that it was he who offered the Aegis shield as a reward. Since he wanted to receive another item in return, this is an inevitable procedure. Then he clenched his teeth and added that this is what he cannot understand now. The girl opened her eyes. The master looked at her furiously and asked how he knew that they had the Ring of Solomon in their hands. The girl looked up and swore that it was not her. The man raised his hand and said that he did not doubt his student, it was just that the information was leaking as if there was a rat among them. The warrior bowed and shouted that he was very ashamed. He would find the traitor right now and deal with him, and the master ordered to leave him. The warrior opened her eyes, after which the master hid the katana. Then he turned and said that the day would soon come when they would meet in person. The girl looked at him in surprise. The master put his hand on the sword. Then he clenched his teeth angrily and noted that he needed to wait. Then he turned to the mannequins and added that now, he thought, he would have to cut them with his own hands to get satisfaction. The headquarters stood in the middle of the plain. Shakira clenched her teeth and asked what she was looking at now, a ghost. Then she looked at the guy and added that or no, maybe a zombie. The main character smiled and said that he thought a ghost was closer to his line of work, convenient. Shakira smiled and asked how he pretended to be dead in front of the whole world, planning to live in Michael's shadow. The main character spread his hands and replied that it was not that important, let him think as he wanted. The girl hit the table and said that the way he spoke, he was trying to tease her now, after which she clenched her teeth furiously and added that he was officially a corpse, so there would be no problem if she killed him again. The protagonist smiled. Then he leaned on his feet and noted that it was necessary to end this useless squabble. He did not come here to fight, he wants to go to the chapter. Shakira narrowed her eyes and thought that this petty, unpleasant feeling from him annoyed her, if not for the chapter. After which she leaned back on the sofa and said that she gives him 1 minute to explain, and Austin replied that he is formidable, this man works through exchange. The protagonist folded his arms, after which he smirked and asked that then people will also be included in the exchange. Shakira rolled her eyes and thought that look at this guy. Austin looked at her carefully and said that he wants to know what he can get if he sells Michael to the Thunderbird Guild. Shakira gritted her teeth and said that he wasn't here to negotiate on Michael's behalf, he was going to sell him to them. Then she slammed the table. Shakira stood up and remarked that she had tried to be patient, but this crazy guy was making fun of her now. Austin's gaze tightened. Hugh appeared behind the protagonist. Shakira opened her eyes and stared at the leader. The leader smiled and asked if they should buy him by the kilogram then. Austin looked at him and replied that who knows, it doesn't matter to him anymore, but he doesn't think he'll need Michael without one limb. Silence fell in the room. Hugh smiled and remarked that it was a pretty tempting offer, let him tell us more. We are transported to a fire in the forest. Smoke from it rises upward. The guy, having bitten off a piece of meat, tells him to listen, he really plans to do this. Steve, smiling, replies that what is he talking about. Frowning, his interlocutor replies that no, he doesn't even think about it for a bit, he just came out of a 4-story dungeon, we're on the verge of death. Lowering his head, Steve says really, to which the guy replies that he also asks, in any case, he agrees to go to a 5-story one, but isn't rank a plus a bit early. Looking at him, Steve says that why is the player afraid of dungeons? Hearing this, his comrade, frowning in displeasure, shouts that he always provokes him like this, he thinks that he will continue to let him get away with it. Putting his hands on his knees, he continues to shout that he looks like a fool. Suddenly, Steve, frowning, replies that he should stop because there is someone here. They both turn around with blinkers. The couple is silent for a few seconds in front of them. Then a black silhouette appears in front of them, who greets them. Steve looks in his direction in surprise. A girl with a bob comes out of the wall. She fixes her hair and says that she is from the Messy Guild. Tomorrow they will all participate in clearing the dungeon together. She blushes, then adds that it is because. Lowering her head, she continues to say that she is his fan and this will be their first joint attack, so she wanted to greet him. Steve looks ahead in surprise, wondering why she is in this dungeon. He remembers how someone's hand touched the ground. A huge warrior held a girl in his arms, pressing her to his chest, and cried loudly. Another guy in a hood lowered his head, silent. They all grieved over this event. The guy, approaching the girl, smiled widely and chuckled, said that he was glad to see her. Straightening his jacket, he added that since she is his fan, maybe he will give her an autograph. The girl, lowering her head, answered that no, to which the guy, interrupting her, answered that one should not think that he was so callous. Grabbing a pen, he added that where he should sign, a girl ran past him, shouting that she was asking for her forgiveness. Approaching Steve, she pulled out her notebook for an autograph. He, having signed, gave it back to her, to which the guy, seeing this, broke the pen. We are transferred to the forest. A huge blue portal appears in the sky. Then representatives of the Messy Guild appear in front of us. Opposite them stand sullen guys from the Thunderbird Guild. Steve silently looks ahead. Someone holds 2 balls in his hands and says that, in other words, contrary to what everyone knows. The head of the Thunderbird Guild, frowning, says that in fact Steve controls the Aspen. Parina answered against him that everything is correct. The girl standing behind him shouted in displeasure that this was nonsense and the leader seriously believed in this nonsense. Hugh raised his hand and then asked, "So what?" The guy opposite him answered that he heard that the leader liked to collect items and skill pages, but there was a problem with supplies due to level restrictions. Smiling, he added that he could help attack the necessary dungeons if he used Steve. There would be no dungeons that he could not enter or with which he could not cope. He did not think so, but subject to the conditions of the parties. Hearing this, the girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, thinking that this bastard. The guild leader, smiling, replied that the conditions. Looking at how he spoke, it seemed that he wanted something specific from him. The leader squeezed the balls in his hand, and the guy, chuckling, answered to the point, to which he continued to say that, however, he does not engage in obviously unprofitable affairs. After adjusting his suit, he stood up, saying that he didn't know what he wanted from him, but he wasn't particularly interested. If he wanted to get something, he should offer him something more interesting. Frowning, he headed towards the exit, adding that he was interested in selling Steve, but in the end, nothing special. Watching this, the girl smiled widely. A strong aura began to emanate from her. She flexed her fists, adding that the negotiations had failed. He pretended to be someone, but in the end he turned out to be a mangy dog, should she deal with him. The head, leaving the room, added that in any case, he thought he was already useless. The guy, looking ahead, replied that a Cyclops dungeon had appeared in Amazonia. He heard that Hugh was forming a team to attack it. Suddenly, the head stopped. Turning around menacingly, he asked what the hell, to which the guy replied that he would send Steve to clear this dungeon. Hearing this, Hugh, smiling, replied that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Turning around, he added that he was saying that he would send him to attack Steve, who had just finished a 4-story dungeon. He was going to bring him to a 5-story dungeon, as well as to a plus dungeon. SHHWA laughed, shouting that this was incredible confidence. He also did a lot of crazy things when he was the same level. The guy narrowed his eyes, and Hugh, coming closer, replied that it was good. If it worked out, they would talk again. Looking ahead, the guy menacingly asked what they would offer for Steve then. The leader, frowning, replied that no, he was not going to buy him. According to him, it turned out to be wiser to buy him and not Steve. Looking ahead, he added that he would be working under him. Then, putting his hand under his jacket, he added that of course he would have to take a test since he was a bit skeptical. Putting the paper on the table, he added that they would begin the bidding. A piece of paper appears in front of us, on which the spell Vampire is written, representative of the dark world. Skill rank is legendary. Effect, by using the skill, you can turn into a vampire. We are transferred to Steve. He looks menacingly ahead, then shouts that he will go to the dungeon. We are transferred to the entrance of the Cyclops dungeon on the first day. Several skeletons run forward. A huge Cyclops swings his hand and hits the ground. The warrior jumps back and shouts what he will say. One of the skeletons with blue eyes asks what is he talking about? The guy, frowning, shouts that it is immediately clear that they are on the side of the formidable one. What will happen now that he finds out about this? He has a plan. Steve, smiling, answered that no, he does not have a plan. He will convey everything as is. Hearing this, the guy turned around in fear. At that moment, a huge Cyclops fist was flying at him. At the last second, he managed to dodge. There was a strong blow on the ground. The guy who swung his fist was quickly approaching the monster. He punched him in the face with all his might, shouting what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The Cyclops hit the ground at great speed. The smoke began to dissipate, and a black silhouette appeared from it. The skeleton looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Suddenly, a guy came up to him and, clutching his head, shouted that he was going to say that he accepted the offer of the formidable one. He was in his right mind. Continuing to hit the skeleton on the head, he shouted that what the hell is the best way out. His comrade replied that there are no options. They will not be able to deceive, so the best way out is to honestly confess everything. The guy, discontentedly stretching his hands forward, replied that he thinks he will say clearly and let them go to the formidable one, but this is nonsense. Hasn't he realized yet what kind of character he has? Steve, taking a few steps forward, replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The guy turned around in fear, and Steve continued to say that if they told him about the deal with the formidable. Frowning, he added that he would then consider them traitors, or would they think that they betrayed the formidable. We are transferred to the entrance to the Cyclops dungeon on the 23rd day. A sanctuary appears in front of us, from which purple light pours. Several dead goblins are lying on the floor. This is the 4th floor of the Minotaur's labyrinth. The warrior swings his sword and destroys the goblins one by one. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, he thinks that he will soon go crazy. Looking at the goblins surrounding him, he shouts that what is the situation there. Next to him is a guy in a hood. He says that it is the same here. Turning around, the big guy shouts to the girl that for a long time. She stretches out her hands to her staff. With each passing second, it begins to glow brighter. The red goblin turns away from the light with displeasure, and then several of them made a dash towards the girl. The big guy shouted that the monsters were aiming for her, they needed to cover her. A crowd of goblins was approaching the light at great speed. She opened her mouth wide and raised her head. Her eyes lit up, and then there was a loud explosion. A huge column of smoke poured out in all directions. The big guy, wiping sweat from his face, said that they barely made it in time for the barrier and what kind of bloody goblins these were. Having hit one of them in the stomach, he added that the difficulty here is incredible, probably because the dungeon is high level. Turning around, he added that until they get to the main hall in the center of the labyrinth, most likely the monsters will continue to appear in crowds. Looking at the fallen enemies, he added that if there was a wider passage, they would go through it. Suddenly, one of the red goblins began to slowly crawl towards them, and the big guy added that narrow passages limited by walls were dangerous, they could easily be surrounded. Turning around in fear, he continued to say that they needed to set up camp where there was room to retreat. The goblin made a sudden dash forward. The horned one, seeing this, shouted for the girl to dodge. She turned back in fear. The goblin, swinging his sword, was quickly approaching her head. The girl closed her eyes, and a second later blood spurted. She opened her eyes slightly, and then, frightened, she jumped to the side. A dead goblin lay near her feet. Her comrades, running up, asked if she was okay. The big guy looked ahead in fear, wondering what he was still doing here. Looking at Steve, he thanked him, saying that because of him their team member remained alive. He, holding his sword, answered that why did not they finish the job. The big guy, puzzled, looked in front of him, asked what he was talking about, to which Steve replied that he was talking about the control shot. Then he pierced all the goblins lying on the ground. One of them began to shake, and then he got up in fear. The big guy clenched his teeth and wondered if there were really that many of those. Several monsters immediately rushed towards the exit. Looking at them, he continued to think that someone was pretending to be dead. Turning around, Steve replied that the insidious goblins differed from other types of goblins in intelligence. A bone leg appeared. Several healthy skeletons came out to meet the goblins. One of the monsters clenched his teeth, looking up in fear. The big guy watched this scene in silence, and Steve, lowering his head, said that the Messy Guild had volunteered to clear the dungeons together, so he expected more from them. Smiling, he added that it seemed like they were no good for anything. The big guy, taking a disgruntled step forward, shouted at him to watch his language. Suddenly, a girl grabbed his arm. Steve, lowering his head, said that the guild leader was responsible for the safety of his members and was on guard at all times. Striking at the dead goblin lying on the ground, he added that if he knew about the blood goblins in advance. Remembering how he stabbed his swords into the deceivers lying on the ground, he added that he should have prepared for the battle with them properly. Smiling, he added that wasn't it. Judging by the lack of basic preparation, he thought the rumors about the Messy Guild were an exaggeration. Hearing this, the big guy turned pale. He thought that he himself knew that he was not perfect, however. Looking ahead, Steve said that he was only hoping for a good result in vain. The big guy's hands began to shake, and he continued to think that he would not tolerate such an attitude towards their efforts to save this world. The guy in the green hood standing behind him told him to stop. They already understood what Steve wanted to say. Stepping forward, he extended his hand, adding that there was no need to involve unnecessary emotions. They were still united to clear the dungeon. Looking ahead, she added that he was right, they were grateful for the help, but what business did he have here? Looking ahead, she added that he did not want to say that he came here to quarrel with them, instead of monitoring the work of his team. Raising his hand and pointing back, Steve said that, to be honest, there was a small problem. Pointing to their soldier, he added that their tank had injured its leg. Hearing this, the guy laughed and then greeted everyone. The girl, covering her face with her hand, asked how it happened. Then the soldiers ran up to him. Grabbing them, he replied that it happened due to carelessness. The girl told him to sit here, and she would look at his wound. Smiling, he stretched out his hand forward, thinking about what he had said, that he would let him rest, how happy he had been, after which he said that no. It was nothing, and then thought that now he had to pretend to be wounded. His reputation as a real man was crumbling before his eyes. Then the girl pulled out a red potion for him. Steve, turning around displeased, thought that these guys were different. They sincerely wanted to save this world. The big guy, chuckling, said that he himself had not kept an eye on his team member and had come to them, and even thought of teaching him some basic duties. Smiling broadly, he added that, as he said there, the leader is responsible for the safety of his guild members. Stretching out his hand, he continued to tell him to listen first, let him watch himself, and then interfere in the affairs of others. Grimacing with displeasure, he added that with him he no longer pretended to be smart. Why did he suddenly take water in his mouth? Steve, smiling, thought that, as he thought, his character finally came out, it had not changed at all. Turning around, he replied that, unlike some, he was not careless, and that he injured his leg due to his own carelessness, that's all. Hearing this, the guy, smiling, replied that for sure it was his own fault. He hit his leg and laughingly said that he, like a fool, did not listen to the leader and ran forward. That's why this happened to him, who knew that there would be a cliff. Hearing this, the big guy, smiling, replied that in any case, it would not be possible to clear the dungeons alone without a tank, therefore he came to ask them for help. Lowering his head, Steve answered that it was true, but when he saw the state of his guys, whoever doubted could do this, let his team be completely under his command. He extended his hand and added that if they listened to his instructions, he would make sure that they left the dungeon safe and sound. A second later, the big guy slammed his axe on the floor. Gritting his teeth, he said menacingly that he was asking for it. Then he dragged his axe along the ground. Taking a step forward, he added menacingly that the dungeon needed to be cleared. If he wanted, they could team up. Bursting his forehead into his opponent, he added that he just couldn't tolerate his intonation. If he was confident in his strength, let him fight him one-on-one at stake instead of the group leader. News from the internet appears in front of us, saying that Messi's guild was the first in the world to challenge a 7-story dungeon. The girl bites her lips. She looks ahead in fear. Someone behind her asks what's wrong with her face. Is she really worried? Then she narrows her eyes. The guy on the other side of the room laughs and then says that she wants to do something bad in the absence of the master. John, lowering his head, adds that now she is worried. Someone enters the room and then tells him to stop talking nonsense and maintain decency. John, narrowing his eyes, looks ahead. A guy in a white suit appears in front of him. He menacingly says that it is not for him to talk about her. Continuing to look ahead, he adds that while the master is not there, she is like the mistress of the Messi guild. Standing in place, he adds that if he breaks the rules again, he will not stand there and remain silent. John, smiling widely, gets up from his seat, asking what he will do. A strong aura appears around them. Suddenly, the girl, slamming her hand on the table, shouts at them to stop. Looking in their direction with displeasure, she adds that there is no reason to start these arguments between them. Everything they are going to do is for the sake of the master. Another guy with a scar appears. He silently looks ahead, and the girl adds that, however, according to John, this was not discussed with the master. He looks away and says that he knows that he would like to meet Steve face to face someday, but they have gathered here to kill him. They need to get straight to the point. Lowering his head, he adds that this is reliable information that Steve entered the dungeon of rank on the 5th floor. The girl takes the remote control and says that she herself until recently considered this to be false rumors, but this is true. An image appears in front of them as Steve stands with his comrade, and she says that she received this information from a guild member who is now in Amazonia. As they themselves see, there are witnesses confirming Steve's entry into the dungeon. Hearing this, the guy in the kimono asks who went in there with him. The girl, looking ahead, answered that as long as they do not share the same opinion as them, they cannot trust them, so they did not give the task. The guy answered that it is even better. He continued to say with an eyebrow that he is not one of those who can be dealt with easily and simply. This time he will do everything himself. After these words, the girl smiles. Crossing her arms, she says that she is reassured by the fact that he will intervene in this matter personally. She does not know whether it will help him or not. Stretching her hand towards John, she said that he himself became bait for entering the dungeon. Smiling, he answered that she should say, "Bait is already too much." Throwing his hands behind his back, he added that if only it is possible to destroy Steve, there is nothing wrong with that, a representative of the dark world. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he will become the sole owner of the halo. Silence hung in the room. The guy in the kimono asked that some place was designated for the operation. The girl grabbed the remote control and answered that the place. A purple portal appeared in the desert. She lowered her head and said that this was Egypt, the Sphinx dungeon, plus on the 6th floor. They were parts of a skeleton on the ground. Jordan fell to the ground and screamed. The blonde covered her mouth with her hand. The hero said with regret that he had lost. Austin moved away from the wall. Jack sat leaning against the wall and sighed tiredly. Austin thought that he had once been like that. The guy approached Jordan and said, "And now?" He smiled and said that it was time to fulfill his promises. The battle in the tower continued. Jordan gritted his teeth and thought about how long they had been fighting, how many times he had attacked, and there was no end in sight. He looked back and thought that he couldn't give up, shouted to Michelle that he would try again, asked her to help with a fire skill. The girl replied, "Yes, okay." A glow appeared under his feet. A message appeared that the stern fighter for life skill provocation was used. The monster's eyes glowed red. Jordan rushed at the Minotaur, shouting that he was here. The monster released steam from its nostrils. The man stopped. The Minotaur hit the ground. The hero was thrown aside. He got up, called Kyle, thought that the landing was not very good. The warrior ran forward. Kyle jumped up, raised his weapon. He hit the monster with swords. The guy threw himself down. Blood gushed from the wounds on the Minotaur's hand. The skeleton struck the monster's hand. The girl pointed her hand, from which fire emanated, upward. The blow hit the enemy's head. An explosion followed. Jordan turned around. He looked at Austin, thought how reckless he was. Why did he dare to argue with him? The guy smirked. Kyle called out to the man. He looked back, shuddered. He looked up, the monster attacked him. He tried to get out. He realized that his leg was stuck. He thought that it was too late to dodge, he would have to fight back like this. He furrowed his brows and screamed furiously. Michelle looked at him in fear, there were tears in her eyes. The Minotaur hit the place where the man was standing. A cloud of smoke rose, the monster raised its head. Jordan opened one eye. His eye widened. Next to him stood a guy with long white hair flying. The girl wiped away her tears. Kyle said that he was scared to death. Austin held the man in his arms. Jordan waved his arms, exclaimed how it happened, demanded to let him go right now. Austin replied with a smirk, well, if that's what the princess wants. He threw him to the ground. The man was indignant, he couldn't have put him down more gently. Michelle leaned over to Jordan, asked if he was okay. He answered that yes, good, there were no serious injuries. He asked the leaving hero where he was going. Austin looked back and said that the tank was out of order, someone had to replace it. He sternly shouted what nonsense he was talking about. He wanted to say that he would fight. The skeletons were fighting the Minotaur. The man asked if he was a damage dealer and was going to get involved in this chaos. The guy glanced at him and asked if there was another way. Jordan was helped up. He shouted that it would be better to go himself. Even if he risked dying here, it was better for him. They stood opposite each other. Austin said that it was simply suicide to enter a fight with such a leg, asked if he died, who would be responsible for his team. The guy turned away and told him not to think that it was cool when a leader sacrifices himself. It would be better to spend this time training to prevent such a situation. He added that a tank is not just some kind of bullet catcher taking attacks. Austin ran to the monster, said that his role was to stall for time and give the allies a chance to attack the enemy. The guy told him to watch and learn. He shows once. A multi-story building with an art school and taekwondo. The man asked who they had here. Bob took a bag of coffee, asked why some ragamuffin had come to such a nice place. The guest laughed. The guest poured the coffee into a cup, asked what kind of rude greeting he was. Poor people embarrassed him. He grinned, called Bob a ragamuffin, asked if he was delirious. He was talking about him. The man's name was Francois Cheru. He was a dragon slayer. Bob couldn't stand him, asked irritably why he had come. It was unlikely that he could have come without any reason. The man spread his arms, said that he probably had important business. If not, why had he dragged himself so far, or did he think he had come to see his old balding friend? Bob could barely contain his anger. Francois put the glass on the table and said that before they started talking business, he had one question. His glasses flashed and he asked if those words about him trying to save the world were still valid. Bob shuddered. The Dragon Slayer leaned back in his chair and clarified that he had made the decision the day Carl died. The hero leaned to the side and looked behind the man. He was surprised. Secretary Kim was sitting behind the guest. Bob shouted excitedly. Of course, did he really not know his character yet? If he had decided on something, he would definitely do it. Francois tilted his head to the side and could not understand what was going on. He asked. In short, nothing had changed. A glow emanated from the hero's palm and he replied that there was something else. He smiled maliciously and said that he would calm down when he repaid the benefactor twice as much and the insult 4 times as much. The Minotaur raised his head and let out a menacing roar. Jordan tensed, thought, it can't be. He dodges all the attacks without using the physical strengthening skill. He thought it was amazing, as if the enemy knew all his next moves. Isaac jumped to the side. He ran to the opposite side of the room. The man thought that if he only dodged the whole time, he could not count on success. He asked him worriedly what he was doing. He shouted for him to look back. The guy's lips formed a smile. He stood against the wall. The Minotaur ran at him. Jordan shouted that there was another way. The monster hit the wall. Michelle covered her face with her hands. Jack shook his head and sighed all over again. Clouds of dust rose around him. The man thought, even though he was disgusting, he could not die like this. He clenched his fists, thought that this was all because of him. It would have been better if he had intervened and sacrificed himself. Then with his death everything would have ended. Now they did not even have skeleton warriors left. They lost. The skeleton warriors ran at the monster. Jordan was confused. The skeleton was moving. The Minotaur stood by the wall, and the warriors were striking. His horns were stuck in the wall. The man thought, it worked. Austin twirled the weapon in his hand. The guy grinned, asked what was wrong. He couldn't move. He pushed off the ground and jumped up. He was at the head of the monster, swung his sword, hit him in the eye. Blood splashed. The message said that the master of the labyrinth, the Minotaur, was poisoned by blood. He bared his teeth and recoiled. He tore the horns out of the wall. Isaac ran a distance, thought that he still had strength left. He thought that he could buy some time. Waves of red flame emanated from the Minotaur. The guy thought, this monster has intelligence, so it can no longer be lured to the wall. The hero thought that this monster went berserk at the right moment. An enraged animal sees only what is ahead. The bull pushed off the ground, jumped on the hero, raised the axe. Isaac thought that the plan of action was to use all his strength and crush him with one blow. He looked up, as he expected. The red warrior hit the Minotaur in the head. The skeletons threw these soldiers at the monster. One of them jumped towards the Minotaur. He lit up, turned over in the air. A glow appeared around the soldiers. Isaac smiled. The skill of the representative of the dark world, the explosion of the dead, was used. A large explosion occurred. The team froze in surprise. The Minotaur fell to the ground. Many warriors rushed towards him. The skeleton struck. They hit the monster with swords. Isaac stepped aside. The Minotaur screamed. Everything was covered in blood. The guy walked towards the group. Leaning on his hand, the guy asked why she said only him to stay. Smiling, he asked if he wanted to ask her out on a date. The girl rolled her eyes. Looking straight ahead, she wondered what kind of idiot he was and then said what about the last order. Throwing his hands behind his head, he asked again, she about Bombum. Smiling, the guy said that the person who got ahead of him, it turned out somehow awkward. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that Bombum. But who, is there really someone else besides them who is hunting for this sword? Looking away, the man said that he can no longer hear it. Then he abruptly took hold of the blade. The guy suddenly jumped up and approached John. He put the weapon to his head. Standing behind him, the guy said that it was worth making a hole in his mug, only then will such a scum understand what politeness is, to which he asked why he was scaring him so much. After all, he was their precious bait. Then he put his finger to the end of the sword and asked why he was threatening him with this toy. The guy's eyes widened as he looked at him. John grinned and asked if they could handle a big fish like Austin without his help. He didn't think he could hook him. The guy said angrily that he would destroy him and go to Egypt. It sounded like that was enough. He raised his weapon over the guy and was surprised, and the man said that he was right. Looking straight at him, Julia said that there was no better bait than John to lure the hero and stir up public opinion. The guy clenched his teeth. John smiled and said that she was pretty good at this. The girl put her hand to her face and said okay, better let him do his job as bait. The 5th floor of the giant's forest appeared. The 2 players were standing in place. A crowd of people was walking behind the hero and one of them turned to him. The hero turned towards the sound. Walking straight ahead, the man said that as he had heard, his data was excellent. Thanks to him they were able to reach this place safely without much effort. Looking away, the protagonist asked what was the matter. Looking at the protagonist, the player said that it was nothing special. He just wanted to check he had not forgotten his promise. Jack looked at the protagonist in surprise and heard that he was talking about his promise to give them a reward from the dungeon. Smiling widely, the man said that he remembered everything correctly. The protagonist stood in front of him. The bald man looked down. Someone grabbed his hand. He turned around and saw a girl who asked if he was okay. Then the player laughed and said that he was okay. Of course he was okay. The guy in the hood put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to think too much about what happened in the last battle. Smiling, the girl said that she was faithful. Looking at him, the girl said that it was not his fault, it was just that the protagonist was too outstanding. The player lowered his head and thought about what was somehow even more offensive from these words. Slightly bending over, he thanked them. The protagonist stood and looked straight ahead. A memory arose of how he had stood with them in the past. Then, how they had clenched their teeth tightly, bleeding. A 2-headed monster appeared, and a thought arose in the hero's head that it seemed that the survival rate was about half, but this time everything would be different. Red dots appeared on the monster's heads, and he added that he had prepared a strategy to minimize the damage as much as possible. Frowning, the hero looked straight ahead. The birds flew up sharply. The man looked away, hearing a strange sound. The player turned around in surprise. The guy looked away, and the protagonist said that he was here. The director's office appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Bob said that it was enough to beat around the bush, let him get down to business. Looking at Francois, he asked why he came to him. To which the man, holding a glass in his hand, said that if he was really going to save the world. Putting the glass on the table, he added that he had one little thing for him. The director looked straight ahead in surprise and asked what kind of thing it was. The man opened his inventory and took out an object. Bob looked at it in surprise. The secretary also noticed. The man put a huge sword on the table. Taking the weapon in his hands, Bob asked if it was Bombum. Looking straight ahead, Francois said that yes, it was exactly what the guys from the Messiah Guild were secretly looking for, and if his assumptions were correct, then it was the only sword capable of killing the Savior. The man's eyes lit up, looking at the sword. Smiling, he asked if he was giving it to him for free, to which the man remained silent. The plane flew high in the air. The director, frowning, looked out the window. Turning to the girl sitting behind the wheel, he asked if there were any problems when he flew away, to which she replied that there were none. The girl slightly opened her mouth, looking straight ahead. Then she turned to the director, to which he responded. Slightly turning her head, she said that she could not worry about her opinion. Bob, hearing this, was surprised. In the mirror, she saw how the man asked when was he worried, to which she replied that she personally asked that man. A memory appeared, how she stood in front of Francois. Looking down, she said what exactly happened. Frowning, the man heard that on the day her father died, to which he thought that now she knew everything. The secretary turned the key in the ignition. Taking hold of the chair, Bob confusedly asked if she was okay. Looking straight ahead, the girl answered that no, she was far from okay. The car drove out of the parking lot. Many players entered the cave. Looking straight ahead, the man asked why they came here. He was talking about the guys from the Thunderbird Guild. Everything will be fine. Turning his head to the side, Austin heard that if they wanted to win the battle, it would be better to unite with them. The guy quickly ran up to them and turned to the leader. He said in a frightened voice that he was already here, what they would do. Turning back to the hero, the man told him to listen, suggested starting the attack right away. As they had done so far, it would be better for everyone to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Looking to the side, the main character told him not to be stupid, let them just hide separately and sit quietly, as they had done so far, to which he asked again, telling them to hide. What was he talking about? Turning around, Austin said that you can't underestimate this monster. If you want to stay alive, let him do as he is told. Gritting his teeth tightly, the player thought, what a bastard. The guy turned to the leader and asked what he would order them to prepare for battle. The leader, looking straight ahead, thought that as he said, they could come here without unnecessary losses if they managed to destroy the two-headed Cyclops with their own hands. A portrait of a girl appeared, and the player thought that if he got rid of her, he could become the leader's right hand. The man smiled widely. Pointing his hand to the side, he said that he should gather everyone now. Looking to the side, Austin heard that they would catch the two-headed Cyclops themselves. Turning his head, the main character said that he should not think about the Thunderbird Guild, first they should sort this out. The girl turned to the player and said that he should relax, calmly. Looking forward, the hero asked the guy how he was feeling. Jack smiled widely and said that of course, he was in great shape. It was heard that there were monsters there. All the players turned to look at the monsters coming out of the cave. Ants with glowing eyes appeared. Looking back, the protagonist said that great, they are starting to act according to the plan. Looking at the inventory, Jack responded approvingly. A message appeared that he put on Solomon's ring. Looking at his hand, the guy thought that he got it by deceiving the guy. It was written that when using the unique skill Solomon's Order, the user can control a lower level monster. The hand with the ring on the finger stretched forward. He used Solomon's Order. Yellow particles suddenly appeared around the monster. It began to shine with a bright yellow light. The player suddenly fell to the ground and wheezed. The man opened his mouth in fear. Then he looked to the side. Swinging his sword, he asked what and where did these monsters come from. Blue rays appeared among the red particles. Holding the sword in his hand, the player said angrily that fine, let them try to approach him, he would cut them all into pieces. His foot suddenly slipped. The player fell on his back. Frowning, he looked down, and then he opened his eyes wide, looking straight ahead. Looking at the corpse of the man, he asked how did this happen, and then thought about the fact that he had just fought a Cyclops. The man turned his head to the side. Looking at the dead players, he thought about the fact that and then suddenly walked around the monsters and left the battlefield. Blood was dripping from his sword, and he thought about the fact that he had killed monsters. That was for sure, but why? All his people were dead. The man, frowning, looked down. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead. He turned his gaze to the side. Behind him was a huge two-headed Cyclops. The monster's eyes glowed with a bright red light. The man looked at it in fear and said, "Oh shit." The Cyclops' fist moved towards the player. Blood appeared on it, and a dent appeared on the ground. A dark cliff appeared. A man appeared in the monster's mouth. The Cyclops was sitting on the ground and looking down. The player behind the protagonist addressed him. The man said that he seriously didn't know if this was right, to which the protagonist looked away questioningly. Slightly raising his head, he asked what exactly. Pointing his finger back, the man replied that he was talking about striped ants. It seemed like Jack was happily petting the monsters, and the man asked if he was really going to team up with them for battle. The guy in the hood looked at the girl and said that they were pretty cute, let her touch them. Frowning, the player said that he could control them now with the help of an item, but how would they know when they would attack them? The protagonist looked down and heard that the effect probably had a time limit, if suddenly during the battle they got out of control, to which he asked that he still doubted it. The man waved his hands and said in fear that this was not the case. Looking at him, Austin said that of course, with the help of the ring he could not control the ants indefinitely. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, he added that, however, before this happened, they had to fulfill their role, and if after that the insects would self-destruct. Passing by the player, the protagonist added that there would be no problems. Smiling broadly, Jack turned to the ants and said that the order had been given to move out, their time had come. Then he clenched his fist tightly, and the ring began to shine brightly. The monsters watched the bright glow in surprise. They all gathered around the guy who raised his hand up. Then the monsters quickly began to run forward. The Cyclops heard a strange sound. Turning around, he saw a huge crowd of ants approaching him. The monsters began to quickly climb the Cyclops' legs. Having covered his body completely, they began to bite, and the monster grimaced in pain. Looking down, the guy said with a smile on his face that it was great, well done. The hero stood and watched in silence. Frowning, the man thought about how easy it was for them to deal with the boss monster of the 5th floor of the dungeon, rank A+. The two-headed Cyclops fell to the ground, surrounded by monsters. The ants were biting the monster's head. A bright glow appeared from the Cyclops' eye. The ants were watching him. One of them began to attack the other. All the monsters began to fight each other. Looking at his hand, Jack angrily asked what was going on. Why did they suddenly start fighting each other? Had the ring's effect really worn off? It seemed like the monsters were fighting each other. The Cyclops' foot suddenly stepped on them. The players watched as the Cyclops crushed the ants. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that his eyes were two demon eyes with different skills. The left eye had a chaos effect. The enraged monster spread his arms out to the sides, and the protagonist said that due to what the object loses the ability to distinguish between friends and enemies. This is what happens when you mindlessly run ahead, believing that you are stronger. Looking at the hero, Jack asked, and what to do now? If they rush there, the same fate awaits them. Smiling, Austin said that this is if they did not have a plan. The Cyclops smiled widely, and one of his eyes glowed red, and the hero added that if there was no such factor as skill reload time. Looking down, the man thought about whether this was not the first time this guy encountered a two-headed Cyclops. Where did he learn about the demon's eye and reload time? Smiling, the guy said that it is clear, maybe now he should go and finish him off right away, and then thought about whether he believed too quickly. Taking the weapon out of the inventory, the main character said that no, he would go alone since he still had his right eye. The man said in surprise that he should wait, since the right eye was also the demon's eye. How was he going to deal with it? The hero jumped up abruptly, and he asked him to wait and listen to him, to which the guy replied that he shouldn't worry too much about it. Looking to the side, Jack asked if he still didn't understand what kind of person he was. The hero ran forward quickly, and the guy added that he wasn't the type to do anything without a specific plan. The main character was approaching the two-headed Cyclops. The monster's eye began to emit a bright light. The hero squinted and looked at it. It was written that the demon's eye had detected him, and the petrification skill had been applied to him. The hero's body began to freeze. His leg began to be covered with stone. Then he stopped abruptly. The main character stood and looked at the huge monster. Smiling, he thought that he only had one chance. The ring on the player's hand began to glow brightly. Lancelot's ring activates strong resistance to the petrification skill. The stones from the hero's body flew to the sides. Austin thought that he did not know that the demon's eye did not work on him, so he was vulnerable right now. The Cyclops smiled, and his eye glowed brightly. The hero thought that the left eye's reboot time had not yet ended. Flying up to the monster's head and hitting, the hero thought that he would first deal with the right one. The monster's huge fist flew straight at the hero. Having hit him, the hero flew to the side. Gray smoke formed. The smoke spread everywhere. A bright yellow glow began to be visible from it. The hero covered himself with a shield. It was the strongest shield created by Hephaestus. It is impossible to destroy. Its effects are the activation of divine protection when magic or energy is introduced into the shield. Absolute protection. The two-headed Cyclops opened his mouth wide. A devastating explosion thundered near his head. The girl pointed her hand straight ahead. The man rushed forward and shouted. The guy standing behind the hero asked if it was their turn now. Yes. Turning around, the hero replied that he would take on the one on the right. Looking at the guy, Austin said that he and the others should deal with the one on the left. It was necessary to destroy him before the eye's reboot time ended. Walking forward towards the monster, the guy responded approvingly. The skeleton warriors were summoned. The monster opened his mouth wide, writhing in pain. The protagonist and the skeletons rushed towards him. Austin looked away. A glow began to emanate from the girl's staff. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. Then he took a step back. The hero jumped up sharply. All players were rapidly approaching the monster. They destroyed the two-headed Cyclops. They get the eye of the two-headed Cyclops demon. It was written that the crystal ball, which contains the power of the eye of the two-headed Cyclops demon, when used can cause great confusion to the enemy or slow down his actions. Its effects are using magic and activating the effect of chaos in relation to the enemy, using magic and activating the effect of petrification in relation to the enemy. A portal appeared in the distance of the forest. The man came out of it. The protagonist looked straight ahead, and Jack was surprised. The girl opened her eyes wide. Pointing upward, she said that there. Several machines appeared. All the players looked at the people opposite in surprise. The man wondered in surprise that this was the Thunderbird Guild, the same legendary girl in the head. What was happening? And then said, "What bastards? What kind of antics?" Shakira, looking forward, said that they had no business with them, so they should leave him alone in a good way. Smiling, she added that the hero had probably destroyed the monster boss anyway. He had promised to give them a reward. The girl, peeking out from behind the man, said that they didn't care what kind of agreement they had with the hero. They were the same players who had risked their lives while clearing the dungeon. Looking straight ahead, she added that not only could they not join forces to save the world, but they were also threatening, which was very impolite. Hugh, smiling, asked again that it was impolite. The men put their weapons forward, and he said that in his opinion, he was quite polite already because he hadn't turned them into wasp nests. Frowning, the man asked if that was true. The protagonist lowered his head. A blue beam appeared in the distance of the forest. The protagonist and the guy were standing in front of the guild. The man put his hand in his pocket and said that judging by the fact that the dungeon was destroyed and no one was returning from there, it seemed that he had not taken care of the safety of his people. Well, so what? Grinning, he said that they were still good-for-nothing bastards. There was no clause in the contract about their lives. He only needed to get the item he was supposed to bring. Looking down, the hero answered approvingly. Jack approached him and asked what he really wanted to give him, to which he replied that he had to give it because they should get what they want. The protagonist opened the inventory. Angrily looking straight ahead, the guy thought that yes, but still, it was a pity to give away the demon's eye, although the effect did not affect it, so it did not pose a threat. The man looked straight ahead in bewilderment. It seemed like the car began to drive away, and he asked what was going on. They just drove away. Adjusting her hair, the girl said that it was not long, but she was grateful to the hero for everything. Putting his hand out to the hero, the man in the mask said that they had learned a lot. Shaking his hand, the hero replied that they were not worth it. All the players were standing and talking to each other. The main character looked away. The man turned his gaze away. Austin grinned slightly. Putting her finger to her face, the girl apologized and said that he simply had a very strong sense of self-worth. Then she was surprised and opened her eyes wide. The hero began to walk towards the man. Smiling, he said that he really was not such a good leader. Turning around, the man angrily asked about what he had said. Looking away, the hero said that however, those guys standing there would continue to trust him. The players appeared, and Austin added that standing behind him, they would fight together. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he was their best comrade. The man looked down in confusion. Then he grinned slightly. He extended his hand to the hero's hand. The players watched as they shook hands. Looking at the hero, Jack asked what was wrong, saying words that did not fit his image. Looking at the players leaving, the guy said that he thought he didn't like the guys from the Messiah Guild. The hero, looking down, grinned. Holding the players' hands, the girl thanked him, to which he asked why. The girl answered that she always protects them. Looking at them, the main character asked if he said that he didn't like them, and then thought that he just couldn't forgive the fake Messiah, who mercilessly trampled their noble will. A tall skyscraper appeared. News about clearing the A+ dungeon appeared. All the people discussed how the hero would go to the 6th floor of the dungeon. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that it looked like the hero had returned from the Amazon. Okay with that. Colin, standing in front of her, asked her to tell him why she had called him at such an important moment. Gritting his teeth, he said that she didn't want to say that the plan had failed, she should hold her tongue. The girl told him not to worry, everything was going according to plan. Opening the inventory, she said that she just wanted to completely eliminate the possibility of failure. The player frowned when he heard that that's why she had called him to use this. Putting the items on the table, Julia told him to look at the items, the helmet of Hades and the boots of Hermes. The newspaper said that the hero and John would meet on the 6th floor in the dungeon of the Sphinx in Egypt. The man tapped his toes on his leg. Smiling, Michael said that he didn't think that the Messiah Guild was the first to make such attempts. The situation was getting more and more interesting. Sitting in front of the hero, he asked, okay, the deal with Hugh went smoothly. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that yes, although there were a few moments. It seemed like the hero was handing a glowing object to the man. Looking forward, he asked what he heard, that he was not one to break promises, he brought the goods. Smiling broadly, the man said that even in such a situation, he only thinks about the goods, he likes his mood. Handing the paper to the hero, he added that naturally, the promise must be kept. On the paper was written about the skill of summoning a lick. The conditions for acquiring the skill are a representative of the dark world. The effect is summoning an immortal mage after sacrificing 100 monsters. Looking to the side, the man said that the level limit is above 180, let him not die before that moment. Smiling, he said that he got what he needed. Leaning on his hand, Michael asked what they were saying. He had received a good offer. What was the reason that he was telling him about it so openly? Looking down, the protagonist said that he had said it before. The man smiled, and the hero added that he should not try to deceive him anymore. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was true, now he saw that he understood him. The door opened slightly. Rolling his eyes, Michael said that then he probably knew what he needed from him. A girl entered the room, and the hero said that he should report to him about every step of the terrible one. The hero turned his attention to the secretary, and the man said that for sure, and something else. She put the object on the table. The hero looked at it. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he should give it to the Russian. The hero opened the box, a bright glow emanated from it. Looking at the contents, Austin thought that this was the Ring of Osiris. Michael put his hand to his face and said that, as he had already said, he did not want John and the Russian to compete with each other. Looking straight at him, he added that since such a chance had presented itself, it was necessary to persuade him and, finally, deal with this player. The hero held a ring in his hand, and the man added that he would use any means to do this. Having closed the box, the hero responded approvingly. A portal to Cairo, Egypt appeared. Many players stood under the flashes of cameras. The main character stood in front of the guy. Smiling, John said that it was an honor for him to participate with him. The guy smirked slightly. The player looked straight at him. Having shaken his hand, the hero said that he was glad to cooperate. Looking at the hero leaving, the guy thought about what was the matter. For a second it seemed to me that he was looking at him with contempt. Looking back, he added that okay, let him laugh while he can. Sand mountains appeared. The player struck the monster. The skeletons were rapidly running towards the orc. The hero looked away attentively. Looking at him, the man said that he was really not bad, as they say. Grinning, John said that while each of his skeleton warriors is so powerful, his skeleton warriors are inferior, there is something to learn. Looking away, the hero said that he was also not bad in another sense. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy asked in what sense. Lowering his head, the hero answered that in volume he is much. A horde of skeletons appeared behind the guys, and the hero added that he surpasses him. Isn't that so? Looking at them, John asked, and he about these. Raising his hand, he said that all this is thanks to the ring. A glowing accessory appeared, and he added that it was Hades' ring. The hero looked at it in surprise and thought about Hades' ring. Smiling broadly, the guy said that when using the skills of this ring, he can make the skeleton warriors that another person summons his soldiers. Frowning, Austin thought about the fact that such an item also exists, probably one of those hidden in the Messiah Guild. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he should not worry. Looking ahead, he said that he was in no way going to touch his skeleton warriors, he was only interested in. The creatures in cloaks appeared, and he added that those warriors that his people standing behind him summon. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was useless to order his skeletons to attack John. Looking at the ring, he thought about the fact that he did not know such an item existed. Frowning, the hero thought about how difficult it was to ignore such a threat. A smiling guy appeared, and the hero thought that sometimes an open display of one's power is much more effective than hiding it. John had been a pretty dangerous guy before. A bright glow appeared in the distance of the forest. A guy in a hood was sitting near a fire. Smiling, he said that those who belong to the afterlife can neither eat nor drink. What a pity, isn't it? Then the guy took a bite of bread. Blue eyes appeared in the smoke, and John said that he didn't know where exactly, but he was always near him waiting. Looking at the smoke, the player said that so, what's wrong with him? He can't answer anything. Damn, what a pity, he's probably hungry and he's thirsty. Putting his hand to his face, he asked, but what can you do? In order to catch the boss monster of the 6th floor, the strength of a Russian is needed. He can't kill him yet, let him be patient a little. Some of the guy's food fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, he said, that's where he is. The guy noticed the glowing image of the monster. A volcano appeared. It was the 21st day of the dungeon attack. The 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon appeared. Smiling, the guy said that the last floor remained. Everything was pretty easy up to the 5th. Looking straight ahead, John added that it looked like the difficulty level of the 6th level was just terrible. The hero looked straight ahead and thought that everything was as John said. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the guy and his minions, Austin thought about the fact that the dungeon was rank A+, but still no victims. This means that the boss monster of the 6th floor is quite dangerous. It seemed like Jack was standing near the skeletons, and the guy was thinking about the fact that the whole world already knows about his combat capability. It is unlikely that they were sent only to catch me. The protagonist appeared, and John thought that an invisible enemy. Julia looked at a large number of objects, and the guy thought that it seemed she had laid out her treasure. The protagonist began to approach the gate. Putting his hands on the wall, he said, so. The gate opened slightly. Smiling broadly, the guy thought, what now? Looking at the hero, he added that he had to decide. The hero's hair began to flutter. He looked at the bright glow. The man's foot sank into the sand. Jack looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. A desert. Looking to the side, the hero said no, and the guy looked at him in surprise. A huge golem and a horde of monsters appeared, and the protagonist said that it was a thicket. Stretching his hand forward, John asked the hero if they should move towards the thicket first. Turning his head to the side, Austin said that he would say something first. Turning his gaze to the guy, the hero said that until they destroyed the killers that were chasing them, they would postpone hunting the boss monster. The guy in the hood frowned. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said, he meant the killers. Gritting his teeth, he asked what they meant. It seemed like the skeletons were running forward at a rapid pace. The skeleton warrior swung his sword at the protagonist. Another skeleton appeared in front of him, parrying the blow. Smiling, the protagonist said that he knew it. Then he abruptly jumped to the side. Looking at this, Jack asked in surprise that he was just running away. The guy turned around and shouted that they were running away, they needed to catch them. Looking straight ahead, John said that they should leave the Russian alone, first let them catch the golem and the skeleton mage. Looking back, the hero heard that special creatures must be caught, and then thought that this John is smart. The skeleton warrior swung his sword. It seemed like many skeletons were running towards the golem, and Austin thought about the fact that ordinary skeleton warriors can be reproduced in the dungeon. But with special creatures like the golem, rider, skeleton knight, or magician, it is different. Two skeletons appeared, riding horses. The man held a glowing sphere in his hand, the skeleton exploded, and the hero thought about the fact that the summoning conditions were too strict if they were destroyed or John took them away with the Ring of Hades. The hero opened the inventory and added that the loss of strength on their part would be indescribable. Holding the glowing book in his hands, Austin thought that in this case, he summoned the Book of the Dead. The player's head turned into black particles. The guy looked at it in surprise. Watching all the monsters disappear, he said that it was a reverse summoning. Looking away, John thought that the Russian bastard. The protagonist and Jack ran quickly straight through the forest. The creature in the cloak pointed his hand forward and asked if they should pursue them. Turning around, the guy asked him if he was crazy. He had saved a significant part of his strength. What do you think will happen to him if he follows him into the forest? John clenched his teeth and thought about what the hell. How did he guess about the killers? Even if they destroyed all his skeleton warriors, this case only got more confused. A bright sky appeared against the background of trees. Looking away, Jack said that it seemed that there was no more pursuit, to which the hero replied that because John was not such a fool as those who had fought them so far. Looking at him, the guy asked what to do now. He had a plan. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was natural. Austin put the gold ring of Osiris on his finger. It was written that it was imprinted on Van Gogh's bracelet. He cannot take it off. 3 cells were occupied by rings out of 5. It was written about this ring that it contained the power of Osiris, the power that could resurrect the dead. The effects are when worn. Attack power increases by 15%. When worn, all experience points increase by 15%. When worn, you can use the resurrection skill. Pointing at the ring, the guy asked in surprise where he got this thing from. Smiling, the hero said that there is a sponsor who does not regret anything, to which the guy had a question. Raising his head, the hero said the guy's name, and he asked why he was talking about him so thoughtfully, making him worry. Looking at the guy, the hero asked, it seems he has already gotten used to falling, to which he thought about this word. Many dragons flew in the sky, and Austin said that he had already had to experience it himself. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy asked in fear, did he do something wrong again? To which the hero remained silent. Jack raised his finger and said, is that it? No. The protagonist looked straight ahead. A huge volcano appeared in the distance. The monster put its paw on the rock. A creature appeared, sitting on a rock. Birds were flying near the mountain. The man was approaching the lying creature. Jack thought in bewilderment that he was suggesting flying on a wyvern. He wanted to summon the skeleton warriors again. Then he thought they wouldn't be able to fly if they were just bones. The man thought about it. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that maybe the new ring had such an ability. He put his hand with the ring on the creature's body. A bright glow came from it. He used the Osiris ring skill Resurrection. The creature suddenly stood up and spread its wings. Jack asked in shock what it was. Austin turned to him. The mountains spread out one after another. The creature clamped something in its teeth. Then its eyes widened. The monster dodged the beam flying at him. He bared his teeth furiously. Then the monster turned around. Jack asked in fear what was happening to him and the eyes on the back of his head. Austin opened his mouth and shouted that he was approaching. The monster opened its mouth. A crushing wave was blowing at the guys. The dragon bared his teeth. Jack frowned. The huge monster began to swing at them. Jack angrily said that it was crazy. Why was he so fast? The paw was flying straight at them. The dragon dodged the blow. The protagonist shouted to hold on tight. This was just the beginning. They quickly fell down. The monster looked after them. Jack shouted that he said that so that he would get used to falling because of this. The monster was flying at them from above. The protagonist turned around. Then he frowned. Looking at the light, he thought that they were there. A fire was burning on the ground. John looked up. Then he stood up. The man's eyes widened and wondered what it was. A monster and a dragon were flying towards him. The Sphinx was furiously catching up with the guys. Jack turned around and shouted in horror that he was behind. A hand grabbed him by the collar. A moment later, he and the protagonist flew to the ground. The monster grabbed the dragon. Jack looked at it and shouted that he was a freak. John cursed angrily. There was a devastating explosion. The man dodged the dust. Then he looked away. People were watching the huge Sphinx holding the dragon in its teeth. John thought that a fight with a boss monster without any preparation was doomed to failure. The stones vibrated. Austin approached the man and told him to get up. Jack furiously shouted that he was an idiot and that he should have at least told him in advance that he was jumping. He looked angrily at the protagonist and continued that he thought he had some kind of plan. He had a sword ready for him. Good for him. They were falling down rapidly. Jack sat on the ground and said that he was just crazy for falling for him. Austin replied that he believed in his abilities. The protagonist smiled and told them to go already. Jack thought furiously that he knew how to talk, then shouted where he was going. Birds flew from the trees and he shouted to wait for him. The monster's paw fell to the ground. He bared his teeth furiously and raised dust. Someone was standing behind the tree. John frowned and said that he barely survived. Looking at what was happening, he continued that, however, he lost not only the summoned skeletons, but also his people. He stepped forward and said that since this had already happened, nothing could be done. John angrily continued that they would immediately go after Isaac. A shadow began to appear in the air. Something fell to the ground. The man looked down. He thought about what it meant. The man seriously said that without Isaac, they would not clear this dungeon themselves. They would all die here anyway. John continued that since this had happened, they would kill him first. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy said that since this had happened, they would kill him first. Looking at the blue particles, he added that he would be bait and lure the hero. Slightly bowing his head, John said that he could act calmly only after he destroyed him. He did not think that he would think for long. An inscription appeared on the ground that okay, he entrusts it to him. Taking off his hood, the guy said that then first he needs to get himself in order. Waving his arms, he added that for more than 20 days because of Hades' helmet he had not slept or eaten normally. No matter what super skills the players had, it was impossible to use the force to the fullest extent on an empty stomach. Blue eyes suddenly lit up from the smoke. The player took hold of the mask and began to take it off. John smiled broadly. Colin, holding the mask in his hands, looked down. Covering one eye, he said that now he felt alive, to which the question arose whether this was a hero. Slightly crouching down, the guy asked in fear, where did he come from? Opening his mouth wide, Colin asked again. The guy suddenly jumped up next to him and snatched the mask from his hands. Gritting his teeth furiously, Colin asked what he was doing. The weapon in Colin's hands began to crumble. Throwing the mask, the guy laughed and asked if he believed such a thing. What did he think he was here for? Colin took a step forward. Then he turned his gaze to the side. Many skeleton warriors appeared around him. The man broke a stick. Looking at this, Jack asked why he was leaving traces everywhere. Turning around at him, the main character said that a guest would arrive soon. The guy asked again in surprise. There were only monsters and enemies on all sides. What other guest? Smiling, Austin replied that he was here. The guy turned around abruptly and saw Colin in a hood in the distance. The guy stood and frowned, looking straight ahead. Then he abruptly threw the mask up. Jack watched in surprise as the mask fell in front of him. It fell and hit the ground. Looking at her, the hero said that this is Hades' helmet. Scratching his head, the guy asked that he even knew the name of the item. He was wondering how he knew about the killer, so there was an information leak. Surprised, the guy looked at the hero and asked, Hades' helmet, where did he hear about it? Looking straight, the main character asked why he was giving it to him. Smiling broadly, the guy replied that he won. This is an offering to the winner. Taking the helmet in his hands, Jack said in surprise that this is just a plague, a legendary class. It was written that the helmet of Hades, the god of the underworld, the owner becomes a creature of the underworld, completely hides his appearance. After reading the characteristics of the helmet, the guy asked what you can't eat. The guy raised his hands up and said that he surrenders, so let him guarantee his safety. Looking at them, he added that not only here, but also outside the dungeon. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he seemed to have decided that the Sphinx could not be killed so easily. He was quick-witted. It was his style, because he did not bargain so easily. Looking to the side, Jack said that if they promised to leave him alive, then what would happen to his guys? Smiling broadly, the guy asked, he meant these. There were fallen skeletons lying on the ground. Smiling, the guy said that they were of no use anyway. He dealt with them before coming here. Opening his eyes wide, the guy heard that no one was left alive. Furiously coming forward, Jack said that the guy was crazy, to which the hero restrained him and said that this was of course good, but he had one more condition. Slightly tilting his head down, he told him to give him Hades' ring. They all stood opposite each other, and the guy thought. Taking the ring off his finger, he grinned a little. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that this was nonsense. He couldn't go against him. The hero looked at him and said nothing. A view of the forest opened up. Someone shouted, "Oh, shit." Running forward at a rapid pace, Colin thought about how he barely fought off the hero's skeleton warriors. When another wave of monsters came, everything was too confusing. A portrait of the guy appeared in his head and he thought about how he didn't like this bastard from the very beginning. He made a face and wheezed. White monsters jumped on the player from above, and he thought about how they had already caught up with him. Blue beams appeared. The player continued to run. Gray smoke appeared behind him. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought about how no matter what anyone said, this was the 6th floor of a rank A+ dungeon. Staying alive alone was no easy task. Colin looked at the monsters hanging on the tree branches and thought that he didn't even dare to dream about destroying the boss monster and getting out of here. Several angry monsters rushed forward. The player looked up and saw them flying at him. A bright glowing wing appeared on his leg and he thought that's it. The monsters began to fall to the ground and he suddenly flew up in the air. Frowning with anger, Colin thought that he could not die alone like the last dog. He quickly flew away from the battle and added that no way. A bright fire was visible in the distance of the forest. Liquid was dripping onto the ground. The man, looking down, thought that the world was full of different objects. Maybe there was one that would go to the toilet for him. Jack looked up in amazement. Seeing the falling player, he asked what. Colin landed in front of him, and the guy asked what he. Then he opened his eyes in amazement. The stone was rapidly falling to the ground. Colin stood with a weapon in his hands and looked straight ahead. Two players were sitting near the fire. The main character, hearing a strange sound, turned his head to the side. He suddenly jumped to the side, and the guy turned to him in surprise. A strong wind appeared. The player stood and looked down. It seemed like the main character and the guy were running up to him. The hero slightly bowed his head and thought. Turning around at them, Colin said that he was late, and the guy said the name Jack. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about the fact that a wave of monsters was chasing him, and he was a tough nut. Frowning, the player said that he guessed when he betrayed him, now he had joined the hero. The guy looked at him angrily. Squinting, the player said that he could not leave them alive and die himself. The player's weapon appeared, and he added that without a tank, the two of them would never get out of this dungeon. A flame appeared behind him and he said furiously that they should dance their last dance with knives. Smiling, the hero said that he was dancing with knives. Looking straight ahead, Austin added that okay, he would play along. A message appeared that he had summoned skeleton warriors. It seemed like blue beams were meeting red ones. A fight began between the main character and the player. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he probably had not fully recovered yet. After all, he was a true master of the sword. The player narrowed his eyes. The skeleton warrior appeared and swung his sword sharply. Colin turned around, looking at him. The guy in the hood stood with his arms spread out to the sides. Swinging his weapon, the player told him not to interfere. A blue wave appeared, hitting the skeleton. A blue beam hit the ground. The guy clenched his teeth in surprise. A lot of gray smoke appeared. The smoke filled the entire space. Covering himself with his hand, the guy said that this couldn't be. Looking at the cliff and the ground, he added that he hadn't eaten or drunk for so many days. He must be in terrible condition. With his eyes wide open, the guy asked, "But how?" Then he turned around and looked to the side. The skeleton warrior covered him from the blow, and the guy flew to the side. Gritting his teeth, he thought about going crazy. Looking at him, the player said that what a tenacious little rat. Frowning, the player looked to the side. The hero slightly opened his mouth, a blue beam flew by. It fell near the corpse of the skeleton warrior. Looking at whom, the guy thought that this was the core of a turtle man. It was written that the core of a turtle man who lived 100 years, if you keep it in your mouth, you can live for a long time without food and water, but it does not quench hunger and thirst. Looking forward, the guy heard that it turns out that the master swordsman is full of strength, but because of hunger and thirst he is ready to climb the wall, and then thought that he did not think that he was hiding exactly this. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, the swordsman asked that he seemed to have said that they would all die here. Stretching the sword forward, he added that there was no point in hesitating then, let him come here, he would personally put an end to his life. The hero thought, looking straight ahead, and the guy was thinking that as long as Austin was there, he had no need to interfere. Smiling, Colin said that they would continue. Was he really going to end it so boringly? He needed to swing the sword properly before leaving. He didn't think so. Grinning, the hero asked if he had said everything. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Austin apologized and then said that this moment would be his last. He did not intend to die here. The player smiled widely and said that it seemed that he had completely gone crazy before his death. Stretching his hands forward, he added that he was alone. Then he opened his eyes in surprise. The player's hands fell to the ground. He looked at them in fear. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was alone. Colin winced in pain and wheezed. Looking at him, the hero said that he had no comrades here. The player opened his mouth wide and said that it couldn't be. He did. Jack scratched his neck and asked if he had attacked him while he was peeing. Did he even understand how painful it was? Did he really not even know basic etiquette? The player's eyes glowed blue and he said that it couldn't be. He suddenly fell to his knees. Looking straight ahead, the player said that he had cut his throat. Smiling widely, the guy chuckled and said that it was a good hit. Looking at the hero, he added that he didn't think he would have the core of a turtle man. Looking at the fallen player, the guy asked, "What now? They haven't even really started yet." Colin clenched his teeth, looking straight ahead. Turning around, the guy said that it was a great plan and now they were going after the Sphinx. The guy turned around and looked away. Putting his hand to his face, he said, "What kind of servility?" Colin clenched his weapon in his teeth and he asked if he thought he would be left alive if he bowed like that. A bright glow appeared on the player's leg. Holding the sword in his teeth, he flew forward rapidly. The guy looked at it in surprise. The protagonist and Jack also paid attention to him. The player flew after them, leaving a blue trail behind him. Colin was behind them. The protagonist, frowning, looked back. Jack widened his eyes in surprise. Turning around to look at the hero, the guy said his name. Creatures began to appear from the ground, and the player wondered where he got these shields from. The player clenched his teeth tightly, looking down. Looking at the hero, he thought that this bastard had deceived him. The guy was lying on the ground, and Colin fell down. The guy opened his mouth and spat out blood. Lying on the ground, he said that this hero is a bastard. Looking to the side, he added that it was his right to live. Looking down, the protagonist said that it was a mistake and apologized. Jack looked at the guy and said that there was no need to be so offended. Looking down, he added that he thought his people, whom he killed, experienced the same thing as he was now. The protagonist and the guy looked away. They turned their attention to the player lying on the ground. Smiling widely, he said that he was sick without him, so stop being smart, they all were waiting for the same end. Looking forward, the hero heard that there were only 2 of them left in this dungeon. Lying on the ground, Colin asked if they thought they would be able to destroy the Sphinx. Smiling, he said that they were fools. Looking at the player, the protagonist said that yes, he was right. Frowning, he added that maybe he was stupid, and then the player thought about how he was trying to make this world a better place. It seemed like Colin, standing on a rock, raised his sword up. He and the boy ran forward at a fast pace, and the player thought about how his comrades, with whom they fought together, felt the same. The players stood near the fire, and he added that he was wrong. The protagonist stood in front of his body and asked, but what about him? Did he ever dream of that? Looking down, the hero added to save the world, knowing that it was a stupid idea. Colin looked up in surprise and heard that at least once such a thing happened. Then he smiled widely. Laughing, he asked what to save the world, what nonsense he was talking. He thinks that if he clears dungeons and the game ends, then this rotten world can be saved. Smiling, he added that even a yard dog would laugh at him. Lying on the ground, the player said that on the contrary, even more chaos will come. A dark forest appeared. It was heard that the hero himself knew that this world was under the strict control of players who had achieved great wealth and power, and when this game ended, they would be of no use to anyone. The hero's eyes lit up with blue light. He heard what would happen to this world. Complete chaos would come, whereas now, when they ruled here, to which he replied that enough was enough. Raising his weapon up, the protagonist said that he no longer needed to listen to him, he talked too much. Looking down, Austin said that if he had a chance to start all over again. A blue beam appeared on a red background. Something broke. Standing in front of the player, the protagonist said that he hoped he would become worthy of his title of swordsman, to which Jack thought about it. Putting his hand to his face, he thought about what, by the way, connected him with the Messiah Guild, and heard his name. Surprised, he turned to the side and asked again. The skill of the representative of the Dark World vampire appeared. The hero opened his mouth wide, black particles appeared. He stood and looked straight ahead, red effects flew around him. It was written that the skill allows you to become a vampire. The air of the night, prolonged use of the skill requires the expenditure of magical powers, all physical indicators increase. Jack opened his eyes wide and asked what kind of species it was. Looking at him, the hero said that since they were alone, he had no one to be embarrassed about, to which he asked, and what next? Grinning, the main character said that they were leaving here before this night ended. The man turned the door handle. The girl entered the room. A view of an office with many books opened up. The girl looked down. The man turned to her. Looking at the table in surprise, he asked if today was by any chance his birthday, to which she replied that it was not. Standing near the sink, she heard that then by any chance it was not hers, to which she also replied that it was not. Bringing the food to his mouth, the man asked if she was ready for school, to which she replied that she was. Putting down her gloves, Kate heard how and who his daughter was so diligent in, to which she replied that she was like no one, of course, her dad. Turning around, the girl asked what he said, that he would soon go on a business trip abroad, then said that he was probably busy. When he finished, just let him leave everything on the table. Biting his spoon, the man heard that she would clean up when she returned from school, to which he confusedly said her name. Jumping on her with hugs, the man said that when did she manage to grow so much, let her come here, he will hug her. Approaching the door, the man asked his daughter, she was already leaving, and breakfast, to which she replied that she ate while setting the table. Grinning, the father looked down. The girl took hold of the door handle, and he called her. Looking away, she heard that she should not get sick while her dad was away on a business trip. And then he added that and one more thing. Kate turned around in surprise, putting up a finger. Her father said that she should be careful of cars on the way to school. If the dungeon ruptured, she should first analyze the safe zones. He knew she was lazy, but she should be more kind to her friends. She should listen to her teachers, not just sit with her books, sometimes go for a walk. He would leave her pocket money. She should not put everything aside at once, spend it like other kids her age. An elevator appeared, and he added that and one more thing. Waving his hand, the man told her to try to make friends with the girl, and then said that she was the most beautiful daughter, she should be careful. Looking down, the girl thought for a moment and then said that it was good, she left. A traffic light appeared. Many people were standing on the crosswalk. As she walked straight ahead, she heard people discussing the news about the Hansen Group and how their stock had recently risen sharply. She looked away and thought about Hansen. Then she looked away. Everyone was looking at the big screen, which said that Hansen Group was cultivating players for the bright future of Korea. Looking up, she heard someone speaking to her. Turning around, she heard a question about why she was standing right on the road. A girl appeared, blowing a bubble gum. Kate waved her hand towards the girl. Julia asked what kind of cold greeting was that. Raising her head up, she asked what was that, where was she looking, to which the girl replied that she was. Then the girl turned her head to the side and thought. The big screen said that the restructuring of Hansen Group was for the sake of cultivating players. Turning towards the girl, Kate spoke to her, to which she responded. Walking along the road, she asked why she was going to school so early today, to which Julia replied that she was not going to school. Throwing her hand on her shoulder, she added that she had recently become a player. Looking at Kate, the girl asked if she knew what the coolest thing was, to which the girl asked, and she replied that she had heard that a gate had recently appeared in the basement of her father's office. Walking straight, the girl replied that she had, to which Julia said that it was a secret for now. Looking to the side, the girl said that perhaps the dungeon would soon rupture and that she was heading there now. Kate asked in surprise, what if her father found out, to which the girl replied that this old man was always worried. The girl pushed Kate away with her shoulder and said that she was also a player. He himself said that he would try to cultivate players, so why did he make her an exception? Clenching her fist tightly, she added, she would see, she was stronger than this Carl, she would certainly prove it. Kate looked at her in bewilderment. Taking her hand, she led her forward and said that it was enough to look at her like that, let her come here, since she was now a player, they had to capture this day. A photo appeared, in which the girls were smiling. The photo was torn, leaving the part where Julia was. The girl lowered her head down and said the name Julia. The secretary looked at the board with the investigation. Her eyes glowed blue, she looked straight ahead. News appeared that the Messiah Guild was the first in the world to break through to the 7th floor of the dungeon. Carl was recognized as the most influential player in the world. All the people were discussing him. A bright blue beam appeared in the distance. The people gathered at the table looked at each other. The man, frowning, looked away. The man, looking straight ahead, turned to the girl and asked what she was talking about with the hero. The girl, confused, answered that she understood. A huge stone golem appeared. The monster writhed in pain and clutched his chest. Players and skeletons attacked him, striking with swords. Jumping up, Jack said that it was great. They finally pierced the skin. The protagonist landed on the monster. Putting his hand on it, a red hole appeared. The skill of the representative of the Dark World, the Bloodsucker, was activated, activating the unification of the skills of the Bloodsucker and Vampire. The Bloodsucker skill increases health recovery by 100%. The hero clenched his teeth tightly, his hands emitting many red particles. Then he smiled widely. The enraged monster looked straight ahead. A lot of gray smoke appeared around him. The skill of the representative of the Dark World, the Blood Fog, was activated. Jack looked away in surprise. Smoke began to swirl around the golem. Red glowing eyes were visible from the tornado. A black creature with glowing eyes appeared. The blood golem was summoned. Julia said that she sent the players to the 6th floor of the Egyptian dungeon of rank A+. Looking at her, the man asked who caused all this. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they should calm down first. Slamming his fist on the table, he added that if we look at the situation in more detail. The man looked at him and said menacingly that he had not asked him, which surprised him. The girl said that it was all because of her. Looking away, Julia said that they should not worry, she had prepared for this situation properly. The player appeared, and the girl said that she had given the Master Swordsman Hades' helmet. His legs appeared, and she added that Hermes' boots too. The dead guy appeared, and the girl said that although he was acting as bait, he was quite capable, even he would appreciate it. Leaning on the table, Julia said that no matter how great the hero was, the probability that he would survive and get out of this dungeon. Looking straight ahead, she finished that it was 0. The man, frowning, looked away. Carl put his hands to his face and thought. Behind the girl he heard what self-confidence. She turned around in surprise at this sound. The table began to glow with a bright blue light. The guy grinned slightly. The car was parked near a luxurious house. Michael slowly got out of the car. The girl ran forward and turned to the director. The secretary said that trouble had happened. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the director asked what was wrong. She reached for the man's ear. Frowning, Michael asked what, him again. Then they turned around and moved to the entrance of the house. The man was holding 2 balls in his hand. He was sitting on a chair and looking straight ahead. Michael and the secretary entered the room. The guy smiled slightly, turning around at them. a notification appeared that they had destroyed the Sphinx. 2 player corpses appeared, lying on the ground. The guy's head suddenly came off the ground. The bodies of the players began to be sucked into the portal. A bright yellow glow appeared among the trees. Using the skill of the representatives of the dark world brings back the dead, it was written that this skill allows you to deceive the boatmen and return to the world of the living by swimming across the river Styx. A white glow began to emanate from the guy's body. His eyes glowed blue. He looked forward. Spreading his arms to the sides, smoke appeared around him. A dark sky appeared. End of the 2nd season. The view of the mansion opened up. Tapping his fingers on the table, the man said that he had appeared so suddenly and started talking about this that he was a little confused. Holding the balls in his hands, the man asked why he needed time to think. Michael sat opposite the man and thought. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he was offering, therefore, to clear the 7th floor of the dungeon together, why he should accept his offer. Hugh said that he also did not want to see headlines like Carl cleared the 7th floor of the dungeon alone, to which the man asked that and therefore he was offering to join forces. Lowering his head, the man said that if it came down to it, he would simply join him and clear the dungeon where he and the hero would go. Frowning, the director asked about joining. Smiling widely, the man replied that yes, he would join. The man began to scratch the table and said that he was now. Michael said furiously that he came to his house and was also trying to touch him. Is Michael. Black particles began to approach the girl, to which she wheezed and stretched her hand forward. Covering herself with her hands, she wondered what an ominous aura was. She did not think that Michael was so strong, and Hugh asked what it meant to touch. Blue lightning appeared near his hand and he said that he usually touched. The man smiled and covered himself completely with lightning, and then added that he was those who were approximately equal to him. Many lightning bolts began to fly forward. Lightning and red particles collided. Michael and Hugh looked at each other. The man put the glass on the table. Smiling widely, Bob said that after all, nothing can replace 3-in-1 coffee. Putting his hand to his face, he said that if you buy only ground coffee separately, it is too bitter, and the secretary thought that he clearly brought a paper cup and instant coffee from a meeting in the Phoenix Guild. The man looked up sharply when he heard someone speaking to him, to which he responded. Typing on the keyboard, Kate said that urgent news, it seems that the Formidable and Michael met. The president smiled broadly, surprised, and then said that something grand was finally coming. Looking down, he added that this was getting interesting. Now one can imagine how the situation will unfold. The secretary stood up, and the man asked in surprise where she was going. Walking away, she said that she needed to meet a friend. The man, wide-eyed, asked what was wrong with her friend, her. The girl asked what kind of reaction. Waving his hands, Bob replied that no, nothing, to hurry to the meeting. The door slammed shut, and Kate said that she would be there soon. Frowning, the man thought about what happened to his friend. Then, an alley appeared in the black market in Cairo, Egypt. 3 people were sitting at a table. Putting the helmet on the table, the man said thank you, it was useful. Smiling, the guy said that he had already given up hope, thanked them for keeping their promise. Smiling broadly, John said that at first he thought he would turn out to be a traitor. Then he turned to the hero. Looking straight ahead, Austin said that a promise is a promise. The guy in the hood raised his hands up. Then John looked down in fear. He was surprised to see the helmet lying on the ground. Under it was a note that it was imperative to return it after use. Smiling, the guy said that they left this. Looking down, the guy asked if it turned out they knew that he had the skill of summoning the dead, said that nothing could surprise the hero. Spreading his arms to the sides, he clarified, but how did they know? To which Austin replied that he understood. Then the hero grinned slightly. It showed the player striking another, and the hero thought about how he had to kill John twice because of this skill, even before returning. It showed the hero standing over the guy's corpse. Holding a glass in his hand, Jack thought about how he should have just left him there to die, and the hero said that he shouldn't think about it, he didn't need to know where he got the information. With his eyes wide open, the guy said how cool he was. The guy abruptly spat the drink out of his mouth. The guy's eyes sparkled, and he said that the hero was still so amazing. Putting his hand to his face, Jack thought about how they were both not quite normal. Putting the glass on the table, the hero said that from now on he was officially considered dead. Frowning, the hero looked straight ahead and added that therefore, from now on, he should keep a low profile and live quietly. Starting to get up from his chair, Austin said that otherwise the Messiah Guild would find him. John gritted his teeth and looked down. The hero said that it was time for him to go, to which the guy was surprised and asked him to wait. Jack turned around in amazement. The guy, looking forward, said that they should take him with them. Jack clenched his teeth in bewilderment. He spread his arms and looked at the guy. The hero slightly tilted his head and looked away. The girl was standing by the window and biting her nails. The monitor screen lit up. News about the dead guy appeared. There was a knock on the door and Julia said that they should come in. The door opened slightly. The man, pointing his hand to the side, said that they should come in here. Kate entered the room, to which the girl turned around. Looking straight ahead, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kate looked straight ahead and heard her name. It seemed like the girls were sitting opposite each other at the table. Putting the cup on the table, one of them said that she had disappeared without even warning. She was very worried. Smiling, Julia asked what she had been doing all this time, said that she was surprised when she suddenly suggested meeting. The secretary lowered her head in thought. Then she said that she wanted to ask her something. The girl asked again in surprise what she had. Stretching her hands forward, she said that it was good. She probably had a lot of questions. They had not seen each other for a long time. But she was a little offended. She did not even ask how she was doing, whether the meeting was too cold. They were friends. The girl adjusted her hair and added that 3 years had passed and she was still the same, to which she remained silent. Then Kate said that it was her. The girl lowered her head in confusion. Looking down, she heard a question about her father's murder. A pool of blood appeared under the man. A man in a suit was lying on the ground, and the girl was sitting next to him. Julia looked straight ahead in fear. A tear rolled down the girl's eyes. A man appeared behind her, looking at her. She saw a hand reaching out to her. Looking at it, the girl's eyes widened. Then she lowered her eyebrows slightly. Smirking, she said that she didn't understand what she was talking about. Clutching her head with her hand, she asked what appeared out of nowhere and wanted to know this, and then said that her father died due to an accident during the dungeon rupture. Kate lowered her head and heard that she didn't know who told her what. She grabbed the envelope in her hands tightly and heard that everything was wrong. She was told something incorrectly. The secretary said that she, as before, couldn't lie. Sitting opposite her, Julia asked again. Looking down, the girl said that it was the same. On the table lay a list of victims of the Hansen Group dungeon rupture. The girl took the list in her hands, and Kate said that she knew that her father died. And then she added that it wasn't because of the monsters or the explosion. A memory appeared of the girl standing in front of the man, and she added that she hoped that she would at least tell her something. Getting up from her chair, the secretary said that it seemed she was wrong. Julia bit her lips. The girl began to leave. Holding the papers in her hands, the girl asked what she wanted to say by that. Looking straight ahead with malice, Julia said that she really had appeared 3 years later and was now claiming that she had killed her father. Clutching the folder tightly, she asked what had happened to her, had she injured her head, and that she believed more in some papers than in her friend. Frowning, the girl said that she really thought that she had killed her father. The folder began to catch fire, and she added that she now wanted to take revenge on her. Throwing the papers up, Julia asked what she would do now that she at least knew who she was and what position she held. Kate, without turning around, said that she knew very well she was the director of the Hansen Group, and also the deputy master in the Messiah Michael's guild. Slightly turning her head to the side, she clarified that she was asking what she could do for her. She would find out soon. The man was standing on the balcony of the mansion. Michael tapped his finger on the railing and thought about the will. It seemed like blue lightning collided with red particles. The secretary brushed her hair away and heard that it was enough to waste time on useless bickering. Smiling, Hugh said that he just wanted to agree with him until they got down to business. Michael, looking straight ahead, thought about it. Putting his hands on the table, the man said that here and now they would both write a will. Michael asked, "A will? What was it about?" To which the man grinned and said that he should not misunderstand him. It would be a very simple will. Michael frowned and heard that even they couldn't be sure that they would survive on the 7th floor of the dungeon. Raising his hand, Hugh said that if any of them died there, they would just write a will in advance for the sake of the rest of the guild members. Looking forward, the man added that one of them would join the other. The secretary angrily asked what that meant, to which she heard that the Messiah Guild had cleared the 7th floor first, so the whole world would revolve around them. Folding his arms, the man said that the problem was that both of them couldn't calmly watch this, and going alone would be tantamount to suicide. Frowning, he added that whether they liked it or not, they should join forces, shouldn't they? Stop pretending, be honest with each other. Hugh twirled his finger and said that he was quite an ambitious man, so he had no intention of dividing the reward and glory equally after clearing the dungeon. Smiling widely, the man asked if he was the same as him. Right. Looking at Michael, he said that he knew that he could stab him in the back at any moment as soon as he reached the 7th floor, so he suggested that they write a will and go to the dungeon. The man stood on the balcony inside. Looking to the side, he heard that it seemed like he had a lot of doubts. The man with black particles took a step forward. The protagonist walked towards the man, and he thought about the fact that he did not even feel his presence. Frowning, the director asked when he arrived. Smiling, Austin replied that he had just arrived. Michael asked when he arrived. Austin replied that he had just arrived. The man asked if he had gone to Egypt with Isaac. The protagonist agreed, because he had been given a special task. He remembered Michael telling him to use this chance to deal with John. Austin replied that he had a hard time hanging around Isaac and trying to deal with John, because even in the dungeon he stood his ground and it was not easy to persuade him. The man praised him because he had passed the 6th floor and persuaded Isaac. Then he said whether he should tell him so that he could sort it out quietly, without unnecessary talk. After all, Isaac does not provide the press with any excuses regarding John's death. Austin smiled. After all, he did not know what was on Isaac's mind, because after waking up, he cleared the 6th floor in one leap and reached the pinnacle of fame. Then he asked how one could understand what was in the head of such a genius. Besides, Isaac was not his subordinate, and he could not interfere and tell him how to act outside the dungeon. Michael thought he was right. Then he said that since they had not seen each other for a long time, the main character was confused. Then the man said that they needed to sort out their relationship and it was worth clarifying. Austin thought that this worried him, because very soon he would have to meet Grozny on the 7th floor. Michael said, although Isaac is not his subordinate, but it was impossible to deny that Austin has a certain influence on him. And if he, Isaac, and Grozny will clear the floor together, then the role of the protagonist will become very important. He put his hand in his pocket. Then he said that Austin will act only for a reward. The eyes of the protagonist widened. Michael had a key in his hands. A portal appeared behind him. Austin looked at it. The man told him to follow him to the armory. They went together into the portal. Michael said that he should choose the weapon he wants, but only one that suits him and Isaac. The protagonist grinned and said that they should not regret it later. It was daytime. Bob said that it was not like a secretary. How could she break into the company? Then he said that he valued her very much, but he could not close his eyes to this. What benefit would they gain if they angered Michael? Kate replied that she did not know. She put the glass on the table and continued that she didn't know yet what the consequences would be from making her angry, and also what they would get from it now. Julia was hit, but missed and hit her hair. The arrow hit a tree. There was a man standing near the house. He had red eyes and was also angry. There was a sword on the nightstand. Julia was confused. Kate said that everything depended on her choice. Bob was confused. It was night. There was a strong blow. One of the guys stepped forward. Shakira was standing near the car. Hugh came up to her. She praised him. The cars started moving. The man asked how the preparation of the 7th floor was going. Shakira answered that they had chosen a dungeon with a difficulty level of plus. Hugh asked about the location and features. The girl answered that she was in Pakistan. Features: that armed terrorist groups were located around the gate. She was also told that there were high-level players among them. Because of this, even the Pakistani government is unable to get close to that place. The man grinned, because even if they are players, terrorists are not a problem. Shakira said there is one more thing. The protagonist arrived at the headquarters. Hugh grinned. The flag was hanging. A man entered the building where Austin was sitting. The protagonist got up from the couch. He wanted to shake his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man called him Michael's dog. They shook hands. Austin asked what Michael's dog meant, and why did he come here then? Hugh smiled. He began to laugh, stopping shaking hands. The protagonist was embarrassed by the warm greeting. Shakira was displeased. The man asked if he had done what he asked. The guy understood that his calmness did not look like a bluff. It is also officially known that Michael and Grozny both cleared the 6th floor. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then he thought that if he thought about it, Michael was inferior to Grozny in strength. On the top floor of the dungeon, Isaac will kill Michael. The man smiled furiously. The guy sat and watched the cars drive. Tanks drove. Tanks drove. The man put away his binoculars and was at a loss, when suddenly he ran to the boss. He told him that he needed to go down. He said his last words, that there were strangers below, when suddenly he was killed. The man with the scar on his face was in complete shock. After the bullets flew, there was a bang. One of them launched something at the head from at least 1,500 meters. It was necessary to determine the distance to reflect the blow. The man looked and realized that the bullet flew in the other direction, when suddenly he was killed. There were mountains. From one of them they fired from a weapon. The silent hunter skill was unlocked. Shakira said that the distance to the target was 1,765 meters, and then she said the target was destroyed. Hugh liked that sound. After all, it was always nice to hear. Then he asked what was the estimated time until the invasion of the gate area. They watched as the tanks fired. There were explosions from them. Shakira answered, 10 minutes is enough. Jack and Austin were serious. Michael also looked contemptuously. It was on the news, the guy's death will not remain in vain. Also, that the Thunderbird Guild suppressed the terrorists. Carl watched the news. He had blue eyes. Then he smiled, inquiring about the position of the Messiah. Then he asked what his deputy thought about it. He also asked if it was worth making a statement and announcing their opinion. Julia replied that it was not necessary. Her eyes were shocked. Carl stood up. Her expression was familiar to him. He asked where he had seen it. Julia was scared. The guy smiled and said that this was the same face, which was when they first met. Then he thought that they were similar, but apparently he was wrong. He put his hand on her shoulder. The guy suggested to stop thinking about the past, because now the future is important. It was obvious, but he had nothing to do with it. The guy began to move away from Julia. A multi-story building was burning. Carl said that this was a search for terrorists who hated players. He asked the girl if she agreed. Julia looked at him, but said nothing. Carl began to leave. The girl was shaking with fear. Bob shouted that apparently they had gone crazy. Kate turned her attention to him and asked what happened. Bob was angry. He answered that the Messiah Guild began to show its teeth. The newspapers wrote about the joint activities of the Messiah Guild and the 5 best world guilds. Also, the Korean government gave the Messiah Guild the right to investigate crimes against players. Bob was perplexed because they received the right from the government. It turned out that they could now use force against ordinary citizens if they didn't like something. No one had any idea what the Messiah Guild really had in mind. If this continued, all the power could end up in their hands, Bob said. Kate knew that everyone would then tell Austin to go to hell. She had heard that for the 20th time. The girl buried her face in her phone. Bob was asking if that was true. Then suddenly he heard a ringing sound. He answered it. It was Francois calling. He said he was busy, so he would briefly tell her what had been reported to him. The Golden Dragon gastric juice that Bob had asked for had arrived in Pakistan. The man tried to explain to him, which he himself didn't know because the customer hadn't explained to him. Francois didn't get it. Then he started shouting into the phone about how he had ordered such an expensive thing without even knowing where it was used. Bob poked his finger in his ear so as not to hear Francois. Bob said something about the murder. The car was moving. Francois asked again who would kill whom. He realized that he was out of range. Francois didn't understand why there was no signal. There was a large portal on the mountain, as well as a lot of people. Isaac, Jack, and Austin were standing next to it. Hugh and Michael were standing opposite each other. Michael was serious. Hugh was smiling. A guy came up and asked if it was Isaac. Jack was confused. It was the courier who had brought the special rank parcel he had ordered. Austin said he would figure it out. The courier replied that the recipient should receive it in person and also sign for it. The protagonist was angry. The courier was scared of him and agreed. Austin took the parcel in his hands. The guys decided to approach him. They started to beat the parcel. Jack asked what he ordered. It was the gastric juice of the Golden Dragon. Isaac was very surprised. Jack said that he thought it was something bad, which is why he decided to look. Isaac said that he heard somewhere that the gastric juice of the Golden Dragon allows you to see the true appearance of a sealed item. But it was difficult to meet such an item or this juice, but these are only rumors. In fact, Isaac has never seen it. He understood that they apparently did not suspect anything. Austin assumed that he knew. Jack began to shout that he knew everything. Isaac smiled and spread his hands. The protagonist was serious. Jack asked if it was possible to go without Isaac. After all, he was one of those who kill their own. How can he be trusted to go into the dungeon? Isaac said that they say such things. He showed a symbol on his hand and said, "How can you trust more than this?" Jack snapped and said that there could be worse than a person who had already died and came back to life again. He couldn't just trust him. It was called soul subjugation. John asked to be taken along. Jack was angry. The guy with white hair was also angry. Jack started yelling what kind of idiot he was. Apparently he thought they were just on a trip. John said he didn't know. Then he asked if Mr. Isaac had a grudge against the Messiah Guild. He wanted to see Isaac and the Messiah Guild fall apart. Austin asked if he could guarantee that he wouldn't betray. Jack asked if he was really going to take him. John put a paper on the table. It was about soul subjugation. The skill rank was rare. Then he said that his life depended on them. Jack started yelling again that he was crazy. John said that Isaac had many opportunities to kill him, but he didn't. He was not one of those who liked to kill in vain, and it would not harm him, unless it interfered. Austin thought he was right. After all, this skill was not beneficial to him, but he tied a knot around his own neck. It was unclear what was on his mind. Suddenly they shouted that the entrance to the dungeon was open. Austin said that they needed to go. Isaac enthusiastically went and also asked what kind of object it was that he wanted to remove the seal from. Jack asked what difference it made to him. The guy replied that they were colleagues now and he could ask. Austin said that he would soon find out himself. It was night. It was bright in the middle of the forest. It was a night shelter where the main character's company was sitting. He received a notification that in order to pass to the second level, he needed to destroy 111,111 goblins, and there were only 20,317 left. These were the same conditions as last time. On the third floor there are 333,333 goblins, and on the fourth floor there are 444,444 goblins, and on the very last, 7th floor, the Goblin King will be sitting. The protagonist was scrolling through the notifications. Suddenly, something caught his interest, namely, the status window. He was at level 176 and was also a representative of the Dark World. He smiled because it was close to the limit. On the first floor, a man with a pigtail was fighting. On the second floor, guys were fighting. On the third floor, skeletons were fighting. 333,333 goblins were destroyed. The doors to the fourth floor opened. There were doors that glowed blue. The man touched it. Then he looked at the guys. Austin smiled. Michael also smiled. He opened the doors. The players went to go inside. Someone approached. Austin heard sounds and turned around. The man asked if he had talked to Isaac. The protagonist replied that he had conveyed everything and asked when they would get down to business. Hugh replied that when they went up to the fourth floor, they would initially act with the Phoenix Guild and Isaac's team. The battle would be 3 of them, including his Thunderbird Guild. The guy would have to take advantage of the confusion during the battle, and together with Isaac they would move to the rear of the Phoenix Guild, and he would have to report. And then he would deal with Michael with his own hands. Hugh smiled. It was the fourth floor of the Goblin Kingdom. One of the monsters was killed. The men were killing them. One decided to ask the gentleman a question. He asked if he believed in Austin. Michael looked at him. The man continued. They told him that he was playing with Isaac as he pleased, but he could be mistaken. And he was simply doing what he wanted. After all, if the battle broke out with Hugh, then Isaac would also side with him. Michael smiled. He said that they would all die. The man was shocked because he apparently trusted the main character very much. Michael answered negatively because he had never trusted anyone so much as to put his life on the line. He trusted only himself and his intuition. In this dungeon, he would actually kill Hugh, and they would capture the Thunderbird Guild. It was night, the line was shining brightly. Austin had reached level 180th. The main character was shining very brightly. The representative of the Dark World was delighted with the abilities and sent him a gift. There was something glowing near his hands. It was a piece of paper. Jack ran up and asked what he had received again. He hugged him and asked if this thing was good. It was Banshee. The main character pushed the guy away and said that he himself did not know. It was the first time he had seen such a skill. Jack thought that he always spoke like that, as if he knew everything in the world. Isaac came up and said that he was above any player who had the status of a representative of the Dark World. And naturally, no one had seen the skills he would be getting yet. Jack was angry because he was being smart, and suddenly it dawned on him. He started telling the kid to listen to him because he knew something, but not everything. Then he said that Isaac wasn't that strong. The guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Austin got the skill of a representative of the Dark World, Banshee. Jack said that Austin had the power because he was Isaac. The guy was shocked. Then he started yelling that he wanted to hide his identity because this was not the real Isaac. Austin said that he was the real one. Isaac was shocked. He screamed throughout the forest. Shakira was called by name. Hugh asked why she had such a face. He assumed that it was because of the main character. She replied that she didn't like his look because he openly spied and worked for Michael and another leader at the same time. And to be honest, they couldn't trust him given his words about cooperation. Hugh held the balloons in his hands. He also said that it was quite possible that if they just dealt with Michael, Austin, and Isaac in one fell swoop, then everything would be resolved. Shakira was shocked. The man said that they had already analyzed their fighting ability. The fire was burning. Isaac could summon a maximum of 200 skeleton warriors. Even if Michael helped him with this, they still wouldn't be able to stop Hugh. And even if something changed, they wouldn't get anything anyway. He warned his people waiting outside the gate. If he died in the dungeon, they would riddle them with bullets. The skeleton had blue eyes, and there was a purple magic ball in its mouth. The Banshee let out long screams. The frightened goblins began to lose their fighting spirit. The goblin fell to his knees on the ground. He held his hands on his head. The same thing happened with the other goblins. They were in a mental state. The other monster held a sword in front of the goblin. He killed him. Austin looked at his monster. Jack said it was cool, and with Banshee he didn't even have to interfere. The protagonist replied that it wasn't enough. Jack asked if that meant he would have to intervene and act as a tank. Austin meant that the skill wasn't very effective. He thought it was too much of a waste of magic power for a skill that didn't directly damage the enemy. Isaac asked that they wouldn't use Banshee in future battles. Austin replied that no matter how low the skill's effectiveness was, there would always be a way to make up for it. To summon a lick, a representative of the Dark World was needed and also a level above 180. Jack was surprised. He asked with a serious expression if Austin had exchanged it for the Cyclops Demon Eye. The protagonist grinned and replied that it was true. Austin saw the messages that he had obtained the skill Summon Lick, and he had a new achievement, Summoner of the Lick. A bright stream of mana emanated from him. A powerful beam came from the sky. The protagonist looked up. Dumbfounded, Jack asked what had suddenly happened. Jack looked at him and asked if he had foreseen this. A powerful tornado of energy emanated from Austin. Dark energy spread in different directions. Dark mana gathered into a single clot. A dark monster stood in front of the protagonist. Austin grinned and noted that he himself had not expected this. The monster stretched out its hand and asked to lay down a sacrifice. The Lick stood in front of the protagonist. Scared, Jack asked about the sacrifice and his thoughts. Austin asked about the sacrifice with a smile on his face. He pointed to many corpses and asked if this was not enough. The goblin was enveloped in blue energy. The monsters were hit by a magical blow. Shakira was taken aback. She pointed to the sky and asked to look. Hugh turned his gaze. He saw lightning in the sky. Shakira, looking surprised, said that Isaac was in that direction and asked if Hugh knew what it was. Frowning, he thought it was a familiar sight. Looking at the lightning, he noticed that he suddenly remembered the moment when he made a contract with Indra. Hugh remembered standing in front of a cloud of energy. He wondered if Isaac had gained power comparable to Indra. Hugh, looking seriously, said that this could interfere with their plans. He began to walk away and asked Shakira to go. Holding his weapon in his hand, Hugh said that they needed to eliminate the interference. They began to walk towards the energy flow. The guy picked up his mace. He looked at Michael and asked if he had seen what had just happened. Looking back, Michael asked if the guy was talking about the area where Isaac's team was fighting. Looking away, the guy said that the situation there was strange. He asked if the protagonist had used the new skill. Michael said with a serious expression that no, it was rare that you could level up and get a new skill in a dungeon. The guy assumed that was the case. Michael frowned, thinking that he could tell for sure that this was no ordinary skill. They saw a flash in the distance. A stream of magic was flying towards them. Michael suddenly looked at the shot. The guy rushed to defend himself. He deflected the shot with his shield. Michael, dumbfounded, asked what was going on. There was an explosion. A cloud of dust began to rise from the guy. Michael's eyes glowed red. Grinning, Hugh asked if Michael was interfering in his affairs. He took out his spear. Michael, furious, said that he had not yet destroyed the boss monster of the 7th floor. Standing in front of him, he asked if Hugh should help him. Grinning, Hugh replied that he was not sure and that he thought about it and realized that he did not have to do that. Shakira was taken aback by this. Hugh pointed to the side and asked to look there. Hugh turned his gaze. Michael noted with a serious expression that it was the same. The Lick was standing on a cliff. He raised the scepter above his head. A message popped up that the Lick had taken over the summoner's power. Many messages appeared that the protagonist had summoned his army. He saw a notification that the skill Summon Lick has an effect that summons an immortal mage by sacrificing countless monsters. The effect of the X skill. The immortal mage takes over the summoner's power. The number of all summoned creatures is double, including skeleton monsters and special creatures, until the immortal mage dies. A huge golem jumped to the ground. The skeleton warriors were riding horses. The skeleton's eyes glowed with blue light. Shakira smiled and assumed that the protagonist had kept his promise. Hugh thought with a serious expression that something was wrong. A huge army surrounded them. Hugh looked at Isaac's satisfied face and thought that the strength he had shown so far had doubled, and in that case there was no point in currying favor with him and Michael. Frowning, Hugh guessed that Isaac had been seeking a three-way conflict from the start. Taking the spear, Hugh mentally noted that no matter what, it wouldn't work out the way Isaac wanted because Hugh's eyes lit up with a blue light. He swung the spear and noted that he had his own plans and he was going to carry them out by any means necessary. Once he dealt with Michael, it would be Isaac's turn. Michael was taken aback by this. Hugh threw the spear and wished Michael death. The spear was flying at Michael. Crossing blades, Michael asked if Hugh thought he would just die there. He was suddenly taken aback. A powerful projectile flew at him. Michael was surprised. Jack covered Michael with his shield. Michael asked if he was Isaac's assistant. Jack turned around and said he was not an assistant. He asked with an angry look why no one remembered his name. Michael was stunned and asked what the situation was. Jack raised his head. Lightning was flying at him. Jack was surprised. Michael blocked himself with his blades from a powerful magical blow. There was a powerful explosion. Clouds of dust rose. Hugh caught his spear and said that they were trying to stop him again. Michael blocked himself from powerful gusts of wind. A crater formed in the ground. Jack's shield lay on the ground. A message popped up that the skill blessing of the river Styx was activated. Jack broke free from the rubble. Shakira, stunned, asked if Jack had parried such a blow and survived. She mentally asked why Isaac's assistant was protecting Michael. Hugh, with a displeased look, suggested that Isaac wanted to destroy him in collusion with Michael. He asked where Austin was then. The magical gust went through the crowd of people. A stream of magic was directed towards Hugh. Hugh turned around. A powerful blow passed in front of him. Hugh dropped his spear. He began to tremble. Hugh was holding his face. Blood began to spurt from it. There was a pool of blood under Hugh. Austin's face was serious. The protagonist took off his helmet. He assumed that he had hit too weakly. Hugh looked at him. Shakira was furious. Michael looked at Jack and asked what was really going on. Jack smirked and said that they had destroyed the formidable one. Michael's face was serious. He pointed his finger and noted that they had not killed him yet. Hugh saw the messages that he had taken fatal damage and survived. but he had 1 health point left. A blue aura began to emanate from him. He used Indra's Descent. A message popped up that Indra's Descent was a skill that allowed one to make a contract with the god Indra to freely control thunder and lightning, and when receiving fatal damage, the god Hu would descend from the sky, enter the body of the skill owner, and incinerate everything around him. A huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. A powerful stream of energy enveloped Hu's body. Shakira, taken aback, called out to the leader. A powerful tornado appeared around Hu. A huge monster appeared on the battlefield. The monster with glowing eyes said that he would destroy them. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would not be dealt with so easily. Frightened, Jack asked in his mind what kind of monster it was. The monster looked at the people and said that they were pathetic bugs. The monster stretched out his hand. He directed electricity at the people. A powerful attack flew into the golem. Looking around, Michael emphasized that even he had not encountered such a thing. JKE covered himself with a shield and shouted for everyone to retreat and run as far away from this monster as possible. The man smirked and asked where he was going against the Thunderbird Guild. He was struck by electricity. Looking around, Shakira thought that the monster was hitting everyone indiscriminately. Electricity enveloped the battlefield. Isaac was taken aback and wondered if the master was okay. Austin stood in front of the monster. The monster was taken aback by this. The protagonist asked him with a smirk on his face why he was so angry. Austin pointed his finger. Standing in front of the monster, he noticed that his real enemy. The monster was surprised by this. The protagonist pointed to the mountain and said that the real enemy was standing up there. Austin, with a satisfied look, said that he was just following Isaac's orders. Isaac looked at him and wondered why the master was pointing at him. The protagonist spread his hands and asked him to stop tearing up innocent people and fight Isaac. The enraged monster asked what nonsense Austin was talking about. The monster sent a stream of energy at him. Mana flew at the protagonist. Austin smiled. A powerful blow was heard. Jack was dumbfounded, thinking that Austin had gone head-on without any preparation. Isaac was surprised. The monster was attacking people many times. The enraged monster wanted him dead. He was striking the ground with lightning. Clouds of dust rose. A powerful blow was heard on the ground. Shakira was dumbfounded, thinking about the boss. Streams of energy were coming out of the monster's mouth. A huge cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. A cloud of yellow mana appeared in the smoke. The monster was dumbfounded by this. A message popped up that the thunder power had reached its maximum. The yellow energy emitted a bright light. A notification appeared that the thunder's power was unlocked. The protagonist held a hammer over his head. He said with a satisfied look that everything was going according to plan. Jack was dumbfounded by this. He remembered yelling at Austin that they needed to talk. Jack started to lead him away. Enraged, Jack asked how the protagonist could not tell him anything and start acting, noting that this was not how to do things. Austin asked, looking serious, what again? An angry Jack began to whisper that he was talking about the gastric juice of the golden dragon. He asked if the protagonist was going to use it and whether it was so difficult to say in advance. Austin looked at Isaac. Putting his hand in the inventory, the protagonist asked if he remembered that item from Michael's arsenal. Dumbfounded, Jack asked what that strange thing Austin had taken out had to do with it. The protagonist opened the bottle. He poured the liquid onto the stone. Jack was surprised. There was an explosion. Lightning began to flash in the sky. A message appeared that the sealed power had been unlocked and he had become the master of Mjolnir. A message about Mjolnir popped up. The item's rank was legendary. It can be used from level 111 and above, and the physical attack power was 600. This is the weapon of the thunder god Thor, contains the power of thunder, increases all indicators by 200 points when used, increases damage by 20% when attacking, activates lightning when attacking, unlocks the powers of the thunderer at maximum thunder power, protects against all attacks with the property of lightning. Dumbfounded Jack thought that Austin had foreseen this situation, so the monster was flying in the sky. His face was furious. Looking at the hammer, Hugh thought that he did not know what it was, but it seemed to him that this hammer absorbs his attacks, and in this case, he began to pull the spear towards himself. Hugh grabbed the spear. The protagonist watched him closely. The monster gave the spear energy and asked him to try to repel this too. He swung the spear. The spear flew at Austin. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the monster immediately realized that his attacks were not working and changed tactics. After all, the formidable one is a completely different level. Holding the hammer in front of him, Austin emphasized the fact that Hugh understood perfectly well that the spear was longer than the hammer and skillfully used this property. However, the protagonist dodged the attack. He swung the hammer. Austin delivered a powerful blow. The monster's head was destroyed. Michael was taken aback by this. Austin's comrades were surprised. Enraged, Shakira called out to her boss. The protagonist's face was pleased. He stood in front of Indra and thought that he was originally an infighter. Pieces flew off the monster's head. Austin was floating in the air. Bright energy emanated from the monster. He stood in front of the protagonist. Austin's face was serious. Frowning, Jack thought that it was too dangerous and it was difficult to dodge blows in the air. The spear flew at Austin. The protagonist smirked. He landed on the ground. Hugh wondered with a surprised look what it was. He saw the protagonist's boots. A message popped up that Hermes' boots were shoes that contained the power of Hermes, allowing one to walk without touching the ground. Hugh, with a serious expression, mentally noted that he had doubts. His head had recovered. He emphasized that he now knew for sure. Looking at the protagonist, the monster stated that he did not work for Isaac. Holding the blades in his hands, Michael thought that Austin had been bothering him since his trip to Egypt. He remembered how the protagonist had a dark energy and noted that he had raised a real tiger cub. Michael frowned. He was watching the fight. Hugh looked at him and said that it was time for him to admit that he had underestimated Austin too much and that this was his mistake. He threw the spear and noted that he would fight with all his strength now. The protagonist's eyes were glowing yellow. The monster rushed at him and said that when Austin was in the afterlife, he could brag to everyone there that he had fought his kind. Holding the hammer in front of him, the protagonist thought that the monster was approaching. He jumped back from the attack. Austin was standing near the cliff. Turning around, the protagonist emphasized the fact that Hugh had cornered him. The monster stood in front of him and asked where Austin was looking. Hugh rushed into battle. A powerful blow was heard. The protagonist jumped up. A message popped up that Gunnar's skill Divine Punishment was activated. Austin was taken aback by the bright flash. Looking at the blow, the protagonist checked if he had shattered the rock with lightning. He bounced off the attack. Austin suddenly looked up. The protagonist saw a spear in front of him. There was a cut on his body. Isaac was dumbfounded and called out to his master. Austin put his hand on the wound. A message appeared that the skill Vampire was used. The protagonist's eyes lit up red. He used the skill Blood Fog. He released the fog at the monster. Hugh began to concentrate energy in his hand. He released a beam into the fog and asked if the protagonist thought it would work on him. Austin bounced off the ground. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he had fixed all of this fog. Austin approached him. He delivered a powerful punch to him. Hugh swung his fist and noted that he had given the protagonist a chance. The fist flew at Austin. The monster noted that it was his turn to strike. He released a powerful stream of energy. A cloud of smoke formed. Austin started coughing up blood. Hugh hovered in front of him and asked if the protagonist felt any difference between them. Hugh, with a grin on his face, thanked him for letting him see such a funny sight, and now it was time to wrap things up. Standing on the ground, Austin replied that he hadn't had this much fun either. Hugh was taken aback by this. The protagonist's eyes lit up blue. He began to say that fighting such an excellent opponent, using all his strength. He introduced his army and emphasized that he hadn't fought without anyone's help in a long time. Austin, grinning, said that he couldn't even remember when that had happened. The enraged monster noted that the protagonist was a chatterbox. The skeletons rushed at Hugh. He chopped up all the skeletons. The monster began to attack Austin's army. Isaac stood near the skull. Hugh looked at him. Isaac stood in front of him. The protagonist stood in a crater. He smirked, noting that he had said that he was not his real enemy. The skeletons surrounded Hugh's army. Shakira had a blade near her. The skeletons were preparing to attack. Austin smirked. The monster was surrounded. Isaac stood on the battlefield and thought that while the master was stalling, he had placed people right in front of the formidable one's nose, and these were certainly not skeleton warriors. Isaac raised his hand. He held his hand above his head and noted that with these guys they could put an end to him. The skeletons rushed to attack. They were heading for Hugh. He noted with a serious expression that he had already said that the skeletons would not help him. The monster released a stream of energy from his hand. A gust of mana flew at the undead. The skeleton's eyes glowed brightly. The beam flew into them. Hugh was suddenly taken aback. Austin scattered a cloud of dust. The skeletons ran past him. Swinging, Hugh cried out that the protagonist was a fool. He threw the spear. Austin's face was serious. There was a loud bang. Jack covered the protagonist. Austin looked at Jack. Jack said with a smile that if Hugh wanted to damage his comrade, he would have to defeat him, the tank, first. Austin smiled at this. Michael watched the battle. Hugh began to destroy the skeletons. A message popped up that he used the Staff of Merlin. The Lick held a red staff in his hand. The notification said that the Lick's magic was overflowing. The Lick raised the staff above his head. The skeletons fell to the ground. Many messages began to pop up that the Lick was summoning additional skeleton warriors. Frowning, Michael thought that the formidable one was almost invincible, and now he had taken a defensive position. Looking at the Lick, he emphasized that Austin, who found himself in a critical situation, was helped by Isaac and his comrades. Jack frowned. The protagonist rushed into battle with a satisfied look. Enraged, Michael suggested that it was quite possible that Austin had planned all this in advance. The army began to surround Hugh. Blood splashed on the ground. Hugh saw a message that there was not enough magic power and Indra's coming was cancelled. Restoration was impossible. The monster began to disappear. Hugh tried to take a breath. He stood in front of many dead skeletons. Hugh sat on the corpse. His face was serious. The protagonist walked towards him. He said with a smirk that he had an amazing army, but there was no infinite power in the world. Smiling, Hugh noted that he was so exhausted that it was even funny. Smirking, Hugh said that the protagonist was talking about this and he himself was endlessly summoning skeleton warriors. The skeleton army stood behind Austin. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was leaving. The skeletons rushed at Hugh. The sounds of carnage were heard. Shakira fell to her knees. She wondered with a saddened look if the boss was dead. Looking at the protagonist, she asked how he could betray them. Frowning, she noted that she would deal with Austin herself. Frowning, she noted that she would avenge the boss. Isaac said that now. He looked at them and said that they needed to choose a successor to replace the formidable one. Shakira was furious. She asked in surprise if it turned out that the protagonist had no plans to kill them all. She raised her hand and asked to hear her out. Shakira stood up and said that the boss had not said who would take over the guild after him. Frowning, she asked in that case to choose Isaac, who would represent the Thunderbird Guild. Isaac grabbed his face. Shakira smirked and thought that there were no fools who did not know that she was the boss's right hand. She thought with an embittered look that first they needed to survive in this dungeon, and then deal with Austin. She stared at him intently. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he would take over the guild. Shakira frowned and asked what nonsense he was talking about. Austin started walking towards her and said that before going to Egypt, he made some sort of deal with the Terrible. Looking away, he told her that he promised to give him a high position in Thunderbird for killing a man. Taken aback, Isaac wondered if the protagonist was talking about killing him. Standing in front of him, Austin told her that he had accepted his offer and fulfilled his part of the deal, so he had every right to do so. The protagonist held out his hand and noted that she was there when the Terrible offered him the deal. He asked if she wanted to say that she didn't remember. Shakira was furious and asked when they had ever made such deals with him. Austin narrowed his eyes and asked if she didn't remember. She thought with a dissatisfied look that the boss was dead, and even if she lied, no one had evidence. Unless their differences were resolved, they would most likely have to fight. She stood in front of them thinking that in that case, their Thunderbird would be completely destroyed by Isaac. She looked at Austin and replied that such an agreement was made. The protagonist had a smirk on his face. Gritting her teeth, Shakira noted that Austin was a nasty guy. She said that, however, Isaac was taken aback by this. Closing her eyes, he noted that even if the protagonist had the right, putting her hand on her chest, she cried out that she was the one who was always by the boss's side when he was running the guild and Isaac should appoint her, then the other guild members would accept it. Isaac listened to her attentively. Michael came out there and asked her to wait. Austin looked at him. He was standing in front of them. Michael asked with a serious look who came up with the idea of appointing the successors of the Thunderbird leader. He noted that since the Terrible was dead, according to his will, the Thunderbird should go to them, to the Phoenix Guild. Frowning, Michael thanked Isaac for intervening, noting that these points had been agreed upon between him and the Terrible in advance. A smile appeared on Isaac's face. Austin approached Michael and said that he was just in time. Michael stood opposite and asked if it wasn't enough for him that he had penetrated his armory and whether he was now encroaching on his property. Looking at him, the protagonist assumed that Michael still did not understand, noting that he himself did not know that this would happen, and most importantly, he managed to destroy the Terrible, as Michael had instructed him. Turning around, Austin said that everything went awry because of Isaac's stubbornness, and not by his will, and he wanted to clear the dungeon as soon as possible and tried to stick to the plan even if the Terrible died. Michael frowned at this. The main character noted that, naturally, he also felt sorry to miss such a chance, so he did not refuse. Austin lowered his head and said that in gratitude for the support they had given him so far, he would give one piece of advice: they should not continue to be stubborn and should just forget about the Thunderbird. Isaac had a red aura. Austin emphasized the fact that if they did not do this, Isaac would kill them. The protagonist bumped heads with Michael and noted that because Isaac was the type to go all the way for his goal. They stood next to each other. The plot takes us to the 7th floor of the Goblin Kingdom. A huge crowd had gathered in the wasteland. A huge orc was sitting on the throne. His face was displeased. A goblin stood in front of him. He took a stance. The goblin raised his staff above his head. The orc's eyes lit up with purple light. The goblin army began to run. Their faces were angry. Austin stuck his spear into the ground. A message popped up that Odin's spear Gungnir and Thor's hammer Mjolnir were starting to resonate. The protagonist held the weapons in his hands. He saw a notification that the damage of the Thunderer's power skill had increased many times over and the mana costs for maintaining the Thunderer's power skill had been halved. Austin pulled out his hammer. The skeletons rushed at the goblins. The slaughter began. Jack turned his gaze. Shakira was killing goblins. Isaac watched this from the mountain. Michael looked at the rock and thought that because of this fool he had disgraced himself in front of his people. Frowning, he noted that now he would do as Isaac wanted, but for today's insult he would ask him tens and hundreds of times more. Michael held the blade in his hand. He raised the sword and cried out that they were also advancing. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. The plot takes us to the plateau area in Pakistan. A bright cloud of energy illuminated the area. Shakira came out of the portal. Her face was serious. Shakira frowned. She saw many soldiers. Behind her, a man came out of the portal. Many people came out of the dungeon. The portal disappeared. Looking at the crowd of people, the man thought that he did not see the boss. He took the radio and ordered everyone to get ready for action. The soldiers held machine guns in their hands. Shakira walked towards him. She folded her arms and ordered them to stop all actions. The man was taken aback by this. She stood in front of the soldiers and screamed that from now on, according to the latest order from their boss, a new leader would be appointed in the Thunderbird Guild. Her face was angry. The man ran up to her and asked who the new leader was. Shakira gritted her teeth. Austin was standing behind her. He crossed his arms. He remembered how they stood in the dungeon. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was very sorry for them, but Isaac had appointed him as the formidable successor. Isaac stood behind him. Shakira and Michael listened to him with displeased expressions. Raising his finger, Austin said that since that was the case, before they left the dungeon, he would give them one warning. He looked at the guys and asked them not to tell anyone that he had been appointed as the successor. Holding his finger to his mouth, the protagonist noted that in other words, they should keep an eye on their people. Michael asked with an enraged expression if they really looked like fools who would blab about this everywhere and clarified why it was impossible. Looking at Austin, Michael said that if he were in his place, he would want to tell everyone that he had become the leader of the guild. Shakira asked what he had planned. He noted with a smirk that it was not him, but Isaac, and he had some plans. Austin calmly pointed out that no matter whether he was the Thunderbird Guild master or the leader's successor, it would all soon become meaningless. A bead of sweat was running down Michael's face. Shakira began to look around. She left the man and asked him to call a meeting of the leaders as soon as she returned to the headquarters. Shakira was furious and said that she had bad news. Standing at the microphones, Isaac introduced himself and noted that he was there today thanks to their support and approval. He calmly stated that he was very grateful that he could be there, and as a token of his gratitude, he and the leaders of Thunderbird and Phoenix had come to the same conclusion after a long discussion. People on the street listened to his speech. The guys were watching the TV and heard that they had decided to merge the two guilds into one, and from now on the new guild would clear dungeons, fight monsters, and save this world without claiming any reward. A poster appeared behind him announcing the guild savior. He said with a serious expression that he was announcing the founding of the guild savior. People began to rejoice. Bob thought with a smile that he had finally achieved it. Looking out the window, he noted that now he could become a worthy rival to the guild messiah. Closing his eyes, he noted that it had taken so long. Frowning, Bob thought that too much time had passed. Enraged, Bob asked the fool to eat more quietly. Jack, looking puzzled, ate chips. Bob pointed his finger and asked why Jack did not clean up after himself. He poured the chips into his mouth and replied that he was a national hero who had cleared a 7-story dungeon, and if Bob behaved like this, he would find himself another office. Bob threw a glass at him and asked him to go away and say that he was the one who cleared the dungeon. Jack put his hand on his chest and asked why they wouldn't believe him, since he was the same Jack who had cleared the dungeon with Isaac. Bob smirked and asked why it was him. He asked Jack to warn him if he decided to leave the office. Jack was taken aback by this. Enraged, Bob looked at Kate and said that this fool wanted to move to another office, and as soon as this double left, everything there should be thrown out. Jack began to tremble. He turned around with a surprised look. Kate bowed and thanked him for everything. Bob crossed his arms and asked what the people's hero would do now. Jack's scream could be heard from the building, that they were scammers. The car was parked near the building. Austin looked at the many armors. Looking at the equipment, the protagonist noted that he had managed to collect a lot. He imagined the Lick raising his staff and emphasized that during the battle with the Formidable, the summoned Lick was stronger than he thought, but this was still not enough to defeat Carl. He imagined Carl standing among many monsters. The protagonist held his chin and thought, after all, he noted with a satisfied look that he needed it. A house. The bottle was broken. The man wiped his mouth. The man looked at the silhouette that came to him and said that he did not obey his orders. Michael angrily asked why he did not recognize the master and how he had the conscience to appear in front of him. The guy slowly approached the boss. His legs approached Michael and said that he was still someone's subordinate. The guy answered the hero with a smile on his face that he had a master. Michael began to look at him with incomprehension. The hero leaned against the table, answering that there was no need to worry so much. The guy looked at Michael and answered that he always wanted to go beyond the Messiah's guild. His hand was holding a glass. The hero laughed and looked at the boss and answered that they had finally found a force capable of resisting the Messiah guild. His hand was squeezing the glass, breaking it into pieces. Michael was clenching his teeth and asking what everyone knew about him. The hero was smiling, answering that he knew a lot. He answered Michael with disdain and a smirk that he was the one who walked over people just to get to the top, but the other guy was stronger, so it was very hard to get to the top. His fist was clenched. The guy stood in front of Michael, answering that he had always pretended to be a strong man in front of others. The boss looked ahead with displeasure, listening to them say that he was a coward who had a lot to lose. The guy looked at him with incomprehension, answering that there were only 2 choices left. Michael looked at the table with displeasure, listening to them say that he could be angry until the end of his days or become a hero. The guy answered the boss that he could follow Austin. The hero began to move away. He turned back for a moment, telling the hero to think carefully. The guy remained sitting at the table. Michael leaned his elbows on the chair. His hands tightly gripped the armrest. The hero looked forward at the newspaper. Michael looked at it, not understanding how he could lose everything. The guy looked up, answering where he made a mistake and what went wrong. The hero's face was tired. Helicopters were flying all over the territory. They quickly moved across the sky. One of them began to shoot to the sides. A huge dragon screamed loudly, raising its head up. All the people ran away from the monster in fear. The dragon looked at everyone carefully. One of the heroes stuck a sword into the monster's eye. The animal raised its head, screaming loudly. The news on TV began to show that at about 8 o'clock in the evening, in the center of Paris, there was a dungeon rupture which led to numerous losses. The news said that at the request of the government, a team of dragon hunters arrived at the scene and eliminated all this correctly. Paris is still in a frightening situation, and all the inhabitants are seized with horror. All the websites were filled with these news. The hero held his head, answering that he had gone crazy. The hero sighed and replied that it put him in a difficult position. The guy gritted his teeth, replying that people were very much mistaken. People showed on pieces of paper to clear out a 7-story dungeon in Bordeaux. Some people showed that the French players were cowards. The hero looked at all the people, asking everyone what they thought. He was pleased to see how the safety of the Parisians was threatened. The man gritted his teeth, replying that he was simply soberly assessing his strength. The hero, thoughtfully, replied that the time had not yet come and that he had to wait a little to enter the 7-story dungeon. Francois looked away, replying that he would do nothing until the moment came. The car drove past the people and said that he would have to show more and more dissatisfaction. The hero, with a calm face, replied that hope could not be lost yet. The car stopped somewhere. Fred bowed to the guy, telling him to have a good talk. The guy began to notice something off to the side. The girl stood neatly to the side, bowing. Francois looked at her with a smile on his face, answering that she was still as diligent. Francois approached the heroine and asked how she got here, despite the fact that she had overcome a difficult path from Korea. The heroine looked to the side. The guy showed the way. The girl looked to the side in surprise, surprised that they were the same guests. The guy sat at the table and answered that he had rented an entire restaurant. The heroine looked at the smiling guy, thanking him for his care. Francois looked at something off to the side with displeasure. The cook looked at the guy, who was quickly eating his food, in fear. The hero watched this with incomprehension. The guy noticed Francois. He began to point at the hero, asking if this was the first time he learned how a person eats. The hand held the chair. Francois looked ahead, asking who he was. The hero looked away in confusion, hearing how he dared to eat in a rented place. The guy smiled, pointing at himself, and the girl answered that this was her familiar colleague from work. The girl looked at Francois, asking that he probably saw a dragon hunter for the first time. His hand was lying on the couch. Francois asked with confusion who he really was. The hero looked away with a calm face, directing food into his mouth. The guy laughed, and Kate answered that this was her colleague. The girl calmly answered Francois that he saw a dragon hunter for the first time. The man looked away with a smile on his face, thinking that it looked like they took a newbie so that he could gain experience in a foreign country and at the same time work as a bodyguard. Kate tried to object. Jack was hit in the face from both sides. Francois adjusted his glasses, looking at the hero with confusion. Kate coughed into her hand. The girl calmly adjusted the papers, answering that now she wanted to talk about business. The heroine calmly answered that she checked the proposal and materials, and in this place they were all summarized. Francois looked at the papers. Kate looked ahead, answering that for clearing a 7-story dungeon in France they want a page of the Death Knight skills. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The girl sat at the table, answering that the page of the Death Knight skills is not legendary, but unique rank, and for this they should put in a little effort so that they could get it. The man tried to say something, but Kate answered that she was not finished yet. The heroine looked away, answering that last time when they came to Korea, they gave it to them. The man looked ahead angrily. The girl called the director. Kate looked away calmly, answering that the man asked to tell him that he was making a discount, considering the cost of the item. Francois continued to smile, answering that he did have a conscience after all. The legs left the office. The heroine approached the people. Kate looked at her with disdain. The girl stood opposite the guys. Jack began to look at her with incomprehension and anger. The heroine's eyes looked at the floor. Kate watched her. Her eyes were joyless. Everyone was sitting at the same table. The girl laughed, covering her eyes. The heroine pointed at Jack and Kate, answering that their Messiah Guild should compete with some rabble. The girl mocked the guys, answering that she had no words. The heroine adjusted her hair and said that she dared to joke. Francois held his hands in displeasure, listening to the girl answer that their French government asked their guild for help. The heroine angrily asked everyone if they understood who they were going to compete with. Jack gritted his teeth. The guy got up from his chair, asking about what was going on here. The heroine looked at Jack with displeasure, who replied that no one dared to call them that. The guy pointed back, replying that if they didn't like it, everyone could return to Korea at any time. Jack didn't let the girl say anything, replying that the Messiah Guild had never cleared a dungeon higher than rank B. The hero laughed, replying that the dungeon that had recently appeared in France had received rank A, and it turned out that there was no experience in clearing such dungeons. Francois looked away, hearing Jack say that their new savior guild would bypass them and successfully cope with the clearing. The girl screamed in confusion and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Kate stood aside. The heroine looked at her attentively. Kate looked ahead confidently, answering that she had spoken about it. The girl looked away, answering that she would find out everything herself soon. Kate turned her head, answering that they would see each other soon. The girl took the bag and bowed. Kate began to calmly and slowly leave. Francois looked at the girl with anger. His eyes were full of anger when all the news showed news about the girl and Francois, and also said that tonight the French government would announce who would clean up the dungeon. Buildings. The heroine squeezed someone's hand. They carefully waved their hand. Someone was watching all this on the side. Francois looked away, seeing how they were coming towards him. Kate and Jack stood aside, hiding their faces. One silhouette looked at the guys, answering that they had not seen each other for a month. Kate thanked the hero with a calm face. The silhouette began to pass something to the girl. The heroine looked at it in surprise, not understanding what it was. Francois looked at the heroine attentively, answering that thanks to her they were able to settle urgent problems. The hero remembered Kate, answering that the condition she proposed was to clear the 7-story dungeon. Kate, with a smile on her face, heard the guy answering that she did not say that the guild savior would take part in this. The man calmly answered that thanks to this, the French government was able to carry out a joint operation in a very advantageous place. The guy looked away, answering that now the time clearing is a matter of time. The girl bowed, answering that she would gratefully accept this from the dragon hunter. Jack remembered how he stood on the monster. The guy was angry, thinking about why he had not rested for a whole month. The girl calmly put the paper in her bag. Kate looked at the inscription about the Death Knight. The heroine thanked Francois, answering that she checked everything again. Hands shook. The heroes began to disperse. The legs stood still. Francois turned to the people, answering that he wanted to say something. The hero angrily answered that he still did not understand something. The guy held his mouth, saying that the competition and the fight for the right to clear made sense to them. Kate and Jack listened as he asked them why they gave up so quickly. The hero laughed and with a smile on his face asked if Isaac himself was afraid to enter the 7-story rank dungeon. Kate with a smile on her face answered that there would be a press release in a few hours. National Park. The hero walked through the park, thinking that the guild should enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Austin with a smile on his face thought about the 7-story rank dungeon in Britain. Francois looked at all this in surprise. Kate with a calm face answered that it was so. 3 months ago, inside a 7-story C-rank dungeon. The heroine looked away with a sad look. The girl was standing in some world. A group of people were looking in different directions. One of the heroes was watching a dead man. The girl and the guy were quickly leaving through a portal. Austin was looking at the floor. The guy was lying motionless. The system window said that the Eye of Anubis was opening. The guy was looking away carefully, using force. The hero confidently looked forward, answering that he did not think that the fusion of the formidable was so great. The guy was watching the portal, answering that no one knew that soon everything would be hidden from all existences of the dungeon. There was a smile on the guy's face. The phone vibrated in his pocket. Austin listened as they asked him about the weather in Britain. Bob smiled, answering that everyone said that no one there carries an umbrella with them in the rain. Isaac answered that he was not a local, but a Korean. The guy was smiling and asking his boss how things were going. Bob was looking at the computer, answering that they had been working for a while and everything was going according to plan. The news only showed guilds. Bob looked away, answering that as they had expected, large guilds had begun to offer joint cleanups. The man calmly said that the Chinese guild had said that it would send 80 high-ranking players. Many people had agreed to all of this as well. One of the men had also agreed to this. Bob calmly began to say that players from the Victoria Guild, considered the best in the British Royal Palace, would join. Austin smiled, answering that this was a good lineup. Bob worriedly shouted that this was not the end. The hero said that they needed to clean up a dungeon in France, so a request to join was received from the Mesha Guild. Austin looked away, thinking that they wanted to send their people by any means necessary. The hero calmly asked who the leader was. Bob said that this man was from the inner circle and he was one of the members of the round table, of which there were not many left. The guy was standing under an umbrella. Bob shouted loudly to Austin if he understood. The protagonist laughed, saying that they would regret concentrating their forces. The guy looked at the portal. The hero slowly walked into it. Morning was coming. Great Britain, the day of clearing the 7-story dungeon of rank A+. Michael and the girl looked away with displeasure. On one side stood the Great Guild. On the other side was the Guild Kunlun. Next to everyone stood the Guild of the Messiah. Everyone stood near the portal. Austin and Jack looked at it in surprise. The laser went high into the sky. People were standing in a 7-story dungeon of rank. The system window showed a notification. Julia and the guy looked at it with interest. The hero calmly asked what day it was today. Julia turned, answering the question. The heroes looked at each other. The hand held the sword tightly. The hero calmly walked forward, answering that on the next floor he would go ahead. Julia tried to say something. The hero calmly answered that the guild's growth was important, but it was too slow. The silhouette looked at the floor, answering that the Savior Guild had already entered the A-rank dungeon. Julia looked away in fear. The hero calmly answered that they should finish before them. The girl took the sword in her hands, saying that they should leave the dungeon. The hero walked to the door, answering that they would immediately begin preparing for the next one. She looked ahead, thinking that perhaps she would meet him on the 8th floor. Austin stood alone on the territory. The system window showed the dragon's land. It said that they had to hold out for 10 days to move to the next floor. The guy looked at the system window carefully, thinking about it. The hero laughed, realizing that luck was now on his side. Someone started calling Isaac. One of the guys looked at him with displeasure. The hero approached Austin, answering that he was from the Messiah Guild. The hand reached out to the hero, saying that he was glad to meet. The main hero shook it in response, saying his name. The guy looked at the hand with displeasure. Austin looked away with a smile on his face. Someone was standing next to the guys. The masters of the Great Guild smiled, asking about the fact that they wanted to leave without them. The hero looked at the guys with displeasure. The master laughed, answering that it was a long time ago, but they saw each other in the dungeon. Alice looked at the floor with a sad look, greeting the main hero. Austin remembered the girl. The hero realized that she had become calmer than before. Austin answered with disdain that she seemed calmer to him. The hero answered with a smile on his face that he was pleased to see him again. One of the heroes approached the guys. George approached the heroes, answering that they would have to fight together for some time, so it was better to get to know each other in advance. The man smiled, answering that he accepted everyone into his club Kunlun. Another of the men calmly answered that he welcomed them into his club Victoria. Michael looked at this with displeasure, not understanding why they had arranged a meeting of friends. The hero looked straight ahead. Austin smiled, offering everyone to make a bet to raise morale. George began to think about it with incomprehension. The protagonist with a smile on his face answered that the boss monster was a dragon on the top floor. The dragon stood on the mountain. The man calmly answered that all the other monsters could be considered guardians, and as everyone knows, unlike ordinary monsters, they unite with other races. Austin looked away, answering that they form armies to attack players. Everyone looked at the hero, who said that a large number of guardians would gather in this place. One of the heroes asked about this bet. Austin smiled, answering that they had done this before. The heroes looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist continued to smile. Isaac held the sword, talking about the guild that would destroy the most monsters. Alice looked at the guy in surprise. Austin answered with a smile on his face that he would give the Merlin staff. All the heroes began to get angry. The main character calmly answered that all those who wanted to go on this bet, they must bet legendary rank items, approximately equal to this staff. All the people looked at the guy. George smiled, answering that this is Isaac's style. One of the heroes looked at the guy with displeasure. Alice and the boss looked away with displeasure. George smiled, answering that he hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Everyone looked at the guy. The heroine angrily asked the guy that this staff was the property of their great guild. Alice looked away in fear. The heroine looked at Austin with a smile on her face. Isaac smiled. The hero with a smile on his face was thinking about what she wanted to say. Jack looked at the glowing guy and wondered what was going on. George gritted his teeth and wondered if this was a real provocation. Carrie smiled. Then she lowered her head and said that if he wanted to return Merlin's staff to them, there was no reason to refuse. Alice looked at him in fear and heard that he would take part in the bet. Carrie looked at Isaac and said that they also had a condition in return. Then she put out her hand and said that neither Merlin's staff nor King Arthur's ring would be used during the competition. Isaac smiled and asked why. Did it really irritate her so much when he used these items in front of others? The girl grimaced and answered that this was true, she would not deny it, but this was not the whole reason. His abilities and powers could be compared to the master. Then she opened her mouth and added that if they wanted to make a bet with them, they should make this concession. Jack gritted his teeth, heard that he agreed to such conditions, and thought that without the finger of King Arthur and the staff of Merlin. Then he looked straight ahead furiously and added that the effectiveness of the items of the round table would greatly decrease. Would Isaac cope? George came up from behind and asked who gave them the right to make this decision alone. Terry turned to him. Then she looked furiously. The man opened his mouth and sweated. The girl looked at him and noted that he looked very self-confident. Could she offer another condition? And Isaac noted that they should listen first. Then she turned and noted that they would bet on how many guards would be destroyed by the Savior Guild alone and how many by other guilds. The Savior Guild against everyone else. Jack opened his mouth and shouted that this was too much. Robert opened his mouth and said that he was the first to offer a bet, trying to motivate them to get to the top floor as quickly as possible. Wasn't that right? Then he looked at the girl and added that although it sounded a little disadvantageous to him, the lady's offer made sense. Jack gritted his teeth and wondered what they had done here, taking them for fools, thinking they would agree to such a condition. Isaac smiled and remarked that he would like to add something then. Carrie glared. Robert stared at him intently. Alice opened her eyes. Jack opened his eyes wide. George gritted his teeth and stared straight ahead. Isaac raised his hand and said that if he won the bet and got all the legendary items they had, there would be no objections later. A news item appeared in the electronic newspaper. Then another. The latest news item was a sensation. The girl looked at the screen. Then she clicked the mouse. Kate's mouth fell open. Bob turned on the light and remarked that he did not want to scare her. Then he walked on and asked why she had not gone home yet. The man raised his hand and wondered if something had happened to her. Then he turned his gaze to the monitor. Bob looked closely at the news and wondered if the articles about the Hanson Group and the Messiah Guild were all because of Park Shin-hye. Then he smiled and noted that it was late. Maybe they would go to a corporate party today. What did she want for dinner? Kate turned to him and asked again. Bob laughed and said that that was exactly what she wanted. He was treating her to an expensive dinner today. Kate looked at him with displeasure. The man opened his mouth and asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl calmly opened her mouth and answered that it was fine. The tent was curtained with cloth. There was a huge number of dishes on the table. Bob opened his mouth and asked the secretary to listen. Then he opened his mouth and added that it seemed like there was a small misunderstanding. She had always only seen how he saved. To be honest, he had a lot of money. It was not necessary to eat such cheap street food. Kate lowered her chopsticks and noted that she knew he had a lot of money. Then she lowered her gaze and added that these were the funds that he won in bets that were made on clearing the dungeons, because he was the one who monitored the accounts in Isaac's name. The girl looked at the account and said that he probably did not behave like this because he was crazy about money. She just wanted to help him. Kate opened her mouth and added that she knew both he and she had the same goal. Bob silently stared at her. Then he raised his hand and said, about her father. Kate opened her eyes and heard the question that this dragon hunter told her everything. The girl's hands trembled. She silently stared at the table. 4 years ago, there was a huge tower in Seoul. A man was looking out the window. There was a sign on the table with Jin's name on it. After which the man turned and said to come in. The girl entered. After which she looked at the director and noticed that Mr. Chairman was calling him. Jin turned. The chairman was sitting at the table. After which she looked at the chorus and noticed that this was simply absurd. Kim lowered his head when he heard that he was being addressed. The chairman slammed the table with papers and asked that didn't he tell him several times not to let reporters in here. The man opened his mouth and noticed that everything was right. Romeo opened his mouth and shouted, then why is it like this? The man was looking at the news about the poor statistics of the Hanson Group. Jin was looking closely at the documents and heard what the man from the government was doing, offering to work together. Romeo saw the rioters outside the window and shouted that there had been such a mess since early morning. Why couldn't they stop the leakage of information? The man with the sign raised his hands. The sign went up and shouted that they demanded an investigation. Romeo slowly picked up the papers. Then he threw them in Kim's face and shouted that he still thought he could hold this position and stand here. Jin opened his eyes. Kim looked down and asked for one last chance. Then he bowed and noted that he would find out how the journalists managed to get inside and immediately deal with the situation. Jin jumped up from his chair and told him to calm down. Would Director Kim do all this on purpose? After all, he has been working for the Hanson Group for so many years. He must have had a hard time himself because of all these incidents. Kim looked at the floor and cried. Then Jin walked up to him and told him to stop bowing. The man smiled and remarked that he hadn't been having an easy time of it lately, that he always worked so hard for the company, that he would talk to the chairman and let him get on with his work. Kim looked at him. Then he adjusted his glasses and thanked him. Jin turned around and asked if he could let Kim go, and the chairman said he could go. Then the doors slammed shut. Romeo opened his mouth and shouted that he was still the same. Jin started collecting papers and heard him say that he always said that you can't be too nice to your subordinates. Romeo raised his finger and added that if he indulged them, they would start thinking that they could make a mistake next time. Jin looked down silently, then he looked at the chairman. Then he opened his mouth and asked if he could give him some advice for old time's sake. Romeo coughed and asked that he would start grumbling at him again. Jin looked at him and remarked that this unpleasant situation, on the contrary, could turn out to be a good opportunity, and the chairman asked that he didn't mean to say that a crisis is an opportunity. Jin opened his mouth and replied that of course not, what he thought was the biggest problem. Then he looked at the poster and added, in cooperation with the government and the Messiah Project. The chairman raised his hand and thought. Then he opened his mouth and replied that the biggest problem, no matter how you look at it, was the players. The man imagined dark silhouettes. Then he hit the table and said that they were just lucky that one day they had an awakening. They pretended to be the best, and they didn't listen to their superiors. Romeo clenched his fist and added that if they were a little less valuable, he wouldn't follow their lead. Jin leaned on the table and noted that he was absolutely right. Then he looked at the chairman and noted that at the moment there was a certain Zhang among them, who was the biggest problem. The blonde looked down. The beam with the number cracked at the bottom. The entire parking lot was covered in blood and corpses. The guy opened it, after which a portal appeared in front of the warriors. Zhang walked forward and said that before they started appearing from the gate again, they should scan the gate from the inside. The warrior walked towards the portal. Then he took off his helmet. His eyes glowed brightly after activating the skill. A copy of him appeared next to him. It quickly jumped into the portal. The copy found itself in the middle of a plain with trees. It landed on the ground. After that, the guy in the tree looked around. Zhang folded his arms and asked if he could see anything, and the warrior replied that one floor, B rank, was checking for a boss monster. After that, the clone turned around abruptly and the man added that other than that, there was nothing special yet. A moment later, he fell to the ground screaming. The soldier came up from behind and asked what happened. The man opened his eyes and replied that it seemed like there was a flying monster behind the gate. The monster grabbed the clone by the neck, and the man added that, moreover, it was the first time he saw such a sight. The soldier grabbed him and shouted for him to pull himself together. Zhang opened his mouth. Then he smiled and remarked that the flying monster that he saw for the first time, it seems like they need to talk to the director and postpone the cleanup time. Jin looked at the table and said that the special security team, including Zhang, the participants of the Messiah Project abandoned all their duties and continued to postpone the cleanup time. The chairman closed his eyes and thought. Zhang went to the door and behind it they said that if they continue to postpone the date, the gate in the basement of the Hansen group that was still contained may cause a rupture and spread outward. Jin opened his mouth and added that he needed to make a decision. Tonight he was flying to France to hire a player to replace Zhang. Zhang stood near the door and the chairman asked if he had anyone in mind. Zhang looked at the door and heard that there was one guy who has been the focus of the world lately. He is the only survivor of a quest called the Dragon. Zhang glared at the door. The door opened abruptly. The chairman and the director turned around. Zhang entered the room and noted that he needed to report something to them. Jin opened his mouth and shouted that the chairman was talking now. What was he doing? Zhang smiled and noted that it was urgent, and Jin asked, no matter how urgent it was, he was being too rude. The guy looked at the chairman and asked again. Then he strained his gaze. Zhang abruptly dodged the object flying at him. The chairman stood up from his chair. Zhang raised his hand and said that he shouldn't be so angry. It was bad for his health, don't do that to him. Romeo glared at the warrior. Then he opened his mouth and shouted why he was barging in, as if he was at home. Jin began to stop the chairman and he shouted who he was to decide what was urgent and what was not. Zhang doubled over and heard that if he treated the players normally, they would no longer understand what was going on. Romeo opened his mouth and added that they would still watch. Then Zhang cut the chairman's cheek. Jin opened his mouth and shouted that he had blood on his face. Then he turned to the player. Zhang was standing with a sword in his hand. The director opened his mouth and shouted what he was doing. Then he turned and noted that he had crossed all boundaries. Zhang narrowed his eyes and noted that if he had crossed all boundaries, the chairman would now be lying on the floor, cut in half. The chairman raised his hand and shook. Zhang lowered the sword and noted that now is a different generation, and they are the ones who do not understand the situation here. Then he opened his mouth and added that all the members of the security team guarding this building were under his command. He didn't think there was an idiot among them who would want to help them. If they said any nonsense again, a light cut would not be enough. Jin looked at him furiously. Zhang looked at the disappearing sword and said that that's great. They were very busy people, so he would tell quickly. Jin looked at him and asked what the urgent matter was. Zhang sat down on a chair and said that there was a problem at the gate on the 4th underground floor. A flying monster appeared that he had never seen before. The projector turned on and the player added that until they determined what kind of danger was beyond the gate, they could not continue the cleanup. Then he looked at the director and added that it was necessary to postpone the time of entry inside. Jin opened his mouth and shouted that he had only suggested postponing the start of the cleanup last week, and now he wanted more. Until the dungeon was destroyed, monsters would continue to appear from there. How much more time was needed? Jiang smiled and replied that it was unknown. He had said everything he wanted, so he would go. The building was brightly lit by the sun. The girl looked at the building with a smile. Then she ran inside. The chairman's hand was shaking. Romeo lowered his head and ordered that what they had discussed be done immediately. Then he opened his mouth and added that he had said the plane was in the evening. Let them prepare now and take off. Jin opened his mouth and noted that he would return with a contract. Kate quickly ran up the stairs. Then she stopped abruptly. She looked at the door and the number. Then she slowly reached for the handle. Jin got into the car and heard if the chairman had given his approval. Jin smiled and said that he had. They were going to Incheon Airport. Bob smiled and noted that he would take him at full speed. Kate grabbed the handle. Then a soldier ran out and pushed her. The soldiers began to quickly run upstairs. The man looked at the girl and was surprised. Then he looked at his comrades and shouted that there was a civilian here. The guy opened his eyes and asked where the civilians were from. The chairman looked at the table. Then he picked up the phone. The man opened his mouth and shouted that there was no time to explain. If he wanted to live, he should leave here now. The girl looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The warrior extended his hand and told them to get up quickly. Kate opened her eyes. Then she saw how the monster crushed the warrior. The orc grabbed the wall. Then he looked at the girl furiously. Then he opened his mouth. The orc's blood spurted out. The monster flew back from the powerful blow. Kate opened her eyes. Then she turned her gaze. The warrior looked at the captain and asked what he was talking about. The girl looked up attentively. Then Zhang stared at her attentively. Then he turned and asked who she was. Kate looked at him and hesitated. Then she pulled herself together and thought that it was Zhang. The player went down the stairs. Then he looked at the warrior's trembling hand and activated the skill. The warrior lit up blue and stood up. Kate opened her eyes looking at this and thought that he was alive. Zhang put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to waste his strength in vain. The warrior wiped his lip and apologized. The player walked on and noted that he had been away for a while. Then he turned to the monsters and added that something like this had already happened here. Zhang took out his sword and noted that it was unpleasant. The monsters ran at him furiously. The player began to raise his sword. Then he threw a fireball. A huge explosion occurred next to them. Zhang turned his gaze, after which he saw a girl who was catching her breath. Kate raised her head and smiled. The warriors looked at her and asked that this was the rare class of magician. Zhang looked at her and noted that he had never seen such a skill. The orc ran out of the fire, after which he jumped on Zhang. The player cut him in half without turning around. Zhang cut the pipe, after which there was an even bigger explosion. Zhang smiled and noted that they had an interesting specimen. A car drove up to the airport. Jun looked at the phone and heard that they were there. Bob smiled and noted that he should be careful, the road was not short, and the director replied that if something went wrong and he would be delayed there. After which he pointed his finger and added that he should sometimes drop by his house to see if everything was okay with his daughter, because for him she was like a niece. A moment later, the news began to broadcast the events in the tower. Jin turned his gaze to the radio. Bob stared at the radio. After hearing this, Jin jumped into the car and shouted for Bob to turn around. The car suddenly started moving. The director gritted his teeth and wondered why this happened now. The bottom of the Hansen Group building was on fire. The chairman ran to the helicopter. Then he looked at his phone. He opened his mouth and shouted what was there again. Zhang smiled and replied that he seemed busy. Let him check the photos he sent him. If he left now, he would greatly regret it. The chairman gritted his teeth and climbed to look at the photos. A moment later, he opened his eyes and asked what it was. The photo was of Kate. Kate was covered in orange lightning. The girl opened her mouth. Romeo gritted his teeth and wondered what Kate, his summoned daughter, was doing there. Zhang smiled and noted that the face seemed familiar to him. Judging by his reaction, this was definitely his daughter. Kate released a fireball and the player noted that she had grown up quite capable. Romeo gritted his teeth, heard that unlike her father, there was nothing special about him. Then he opened his mouth and asked what his daughter was doing there. Let him take her out of there now. Zhang smiled and noted that he would be glad, but he thought it was a little difficult. A huge bird came out of the portal. Zhang looked at it and replied that it was unknown what could happen if it left this place. The bird opened its beak and screamed. The chairman opened his mouth and ordered to wait for him. The pilot looked at the chairman and asked where he was going. Romeo looked at the red button. Then he opened the box. Romeo gritted his teeth and squeezed the axe. The car stopped abruptly. A huge number of fire trucks and ambulances stopped near the skyscraper. Jean and Bob looked up carefully. Then the director opened the case. He stared at it carefully. Jean gritted his teeth furiously and took the red button in his hands. The man looked ahead with displeasure and then thought that he couldn't let it be used. Bob ran up to him, holding out his hands. He said that he thought it was crazy for him to go in there now. Looking ahead with fear, he added that he should trust the other guy with this matter and that he should take cover in the shelter. The man, grabbing his comrade by the hand, replied that he was grateful for the concern, but he couldn't do that. It seemed that the guy had no intention of controlling the gate from the very beginning. Looking at the raging fire, He added that if they left things as they were, the damage would only increase. Bob, coming closer, was about to say something, but his boss interrupted him, answering that the most important thing was that his daughter attended a school in this city. Pressing the red button, he smiled and said that he couldn't trust others with the future of his loved ones. And then he walked past his comrade, clapping him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry about him and to get out of here quickly. Bob turned around and shouted that he would bring people who could help then, and then asked him to wait until he returned. Opening his mouth wide, he added that he should promise him. The man, walking towards the flames, raised his hand. We are transported to a broken wall with traces of blood on it. The soldiers are standing, surrounding a blue portal. The girl looks ahead in fear, and then thinks that these are not such ridiculous ways for the old man to ignore them. Coming closer, she continued to think that if he trains her, she can quickly become stronger and then become famous. One of the soldiers, approaching the guy, said that they can begin the operation. He, turning around, said no. Taking a few steps towards the portal, he added that they should leave it like this for now. The girl standing behind shouted what this means. Looking ahead in fear, she added that if they leave it like this, then monsters. The guy approached the portal, stretched out his hand forward, and then answered that if the monsters came out due to the dungeon breakthrough, how would the situation inside the gate change? The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, answered that he really did. The guy, approaching her, answered that he was very sorry that the residents were in such danger, but in order to clear the next dungeon, they first needed to ensure their safety. Looking at her menacingly, he added that one cannot demand an unconditional sacrifice from their players, and the useless lives of those who did not become the chosen ones could be worth something if this sacrifice was divided between them. The girl turned around in fear. She looked at the smiling soldiers, and the guy, grabbing her by the shoulder, added that she really thought that the lives of those reborn like them and ordinary people had the same value. We are then taken to another girl sitting on a couch listening to the news that there was a huge explosion in Seoul, which turned out to be a cavern. She texted her father on her phone telling her where he was. Then she walked over to the window. Suddenly she froze, looking ahead in surprise. As she watched the fire raging in the city, she wondered if her friend was okay and she hoped she wasn't there. A man walks up to the boy and holds out his hands, telling him to repeat what he just said. The man, looking menacingly ahead, replied that he said that they could not start the cleanup now. The man, looking displeased, replied that it meant that it was necessary to start a cleanup operation to stop this breakthrough. Frowning, the guy replied that he had a question. His words meant that they were allowing all members of the Messiah Project to die. Hearing this, the man fell silent, lowering his head. Gritting his teeth, he replied that they meant it, but if necessary, he would do it. Taking a decisive step forward, he shouted that their power was given to them to protect people, to which the guy replied that he should stop hiding behind loud words. Smiling, he replied that if they did not care whether they died or not, then for the sake of saving people they wanted them to go into the dungeon anyway. Hearing this, the man grabbed him by the jacket and then said menacingly that he himself knew what he meant. The Messiah Project was started for the sake of protecting people, for the sake of raising players who have a calling and are willing to sacrifice their lives to save others. Frowning, he continued to say that he thinks it was started for their own safety and well-being. Let him not deceive himself. Let him go into the dungeon and deal with the situation before an even greater disaster occurs. Smiling, the guy said that they would have to take responsibility for these words. A girl came forward. The man, seeing her, turned pale. She, lowering her head, said uncle, to which he asked what she was doing here. Turning around, the guy said that she heard her uncle suggesting that they sacrifice their lives for the lower races, who cannot even protect themselves. Hearing this, the man stretched out his hand in fear, saying that she should not fall for his tricks. It was dangerous here, let her come to him. But the girl shook her head and stepped aside. Seeing this, the man stretched out his hand and ran towards her. Then he turned around in fear. A huge column of energy flew out from under the ground, destroying the building. It continued to destroy everything in its path at great speed. The man looked up and saw a huge hole in the ceiling. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he could not allow the monsters to come out. We are transferred to Romeo. He runs up the stairs. Frightened, looking ahead, he continues to go down. Suddenly, he hears a crash, holding an axe in his hand. Turning around, he wonders what it could be. Looking back, he froze. A huge bird with red eyes appeared in front of him. It looked at him frighteningly for a few seconds. Romeo, looking at her, clenched his teeth and thought that he was in trouble. A second later, the bird hit the building at great speed. We are transported back to the man. He turns around in fear. Then he puts his hand in his jacket, thinking that he can no longer hesitate. He raises the red button above his head, and then, looking at the soldiers, he shouts that now under their feet there are plenty of explosives. Menacingly looking ahead, he adds that if they do not continue clearing right now, he will blow everything to hell and block the breakthrough. Quickly, let them go down to the basement. The guy smiled. Looking ahead, he replied that he did not think that he would be so stupid. Coming closer, he added that even if he blew everything up, the gate will not disappear. Looking at him, the man replied that at least he will be able to destroy everything around. Frowning, he added that this will be enough to buy time. The girl, coming out of the crowd, shouted in fear that he had gone crazy, that he wanted to kill everyone. Looking in her direction, the man replied that he did not think that he was involving her in this matter, but if he did not. His hand shook, he added that he would not be able to stop an even greater disaster. Looking at him, the guy replied that it was fine, let him stop. Turning around, he told the soldier that everyone should go down to the basement and begin preparing for the cleanup. His subordinates replied that they obeyed. Looking ahead, he added that he would talk to the director and catch up with them. The girl's legs shook. She stopped and then turned around. The guy looked menacingly ahead. The director, clenching his teeth, continued to look at him. We are transferred to a small house. The secretary, lowering her head, says that those who were with her father until the very end are her comrades. She remembers the soldier and says that according to the testimony of the members of the Messiah Project, and then remembers the guy who was sitting on the street with a sign asking for help, adding that this is accurate information. The Dragon Slayer, adjusting his glasses, replied that now he understands why they hid the truth from him. The secretary, lowering her head, replied that she has not met the Dragon Hunter in person yet. Bob, looking ahead in fear, was about to say something, but the secretary interrupted him, answering that she does not simply blame him. Looking at the food on the table, she added that she seemed to understand what she should do now. Frowning, she continued to say that the answer to this question suits her perfectly. We are transported to the forest, it is all covered in flames. Alice breathes heavily, thinking about the fact that she does not have enough magical powers. System messages appear in front of her that she has activated the skill of the Master of the Source of Knowledge, the amplifier of magical powers. A second later, a yellow aura appears around her, completely healing her, and a system message that says that the speed of magic recovery is rapidly increasing. After which she turns around, puzzled. A smiling girl appears in front of her. Looking at her, she thinks that when there is a master of additional skills, it is not a problem for her. After which she smiles sarcastically, sticking her staff into the ground, and then she summons a bright flame, enveloping everything in its path. The monster pushes off the ground, and then swings its hand at the girl. Alice smiles widely, and the monster, opening its mouth wide, rushes at her. A moment later, a hammer blow flies into his face, and he flies back with great force. Jay lands on his feet. He turns around and gives a thumbs up. Alice looks menacingly in front of her. The flames around her intensify, and then a system message appears that the application is complete. A second later, a fiery tornado rushes forward at great speed. The guy turns around in fear. He approaches Steve and asks him to listen. Looking ahead, he asks what he is playing a game with a pet. He, looking at him, answers what he is talking about. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouts in displeasure that he is talking about the fact that he is leaving the last blows to this skeleton, so the hunt took too long. After which, pointing his finger at the system message, he added that let him just look at these readings, they are the only ones lagging behind. Looking at the statistics, he added that he trumpeted everywhere that he could handle all the guilds alone. Clutching his head, he continued to say that they are finished, so they can lose the legendary items. Pointing his finger at the skeleton, he added that she also gives this skeleton all the loot, as if she is trying to raise a pet from it. You cannot take his word for it, how it infuriates him. Suddenly, Steve, smiling, tore the paper. A system message appeared in front of him that he had mastered the skill of the representative of the Dark World, the Death Knight. The guy looked ahead in fear. He saw a system message that the Death Knight, level over 200, allows you to make a skeleton knight who has destroyed 44,444 monsters into a Death Knight. The knight in red armor looked ahead in surprise. Then Steve went to his skeleton and put his hand on its horse. He saw a system message that the number of monsters destroyed was enough to upgrade it. And then a system message appeared that he wanted to summon a Death Knight. Seeing it, Steve smiled widely. His comrade looked at him in fear. Suddenly, air vortices appeared around the skeleton, and a strong aura began to emanate from it. Steve smiled widely. The knight in red armor himself was already watching as dark energy appeared from under the ground. It began to surround the skeleton at great speed, and it rose into the sky. A second later, a strong flash occurred. A pillar of light fell to the ground. He looked ahead in fear. They watched something fall from the sky. A second later, the skeleton stepped onto the ground. He walked forward menacingly. Looking at him, the guy said that it meant his colleague had his own plan. Then the huge skeleton knelt down on one knee. The guy smiled, clenched his fist and said that now they would begin the brutal murder. The skeleton bowed its head menacingly, and a system message appeared in front of Steve that he had summoned the Book of the Dead. Then the book lit up, and it began to absorb the warrior he had just created. The guy, looking at him, asked what he was doing, why he had placed a new weapon there, which he had managed to create with such difficulty. Steve calmly stood there, examining the book, and his comrade added that he was not going to use it to deal with other guilds. Turning around, Steve replied that he had finished preparing to attack the top. Now we need to focus on the first floor. Victory does not depend on the Death Knight, but on him. The guy is puzzled. He pointed at himself, not understanding what they are talking about. We are transferred to the monsters, and they menacingly open their mouths and scream. One of the orcs runs forward at great speed. His comrades follow him at great speed. Jay, smiling broadly, said that it seems that they were scared by the proud posture. Let them run if they can. Alice, who was standing behind, replied that he does not see anything strange here. How much can you do? Her comrade, turning around, replied that they probably also know that they will not be able to resist him. The girl, lowering her head, thought that there are, of course, monsters with a high level of intelligence who will choose to run so as not to be caught, but now this situation is different from what it was before. A huge green crystal appeared in the sky, emitting energy. The guy tried to squeeze the skull, thinking that they had turned it into bait again. We are transported several months ago to the 6th floor of the Sphinx dungeon in Egypt. The guy, looking ahead with displeasure, says that they barely managed to destroy the monster. Did anything useful fall out? Steve throws the object into the air, replies that he doesn't even know. His comrade, looking at the unusual object, asks what's the matter, what options. A system message appears in front of him that this is a death echo box, absorbs the user's life force, spreading death echo over a large area. The effect is that those inside the dungeon perceive the user as the primary target of attack. Looking ahead with displeasure, he said that he doesn't need such an object. Let him do what he wants, spend his life force and be ready to die first. The one who uses it is just an idiot. We are transported back. Steve, spreading his arms, looks at his friend who is using the box. A strong energy is emanating from him. The knight in red armor behind him says that again he proposed a useless argument, and everything only got confused. What am I in the shadows? He added that no matter how outstanding he was, the result can no longer be changed. He does not know what he has planned. Frowning, he added that he quits. He does not want to involve his friend in this senseless plan. Who knows, suddenly something will go wrong, his reputation will be ruined, and everything, including the alliance, will fall apart. Turning around, Steve replied that indeed, let him do as he knows, after which he thought that very soon he will be floundering with his last strength. The knight in red armor, looking in front of him with displeasure, replied that there is no point in pretending to be strong. A moment later, monsters appeared from all sides. Huge crowds of creatures began to surround the green glow. The knight looked ahead in fear, wondering what was happening, why there were so many of them. We are transferred to a small group of people. The guy turns around and says why it is so suspiciously quiet. His comrade thinks that something is wrong here, as if all the monsters just disappeared. Suddenly, one of the soldiers points to the crowd of running monsters. Their commander-in-chief wonders in confusion where they are running so quickly. Did they really not notice them? A second later, he breaks away from his place, shouting that they need to follow them. He and his squad quickly run forward, looking menacingly ahead, makes a strong dash, after which he opens his eyes in fear, watching the huge number of monsters gathered near the green crystal. A girl appears in front of us, taking a step forward. She says that the Echo of Death box was once walking around the black market. Coming closer, she adds that at that time she thought it was a useless thing. She didn't think that there would be crazy people who would think of using it in such a way. The guy, looking ahead in fear, suddenly thought that they say that Steve is such a stubborn and willful person that there are no people who sincerely want to obey him, and now he has a person who is ready to sacrifice his life. Looking at Steve, he continued to think that they are all just crazy. The girl, looking ahead, bit her lips, thinking that having so much determination to use the skill of wide-range provocation during the passage of the 7-story dungeon a plus is impossible, unless they have lost their minds. Black smoke spread over the forest. The man with the scar clenched his teeth when he thought about Isaac being crazy and about whether he was trying to displace him in this way. In front of him stood the guy in golden armor when he realized that he almost died. Jack's eyes sparkled as he laughed and exclaimed that it was worth the trouble because it was an incredible amount of money. The protagonist looked away. He opened his mouth and said that it was a pity that it turned out this way. The system window showed the guilds and their places in the ranking, as well as the hunting indicators, when Austin said that if you compare all their results, the difference will be insignificant. Robert gritted his teeth and thought that this scoundrel Isaac was just mocking them. The protagonist stood in front of the members of the other guilds when he apologized to them, explaining that he only wanted to encourage them a little, so he offered a bet. Carey looked ahead with anger when he added that he himself did not expect to win. Austin held out his hand in front of him and said that after all, a bet is a bet, and that he would use these items for a good cause. Suddenly, the guy looked away. The shield sparkled, then he recognized it as Galahad's cursed item. The protagonist held it in front of him, thinking that he could not imagine that he would get his hands on something that belonged to a knight of the Round Table, and that this was real luck. A system window appeared, which said that the rank of the cursed shield of Galahad is legendary, and that it curses everyone who covets the sacred religion of the Round Table, after which they die a terrible death. It was also stated that it curses those who are within a radius of 3 meters. Every second it deals damage equal to 5% of the current physical strength indicators, and gives the user an equal curse and damage. Austin looked down when he thought about how, looking at its options, it becomes clear that it is more like a weapon for attack than for defense, and that it is not very beneficial for the user himself, because he curses him too. Jack was standing next to the protagonist when someone asked him to wait. George opened one eye and exclaimed that this dispute is invalid. Austin placed the shield on the ground and asked why it was invalid and if there was any problem. George sweated as he started talking about the monsters they were hunting. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that all of a sudden, they were gathering where the Savior Guild was. Robert looked away with disdain when the Messiah Guild was mentioned. Carrie looked forward seriously when the Great Guild was mentioned. The two men looked in the same direction when the Frontier and Victoria Guilds were mentioned, and George exclaimed that the protagonist seemed to be trying to stop everyone else from hunting monsters. He stood in front of Austin as he concluded that this argument could not be considered a fair bet. The protagonist touched his chin as he wondered if they were saying that using an item with a taunt effect to send a wave of monsters at a tank was unacceptable. Austin spread his arms out as he agreed that the item had an effect on the entire map, and admitted that it was interfering with the others. The blonde boy looked ahead and said that in that case, he had one question. George gritted his teeth as the protagonist asked if there was a guild among them that could handle the wave of monsters that had formed after using the item. Austin smirked. Robert frowned. Carrie pursed her lips. Sweat began to appear on the men's faces. The other guild representatives stood silently in front of Austin. He clapped his hands. The protagonist raised his hands as he apologized to everyone, explaining that it felt like he had gathered them all here and was scolding them, then added that there was no need to be so upset. A glow appeared in front of the man in armor. System windows appeared in front of the other people's faces. System notifications appeared in front of everyone present. The system window was reflected in the man's eyes. The notification that arrived said that all the guards had been eliminated, and that the remaining 4 of the 10 days of the survival quest had been completed. A notification appeared that the door to the next floor was opening. The hooded man clutched his head and said that this was the first time in his life that he had seen a survival quest completed early, when a man standing next to him asked what it was. The crowd stood still when someone asked if this meant that they had succeeded, adding that it was simply amazing and that it was all thanks to Isaac because they could not have done it alone. A snow-white gate appeared. The protagonist passed by George when he said that they would consider that there were no more objections to the bet. His hand touched the white surface. Austin stood sideways when he suggested that they all go to the next floor. He opened the doors. The sun illuminated a dark silhouette. His shadow fell in front of the man. His hand touched the ground. Francois looked at his hand, thinking that only a few years ago this place produced the best wine in the world. Dust rose in front of the men when he added that now this place was abandoned. The man in the black suit stood behind him as he asked how much longer Francois would wait here, to which he replied that he himself did not know. The man with glasses turned his head as he added that the fool had left a gate in this place. There was a portal in front of the people as Francois said that all he could do was stand and watch. The man in the black jacket looked up and asked him not to be too upset as he had done his best as he added that it was all very sad. The portal glowed brightly as his subordinate said that the fact that the Messiah Guild players were able to enter it was also a result of his hard work. Francois raised his hand to his face and replied that it was not that as his interlocutor told him that he was sure that the public would recognize his merits someday. He clenched his fist and replied that he himself did not know what he felt anymore. The man adjusted his glasses as he explained that a few years ago a Korean had come to see him and had started talking about what would have happened if he had put everything aside and gone to Korea. They were standing in front of the portal when he added that in that case it might not have been Carl inside now, but him. Francois raised his hand to his face as he summed up what thoughts had been going through his head. He removed his hand from his face as he said that in the end he had turned out to be a hypocrite like all of them. The man in the black suit looked at him sympathetically. Francois's eyes widened as he exclaimed that that was not true at all. The subordinate pointed to the side and said that he knew that was not true because he had served him for so many years and that he was not like them. The man with the mustache opened his mouth wide as he added that no matter what choice he made, the world would eventually find out what kind of person he really was. Francois smiled silently. Between the rocks was a forest and a 7-story A+ rank dungeon in the United Kingdom. Robert swung his sword on the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Streams of flame emanated from a girl on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Someone attacked a huge monster on the 4th floor of the dungeon. Dust rose from an impact on the 5th floor of the dungeon. A system notification appeared that the doors to the next floor were opening. Many people were standing near the gate. One man stood in front of the doors. He turned around. The protagonist crossed his arms. Robert looked ahead with displeasure. He remembered how they were standing under the arch of the cliff when one of them asked if everyone knew that they would finish clearing the 5th floor tomorrow. George opened his mouth and added that the next floor would be the last one, where they would have to pretend to help Isaac, and then asked about what they would do next. They were standing in a circle when he inquired about how they would go up to the 7th floor as planned and all attack Isaac. Carrie looked down. Robert frowned. Alice crossed her arms and the man with the mustache closed his eyes. George opened his mouth wide and asked why they were silent. The guild representatives were standing in front of him when he thought about how he knew they were cowards. Carrie touched her chin and said that considering the fighting strength of the Savior Guild at the moment, they would not be able to deal with Isaac on their own. Robert crossed his arms when he replied that she was right and that even if they managed to destroy him, their losses would be too great. The man with the mustache and Alice remained silent when he added that it was also unknown what kind of dragon would be on the 7th floor. The dark-haired man looked away as he asked if he wanted them all to sacrifice their lives for Isaac alone. George sweated. Robert looked at the people behind him, thinking that if they could get rid of Isaac here, that would be the best option, and that they needed to at least find his weak point. He placed his hands on the doors as he decided that the most important thing was to survive and get out of the dungeon. The man opened the gate. A system notification appeared, saying that they needed to defeat the boss monster to get to the next floor. The people looked carefully at the system windows in front of them. They covered themselves with their hands from the strong wind. Everyone continued to walk forward. Robert gritted his teeth as he thought that this couldn't be happening. Sweat appeared on Carrie's face as she thought about how this could happen. A red dragon was heading their way. It opened its mouth and roared. The girls looked in one direction in fear as they wondered what a dragon that should be on the 7th floor could be doing here. The protagonist calmly looked up. George's mouth dropped open as he cursed, adding that it wasn't Isaac they should be thinking about right now, since they were on the 6th floor and the boss was a red dragon. George looked away as he realized that maybe it was better this way. He smiled as he thought about how the red dragon was enough for Isaac to spend a significant amount of his strength on it. Austin turned to the man and asked if he had anything to say. George held his hands out in front of him and said that he didn't have anything to say, adding that Isaac could start attacking. The protagonist looked away as he asked what they would do. The man held his hand out and said that of course they would join in, but Isaac would be in the lead. Austin smirked as he thought about how easy it was to figure out what was going on in their heads. Swords appeared in the hands of the people as he added that each of them had their own goal. Robert held out a red blade in front of him as the protagonist thought that if they wanted to stay alive, they would have to give up their plans. Carrie and the man next to her looked in the same direction as he explained that there was a monster even worse than this one waiting for them on the next floor. The red dragon's eye flashed. Someone took a step. Two people walked towards the monster. A notification appeared that the user had summoned the Book of the Dead. A white book appeared in his hand. Jack smiled and exclaimed that it was time for a new weapon, to which he was told that he was right. System notifications appeared that he had resurrected the Death Knight and the skeleton warriors from the Book of the Dead. Dark energy began to thicken near the protagonist. The cloak fluttered. A creature in black armor appeared in front of Austin. Its eyes flashed as it turned to the commander and told him to give orders. Jack looked forward in shock when he realized that it could speak and assumed that it had consciousness. The protagonist smiled and gave it its first task. He pointed at the dragon and ordered it to fight the lizard. The Death Knight looked forward when he was ordered to show his power. His eyes flashed. Austin turned around when someone asked him to wait. There was an entity in the air behind him. The skeleton parted its jaws when it addressed the summoner and asked what he should do then. The protagonist smiled and asked it to watch for now. He stood between the Death Knight and the skeleton when he explained that he was currently performing in a one-man show. Someone in armor took a step. The knight looked ahead when he addressed the mage and asked who he was that he dared to speak to the king. They clashed in battle when the skeleton wondered why a mere knight would dare to insult him, and Jack wondered what they were up to. Austin touched his chin and thought. A red aura enveloped the knight and the skeleton when he realized that even with a lick, the Death Knight did not split into two. The protagonist looked away when he thought that it was a bit of a pity. He imagined a rider on a horse when he guessed that they would probably be joined by a skeleton knight who was originally a Death Knight. Jack pointed to the side when he turned to Austin and asked how much longer he would wait since the other guilds had already begun fighting. The dragon opened its mouth. Carrie opened her mouth wide when she ordered to tie the monster up before it flew away and continued to strike. The dragon's body was covered in ice. Its paw was covered in tree vines. There was an explosion as the mantra was attacked by different elements. Dust rose in front of the people. Alice looked ahead. The man with the mustache looked ahead in fear as he told the girl not to relax. The dragon swung its tail to Alice's side. She looked away as she asked again. The tail appeared next to her. Dust rose. The girl opened her eye. Her eyes widened. In front of her stood a man with a shield who said it was dangerous when she asked what happened. Alice peered out from under the ground. There were wounded bodies everywhere. Sweat broke out on Carrie's face as she realized that this was not going to be easy. A notification appeared about the activation of the recovery skill. The dragon was approaching the girl. A notification appeared that the health of allies was being restored. Someone ran across the red scales of the dragon. The monster's pupils narrowed. The dragon's neck was attacked by warriors with swords. Someone dealt him a powerful blow. People fell off the monster. Robert landed deftly. He gritted his teeth when he thought that it was a good blow, then he was asked if he was okay. The man looked away and said that he was not very. A flame appeared in front of him. Robert's pupils narrowed. Black smoke appeared. George clenched his fists and turned to the Messiah Guild with a proposal to retreat, then he was asked again. Robert looked back angrily and asked what he was talking about in such a situation. The man with a big nose replied that they could not count on winning, and that first they needed to reload the equipment and then in a short skirmish find out the dragon's weaknesses. Robert turned his head to the side and asked him to stop talking nonsense, adding that it would be better to think about attacking while there was still a chance to fight on the ground, because once the dragon spread its wings, about half of their forces would be helpless and would just watch in silence. The tip of a sword appeared in front of George as he was told that if anyone refused to fight, he would be the first to pay. Robert gritted his teeth as he explained that he didn't care about Isaac and that the most important thing for him now was to stay alive. The man with the big nose touched the sword and agreed with him, asking him to put the weapon away first, and then wondered if he really didn't understand anything. The knight in black armor walked past them. Instead of a torso, he had a spine. A system alert appeared that the Death Knight had used a death chain. The metal chain fell to the ground. The Death Knight swung it. Robert and George looked in the same direction. The chain rushed forward. It wrapped around the dragon's neck. The hand gripped the chain. The knight's eyes flashed as the chain was enveloped in red energy. The chain tightened around the monster's neck. Blood sprayed out. George looked forward in shock as he wondered what it was. Flames appeared from the dragon's mouth. The Death Knight held the chain with his hands as someone wondered what was happening. Behind him stood two men, one of whom realized that he was holding the red dragon by himself, adding that it was unthinkable. Sweat broke out on George's face. In front of the dragon stood people in white robes, who were asked why they were standing rooted to the spot. Carrie opened her mouth wide and ordered those who had already recovered to attack the monster immediately. Streams of fire emanated from the hands of the people. Beams of flame attacked the Darken. Robert opened his mouth and ordered his warriors to attack as well. The people he had asked to stop ran past the man. George gritted his teeth. He ran forward and cursed. Black smoke was visible in front of the crowd of people. Something sparkled in it. Flames burst from the dragon's mouth. The monster was breathing fire at the approaching people. Flames hit the ground next to George. He closed his eyes and cried out that he couldn't breathe. Fire hit the ground next to him again. The man stood in front of a crater when he thought that it would be crazy if they continued to attack him. Flames burst from his armor when he cried out that he was hot. The dragon breathed fire. Its pupils contracted. A Death Knight appeared on his back. He gripped the hilt of his sword. The knight pointed the blade at the monster's eye. Blood spurted. The armored warrior loomed over the dragon. The protagonist looked forward when he thought about what he knew. The knight held the dragon with a chain while Austin thought about how he had injured its eye to limit its visibility, and then moved in the line of sight of the injured eye, dodging the blows. The Death Knight pierced the dragon with his sword when the protagonist explained that he was aiming for the wings. Austin smirked when he realized that he was similar to him in his cruelty. A skeleton appeared behind the protagonist and addressed the summoner. He parted his jaws and asked how much longer they would just stand and watch, and whether the army of death was not waiting for a fight. In front of Austin and Jack stood many skeletons. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was just trying to test their effectiveness, adding that he needed to finish off that annoying lizard. The huge skeleton spread his limbs to the sides, then the eyes of the warriors flashed. Someone knelt down. The knight was on all fours when he said that it was finally over. Jack looked away and exclaimed that it was a difficult battle. In front of the people lay the body of a red dragon. Austin touched it when he realized that after all, an adult dragon is very different from a baby. There were wounded bodies everywhere when he added that 5 guilds spared no effort in the attack and did their best, and the damage was still considerable. Bones and armor lay on the ground. Someone approached the protagonist and called him by name. Jack turned around and wondered why these people came there. Robert frowned and said that there was one problem. There were 2 men in front of him when Austin asked him again, and he replied that there was a monster stronger than this one waiting for them on the next floor. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth when he added that they had already suffered a lot of damage. The protagonist looked ahead and asked about what was next. Robert sweated as he asked Austin to distribute the Savior Guild players to the other guilds so that he could summon more skeletons to bolster his fighting force. The blonde-haired boy touched his chin as he realized that the man wanted to split their army on the 7th floor. Jack looked at them as he wondered what the Messiah Guild guys were planning. Austin smiled and thought it was funny. The red armored man looked at them as the protagonist answered that he would send the players. Robert stood in front of the boy and said that this was a decision worthy of his reputation, so Austin added that he had a condition. The man frowned and asked again. The protagonist pointed at Jack and explained that they would be split into 2 squads, and that he, his comrade, and the Messiah Guild would be on the same team. The dark-haired man sweated as he asked again. Michael looked ahead with displeasure when Austin said that everyone else would be on the other team. Robert touched his chin when he thought about the fact that he had walked into the tiger's den himself. He smiled widely when he decided that he would have to change the plan. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he thought that would be enough. They shook hands. Austin looked ahead with confidence. Robert smirked and said that he accepted his condition. A crowd of people stood near the gate. Michael looked away. In front of him stood a girl who asked what was going on, adding that if he had something to say, then let him say it. The man in red armor looked ahead and asked if she knew what Isaac was up to, then the girl asked if it mattered now. Shakira pointed to the gate when she added that no one knew what would appear on the next floor, so she didn't care what Isaac thought. Michael opened his mouth and asked if that meant that whatever he ordered, she was ready to rush into any life-threatening place. Sweat appeared on the girl's face. The man looked at her and said that Isaac suggested splitting the camp. Michael looked askance when he added that he did it in order to get rid of them like trash, and then asked if there were any other reasons. Shakira looked forward in shock. They looked towards the dragon when she thought that Isaac was a scoundrel. Austin turned around. People were standing in front of a blinding gate. The man in armor took a step. Robert turned his head to the side. The protagonist smiled. Behind the man lay the body of the dragon when he grinned. He approached the gate. 2 people were standing in front of the portal when someone said that they were all at the top. Jack looked to the side when he added that they were the last ones and that they should move on. Austin looked away as he answered that they had some business here. Jack's face sweated as he asked the boy again. They approached the dragon's body. The boy touched it. Jack clenched his fist and asked if he really wanted to do that. The protagonist smirked. He remembered how the monster's skeleton began to disintegrate when he thought about how he couldn't do anything with the spiny snake because of its low level. He then imagined the stone golem and the other monster when he explained that he had to abandon the idea with the baby to find material for a weapon. Austin looked up when he realized that he could do it now. A system notification appeared that he had used the skeleton warrior skill. The monster's skin melted, revealing its bones. Jack looked up carefully. A black aura enveloped the skeleton. A notification appeared that the user had summoned a dragon. The dragon skeleton flapped its wings. Austin smiled and said that it looked good. The monster's eyes sparkled. Jack looked forward in shock and asked if it really worked. Dust rose around the crowd of people as they arrived on the dragon land on the top floor. The people looked in one direction as someone exclaimed that they had finally reached the top floor. Then everyone was told to get ready as they didn't know what might pop up or when. Sweat appeared on the faces of the 2 men as they were told not to relax. There was gray smoke everywhere. Alice frowned as she realized it was getting closer. A leg emerged from the dust. A dark shape appeared in front of the girl. Sweat appeared on her face as she thought it was the shadow of a dragon. The armored warrior took a step forward. He stuck his sword into the ground in front of the 2 girls. A flame appeared in Alice's hand as she thought it was unexpected, but she decided that there was nothing to be afraid of as it wasn't a dragon. The fireball rushed forward. A stream of flames attacked the armored warrior. A fire erupted as the girl turned around and told the others to come to their senses, then asked why they were standing there and not attacking him. A system notification appeared, saying that the owner of Excalibur was checking their hostility. The armored knight held his sword out in front of him. Alice looked away and thought about Excalibur. A system notification appeared, saying that the owner of the sword was starting a battle with her. Then a notification appeared, saying that all indicators had decreased by 25%. Alice looked at the system window in front of her when she thought about what was going on. She opened her eyes wide. An armored warrior was hovering above her. The girl closed her eyes, wondering if this was the end. The sound of an impact. Alice opened her eyes slightly. She crossed her arms in front of her. In front of her stood a guy with a shield who deflected the swordsman's attack. The monster's eyes flashed. Austin frowned. The blade of the sword flashed. The warrior in the red cloak flew back. A system notification appeared that Excalibur's owner was checking his hostility. Then a notification appeared that all stats against Excalibur had decreased by 25%. An object began to appear on the boy's finger. Austin was holding the shield when he realized it was a ring. An icon of the ring appeared and a system notification appeared that King Arthur's ring was beginning to resonate with Excalibur. The sword in the Dragon Knight's hand began to tremble. A notification appeared that the decrease in stats had been cancelled. Austin squeezed the blade in his hand when he thought about the memories of Excalibur from his past life. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought about the fact that, judging by the memories, this item should have appeared much later. He imagined the blade enveloped in blue energy. He remembered the knight pointing his sword at his opponent when he realized that the dragon hunter who was wielding Balmung at the time, had been on the brink of death several times because of the Dragon Knight and his sword Excalibur. The protagonist imagined the body lying on the ground when he remembered that the hunter then cleared the dungeon and the sword passed to him. Francois dropped the blade from his hands when Austin remembered that for some unknown reason, he was never able to use it. The sword fell to the ground. The protagonist looked down when he thought about what the reason was now. A ring was shining on his finger when he explained that most likely King Arthur's ring was an item that determined the owner of the sword. A warrior in a red cloak stood in front of him. The monster with horns gritted his teeth. He rushed forward. The Dragon Knight attacked the protagonist. Austin swung his blade. The warrior in the red cloak flew back from the blow. His eyes flashed. There were men with blades looming over him. He blocked their attack with his sword. A pillar of light appeared. The warriors landed. Robert looked at the system window and said that this was not an easy opponent. A system notification appeared that Excalibur's master was checking his hostility. He rushed forward, attacking the people in his path. The knight approached the warrior with the blade. He cut the sword in half. Sweat appeared on Robert's face. He looked away. The Dragon Knight swung. He was thrown aside by the blow of the shield. He held the sword in front of him and slowed down. Austin was covering himself with his shield when he told the man that he would cover him. He looked away when he told him to attack. Robert held the blade in front of him. Jack looked at them and asked Isaac what he should do. The protagonist turned around and said that while the two of them dealt with the knight, he should take the others and deal with the situation above. The girls looked up. Jack put his hand to his forehead and asked about what he was saying and that there was something in the sky. His pupils narrowed. A stream of flame rushed towards the people. Carrie opened her mouth wide and told them to stop messing around and set up a barrier. The staffs began to glow. A dome began to form above the people. Alice looked up and guessed what it could be. Carrie frowned. Streams of fire attacked the barrier. The people were thrown back by the shock wave. Black smoke appeared. Everything in front of the people was in smoke. Alice opened one eye. She looked forward in shock. Through the smoke, you could see a monster with red eyes. The black dragon opened its mouth wide and roared. System notifications appeared that the black dragon, who was the master of the dungeon, had appeared and that the poisonous fumes of the black dragon were gradually permeating the field. A notification appeared that the life force was slowly decreasing. In front of the dragon, there were two people. Robert gritted his teeth when he assumed that the dungeon had another owner. In front of them was a knight and a dragon when he realized everything. The horned monster glared forward when Robert explained that there was no point in attacking the Dragon Knight from the start. A black silhouette with red eyes appeared when he added that the main person was over there. Robert's mouth fell open when he thought about how while he and Isaac were wasting time here, the brunt of the attack was on everyone else. In front of him stood a blonde youth and a Dragon Knight. He turned his attention to Isaac, who had her back turned. Robert bared his teeth when he realized that no one was covering him from behind. His hand clenched the hilt of his sword when he mentally asked Isaac to wait a little. He jumped up. The protagonist stood next to him as he smirked and thought that once the clearing conditions were met, he would stab him in the back. Robert and the Dragon Knight clashed. Austin looked forward emotionlessly. He smirked. The protagonist rushed towards them. Flames appeared from the dragon's mouth. Carrie opened her mouth wide and Alice raised her staff. The dragon breathed out a stream of fire. Jack looked away in fear. The dragon loomed over the crowd of people. Shakira looked at Michael. They rushed forward together. Austin parried the Dragon Knight's attack. The warrior in the red cloak swung his sword. He crossed swords with Robert. The black dragon opened its mouth. It flapped its wings, then dust rose. A system notification appeared that they had destroyed the dungeon master. The man with the mustache looked at the system window and exclaimed that they had succeeded. The men raised their weapons in front of the monster's body. Carrie looked ahead as she ordered everyone to take care of the wounded first before exiting the dungeon. Michael looked at the warriors in front of him as he realized that only half of them were alive. Shakira stood next to him, to whom he suggested that they rest for a while first and then decide how to divide the reward, to which she agreed, adding that there would be some good items on the 7th floor of the A+ dungeon. Michael looked away as he thought about how it would be more beneficial to have as few survivors left after clearing out the body. The dragon's body lay next to them as he decided that the items from just one dragon's corpse would be worth an astronomical amount. Sweat broke out on his face as he added that it was obvious that the reward distribution would start with Isaac and then wondered where he had gone. The battlefield was full of craters and marks from blows. Austin stood, holding his shield in front of him. He silently looked ahead. The Dragon Knight placed his hands on the hilt of his sword. Robert was on the ground behind the guy. The protagonist approached his opponent, saying that it was a tough but worthy battle. The horned monster grinned. The guy reached for the hilt of his sword. He squeezed it with his hand. A system notification appeared that King Arthur's ring resonated with Excalibur. The ring sparkled on the protagonist's finger. A notification appeared congratulating him on becoming the new master of Excalibur. A pillar of light appeared behind the guy. He looked at the sword in his hand, thinking that this blade was the one that was suitable to end the last days of the false messiah. A system notification appeared that the conditions for the legend of King Arthur's skill had been met. The next notification said that the effect of the Master of Camelot had been activated. Then, a message appeared stating that the cooldown time of Gawain's necklace skill Sun's Favor had disappeared. The next notification said that he had shared the effect of the skill Ring of Lancelot with his party members. Then, a system notification came stating that the recovery of Merlin's staff's magic power had been doubled. The next message said that the piercing power of Percival's spear had been doubled. The last notification said that Galahad's shield's curse damage had been doubled. A pillar of light appeared in front of the man. A system notification appeared stating that the user had leveled up. The protagonist was enveloped in a white aura. The capillaries in his eyes burst. Austin was pierced by a sword. Blood dripped onto the ground. Robert stood behind him, baring his teeth and laughing. He pulled the blade out of his body. The protagonist fell to the ground in front of him. The dark-haired man opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that the guy was a fool. He stood in front of Austin's body when he added that the boy didn't even know that the most dangerous enemy was always behind him. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Blood spurted out of his body when he asked what happened. He stuck his sword into the ground and crouched down. Robert looked away and said that there was no one there except the two of them. He was sitting on the ground next to the protagonist's body when he asked what was going on. A man appeared behind him and explained that he had been tricked. John smiled and called the man a fool, then asked him if he really thought he could kill Isaac. Sweat appeared on Robert's face when he asked why the guy was alive. The man looked at the body when he began to speak. There was a skeleton on the ground, dressed in Isaac's clothes. A system window appeared, talking about a rare class of deception skill that can create a duplicate of an object and swap places with the duplicate at any time. It also mentioned that the number of times the skill can be summoned is 1 time, and the use time is 2 hours. Robert opened his mouth wide and asked how they dared to deceive the Messiah Guild and where they hid Isaac. John was holding a helmet in his hand when he said that here it is. Behind the man stood a guy with long hair. Robert frowned. In front of him stood the protagonist, who said that after all, people like him always remain predictable. Austin closed his eyes when he added that now he had a reason. The man opened his mouth wide and asked what reason. A smiling John appeared behind him, who replied that this was a reason to eliminate him. The capillaries in Robert's eyes burst when he called the guy a freak. He swung his sword in front of him, but John dodged. The man stuck the blade into the ground. The guy with the scar pulled up his hood when he assumed that he had hit him weakly because he was overly active. Rock fragments flew at the man. A system window appeared, which talked about the gates of hell that could be used with a level higher than 180th, and the condition for activating which was a representative of the Dark World, and the effect was to summon the gates of hell, bind the enemy with chains that appeared from the gate, and additional damage to the enemy. The black gate opened. Chains appeared from them. They tied the man's hands. The chains tightened on his leg. They pulled Robert into the gate. The guy in the hood grinned and offered to play an interesting game. The main character watched all this, who thought that there was no point in even watching Robert's memories. He turned around, thinking that he already knew what kind of relationship he had with Carl and Michael, and that it was unlikely that other information could be obtained. Austin looked forward seriously when he decided that it was time for an all-out war. He walked towards Jack and the Skeleton Warriors. There were articles on the news sites about Isaac receiving an astronomical amount of money as a reward for slaying a dragon, and about the Savior Guild beating the Messiah Guild, and about the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild starting to clear the 8th floor of the dungeon competitively. There were headlines in the newspapers about the World Players Association believing that the meaningless competition between the big guilds should end, and about the era of the 8th floor having arrived. The man sat in front of the table. He crossed his arms when he thought about how they had finally reached the 8th floor. He stood up from the couch. Bob walked towards the window, thinking that if he succeeded, there would only be the 9th floor left. Sweat broke out on his face when he realized that there was only one dungeon with 9 floors in the world. There were torches burning in front of the gate. A system notification appeared asking him to destroy the boss and save this world. The man clenched his fist as he thought about how once this was cleared, this game would end. Bob was looking out the window when he asked someone to wait a little longer, then he was called out. Behind him stood a girl who said that she was leaving. She had a large case on her back. Bob's mouth fell open. He was standing behind her when he addressed the girl. He looked forward with warmth and asked her to be careful. The girl's mouth fell open when he added that when this was over, they would all have a corporate party together this time. She closed her mouth and smiled, saying of course. Above the cliffs, the stones on the 8th floor of Dungeon B were frozen in mid-air. A system notification appeared saying that he had destroyed 222,222 monsters. The protagonist stood surrounded by corpses of monsters and skeleton riders. His hand was enveloped in dark energy. A system notification appeared, stating that he had summoned a Death Knight. A black aura enveloped the riders in front of Austin. Jack raised his hand to his chin as he thought about the skeleton warriors who had destroyed 220,000 monsters, and for one Death Knight, approximately 40,000 heads were needed as a sacrifice. He began to count on his fingers when he realized that 5 more would be added. A pillar of light appeared. Dust rose in front of the boy. In it, a knight was visible, kneeling on one knee. Several Death Knights appeared in front of the protagonist. Austin's mouth fell open as he said that it was not bad. Jack looked at him in shock as he wondered what good meant, since he could already rule the entire world by himself. His hand reached for the system window as the boy said that it was not enough. He pulled out his sword. The blade stuck into the ground in front of the Death Knight. The warrior in the helmet looked forward. Austin raised his hand when he told him that if he took the weapon, he should go and stand in line. His hand reached for the hilt of the blade. The Death Knight's eyes sparkled. The other warrior's eyes also glowed. One of them was enveloped in an orange aura. The protagonist smirked contentedly. Behind him stood Death Knights, skeletons, golems, and dragons. The blonde boy's eyes sparkled when he said that they should now go meet the Messiah Guild. The news was broadcast on the screen on the tall building, saying that Robert from the Messiah Guild had died in the dungeon. The man through the window looked at the screen. He turned his head and looked away. The chair was empty. He remembered the funeral procession when he thought about how weak they were. Then he imagined the dark-haired boy. His chair was empty. The boy imagined the man with the scar on his lip when he thought about how untalented they were. The blonde boy placed his hand on the back of the chair. He imagined the blonde boy looking away. Carl placed his hand on the table, thinking that they were inferior. He looked forward with disdain. The man's body was lying in a pool of blood. Carl stood in front of his body. There was something in the dead man's hand. The boy turned around and walked away when he thought that their peace and salvation still depended on him. A glow appeared behind the blonde boy. He looked away, thinking that it was probably so. A white aura enveloped the man. Carl frowned. The man's body began to evaporate. A dazzling silhouette appeared. It towered in front of Carl. The blonde boy looked from under his brows. He opened his mouth and thought about Isaac. The man was sitting at a round table when he was addressed as a master. A girl stood in the doorway and said that everything was ready. Carl folded his hands in front of him and thanked them for coming. Ethan's mouth dropped open as he replied that he did not wish to cooperate any longer, but that the matter needed to be completed. The boy smiled and said that it was correct. A masked man appeared behind the man as Carl added that the structure of the world's power would be reorganized for the last time. Julia pointed to the girl and said that she was the apprentice of a master swordsman named Sakura, adding that she had agreed to help them. Carl placed his hands on the table and thanked them for their help. He looked ahead sternly and added that it was time for them to go to the 8th floor. At the top of the tall building was a screen. It broadcast the news that the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild had entered into a pact of cooperation. People were standing in front of a TV, which said that they would be the first in history to defend the 8th floor of Dungeon A+. Another device showed Francois, and it was said that the Dragon Hunter would be participating in the cleansing. People were crowded in front of tall buildings and a glowing screen. They folded their hands in front of them and prayed. A girl was shown on the screen, who said that finally today the heroes who would save the world would gather in one place. In front of the portal were cars and crowds of people. The man brought a microphone to his mouth and said that he was right in front of the gates of the 8th floor of Dungeon A+, and that behind the security line, the city's residents had gathered to wish for the heroes a speedy return. The girl pointed to the crowd of people as she said that the procession of citizens with candles in their hands was continuing. 3 people got out of the black car. Jack looked away seriously. A large case was left in the car. The guys in white suits walked forward. Francois adjusted his glasses. He was standing in front of the portal. Michael and Shakira were looking in the same direction. 3 guys approached the portal. Cars drove up to the gate. Someone got out of the car. Dark silhouettes were approaching the people in white suits. The protagonist confidently looked ahead. Someone stopped in front of him. Carl looked ahead. Julia and Ethan were watching. Austin stood in front of Carl. The Messiah Guild member extended his hand. The protagonist looked down. They shook hands. The people in front of the building saw this on the screen and screamed. Austin looked ahead. Flashes were happening behind Carl. A crowd of people stood surrounded by rocks inside an 8-story A+ dungeon. The protagonist emotionlessly looked ahead. The guy in armor closed his eyes. Dark silhouettes were visible. Sweat appeared on the bald man's face when he thought about finally getting into the 8-story A+ dungeon, and about how they needed to clear it and only the 9-story one remained for them to pass. A blonde looked at him and asked if he was too excited when the man thought about how lucky he was to be here with Master Carl. He clenched his fist and cried when he realized what an honor it was for his family. Then the girl called him by name. Behind her stood a guy who put his hand behind his head when she asked the bald man why he was crying. Skeletons with swords stood on either side of the guy. Jack frowned, wondering if Austin was okay. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. He turned around when he was told that he seemed too excited. Francois adjusted his glasses and asked the guy to make his face simpler, otherwise everyone would think he was going to die. The man crossed his arms when the guy realized that he was a dragon hunter. Jack brought his fist to his mouth when he asked if he knew him. The man with glasses opened his mouth and said that of course he knew him. He approached Jack and said it was nice to meet him, using his name. Michael looked at them silently. Shakira appeared behind him, asking where the man was who said Isaac would use them and abandon them. The girl smiled and added that she thought it was some kind of grand strategy. Sweat broke out on Michael's face. Shakira stood in front of him when she asked about how, no matter what, Isaac trusted them. Her mouth dropped open when she said that he even told them to become allies with the Messiah Guild. She remembered sitting at the table with Julia. Shakira and Michael looked in the same direction when the girl summed up that Isaac had led them to this important place. The man in red armor opened his mouth and said that it was possible. He frowned when he thought about what would happen if it wasn't. Carl stood in front of the protagonist when he realized that even though he didn't trust them completely, he seemed to feel sorry for losing people. The guy opened his mouth and started talking. He smirked and said that, as they agreed, the first floor was being cleaned by the Messiah Guild, then they answered that it would be as they wanted. The guys turned around and went in different directions. The armored youth took a step. Austin stood behind him when he said that he thought about it and realized that they had missed one detail. Carl looked away when he added that there was no need for each guild to take on one floor. Austin looked back. He turned around. Carl's eyes flashed. He pierced the protagonist with a spear. A system notification appeared that he was pierced by the Longinus spear. Austin gritted his teeth in pain. He grabbed the spear with both hands. The armored blonde frowned and turned to the Savior Guild. A notification appeared that the effect of the Longinus spear was activated, and that the use of items and skills was impossible. A wounded Austin stood in front of the skeletons. Jack opened his mouth wide and shouted Isaac's name. Sweat appeared on Shakira and Michael's faces. The blonde covered her mouth with her hand. A sword appeared in the guy's hand in armor. Carl opened his mouth slightly and summed up that the Savior Guild would leave this world forever from today. He swung the blade. The protagonist frowned. The sound of an impact. The skeleton took the blow. The guy's sword was held by two blades. The blonde smiled and asked Austin if he really didn't want to die quickly. Jack opened his mouth wide and swung his fist. He dealt a powerful blow, then Carl jumped back. Jack looked to the side and asked Isaac if he was okay. A weapon flashed behind the protagonist when the guy realized that it was the Longinus spear. The blonde in armor swung the blade. The boy and the skeletons were blown away by the force of the shockwave. Jack tried to slow down. He gritted his teeth and wondered where such monsters came from. The red-haired girl opened her mouth wide and addressed the master. He took off. The protagonist, pierced by the spear, was enclosed in a circle. Julia was enveloped in a red aura. A powerful blow was dealt to the place where the boy was. Jack looked at Austin, who was under the dome, when he mentally exclaimed his name. Sweat appeared on the red-haired girl's face. A system notification appeared, saying that the Bifrost barrier magic had been activated. A system window appeared, saying that the Bifrost skill was of legendary rank, and that its use was possible from level 150 and above, and that it was a passage of light connecting the divine and human worlds, so an unclean creature could not pass through this passage. The effects of the skill were also described, which were that while using the skill, it was impossible to enter or exit the barrier, and that the maximum time of using the skill was 6 days. The warriors watched attentively as the enemy glowed. The girl opened her mouth. Then the warriors put out their hands. A moment later, the projectiles flew forward. The projectiles approached the enemy's barrier. Julia smiled and wondered what happened. Then a beam hit the projectiles. The girl opened her eyes and was surprised. A powerful beam hit the ground. Dust rose above the armada. Julia covered her mouth and wondered what it was. Then she opened her eyes. In the middle of the battlefield stood a sword. Julia stared at it attentively. Chuck opened his mouth and asked if they were okay. The warrior came out of the dust. Julia turned around abruptly. Someone pulled the sword out of the ground. Francois grabbed the weapon. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he, of course, foresaw that this would happen, but they really crossed all the boundaries. They were ready. Julia smiled, thought about the dragon hunter taking Isaac's side, and noted that he should be ready. Then he raised his hand and shouted because the Messiah's guild became his enemy. Then the warriors ran straight at the dragon slayer. The girl grinned and thought that he would not do anything unusual anyway. Francois stared at them carefully. Then he clenched his teeth. He raised his weapon. Then he struck powerfully. A powerful beam hit the warriors. Chuck jumped above the dust. Then the warriors jumped on the dragon slayer. Francois looked down and tensed. He saw that his legs were covered in ice. Then he looked at Julia. The girl smiled. The warriors from above swung and shouted for him to die. A moment later, there was a huge explosion. The warrior fell to the ground and doubled over, after which his comrades also landed. Julia opened her eyes and stared in surprise. Francois was covered in dragon scales. Then he stared furiously at the girl. The warriors saw that their swords were broken. after which another cloud of dust rose. The warrior fell next to the crowd, after which the dust cleared. The crowd stared at this in surprise and fear. The girl raised her hand and asked what had suddenly happened. The man opened his mouth, answered that he himself did not understand, and wondered why the master attacked Isaac. Chuck wiped his lip. Then he stood up and shouted why they were standing and watching. Then he opened his mouth even wider and shouted that they did not see that their guild was being attacked. The man clenched his teeth and wondered what was happening to them, after which he looked straight ahead and heard to join the battle. From now on he will destroy players who go against the Messiah Guild mercilessly. The guy opened his mouth and asked how it was possible, without any reason, and the other noted that he would have to obey since it happened like this. The bald man began to shake his head. Then he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Then he raised it and looked furiously. Explosions began in the middle of the battlefield. The warrior plunged his sword into the ground. Michael gritted his teeth and asked what was going on here. Shakira gritted her teeth and answered that it looked like they were all going to kill them, after which the whole crowd headed towards them. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he thought he would never be betrayed, but scum like him always do it. Michael gritted his teeth. Shakira gritted her teeth. Corpses lay in the background of the battle. Michael stared forward furiously, after which he fell to the ground. Then he passed out. Shakira was unconscious. The warrior loudly stomped on the ground with his plate boot. Then he smiled and thought that they had been holding out for a long time, fighting so many enemies, tough guys. Then he raised his sword. He began to strike and added that it was time for them to leave. A moment later, a fist flew into his face. The warrior flew back and hit the ground, after which he slid along the ground. Jack looked down and asked how dare he swing at his people. Then he raised his hand and shouted that even if they were weak, he didn't listen to anyone at all. The warriors looked at him, heard that even if they were stupid, they thought that he was talking about them. Jack pointed at himself and added that anyway, they were, first and foremost, a guild. The warriors of the Messiah opened their mouths and shouted that all he knew how to do was talk, that he needed to beat him. The warrior opened his mouth and let off steam. Jack began to throw everyone around. Then he pursed his lips and said that they were nothing and that he needed to deal with them quickly. The soldier opened his eyes in fear and asked where he had come from. Jack looked around furiously. Then he looked at the dome and noted in his head that there was little time left. Jack stepped on it with one foot, raising dust, then with the other. Then he looked around and saw a huge crowd. Jack spun around and wondered when they had managed to run here. Then he smiled and noted that it was true, only when a crowd attacks at once can you feel the taste of battle. Then he flew straight at the army. Jack delivered a powerful blow. The Messiah's soldiers began to jump on him. Jack gritted his teeth. Then he opened his eyes. A blue particle flew into his chest. Jack fell to the ground. He stared straight ahead with his eyes wide open. Ethan approached the crowd and told everyone to step back. Then he began to walk toward Jack. He approached him. Then he looked at him and told him to get up. Ethan opened his mouth and added that he knew he wouldn't die from that. Jack leaned on his hand. Then he swung. Ethan dodged the blow. Then he jumped back. The archer shot 2 arrows into his back. Then he stood up straight. Ethan turned his gaze and noted that someone like him was great for hunting. Jack watched as the arrows in his back began to burn from the skill of a silent hunter. Then there was a powerful explosion. The warrior looked down. Ethan grabbed the arrow and noted that it was too early. A huge beam headed straight for Jack. He gritted his teeth and waited for the blow. Jack dodged sharply. Then he smiled and noted that it was dangerous. Ethan raised his hand and noted that, to be honest, he didn't think he would be able to dodge at such a distance. Then he introduced Colin and added that although if he had fallen after that guy would still be alive. Ethan gritted his teeth and ordered to kill him. Then the crowd jumped on him. Jack gritted his teeth and thought that there were too many of them. Then he opened his eyes wide. Jack grabbed the guy. Then he covered himself from the arrows. The big guy looked straight ahead and thought that, however, with Austin, he had been in worse situations. Then he remembered the huge massacre. Then he smiled and noted in his head that they had managed to cope. Zhang stared straight ahead. Then he looked at the warrior and asked what the situation was, and the warrior replied that he thought it would be over soon. Then he opened his mouth, imagining Julia fighting the Dragon Slayer, and added that the deputy chief was currently fighting the Dragon Hunter. Then he imagined Ethan fighting Jack and added that the master archer was with Isaac's assistant. Then he lowered his head and added that the most important thing was that the master had destroyed all the skeleton warriors. The man smiled and noted that now all that was left was to wait for the barrier to be unlocked and check if Isaac was alive, then it would be over. Then he imagined Isaac in the barrier and added that even if this guy was still alive. Then he smiled and added that he still couldn't do anything. Zhang opened his mouth and noted that it was uninteresting. The warrior opened his mouth and called the leader. Zhang stepped aside and ordered the deputy or archer to go help. Then the warrior jumped back. Zhang looked at the ground and thought that he was disappointed in Isaac. It seemed to him that he was not like the others. Zhang looked at Isaac's dome. Then he knitted his eyebrows and wondered if this was really the end. Isaac sat with his head down. Jack opened his mouth. He stood all covered in arrows. Then he took out a few and shouted for everyone to stop. He would not kill a strong thanks with such toothpicks. Arrows began to fall to the ground. Ethan looked at him and asked that even after such an attack he was still standing on his feet. After which he opened his mouth and thought that it turns out that there was no fatal blow yet. Jack clenched his teeth and Ethan noted in his head that he wanted to be nice to him. A screen appeared in front of the warriors and Ethan added that now he decided to get a weapon. Funny. Jack took food from the screen, after which he took a bite and thought that he had lost too much blood, his limit would soon be reached. Ethan opened his eyes looking at him and Jack added that however, the condition was not hopeless. Ethan's eyes lit up and he noticed that he had underestimated him, after which he took aim. Jack threw the food into his mouth and thought that the moment when the shooter is unprotected. Ethan lowered the arrow. Jack opened his eyes and added that right now, when he has no arrows in his hands. The arrow quickly flew at the warrior. Jack jumped back. Ethan opened his eyes and thought that he was going straight ahead and not even dodging. Jack caught the arrow in the chest and said that if it is impossible to dodge. Then he swung and added that he would have to take a hit. The arrow in his chest caught fire. Then there was an explosion. Ethan looked at the dust and asked who the idiot was. Jack's fist flew out of the dust. Then he struck Ethan. Jack opened his eyes. Ethan calmly looked at the trembling fist. Then cracks appeared in front of the fist. A shield bearer appeared in front of the warriors. Jack opened his eyes and wondered who else this was. The girl swung her sword. Then her weapon was covered in dark energy from a shadow strike. Jack flew back from a powerful blow. Then he opened his mouth. Jack leaned his hand on the ground. Sekira turned and asked if the teacher was okay, let her give him the final blow. Ethan gritted his teeth and thought that he didn't think he was suffering enough to strike. The girl threw back the shield. Then she looked at him and thought that extraordinary strength, only his arm was broken from the blow, she would put an end to this. The girl swung at Jack, after which he opened his eyes and thought that he was smiling. Sekira turned around abruptly, after which she saw how Ethan was pierced in the chest. The shadow blade pierced the chest of the master archer. Jack smiled and noted that everything was going according to plan, and then thought that he had long wanted to say these words at least once. The skeleton began to appear behind Ethan. John smiled and said hello. Ethan began to fall. John abruptly grabbed Hades' helmet. Ethan fell to the ground. Then she looked to the side and thought that he had aged. This could have been predicted. John smiled. Sekira opened her eyes and looked at the dead teacher, after which she dropped the sword and ran to him. She picked him up and began to sob. Jack sat up, after which he looked at her. Then he turned away and thought that even though he was an enemy, it somehow sucked. A moment later, Jack opened his eyes. He saw how the girl's back was pierced. Sekira opened her eyes and passed out. John swung his sword and Jack shouted why. The guy opened his mouth and told Jack to pull himself together. He thought they would thank him if he pitied them. John looked at the corpse and added that on the contrary, this girl was just waiting for a chance to finish them off. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he should shove his pity somewhere far away. Jack opened his eyes and thought about greed. Then he looked at his hands and wondered what he was thinking. Right, this is a war. Then he looked at the corpses. Jack turned around and thought that this is a war, encouraging murder for some object or skills to end the damn game. John and Jack drew level and began to leave. The Dragon Slayer stood next to the dome. Then he opened his mouth and tried to catch his breath. Julia looked at him and Francois thought that her abilities corresponded to her rank. After which the girl smiled and thought that however, protecting others is another matter. How stupid it is that all this is because of Isaac, who has nothing to do with it at all. The girl put her hand out and added that it is immediately obvious that he has long gone beyond his boundaries. We must put an end to this. After which the warriors began to run at Francois. The warrior clenched his teeth. After which he remembered how he asked the guys about the floor number. Francois adjusted his glasses and noted that if this is true, then this is simply amazing. Only recently there was a raid on the 6th floor. The girl smiled and lowered her head. The Dragon Slayer folded his arms and added that to be honest, he was even embarrassed. Even he, who is called the hero of France, postponed clearing the 7th floor to save his life. What kind of a great man is this Isaac? The guy opened his mouth and asked to listen. After which he opened his mouth and shouted that Isaac's goal coincides with theirs, so let him choose. Then he put up his finger and added whether he would continue to run despite the fact that it was shameful, or would he become a real hero. Francois opened his mouth. Then the guy showed his thumb and noted that it was natural. A real man would die, but would still become a hero. Francois smiled and thought about death. Then he spread his arms and screamed loudly, activating the skill of a tenacious fighter. Then a blast wave hit the opponents. The warrior clenched his teeth and wondered what kind of screams an old man with one foot in the grave was screaming. Then Francois delivered a powerful direct blow. A huge beam hit the warrior and he wondered who he was aiming at. 2 warriors attacked from the side. Then they pierced Francois from both sides. Francois opened his mouth. The warrior smiled and asked what was going on before he died. Francois smiled and noted that the issue was resolved. The man turned around abruptly, after which he saw Julia hovering in the air. Julia was covered in blood and the warrior thought that this could not be. He had put up a barrier, after which he remembered how a huge beam had flown at her. The girl fell to the ground like a stone, after which the freezing spell began to be removed from the barrier. Everyone looked at Isaac's barrier. Francois smiled and thought that everything had worked. The warrior gritted his teeth, thought that the blow had been aimed at the master's assistant, and shouted how dare he, after which he swung and shouted for him to die. Francois gritted his teeth, after which he saw the blade an inch from his face. Chains surrounded the warrior. John put out his hand and tied up all the opponents, after which he stuck out his tongue. Jack lifted Isaac. 2 swords collided. John pushed the warrior away with his blow, after which he fell. The warrior raised his sword, after which a projectile flew at him. The girl ran up and asked if he was okay. The big guy felt the healing magic and opened his mouth. The girl opened her mouth and asked for help. Then she turned her gaze sharply. The warrior swung at her. Then he was wounded and flew away. The girl opened her eyes wide. The bald man pushed him away powerfully. Then he looked at her and asked if she was okay. It was dangerous. The hooded warrior came up and shouted that he had told her not to relax. If she felt sorry for everyone, she would suffer herself. Michelle opened her mouth and the warrior on the ground noted that he did not want to die. Then he dropped his hand to the ground. Michelle opened her eyes and began to cry. Then she lowered her head and asked for an answer. Tears streamed down her cheeks and she asked why they had to point swords at each other. Jordan opened his mouth and heard that they could not even unite. The warriors were hacking at each other harshly. The girl looked at the corpses of the warriors and asked why they had to kill each other. Then she looked at Sakura and Ethan's corpse and asked why. Jordan gritted his teeth. Then he turned around when he heard a loud sound. He looked at Julia. He saw that she was injured. Then he opened his mouth and wondered what the barrier meant. He saw that Isaac was not in the barrier. Then he looked at Jack carrying him in his arms. Jack was holding Isaac carefully in his arms. Then he looked at him. Then he remembered how they were standing in the dark parking lot. Isaac opened his mouth and noted that it was true. This spear alone was much more dangerous than Zhang's strongest skill. Jack opened his mouth and thought that it would be suicide to fight him, and heard that then everything was very simple. John smiled and noted that he would use Hades' helmet and cut off his head. Then he opened his mouth and added that if there was a problem, they could use their deception skill and escape, and Jack noted that it sounded good. In that case, they might win. Isaac opened his mouth and noted that it was impossible. John and Jack stared at him in surprise. Then the blonde looked at them and noted that their skill did not work on Zhang. He had a clairvoyant skill like the Eye of Anubis. The protagonist imagined Zhang in armor. Then he gritted his teeth and thought, which means there is only one way. Then he walked up to them and noted that he would be bait. John opened his mouth. Jack opened his mouth. Isaac lowered his head, thought that Zhang was a terrible perfectionist, and replied that as soon as he showed weakness, he would probably immediately pull out the Spear of Longinus. Then he looked up and added that after he was convinced of his defenselessness, Julia would immediately imprison him inside a magical barrier. John and Jack looked thoughtfully and heard that next they would want to deal with the members of the Savior Guild, who were left without their leader, and the Dragon Hunters. Jack gritted his teeth, after which Isaac leaned towards him and noted that he believed in him. Jack looked at him with tears in his eyes, after which he imagined Isaac giving a thumbs up and saying that he was an amazing comrade, whom he could trust with his life, and wondered if he really thought that about him. After which he turned to the hand that appeared on his shoulder. Isaac opened his mouth and apologized. Jack raised his hand and noted that he shouldn't, they were comrades. A moment later, Isaac bit Jack in the neck. His fangs began to glow and the vampire skill restored all his health. Isaac lit up with a red light, after which he wiped his lips and noted that he felt better now. Jack, emaciated, fell to the ground, after which he gained weight again with the help of the skill. Then he opened his mouth and screamed at Isaac's back. The blonde turned and noted that he had said that he believed in him. Francois raised his head. Isaac extended his hand and thanked him for his help. The Dragon Slayer smiled. Then he grabbed the protagonist's hand. Francois stood up and remarked that there was no need for gratitude, it was nothing. Isaac turned around abruptly. Then he looked at Zhang and remarked that the game would now begin. Zhang smiled and remarked that everything was exactly as it should be. Then he brightened up and added that he had been waiting for this for so long, his only rival. Then he looked at Isaac and noted in his head that they would see what he could do to please him. The Book of the Dead appeared in the protagonist's hands. Isaac looked at it and thought that there was no longer any reason to hide his powers. Then he smiled and added that for the first and last time after he returned to the past, he would lay out everything he had. A strong wind blew from the book. A powerful flash came from the protagonist. The sky was covered with waves. Zhang stared at him carefully. All the warriors looked up at the sky in fear. Bones began to appear from the ground. A moment later, a huge army and a dragon appeared. The warrior raised his staff. The staff glowed brightly. The fire golem looked forward furiously. The skeleton riders looked forward. Francois opened his mouth and was surprised. The two armies stood opposite each other. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that they already had a difference in ground troops, and then there was a dragon. There were no words. Isaac raised his hand. Then he directed the army forward. Jack opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to move forward. Francois ran forward. The dragons and golems moved forward. The warriors gritted their teeth and thought that they would never defeat them. The man knelt down and told the master to give orders. Zhang turned around. Then he swung his sword powerfully. The powerful blow cut through the golems. The warrior opened his mouth, after which the guards looked at each other in surprise and thought that with Master Zhang, the Messiah Guild would never lose. Zhang gripped his sword tightly, after which he turned to the army and remarked that everyone should fight as best they could. Then he smiled and added that this was his order. A moment later, all the warriors ran forward. The two armies approached each other. The skeleton struck a powerful blow, after which the opponents' swords clashed. The dragon flew at the warriors from above. The bone dragon began to blaze with fire. Zhang took a step forward. His head was covered with dark energy. Isaac watched as Zhang approached him, after which Zhang smiled. The protagonist opened his mouth. The guard stepped in front of the protagonist, after which he lowered his sword to the ground. Then he looked at the enemy and noticed that he forbade approaching the master. Zhang looked at him with displeasure, after which he struck a sharp blow. The guard covered himself with his sword, after which he narrowed his eyes. Zhang suddenly appeared to the side and swung. The master's sword pierced the guard's sword. Zhang looked at this with displeasure. Lightning appeared above Zhang's head. The master abruptly turned his gaze. The electric guard raised his hammer, after which a powerful lightning strike was heard. Isaac calmly watched this. Zhang blocked the blow with his hammer. The guard narrowed his eyes. The other guard gripped his staff tightly. Everyone started attacking Zhang. Isaac stared at this and thought that maybe uniting to fight Zhang was a good way, but not very effective. Jack opened his mouth. Francois opened his mouth, and the protagonist noted that without the power of the Death Knight, the other part would not last long. John looked at the protagonist and asked where he was going. The protagonist looked straight ahead and noted that they needed to put an end to this. Then a flurry of notifications began. The last notification lit up and noted that the effect of the Knight of the Round Table set of items was activated. Isaac's chest glowed brightly. Rings appeared on the protagonist's hands. A sword was burning in his hands. The skeleton opened his mouth as a golden ball appeared. The guard's weapons were covered in golden energy. Isaac lit up blindingly brightly. Then he opened his mouth slightly. Then he looked at the battles and ordered the Death Knights to come to him. The guard swung his hammer. Then he dealt a powerful blow to Zhang. The master cut off the powerful blow. Zhang strained his gaze and stared. The Death Knights headed towards the protagonist. Zhang stabbed the knife into the ground. Then he folded his arms and waited. The protagonist looked at him and thought that Zhang could easily deal with the Death Knights. The guard knelt down and said to give orders. Isaac extended his hand and ordered to split up and help the allies. The guard looked down and said that he obeyed, after which all the warriors jumped back. Zhang took hold of the sword. Then he pulled it out and asked that he was going to fight him personally. Zhang smiled and remarked that it was funny even if he had legendary items and a halo. Then he lowered his head and added that this pride would eventually kill him. Isaac calmly stared at him. The protagonist pulled out his sword, after which the fight began. Two swords crossed. Zhang smiled. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Zhang opened his eyes after the Excalibur notification. The protagonist's sword began to outweigh, after which Zhang jumped back. The master began to walk forward, after which he jumped back and activated the skills of the Hand of the Savior. He was all ablaze after using several skills. Isaac opened his eyes wide, after which he received a blow to the stomach. Isaac looked at the enemy in surprise, after which he clenched his teeth. Then he stuck his hand into the screen. A bright flash from the shield appeared. Zhang smiled, after which he threw back the protagonist's shield. Isaac stopped with the help of the shield, after which Zhang went towards him with a direct blow. The protagonist dissolved with the help of the vampire skill. Zhang opened his eyes, after which dark clots flew up. A moment later, they aimed at Zhang. The master cut them into two parts with a sharp blow. The clots began to surround him. Zhang turned his head, after which the protagonist's sharp fangs bit him. Zhang hit the protagonist with a powerful push. The protagonist fell to the ground. Jack gritted his teeth and thought that everything would be fine with the protagonist. Then he hunched over and added that he said he could handle it alone, but it was Zhang himself. Zhang looked at him carefully, after which he picked up his sword and noted that it was time to stop. It was just getting disgusting. Isaac stood up, after which he wiped the blood and noted that he was apologizing for feeling so disgusted. Then he stood up and added that, however, he would have to use everything he had to fight him. Zhang narrowed his eyes, after which the notification noted the poison. Zhang smiled and noted that it was just some kind of poison, after which he glowed brightly golden and got rid of the debuffs. The protagonist silently stared at him. The master smiled and asked that he had used up all his techniques. Then he took a step forward. A moment later, clots of dark fog appeared around the protagonist. His eyes glowed red and he replied that he hadn't yet, after which the fog headed straight for Zhang. The master looked at him and asked what kind of useless actions he was doing. Then dust began to rise. Zhang looked to the side, after which a pool of blood appeared behind him. A moment later, huge ants appeared from under the ground. Isaac raised his hand and used Solomon's ring, after which there was a whole armada of ants. Zhang opened his mouth and asked what kind of joke he was going to make again, after which he swung his sword with the blade of destruction. Then he spun around. The blade cut the ants. The remains of the ants flew to the sides. Isaac looked at him, after which he saw Zhang cut the ground into 5 pieces. Zhang opened his mouth. Then he took a step and remarked that if he had nothing more to show, then he should finally die. The ants began to glow. Zhang continued to walk forward. Isaac smiled and used corpse explosion. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. High dust rose. Isaac opened his eyes. Then he saw a powerful beam. The protagonist quickly dodged. Then he stood up. Then he clenched his teeth tightly. Zhang grabbed the protagonist's head. Then he slammed him into the ground. Isaac opened his eyes and thought that it seemed like there was no escape from the difference in stats with the warrior. Zhang threw the protagonist. The protagonist fell unconscious. Zhang opened his mouth and noted that he was acting so confident that he was even a little disappointed. Zhang looked at this and screamed. Then he directed the chains at Zhang. The master struck quickly. Zhang saw how the attacks tore his chains. Then he covered himself with his hands. Several blows sharply cut off Zhang's limbs. Zhang continued to walk towards the protagonist. A moment later, he was next to him. Zhang looked at him and noticed that he expected more. Then he kicked the protagonist. Then he paid close attention to him. Zhang saw a skull on the protagonist's face and noticed that it was a mask. A moment later, a sound came from behind him. Zhang turned around abruptly. Then the skeleton swung the spear. The tip approached the warrior. Zhang covered himself with his sword. The spear began to strike sparks. Isaac's body suddenly jumped and Zhang thought that he was thinking of defeating him with the help of some skeletons. The master let go of one hand from the sword. Then he turned and clenched his teeth. The spear abruptly flew off the sword. Then it pierced Zhang. The master moved back. Then he looked at the wound and shouted what it was. A moment later, he fell to his knees and saw that being hit by the spear of Longinus removes all positive effects. Zhang coughed up blood. Then it fell to the ground. Zhang looked down and thought that he should quickly pull out the spear. Then he grabbed it and added that he only needed to pull it out and he would be able to suppress the blood infection. There was nothing in this world that could kill him. The master looked straight ahead. Then he saw the screen with the indicators. Zhang smiled and thought that no matter how much they lowered the indicators, his defense still could not be penetrated by any weapon in the world. Zhang trembled. Then he raised his head and noted that it was a good blow, but his strength was still not enough. Then he grabbed the sword and added to cut off his head from his shoulders. The protagonist removed the mask from his face. Zhang touched the sword and heard that he knew. Then he climbed into the screen and added that that is why he prepared something else. Zhang swung his sword. Then the two weapons collided. A fragment of Zhang's sword fell a few meters away. Zhang was left without a weapon. Then he opened his eyes. Then he saw Isaac thrust a sword into him, after which a notification appeared that he had been cursed by Balmung. All resistances were reduced by 90%. Zhang opened his eyes and saw a sword swing. The protagonist cut off the enemy's head. Zhang's body fell to the ground. All the warriors turned to look at the protagonist. The protagonist lowered his sword and saw that everyone present began to rejoice, after which he looked straight ahead and ordered everyone to lower their weapons. Then he began to walk forward and added that all players, including the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, would no longer be at odds from now on. The warriors gritted their teeth and heard that there were too many casualties. The direction they should move on was certain. Jack stared at the protagonist and heard that it was necessary to heal the wounded as quickly as possible. The healers began to heal Julia and heard that they should arm the warriors and go up to the 8th floor. Michael rubbed his chin and heard that the only enemy they should raise their swords against were the monsters that were up there. Isaac stood in front of the army, after which George threw the axe. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he too would not fight anymore. After all, they did not go into the dungeon to die like dogs. The girl turned and asked why they should fight each other at all. The sword fell to the ground, after which all the weapons began to fall to the ground. On the 8th floor of the dungeon there was a huge gate. Jack opened his mouth and said that he thought they could trust the guys from the Messiah Guild, especially those security guys were very loyal to Zhang. Isaac smiled. Then he looked at the weapons and said that he didn't even know if they were really that loyal. They would continue to fight now, but they themselves laid down their weapons. He thought their loyalty was not that strong. Jack opened his mouth and said that this was true, but still, the problem was whether they could be trusted and fight together. Isaac smiled and noted that it was not that important. Isaac put his hand on the skeleton's head and added that they did have comrades and allies who would never betray them. Jack smiled. A huge army was walking in the middle of the desert. 2 months later, the army came out of the portal and shouted that the dungeon was cleared. Photographers began to take pictures of the army. Then they looked at the stage and noticed that Zhang was not among them. Isaac opened his mouth slightly. Then he looked at the audience and noticed that the great hero Zhang met his end inside the dungeon. Then he turned his gaze and added that when he died, he left him his will. He was very sorry. People started crying and looking at the protagonist. The girl stood behind him and heard that he couldn't reach the end of the game. Julia looked down and heard him say the following words to the dying Zhang. Jack folded his arms and heard that the day would come. George and his squad stared at the protagonist. Isaac was shown on TV and he noted that he, the Savior Guild and the Messiah Guild, someday they would get to the boss of the 9th floor and put an end to this game. Bob stared at his phone. Then he smirked. Then he put the phone away and thought that this day had finally come. Bob stared at the photo with Jin. Michael and Shakira folded their arms and heard that they would save this world. The protagonist raised his chin and added that Zhang had a great will. Flashes flew from the audience and Isaac added that they would always remember him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, remembered Zhang, and thought about remaining a hero who was going to save this world. After which he began to walk away from the microphones. The protagonist walked down the stairs and thought that now everything that had gone downhill would immediately be fixed. Julia followed the protagonist, after which a silhouette of a girl appeared behind her. She turned around abruptly. Kate opened his mouth and asked if she could tell her the truth now. Julia trembled, after which she began to cry when she heard that after this, perhaps they would again. Then she squatted down. The news appeared on the screen that Isaac had announced a raid on the 9th floor. Jack was sitting in a diner and shouted that such an important article had come out, and here was some Chadian men. At the very least, he should treat him to Korean beef. The guy opened his mouth and asked if he was really treating him. The protagonist extended his hand. Jack looked at him and thought that he wanted to make an excuse, but he just won't leave him alone. Then he pointed to the beginning and end of the menu and asked to bring everything. Jack rubbed his hands and Bob asked if they had ordered yet. The protagonist looked up and was surprised. Bob had a perfect bald spot on his head. Bob opened his mouth and noted that he didn't quite like his look, and Jack noted that shiny things always attract attention. Bob looked at the protagonist and asked what he had already thought about what he would do after the game ended. The man turned pale and noted that the players would lose all their abilities. Then he doubled over with anger and added that the future of the guild was in question. The protagonist smiled and noted that he had heard that he founded Pandora and was preparing for the chaos that would begin after the game ended. Bob smiled and answered that it was true. After the end, all the players would become unemployed. After which he made a face and added that they should not go down the wrong path. He was providing them with new jobs. This was how he would be able to maintain peace throughout the world. Jack began to eat and said that this was what Pandora was for, and he thought he wanted to establish a fund and appropriate the money. Bob hit Jack and noted that the preparations were almost complete. Now he could calmly clear the 9th floor and return from there alive. The protagonist raised his hand and thought, after which he smiled and noted that the end of this long game was finally in sight. Bob leaned on his leg and noted that he had been thinking about this lately too. All this had happened thanks to a creature they didn't even suspect. Then he raised his hand and added that it was still in heaven and watching them from there. After which he clenched his teeth and said that judging by the behavior of people, it seemed to him that the ending would not be achieved at this rate. Bob glared and noted that especially a character like him usually does not listen to what he is told and does not strive for completion, what choice he will make. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and replied that he will exit the game, enter again, delete characters, and start over. Bob laughed and noted that he thought so too. Then he looked at the switched off phone. Then he flew up and shouted that he had an important call. Bob went to the window and asked if this is what they were talking about. The protagonist stood up and noted that he was going to the toilet. Bob looked at the protagonist and smiled. Isaac headed to the side. The clock was running and making a sound. Jack jerked and said that really, they left him here alone. There was no one near the diner. A huge eye looked straight ahead. Monsters came out of the portal. A huge silhouette extended its hand to the man and the plot noted that the dungeon and monsters appeared at the same time, giving people abilities, after which players appeared. People raised their heads up. The bird spread its wings and the plot added that in the minds of people there were two concepts of the Radiants. They took it for an almighty deity capable of resisting monsters. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the city. A beam began to hit the people and the plot noted that it was also a catastrophe for them that would destroy the world. The guy opened his mouth looking at the screen and the plot said that one part of the people carefully studied this strange phenomenon. The silhouette touched the ground. Several dark pillars surrounded the ground, and the plot added that she assumed that this could be a simple entertainment of a deity or special people. Among the 6 radiances, the most famous were the following. The fairy raised her hands. This is one who understands the speech of animals, making contracts with different spirits. The girl took away the staff. This is the manager of the source of knowledge, which could grant the power to control destructive magic. The man put a shield in front of him. This is a fighter for life, granting extraordinary strength and energy. The archer took aim from the bow, and the plot noted that this is a silent hunter, which sharpened the 5 senses and increased dexterity. A bright glow appeared, and the plot added that these 4 were the most famous, and only a small part of people. The warrior lowered the sword and leaned on it. This was chosen as the keeper of the sacred light, granting strength in attack and defense. The magician spread his hands, and the plot noted that these are representatives of the dark world, giving power over curses and dark magic. The guy put his hands out and absorbed the energy. The main character grabbed his face, and the plot noted that in order to catch Zhang, he chose a representative of the dark world. The main character looked at the tablet in front of him. Then he remembered how he looked at Zhang's corpse, and the plot added that following his path, at the end of a long journey, the main character managed to take revenge. Isaac stood at the bright portal. Then he raised his leg and said that there was only one goal left. Then he turned around and added that it was to put an end to this game. The dermatology building appeared. The girl opened her mouth and said that the director of the Hansen group, Julia, did not leave her post. What steps the Hansen group would take. Bob looked closely at the phone. Then he put it down and thought that everything should be fine with the secretary. Then he stood up and noted that she could handle it. A bright sunset appeared over the city. Julia lowered her head. Then she adjusted her hair and cried. Then she ran her hand over the photo. Katie looked down gloomily. Then she remembered how Julia sat down near the stage. The girl cried and noted that she was right. Then she opened her mouth and noted that all this happened because of her. Julia looked at the floor and asked for forgiveness. Katie came up to her. Then she returned to reality and called the girl. Julia turned her gaze and heard that she had thought a lot since that day whether she would be able to forgive her. The sunset was burning over the mountains. Katie opened her mouth and noted that she thought it would not work. Julia sadly lowered her eyes. Then Katie came up and added that it seemed that he could not do it right now. After these words, Julia opened her mouth. Then she raised her head and asked again. Katie handed over a pass and noted that if she really regretted her actions, let her prove it with her actions. The girl took the pass. Then she read it. Katie opened her mouth and told her to come to them in Pandora. This is a company that was created by the will of her father. The girl remembered how Romeo and Jean shook hands. Then she looked at the girl and added that in order to prepare for the riots that would begin after the end of the game. Katie looked at the surprised girl and added that if there were still those who were dear to her, they needed to take care of their future together. The girl lowered her head, remembered the broken photo, and noted that perhaps someday their relationship would be the same. A tear ran down Julia's cheek. Carrie turned and told her to think about it and call her. Julia remained standing alone near the cells. Then she pressed the pass to her chest, after which she fell to her knees. A crowd of people looked at the screen on the building. Bob stared at the phone and heard that finally, for the sake of clearing the last dungeon. The reporter opened his mouth and added that heroes from different corners of the planet had gathered in front of the gates, wishing them luck in continuing the work of Jean, who had recently fought so desperately on the 8th floor. The portal glowed brightly in the middle of the city. Jack's legs were shaking. John smiled and asked why he was worried. Jack opened his mouth and shouted that he had never been nervous in his life. Isaac looked at them and thought that he seemed to be nervous. Then he looked down. He looked at his shaking hands and thought that although anyone would act like that, after all, this is the last floor of the last dungeon. Even he, who almost died there, is a little nervous. The protagonist clenched his fist. Then he remembered the last gate and thought that it was last interesting to find out what is behind this door. Then he smiled broadly. The door of the car opened abruptly. 3 warriors got out of it. Isaac confidently walked towards the portal. 3 warriors walked straight towards the portal. Francois waved his hand and said hello. Jordan and his squad smiled. Michael and Shakira looked at them menacingly. Isaac stopped near the portal. Then he turned and said forward. The warrior took a confident step forward. The army came out of the portal. Jack began to turn his head. Then he turned to the protagonist and thought that he was telling the truth. Then he remembered how he had stood on the 8th floor of the dungeon not long before. Jack opened his mouth and caught his breath. Then he turned and shouted that it wouldn't take long to get sick and die. Isaac approached him and remarked that he was doing well. Jack coughed and thanked him and remarked that he had also worked hard. Then he raised his hand and said that the 8th floor was so hard, he could imagine what would happen on the 9th. Did he know anything about the next dungeon? Isaac opened his mouth and replied that he didn't really. Jack yawned and asked how so. He thought he should definitely know something. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the 1st to the 8th floor was solid. Then he said that it was a cave. Then he imagined a cave. Then he remembered a huge door and added that there was another huge door. Isaac narrowed his eyes and wondered what was behind it. He himself did not know. Jack opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about. Isaac smiled. Then he spread his arms and noted that he thought that this was exactly what would happen. Jack opened his mouth and shouted where he was, what he knew. Isaac turned and looked at the cave. Jack looked into the deep cave and thought that so far everything matched. Isaac stood on the edge. Then he looked at the army and noted that now they would begin a briefing about their plan of action. Then a sound appeared in his ear. Red notifications appeared in front of his face. The protagonist raised his head and looked surprised. Then red notifications rained down in a flurry. The warriors raised their heads. The other part opened their mouths. A red notification appeared in front of everyone's face. The last one appeared that the conditions for clearing the 9th floor were achieved under pressure. Michael opened his mouth and asked what was this. John opened his mouth and asked what was going on. Jack opened his mouth and whispered what was going on. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he didn't know either. Then a portal began to appear above their heads. A moment later it opened. Isaac strained his gaze and noticed that they needed to go to the 9th floor first. The entire army stood in front of the door. Isaac looked at it carefully and thought that he had never heard of a system error before. Dark dust was flying out of the door. Isaac felt a hand on his shoulder and wondered what was inside. Jack smiled and shouted that he was worried. Judging by his face, he was right. Then he pointed his finger and added that he shouldn't be afraid. Isaac turned around, saw his trembling legs and heard that the man would thank him for protecting him. Then the protagonist smiled, after which he turned around and thought that this time, Michael and Shakira looked displeased. Francois and John smiled at the protagonist. Isaac strained his gaze and added that they would put an end to this. Then he touched the door. A moment later, the protagonist opened the doors. The army entered the dark room and a notification noted that the final battle was beginning. Jack opened his mouth and noted that nothing was visible. A torch lit up on the wall, then another. A moment later, all the torches lit up. Jordan turned his gaze sharply. Then he looked at the corpses and asked what it was. He saw the corpse of a huge creature. Michael opened his eyes. Then he turned around sharply. Michael saw a huge throne at the end. The man on the throne threw his leg over the monster. Then he smiled and noted that they were too late. The protagonist looked ahead menacingly. A system message appeared that an unknown person had appeared in front of him. All the adventurers watched in horror and then wondered what was going on. The Red Knight grabbed 2 blue swords. Gritting his teeth, he wondered who he was. Suddenly, his face turned pale and the swords broke. A huge pillar of blue light struck everyone standing in front of him. Steve turned around in fear. He saw several of his allies disappear in an instant. The Red Knight fell to his knees with broken swords. His comrade, covering his face with both hands, tried to catch his breath. There were many dead warriors lying on the ground. The unknown person sitting on the throne said that he thought one blow would be enough to figure it out. Suddenly, the protagonist took a step forward. A strong aura emanated from him, and then he said who he was. Many of his skeleton subordinates followed him. The guy smiled, snapped his fingers and said that it was funny. A lightning bolt immediately appeared in the sky. Steve turned in his direction with displeasure. His comrades, standing behind, looked up in horror. A few seconds later, the entire ceiling was covered in blue energy, and the guy on the throne smiled maliciously, after which he released a column of blue energy. Steve covered himself with a shield. Blood came out of his mouth. He thought that everyone had disappeared. He fell to his knees and wondered if they were really dead. Looking at him, the guy said with displeasure that they were pathetic bugs, pretending to be God knows what. How dare he interfere with his fun? The protagonist, clenching his teeth, silently looked at him, and he added that you can't end so quickly. The protagonist was surprised, and he turned to him, saying 2 names. Steve wondered how he knew. Frowning, he asked who he was. The guy stretched out his hand and replied that he had nothing to say to him, that he was a pathetic creature, and that he should try to amuse him next time. Then he pointed his finger down. Steve, looking ahead, wondered what next time. A second later, his entire body hit the ground with great force. He watched in horror as his face broke through the rocks, and then wondered if that was really it. Looking ahead in fear, he thought that he would die like that. His eyes began to close, and all he saw was the image of a smiling guy, and then a system message appeared in front of him that the player was dead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, seeing a system message that the game was starting. He looked at his body in fear, and then, suddenly frowning, he turned around. Looking around, he saw that all his allies were dead, and the guy sitting on the throne, smiling, asked how he could come back to life. He was already familiar with this feeling. Looking ahead, he added that he had experienced something like this before, hadn't he? That he had turned back time. Smiling, he continued to think that he seemed to be beginning to understand the unprecedented power that had caused the entire squad to die, the system error that he had seen for the first time. Remembering what it looked like, he continued to think that there was still hostility and anger directed at him. Looking at the throne, he thought that it was incredible, but the protagonist, smiling, said that he didn't look like the Radiants. Taking a step forward, he added that he had started having problems because he had killed Isaac, but he was the guardian of the sacred light. The guardian looked menacingly ahead and replied that he had problems. He thought that some people might confuse him. Frowning, he added that Steve was so impudent, although it might spoil the mood a little, and right now his mood was extremely spoiled. A second later, the protagonist was thrown into the air. The guardian extended his finger and said that this is why he wanted to vent his anger. Steve began to be thrown around the room at great speed. His eyes turned white and blood began to flow from his mouth. The guardian, smiling broadly, said that they, humans, enjoy squashing bugs, and for them it is just a game. We are transported to a time later. Steve stands in front of the guardian again. Having caught his breath, he thinks how many times this has happened. He remembers how the blue energy pierced him, how his face fell into the stones, how the blood splashed on the wall. Squinting his eyes, he thought that he did not think that the glow would intervene personally. The guardian looked at him menacingly. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that if this was so, maybe he would too. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly the guardian smiled and said that he seemed to have a lot of thoughts in his head. Did he really hope that these scum? Looking at the dead comrades of the protagonist, he added that they fall apart as soon as you touch them. He looked at the dead skeleton lying on the floor. Smiling maliciously, he added that they would help him. He thought so. Hearing this, the protagonist trembled. The guardian added that the only way for him to get out of here. Steve turned pale, after which the ground under his feet shook. The guardian, looking in his direction, said that it was to kneel and bow his head. The protagonist trembled, trying to resist the force that was pulling him to the floor. A second later, his head hit the ground. He was kneeling in front of the throne, after which he slightly raised his head. The guardian, looking at him, told him to beg for forgiveness. Looking in his direction, Steve thought that the figure had become some kind of blurry point for a moment. Rising slightly, he wondered if this was the main body. Smiling, he continued to think that he should provoke him a little more first. The guardian frowned. Looking menacingly ahead, he asked why he was smiling. It seemed he had completely lost his mind. The protagonist, looking in his direction, answered that no, he was just laughing. Rising, he added that he had such power, but he could not make him, some ordinary person, dance to his tune. Hearing this, the guardian became furious, and Steve added that he should watch him scream and get angry. Smiling, he continued to say that he was just like a person. The guardian stood up from the throne and then said frighteningly that he still would not shut up. Two bright beams illuminated the room. Looking ahead, he said that he could beg, it wouldn't help him, he would die again and again, endlessly. A second later, pillars of fire flew into the protagonist. His body rose up. He watched his inevitable death in horror, after which he appeared in a dark space opposite the red system message. Noticing this, he raised his eyes. The system message said that he was dead, and then an error appeared in the system. A second later, the system message flew to pieces, and in the distance, the protagonist saw a blue glow. He opened his eyes wide and looked ahead in surprise. A moment later, a purple portal appeared in front of him. Then energy began to gather in it. And a second later, a white entity appeared, and next to it a system message that a representative of the warm world had descended from the heavens. Steve looked at the unknown entity for a few seconds. He was silent, lowering his head. The protagonist, smiling, said that he was late. The representative of the dark world, looking at him, said that he knew in advance that he would come. He looks quite relaxed. Steve, frowning, replied that this psycho is so crazy outside. Raising his head, he continued to say that he knew that the shine would not sit still. Hearing this, the representative replied that it was funny. He knew that he had chosen him for a reason. The protagonist, frowning, replied that he should stop, that he could offer him right now. The representative extended his hand forward, and purple energy formed in it. After a moment, Steve felt his heart beat in his chest. The representative said that he was sorry, but for now this is all. The protagonist, smiling widely, replied that he did not. Covered in a purple aura, he added that he thought this would be enough. His friend, stepping aside, added that he probably had a lot of questions. First he needed to solve urgent problems, then they would talk again. Steve, smiling, replied that it was fine. We are transported back to the keeper. He, raising his hand in displeasure, says that the bastard is trying to provoke him. Then he snaps his fingers and looks menacingly ahead. Looking at his hand, he asks what's the matter, why won't it start? Clenching his fist, he thinks that maybe he's starting to lose strength. Hitting his fist on the throne, he looks in front of himself in displeasure. Suddenly, he notices something. The protagonist appears before his eyes, surrounded by a strong purple aura. Gritting his teeth, he says that this view, did he really interfere? Steve, smiling, replies that he didn't expect that. The keeper hits himself on the head with his hand and laughs loudly. Looking ahead, he adds that he's proud of that. Stretching out his hand, a yellow glow appears in front of him, and he adds that the representative helped him. It doesn't matter. Enough, yellow staff, he keeps saying that it won't change anything. The protagonist smiled and answered that he thought so. Then he extended his hand, in which a purple glow appeared. A second later, a long sword of energy appeared in his hand. The guardian threw the yellow staff at the protagonist with all his might. He flew straight at his target at great speed. Steve put his sword in front of him and began to resist the force, after which he managed to cut this incredible force into 2 parts. Seeing this, the guardian stood in a stupor, and Steve, looking ahead, smiled and answered that now he could fight. The guardian looked ahead silently for a few seconds. He jumped to the ground, asking that he could fight. Then he dashed forward at great speed. Their weapons met, causing a bright flash. They began to fight quickly and strongly, parrying each other's blows. The guardian looked ahead with displeasure. Steve, squinting his eyes, saw how his enemy's shoulder turned pale. He wondered if he was imagining things. The cycle was getting shorter. The guardian, opening his mouth in displeasure, summoned several portals with his weapons, and then said that he was a rat, and that was all he could do. He was finished. A second later, arrows from the portals rushed forward. The protagonist clenched his teeth, and then a strong explosion occurred at the place where he stood. He looked at the thick smoke for a few seconds. He looked at his blurry hand, and then thought that he had already run out of strength. Suddenly, he looked ahead in fear when he heard Steve's voice, who was standing behind him, saying that his assumption was correct. It was too much for him. The guardian began to turn around. Steve swung his sword. He was able to cut the guardian's shoulder. He looked at his wound in fear. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that if he spent all his strength grabbing the wound with his hand, he said that it was too much. A moment later, he restored his shoulder. Steve, looking at him, thought that the power that came out of his wound, and also this strange reaction, and several times his body became somehow cloudy. Smiling, he said that it turns out, his body. Stepping forward, he added, limited in the use of power, it is gradually becoming unusable. Hearing this, the keeper looked menacingly in front of him. Steve, smiling, thought that he guessed. Arrogantly looking in front of him, he added that even for the Radiants, controlling space and time is not so easy, his powers are limited. Raising his hand, he collapsed the ceiling, saying that he was even better. Behind the keeper, huge bone gates appeared. A second later, chains from them began to fly forward at great speed. They quickly flew up to the keeper, and then in an instant they enveloped him. The guardian couldn't move and only groaned, wrapped in chains. They continued to entangle him, forming a cocoon. Steve, looking at this, thought that he had to hold on until his strength ran out. Suddenly, the cocoon lit up, yellow light poured out of it. The protagonist looked menacingly in his direction. A few moments later, the cocoon exploded. Steve put his hand in front of him. A strong aura emanated from the guardian. He said menacingly that he recognized his insight. Looking ahead, he added that he had long wanted to meet him to kill him because he had interfered with his fun, this damn contract. Taking a step forward, he added that all he could do was to be reborn in a spiritual body. A moment later, his wounds began to heal, and he continued to say that he wanted to play with him a little and then finish him off, but changed his mind. Looking ahead, he added that he would kill him before he lost his strength. Steve thought that his strength of spirit was different from what it was. Then the guardian jumped up. In literally a second, he was able to reach the protagonist and pierce him through. Steve coughed up blood, and the guardian, looking at him, menacingly said that he was just about to pierce his heart. He was just lucky. He stood there for a few seconds, piercing him with a spear. At this time, the protagonist turned pale and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, and he said that it was the same. 2 system messages appeared in front of Steve, saying that the stern fighter for life was glad to meet him, and he was transferring part of his strength to him. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the spear sticking out of his chest with his hand, surrounded by a red aura, after which he easily pulled it out, and the wound quickly healed. The guardian looked ahead in fear. His hand trembled. Frightened, trying to resist, he screamed that where did such a stupid cretin get such power from? Steve, smiling, looking menacingly ahead, answered that it seemed that he had allies. The guardian, looking ahead in fear, asked what it was. The protagonist easily grabbed his enemy's spear. He pulled it back, and the guardian flew towards him, after which Steve swung his fist. He hit the guardian in the face with all his might, and he flew back at great speed. Looking ahead, he added that it seemed that he only did what he wanted. The guardian put his hand in front of himself, and then answered what he had just said. 2 system messages appeared in front of the protagonist. That the Silent Hunter was looking with an indifferent look at the Guardian of the Sacred Light. The Silent Hunter was transferring part of his power to him. A blue glow appeared in front of Steve. He grabbed the dagger and, smiling, said that otherwise how could other lights hate him so much. The Guardian, looking forward, clenched his teeth, after which Steve evaporated right in front of him. The Guardian raised his head, and at that time, the protagonist swung his dagger. He struck with all his might in front of him and cut the Guardian's spear. It fell to the floor, and he squeezed his chest, which was cut into 2 parts. 2 system messages appeared that the one who hears the sound of all things is looking askance at the Guardian of the Sacred Light. The one who hears the sound transfers part of his power to him. Steve, smiling, said that if other lights are on his side, it will be good news for him. He stretched out his hand, which was covered in green energy. Many green tentacles appeared from under the ground. In an instant, they fettered the Guardian, and he, opening his mouth wide, screamed. Looking straight ahead, he added that how dare they do this to him. A second later, he destroyed the shackles that were entangling him, and then he hit the ground with his staff. 2 system messages appeared that the Lord of the Source of Wisdom looked with disdain at the Keeper of the Sacred Light, giving him part of his power. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was still far away, but he looked ahead. Suddenly, a huge pentagram appeared under him, and then his entire body was covered in flames. The protagonist calmly watched this spectacle. After a while, you began to dissipate. The Keeper was kneeling. Steve, approaching him, told him to listen. His enemy silently lowered his head. The protagonist grabbed him by the hair, and then, raising his head, told him to pull himself together. Looking straight ahead, he added that this would not do. Then he lightly waved the blue dagger. The Keeper's body was divided into 2 parts. He fell to the floor. Looking at him, Steve said that he was putting in so much effort, he just had no words. Looking down with an arrogant look, the protagonist added that how could he face death? He felt it for the first time. The Guardian, raising his head in fear, shouted for him to wait and then asked for mercy. Raising his gaze upward, he added that this was the complete end, let them show mercy just this once. Steve looked ahead silently for a few seconds. The Guardian, raising his hand, said that he promised to never appear here again. The protagonist stood still for a few seconds, and then, clenching his teeth, replied that this was no longer interesting. Looking away, he shouted what the orrery would do now. A black flash appeared in front of them, and then a huge black portal. The protagonist, turning around, saw white figures behind him. One of them told him to leave the punishment to them, they would do it themselves. He turned around, and the Radiants added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking ahead, the protagonist replied that he was not by any chance a stern fighter for life. The Radiance began to form a body around itself. Smiling, looking ahead, the man said that he recognized him immediately. Looking ahead, he added that in his past life it didn't work out, but this time he managed. He had a lot of fun. Looking at him, Steve replied that that was good because he helped him a lot. The fighter for life extended his hand, laughed, then replied that he was still the same. If he didn't mind, they would deal with this bastard themselves. Raising his fist, he added that he was not the only one. Pointing towards the other Radiances, he continued to speak. There were claims against him. He had done the incredible. Extending his hand to the Keeper, he added that therefore the punishment would be merciless. Menacingly looking at his enemy, Steve asked if it was true. Looking at the tied-up Keeper, he added that he could do as he wanted. The fighter smiled and pointed back, then said that she would tell him the details. The white-hooded Radiance replied that she could finally tell him everything. A girl with purple eyes appeared, smiling as she looked ahead. The girl came closer and said that he probably had a lot of questions, so where should she start? The protagonist frowned and looked ahead for a few seconds in silence. The fighter raised his hand up, then said that he should address her, not go. Looking ahead, the girl added that she should start from the moment when that person. A system screen appeared in front of her, and she added killed him. Looking at the system message, she said that she thought he knew that the world was in his hands. In addition to monopolizing the power of abandoned dungeons and appropriating items, there was no exception even for ordinary people if they did not obey him. Looking at the face of his killer, Steve frowned. He imagined him sitting on the throne, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. The girl continued to say that he behaved as if he considered a king, but no, even a deity. Looking ahead, she added that they were not happy with such behavior either. Folding her hands, she said that in addition to the Keeper of Light, after long discussions, they made 2 decisions. Remembering how they were at the council, she added that they started this game from the very beginning. Looking ahead, she said that a player was also chosen who was able to resist that person and reach the end. Frowning his brows, Steve answered that why they chose him. The girl smiled. Then, coming closer, she added that a player who has a huge desire to take revenge on that person and has skills that are enough to reach the end of the game. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and she added that it was him. Smiling, she continued to say that it was very difficult then. Coming closer, she said that even they had a hard time preserving the memories of one person, turning back time and space. Steve extended his hand forward and asked how that crazy glow could continue this. Smiling, the girl snapped her fingers and said that he could only control this dungeon. The protagonist looked around, and she continued to say that his actions did not affect the outside world in any way. Frowning, she added that this time it was an exceptional case. Not only did the fusion personally descend and contact the player, but also interfered with the flow of time. Clutching her head, she continued to say that they could not help him even a little. Extending her hand, she said that although they would still find a way to help him deal with it, perhaps he foresaw their intervention to some extent. Smiling, Steve replied that it was just one of the hypotheses, and then thought that luck was on his side. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked what would happen to the Guardian of Light now. The girl snapped her finger and said that he would lose the rest of his power. He looked ahead in fear. A huge hole appeared in the floor in front of him. Looking into it, the girl added that they would then place him in this deep hole. Hearing this, Steve replied that it was great. Then he looked at his ally and asked what they would do with this world in which the game had ended. Smiling, the girl replied that she had not thought about it. Apparently everything would go on as usual. Folding her arms, she added that as before they began interfering in the affairs of the world, wasn't that enough? Frowning, the protagonist replied that they only caused damage. Laughing, the girl said that the Orrery had always been like this, they didn't think about cleaning up after themselves. Looking ahead, she continued to say that he had nothing to worry about, people would find the answer themselves, as they always did. Hearing this, Steve smiled and asked if it was true. Looking at him, the girl became embarrassed and said that she was asking him just in case. He did not regret his abilities, which he would soon lose. Steve looked ahead silently for a few seconds, and then, smiling, answered that he had already achieved his goal, especially since he had loyal comrades in this life, he had nothing to regret. Closing her eyes, the girl approvingly answered that good, that was like him. Then, turning away, she added that it was time for her to go and he did not want to say anything to her at the end. Steve thanked her. She looked ahead in surprise, and the protagonist said that she said that all his actions amused her, but if not for her protection, he would not have been able to take revenge. Looking forward, he continued to say that he had nothing more to say. If she was done, then she could get lost. The girl smiled and replied that she was fine. Her body began to glow brightly. She looked happily at her comrade and said that then this was her last gift. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Purple spheres appeared from above, and then a strong energy began to appear around the bodies of his dead comrades. Suddenly, they all stood up. Steve looked around in fear. The Red Knight, standing up, asked what was going on. Then they all ran to the protagonist. The guy looked around and asked if he was okay. Where did she go? Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him. What he saw shocked him. Many system messages appeared in front of all the players. They looked ahead in surprise. The system message said that the game was over. The knight in red armor looked ahead for a few seconds, puzzled. Then he looked away. Looking at the protagonist, he wondered if he had really destroyed him. Looking at Steve, he continued to think that who looked like a monster. A system message appeared that the effect of all items had disappeared. The items would be removed from users. Suddenly, Steve's body lit up, and he returned to his real body. The knight in red armor looked ahead in fear, and then thought that this was the one who saved their world. We are transferred to a platform where many players are standing. They look around at each other in surprise. The guy turns pale and then, raising his hands, shouts what is happening. He looks towards Steve and asks where he went. The protagonist, taking a few steps forward, says that he has one request. The man looks at him menacingly. After some time, he adjusts his glasses. He frowned and said that if that's what he wanted, then fine. A bright light appeared in the sky and someone shouted that the 9th floor of the dungeon had been cleared. They were leaving. A huge number of paparazzi were taking pictures of the players, shouting that it was the Dragon Hunter, and where was the protagonist? The Dragon Hunter took the microphone in his hands. He lowered his head and said that it had been a long journey. After many sacrifices and efforts, they had managed to reach the 9th floor and kill the boss. Looking at the huge crowd, he continued to say that they had finished the game. After a few seconds of silence, he added that, however, their savior Steve, who had led them, and his colleague had died while clearing the dungeon. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned pale. Many people were listening to this broadcast. A voice came from the TV that right before his death he had told him his last words. The guys looked at the TV in fear, and the Dragon Hunter added that when this game is over, the world will probably fall into chaos, for which it is necessary to prepare. Standing in front of the podium, he continued to say that he had a special person in mind for this. Bob approached the microphone, lowered his head, he said hello, introducing himself as the director of the Pandora Company. Looking at the crowd, he continued to say that in order to be prepared for the disasters that will come after the end of the game. Steve calmly listened to the presentation, and Bob said that the director who died in the fire. The girl looked at the screen in surprise, and he added that the chairman also contributed to the creation of his company. With his mouth wide open, he added that therefore he promises to do everything to maintain peace in the whole world. Steve smiled, and then he stepped aside. We are transferred to the huge Pandora building 6 months later. There is a lot of work in the office. The man wipes his face after. A girl comes up to him and says that he must have waited a long time. They checked his application to the Player Employment Support Fund. Pointing to the bank card, she added that financial support would be transferred to his account during the day. The guy, with tears in his eyes, smiled widely and replied that with the disappearance of the dungeons, his abilities disappeared. It was so hard, he could not find a normal job all this time. Leaning over, he added that he was very grateful. The girl, putting her hands in front of her, replied that the Pandora company and many people make a lot of effort for people like him. She hoped that this financial support would help him. Suddenly, the man slammed his fist on the table and then shouted that why is this not possible? The big guy frowned and shouted that he didn't care about him because he was unemployed, and they told him that they gave him some benefits here and that if he sold the items he had, they would pay for them too. The guy stretched out his arms and replied that that wasn't the case at all. Adjusting his glasses, he replied that if he had a criminal record in his personal file, the process would take longer. The man shouted for him to shut up. Frowning, he shouted for him to give his money here. Suddenly someone hit him lightly on the back, saying that there were a lot of people here, let them talk somewhere else. The big guy turned around and asked who the hell he was. He swung his arm and shouted that he was touching someone with his hands here. The guy smiled broadly, and then he threw the big guy into the fold. The guy, burying his face in the ground, shouted that this was no way to treat customers. Smiling, the guy answered that it was true, he should have listened when he offered to talk, right? We are transferred to the director's office. Someone asks that he can come in. Entering the room, the guy says, did she at least have lunch? Coming closer, he grabs sheets of paper and adds that so many documents, let her not overwork. The girl answered that it seems like it's shift time. Having written something on a piece of paper, she answered that there were no problems in the support department. Smiling, the guy pointed at himself and said that there was one idiot, but he quickly dealt with him. Who will protect this world if not him? Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he was so huge, he just grabbed his hands, and he immediately fell to the ground. His abilities are gone, but his reflexes are still there, even he sometimes misses that time. The girl, putting her pen on the sheet of paper, said that because of such a trifle, the guy shouted that she simply did not see him. Raising her head, the girl replied that she could then tell the man that he would join the mission. The guy shouted in fear that no, he didn't mean that. Then, looking away, he asked, by the way, where is he now? The girl, folding her arms, replied that at least. Smiling, she added, they spend their strength where it is much harder than here. Hearing this, the guy replied that it was actually hard for him too. We are transferred to the street. The big guy flies into the wall at great speed. A guy appears in front of us who silently stares ahead for a few seconds. He has a scar on his eye. He turns around, smiling, and says that they have dealt with everyone here. Then he opens a huge box which contains many magical items. Turning around, he says that these guys have quite a lot of items. Stretching out his hand, he adds that there is no ability and these idiots sell and buy items. Scratching his head, he took a step forward, adding that it was almost finished here. He thought they could leave now. He had called the team that would finish everything. Turning away, Steve replied that it was good, he was going. We were transferred to the negotiation room. Bob said that they had done a good job. He pointed to the photo and added that this meant that these guys had grabbed even more items this time. Frowning, he asked where they had even gotten them. The guy ate a chip, replied that there were still rumors that there were still items that had retained their properties. The girl, looking in his direction, replied that they said that some organizations were collecting items from everywhere to eventually sell them to Pandora. Bob, clutching his head, replied that his head was spinning from them. It turned out that now they also had to take care of this. Closing his eyes, he added that their expenses were growing and growing. It was simply impossible. Steve, looking in his direction, said how much he needed, a specific amount. Bob, looking at him, replied that the more the better. He himself understood that. A moment later, the protagonist stood up from his chair, smiling. He said that then he would get the money. We are transported to a shelf with trophies and cups. In the photographs, a man with his family. Frowning, he shouts for them to wait, they can't just go in. The door opens. The protagonist enters the room and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Seeing him, the man jumps up from his chair and shouts that he's here. The girl looks out from behind him and adds that Steve appeared so suddenly. Looking in their direction, the guy replies that everything is fine, let them leave them. Then, clenching his teeth, he looks ahead with displeasure. Coming closer, Steve says that he thinks he knows why he came, he needs money. The man, looking at him, sweats and then shouts that he thinks you can just break into his place and extort money. Steve looked at the photo and then said that he had to sell the name of one of the key participants who cleared the dungeons on the 9th floor to give life to the Phoenix Foundation. Looking down, he said that many organizations did not take long to start generously supporting such a hero. It would be a shame if it suddenly turned out that he was a hero. The man clenched his teeth, and Steve added that he appropriated all the funds, falsified reports, and generally indulged in all sorts of selfish interests. Getting up from his chair, the man shouted what nonsense he was talking. He had no evidence. The protagonist, turning around, smiled and replied that if he said that there was some. Looking in his direction, the man frowned, wondering why the hell he suddenly showed up and started threatening him. He didn't believe that he knew about the existence of his secret safe. Standing in place, he continued to think that for sure we were probably just bluffing. Smiling, he replied that he was looking at the ears. He was a master at sitting down, of course, not a timid person, no doubt about it. He added to the red button under the table that now without abilities they were just ordinary people and nothing more. Then, frowning, he shouted loudly that he thought that if you take some two scum with you, he would immediately tuck his tail between his legs. Security guards ran into the room. A crowd of people in black suits surrounded Steve and his comrades. He exhaled and replied that it was the usual. The man, frowning, shouted for them to grab them. He suddenly turned pale. On his knees, with all his guards lying on the floor, the guy, raising his head, said that there were mountains of gold here. His comrade replied that he had hidden so much, the bastard. Picking up the book, he said that he had found accounting reports. Looking in his direction, the protagonist smiled and replied that he was a good boy. Let him take everything in the safe and photograph all the documents. He turned pale and then muttered that it was his money. We are transferred to the news. A man shakes Bob's hand. The headline is that a representative of the Phoenix Foundation is making a large donation to Pandora. The protagonist smiles and looks at this on his phone. Suddenly, his comrade comes up to him and says that instead of the next mission, they were told the estimated departure time is midnight, but it can still change. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist replied that it means they will have to work. And said that he still had some things to do, so they would see each other there. We are transported to a huge building. Someone congratulates us on our return to Pandora. The guy is standing in a huge hall and saying something to the audience. Then he comes out and calls Steve. Looking at him, he asks what happened and if he was looking for him, to which the protagonist replies that he is done, they need to go somewhere to eat. Hearing this, the guy looked away with displeasure and replied that he will not make him pay the bill like last time. Turning away, Steve replied that he should forget it then, if he does not trust him. The guy shouted in fear that no, of course they will go. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. In the distance, he saw the girl from the tablet, who looked in his direction with a smile. Seeing her, he also smiled slightly. His comrade came up to him and shouted that where would they go then? We are transported to a Korean cow restaurant. The guy asks if this is too much. Steve, looking in his direction, replies that he can order whatever he wants without looking at the price. Many boards appear, on which the last piece of meat lies. The guy eats the last piece, and looking at it, the protagonist says that he needs to talk, and he will step away for a while. The guy continues to eat the meat with a smile. Then he suddenly opens his eyes wide. Getting up from the bench, he shouts that this bastard just cheated him and ran away. Approaching the cashier, he menacingly shouted that they by any chance did not see here a daring-looking guy. The cashier replied that he had just left and was talking about something on the phone. The guy, looking ahead with displeasure, wanted to step aside, shouting that he made him again. Suddenly the cashier pulled out a check to him and said that this man left him a note. Opening the paper, he read that an urgent matter had arisen, so he had to leave. He had already paid for the food, so he could take the rest with him. Seeing this, the guy wiped the tears from his face. We are transported to a huge building, in which only one window is lit. The girl looks at the documents. Suddenly, her door opens. She looks at the exit in fear and asks who is there. Julia appears at the entrance. She looks away and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl is surprised. Looking ahead, she hears her asking how she is doing. Julia, lowering her head, apologizes and adds that she seems to be busy. Holding her hand, she thanks her for the offer, adding that she is not sure that people will forget everything so easily. Looking away, she continued to say that she once did so much. Looking at her, the girl replied that admitting your mistakes and getting on the path to correction is not an easy task for anyone. She is now only taking the first steps in this direction. Julia raised her head in surprise, and the girl, putting her hand on her heart, answered that she should not be afraid. She will help her on her path if she begins to selflessly help people and pretends to repent. Stepping forward, she added that people would definitely believe in her sincerity someday. Grabbing her hand, she said that she believed it just like her. Julia stared ahead silently for a few seconds. Tears came to her eyes, and then she thanked her friend. We are transported to a huge building. Director Bob appears in front of us. The door to his office opens and someone comes in. Looking at the girl, he asks what happened. The girl answered that she wanted to introduce someone to him. Aunt Julia entered the office. Bob was silent for a few seconds, staring ahead in surprise. She adjusted her hair and, having said hello, said that she was glad to meet them. Then they approached him. The girl pulled out a clipboard and said that this was the monthly report. Bob, winking in a whisper, said that it meant that everything had worked out well. The secretary turned away and said that she asked him to look at everything quickly and give his opinion after lunch. He thought about being ignored. Then he turned pale and said that they should wait. Looking at the report, he exhaled and said that she was still indifferent to him. Suddenly he turned pale when he saw the countdown. On the phone, he said to tell that fool to come up here. The guy came into the office and asked what was going on. A second later, the countdown flew at him. Bob, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that he knew that people here were actually trying to make money. He had seen the food expense items. It was his doing. I'll find out. This month they spent 2001, that's outrageous. Looking displeasedly ahead, the guy replied that everyone was just eating, what's the big deal? Picking up the sheets of paper from the floor, he added that if you work really hard, such an appetite awakens. Bob, getting up from his chair, shouted that he did not see that his abilities had reappeared, he was eating more and more every day. The guy, pulling out a folder for him, replied that okay, he understood, he would eat half as much. Then he turned pale, and Bob shouted that half would be a quarter of the previous norm. Then, stretching his hand out to the door, he shouted for him to get out. Suddenly his mobile phone rang. Picking up the receiver, he said with a smile that how many years, probably always busy. The Dragon Slayer, smiling, laughed and said that obviously not as much as he was. Bob asked how he was doing. Sitting on the chair, he replied that thanks to the people sent from Pandora, France had become calmer, plus the information sent by Team B helped him a lot. Smiling, he continued to say that thanks to him they managed to shut down all the illegal trade in items. He would send everything to him soon and whether there was any reliable information. Bob, smiling, replied that Steve was also very good at helping them, but he had to say something. The Dragon Slayer turned pale, and Bob added that sometimes even too good, after which the man asked what was going on, some kind of problem. Bob, frowning, said that he didn't even know how to say it, his information was sometimes too accurate, as if he had seen everything himself. The Dragon Slayer replied that that was good, wasn't it? Approaching the director's window, he replied that he was basically a good guy, so he wasn't too worried, but still it seemed to him that he was hiding something from him. The Dragon Slayer, smiling, replied that he was not the same age anymore, his nerves were playing up. Okay, let Steve do what he wanted, they needed to go eat together. Bob smiled and asked what he was treating, to which his friend shouted that of course he was treating, he was a greedy bastard, and that he should say hello to Steve. Bob hung up and said that come what may, we are transferred to a helicopter flying over the forest. The guy, looking ahead with displeasure, says what these guys have done that they had to turn to them for help. Steve, lowering his head, replied that it was illegal sale of items, kidnapping, torture, dubious experiments, and so on. Frowning, he added that, in general, they were extremely bad people, and this time they would finish them off once and for all. We are transferred to a small warehouse. The protagonist, grabbing a gun, tells his friend to cover him. Then he makes a quick dash forward. The guy immediately opens fire from a machine gun. The people who are standing by the warehouse run away in fear. Someone gets hit by bullets. The man grabs a gun and starts shooting back. Suddenly, he looks away in fear. After a while, the protagonist stands over a man who has fallen to his knees. Then he goes inside. What he saw shocked him and he stood in a stupor. In front of him appeared a lot of bandits who were holding people in cages and mocking them. In the cage sat a man, a girl, and a child. On the other side were many corpses of people and a guy hanging on chains. Steve dropped the gun from his hands, clenching his teeth. He said that he would have to solve the problem the hard way. Making a quick dash forward, he killed several people at once. They all fell to the floor. The man looked ahead in fear. Then the protagonist grabbed one by the collar. Going inside, the guy said that there were too many of them here. Then he transmitted on the radio that the situation was under control and he was requesting reinforcements. Looking at the cage, he added that they should send an ambulance here quickly. Tema looked back and saw the protagonist grab the man, after which he threw him on the floor. Steve said menacingly that there was one more job. He had found the location of their base, was everything ready. The guy, looking ahead, answered that yes, sir, and the protagonist said that it was good. Menacingly turning around, he said that then they had to go. The guy looked ahead for a few seconds, frightened. After which he smiled and thought how great it was that he had followed him, and Steve said that it was time for them to take out the trash. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.